In the dimly lit room, candlelight flickered as two red coffins sat quietly in the center of the ancestral hall, their backs facing the memorial tablets. The grotesque Nuo masks hanging on the walls appeared even more eerie in the orange glow. The lean young man Su Ming knelt on the ground, lighting 3 incense sticks with a casual tone. Dad, Mom, why did you have to play the hero? Now look what happened. Edv left this whole mess of a family business to your good-for-nothing son. How am I supposed to spend all this? These Nuo masks might be antique. Should I sell a few? As he mocked himself, the coffin lids suddenly began banging loudly, particularly chilling in the night. Su Ming's lips curved slightly. Just kidding. No matter how irresponsible I am, I'd never sell our ancestral treasures for money. In the candlelight, a trace of desolation flickered in the young man's eyes. In this world, he might be the only one left who could perform Nuo opera. Wiping away his tears, what reflected in the firelight was a mighty figure wearing a golden furied Nuo mask, draped in bare skin, and clothed in black robes with vermilion trim. He bowed low, and the atmosphere suddenly shifted. The 12 beast-headed Nuo masks behind the coffins suddenly trembled in unison, as if they were living creatures. Su Ming was startled, wondering if this was some new trick of the dead coming back to life, when all the masks on the walls began shaking as if responding to a command. The 12 beast-headed masks suddenly broke free from the wall and lunged toward him. A sharp crack exploded in his ears, everything went black, and Su Ming lost consciousness. Su Ming, 19 years old, was a transmigrator. In his previous life on Blue Star, he had been an inheritor of the intangible cultural heritage of Nuo opera, who died suddenly during a ritual and transmigrated to the Great Xia dynasty. On the surface, he was an ordinary college freshman, but in reality, he possessed the Nuo God System, a system that originated from the very masks that had caused his transmigration. The Nuo masks had transmigrated with him, but then vanished without a trace, leaving only an inactive golden finger. The masks had become sentient and run away, leaving their master with just a system. Su Ming had searched for them for years without any clues, unable to even find a trace of the masks. This had always left him uneasy. Fortunately, the Great Xia dynasty had excellent welfare benefits, allowing him to grow up worry-free as an orphan. Being intelligent from a young age, he successfully entered a prestigious university and chose the performing arts major, hoping to showcase his talents on stage. Unfortunately, the university stage wasn't a place where his special skills could shine. Due to his outstanding appearance, he was ostracized by the drama club president and couldn't even perform at the welcome party, only helping to organize props at the club center. This greatly annoyed Su Ming. Even Taishan Cao could get on stage, yet his broadsword performance received no applause. He pulled out a Tunterlong Guan Dao from the prop pile, wielding it with vigor and full force, never having neglected his years of practice. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, the activity room door was suddenly pushed open, and a figure rushed in, locking the door behind them and leaning against it, gasping for breath. Su Ming looked and saw it was his roommate Jiang Ming, probably coming to keep him company after failing to catch a glimpse of some senior girl. Jiang Ming's eyes were misty with moisture. His legs gave out as he sat on the ground, struggling to crawl towards Su Ming with a crying voice. Old Su, something terrible happened. There's a monster in the auditorium. It ate the students and teachers. Su Ming was stunned, suddenly alert. Although he had the Nuo God System, the past 19 years had been peaceful, and he had assumed the world was at peace. He never expected strange events to suddenly break out at the university. Could it be? Was his golden finger finally about to activate? Jiang Ming, tell me quickly, what kind of monster did you encounter in the auditorium? Su Ming asked excitedly. Jiang Ming was confused, suspecting his roommate might be a psychopath not afraid when encountering monsters, but excited instead. He said frantically, it looked like a lion and a leopard, with huge eyes. I couldn't tell what it was. Why are you asking so many questions? Call the police quickly. Su Ming casually tossed his phone to Jiang Ming, instructing him to call the police, while he grabbed the Guan Dao and headed for the door. Jiang Ming panicked, desperately blocking his way. Where are you going? It's so dangerous out there. Su Ming shook off Jiang Ming with a firm tone. I'm going to save people. Don't come out until the police arrive. With that, he locked the door, leaving Jiang Ming alone and stunned. Su Ming was so excited because the lion-leopard hybrid monster clearly resembled one of the 12 beast-headed Nuo masks that had caused his transmigration. Xiongbo. After searching for you all these years, you've finally shown yourselves to cause trouble. This time, I'll make you understand who's really the boss of this family. Su Ming strode forward with his blade, murderous intent radiating as he headed straight for the auditorium. Xiongbo, one of the legendary 12 divine beasts, was recorded in the historical texts of the later Han dynasty from his previous life as a deity capable of devouring evil spirits. Born accompanied by primordial mist, it possessed the power to control clouds and rain. Su Ming had always known this record but never delved into the details. The Nuo mask inheritance of the Su family had spanned thousands of years, with many origins long lost to history, and Xiongbo's weaknesses were impossible to trace. With this thought, He gripped the gleaming blade and passed through the rows of academic buildings. Along the way, he encountered crowds of students fleeing in panic. Seeing him ignore their shouts and push against the current, they all stared in disbelief. Everyone's running for their lives, and you're going to get yourself killed? Is his girlfriend trapped inside? Wow, such unwavering love. Under the admiring yet bewildered gazes of the crowd, Su Ming charged forward with determined steps, heading straight for the auditorium. At the entrance of the auditorium, the gentle-looking Su Qianqian was sheltering 2 or 3 wounded students behind the door, her voice trembling. Please, are you here to rescue people? Help me get these injured students out. The corridor was packed with students pouring out, and she was struggling to hold back the crowd while caring for her companions who were missing limbs, barely able to move an inch. Su Ming glanced around, confirmed that Xiongbo hadn't left yet, and actually felt relieved. Senior, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I have more important matters to attend to. He stepped past Su Qianqian's pleading gaze and entered the darkness. Senior, is this guy trying to get himself killed? That monster is eating people, and once it's full, it'll definitely come out to catch us. Yeah, let's run, Senior. I can still crawl. Well, all right. Su Qianqian gritted her teeth and could only stay to guard the wounded. Inside the auditorium, mist filled the air, and the smell of blood mixed with damp mustiness invaded the nostrils, making one dizzy. Blood trails snaked across the floor. The electrical system was completely dead, leaving the vast space in dim silence. Besides Su Ming's footsteps, there were faint chewing sounds echoing intermittently. Help me, please. From the depths of darkness, a male student huddled in the hollow compartment beneath the stage, his voice shaking. Above him, a giant beast with a lion's nose and leopard's face was tearing at a corpse, blood staining its fangs, eyes blazing with fury. Xiongbo. Su Ming recognized it immediately. This was the physical manifestation of the Nuo mask that had escaped from his family's ancestral hall. With a body the size of a small truck and thick, powerful limbs, blood was now dripping from its fur. In his previous life, it was just hanging in a corner, barely worth notice. Yet now it dared to commit evil before its master? It had to be destroyed and reforged. With this thought, Su Ming no longer concealed his killing intent. Under the terrified gaze of the male student, he charged forward with his blade. Don't come over. The student waved his hands frantically, suddenly didn't want to be rescued anymore. This wasn't a rescue. It was clearly dragging him along to die. Thud, 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 his footsteps echoed. Years of training gave Su Ming explosive power as he leaped from the ground. Taking advantage of Xiongbo's distraction while feeding, he raised his blade. Cold light, flashing, seizing the moment while Xiongbo was distracted by its meal, the blade struck viciously toward its rear. The knife was just a prop, but Xiongbo's chrysanthemum was real flesh and blood, not made of iron. With one strike, the flower burst into 4 petals instantly. Arg! Xiongbo roared in agony, his bloodshot eyes bulging larger than light bulbs. The monster suddenly lifted its hind legs and delivered a powerful kick towards Su Ming behind him. Su Ming was prepared. He ducked low, narrowly avoiding the sharp hooves as they swept past. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief. Whoosh! A whistling sound pierced his ears as a tail thick as an adult's arm, rippling with muscle, whipped toward him like a steel whip, aimed straight at his face. Crack! He instinctively raised the guan dao to block, but the blade shattered completely, sending metal fragments flying in all directions. Su Ming was sent tumbling backward, rolling across the floor, and leaving a trail of blood before finally stabilizing. A shard had cut his forehead, and warm blood flowed down his skin into his right eye, immediately blurring his vision with crimson. Roar! Xiongbo bellowed again, but his gaze passed over Su Ming to lock onto the cowering male student below the stage. The student had tried to escape during the chaos, but just as he crawled out from his seat, he was frozen in place by the beast's murderous intent, his legs feeling like they were filled with lead. Run? What are you standing there for? Su Ming's voice was hoarse, but it snapped the student out of his trance like a divine bell. Leaning on what remained of his blade handle, Su Ming forced himself to stand between the student and Xiongbo. Go, he shouted again. Only then did the student wake from his stupor, fleeing with a grateful glance. Only one man and one beast remained in the studio, their strength vastly different. Su Ming seemed ready to become Xiongbo's next meal at any moment. However, he suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha, you look even uglier than in your past life. Provoked by this naked taunt, Xiongbo went completely berserk. His several hundred-pound body charged like a small car, his gaping maw large enough to swallow half of Su Ming. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted in Su Ming's mind. A pleasant notification sound followed. Ding host has reached awakening threshold, system activated. Having completed the Nuo ritual with selfless courage and righteousness that reaches the heavens, Yunchang has heard your call and answered. Please don the Nuo mask, host. Here it comes. Su Ming's mind became crystal clear. In the ethereal realm, he saw a tall figure standing behind him, upright and dignified, towering 2 heads above his own 6-foot frame. He reached toward his face, and a familiar red-faced mask silently materialized Guan Yunchang. His green robes fluttered as the phantom martial saint seemed to whisper softly. Pour the wine and wait. I shall return shortly. The phantom of the green dragon crescent blade merged perfectly with the prop Guan Dao in Su Ming's hands. In my view, you are nothing but clay chickens and pottery dogs. He spun the blade like a windmill, the weapon humming as it sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Flying dragon in the heavens. With one stomp, the phantom behind him crashed into his body with tremendous force surging through his limbs. Su Ming instantly closed in on Xiangbua. In the monster's bell-like pupils, Guan Yunchang's majesty was reflected, unable to hide its terror. The green dragon crescent blade swept upward across the thick neck without resistance. Two figures crossed paths. Su Ming stood leaning on his blade, his expression unreadable beneath the Nuo mask. Crash! Crash! Two thunderous sounds echoed behind him. Xiangbua had been cleanly split from neck to tailbone into two sections, his massive head rolling to Su Ming's feet, which he casually stopped with one foot like a soccer ball. Damn, I'm really freaking awesome. At that moment, the Nuo God System's notification chimed in. Ding. Host has achieved resonance with Guangong's Nuo mask and may wield portions of his abilities. Ability 1. Warrior's body passive. You should stand 9 feet tall with broad shoulders and bare strength, possessing the power of 1,000 pounds. Physical strength greatly enhanced. Ability 2. Awe of China passive. 1 man against a nation, growing stronger with each battle against enemies. Ability 3. Flying dragon in the heavens active while wearing the Nuo mask, can summon the green dragon crescent blade and execute Flying dragon in the heavens. Congratulations host on slaying one of the 12 divine beasts and obtaining the great Nuo mask. Xiangbua 1. Xiangbua, legendary spirit-devouring god, master of water, capable of summoning clouds and mist. Controlling his power allows limited weather manipulation. The corpse at his feet gradually dissolved into points of light and disappeared. With a poof, an ancient mask with a lion's nose and leopard's face appeared in Su Ming's hands. Familiar patterns met his eyes as he exhaled deeply. My golden finger has finally activated, and it's given me such a generous gift, so that Xiangbua really could transform back into a Nuo mask. He caressed the mask, suddenly struck by a thought. If he could collect all 12 beast Nuo masks from those who had caused trouble before, perhaps he could return to his previous life and inherit the family business? 7 or 8 old mansions, scheduled for demolition next year. No parents, an only child, daily visits to clubs with models, no need to work for a living. Before he could celebrate, the sound of urgent footsteps approached, and a group of armed officers burst through the doors. Ding! System space has been activated. The host may now store the Nuo masks within the system space. Su Ming, who was troubled by the hat uncle, heard the prompt and didn't hesitate for a second. He quickly grabbed the Guangong Nuo mask from his face and stuffed it into the void along with the Xiongbo Nuo mask. The entire process was so fast, it looked like a video played at double speed. Click click. Inside the studio, dozens of dark gun barrels rose simultaneously, the crisp sounds of bullets being chambered echoing one after another. Don't move. Drop your weapon and raise your hands. A woman's voice rang out, strong and commanding. In Hongyue, a short-haired female police captain, strode in. Her gaze was like a hawk's, quickly sweeping across the lighting equipment, stage, and audience seats before finally locking onto Su Ming. A young man holding a plastic-looking guandao, its blade still dripping with crimson blood, yet his face remained childlike and strangely calm. Where's the monster? In Hongyue asked in a steady tone, turning to her colleague beside her. Captain In, we've searched the entire studio. No monsters found. This student is the most suspicious one left. Su Ming looked innocent as he lowered his head to pat his damp school uniform, trying to wipe away the dried bloodstains. In Hongyue frowned slightly. Seal off the studio, evacuate the surrounding students, and leave guards on duty. Take this student back to the station. Come with us. With guns still pointed at him, Su Ming had no desire to catch a bullet and obediently extended his wrists to be cuffed with cold silver handcuffs. As they left the studio, students crowded both sides of the corridor. Waves of admiring, curious, and shocked gazes washed over them, especially the rescued male student, who grabbed In Hongyue and explained urgently. Officer, I swear this guy saved me. You've got the wrong person. There really are monsters in this world, why won't you believe me? Not long after the crowd dispersed, a brand new black Mercedes roared into the campus and stopped directly in front of the studio. The car doors sprang open, and a man and woman in tactical gear rushed up to the busy hat uncle in just a few steps. Comrade, did you just take someone away? The man stopped a police officer and pressed him about Su Ming's whereabouts. The officer looked the two over. Young, expensive car, clearly impatient. A suspect. What's your relationship to him? Show me your IDs. Snap. The woman swiftly flipped open her credentials. Special Operations Bureau on official business. Please cooperate. The credentials showing XX Bureau, Senior Investigator Huang Shaoling caught the officer's eye. and he immediately stood at attention. Chief. The suspect was acting strangely, covered in blood when found, suspected of assault. He's currently being held at the West District Security Office. Covered in blood? Huang Xiaoling glanced sideways. Xiaoyang, what did the support team say? Xiaoyang, who had been called out, tapped his clear-framed glasses. The support team detected strong awakening energy fluctuations. Intensity. A level. Though his words were steady, his fingers gripping the temple of his glasses had turned white from excessive force. Huang Xiaoling was shocked upon hearing this. Then excitement flashed in her eyes. A level right after awakening? Excellent. If we can recruit him, we'll be promoted to a level investigators. Let's go, Xiaoyang. Don't let others beat us to it. The two clearly had competitors. After briefly instructing that the scene be handed over to the Special Operations Bureau, they hurriedly drove their Mercedes straight to the West District Security Office. Meanwhile, at the West District Security Bureau, in a dimly lit interrogation room, Su Ming lay back in the metal chair, staring blankly at the ceiling while his consciousness sank into the system space. It was a massive room resembling the Su family ancestral hall, with walls lined with empty grooves for Nuo masks, though only 2 masks were currently mounted there. The Nuo God System allows communion with gods or humans through Nuo rituals, summoning back ancestral masks, and collecting new masks after slaying shape-shifting monsters. Su Ming silently recited the system prompts, feeling a long-lost surge of excitement. The Nuo opera described in ancient texts was indeed this kind of divine possession ritual, and he had unknowingly found the right path in this other world. Creak. The door swung open as Officer In Hongyue strode in with crisp steps. Click. She twisted the desk lamp, directing harsh white light straight into Su Ming's face. Su Ming, male, 19 years old, raised at Jinsheng Orphanage, top student in the performance department at Jinsheng University, 5 foot 11, 154 pounds. Did I get that right, student Su? Su Ming nodded slightly without much reaction. This information could be easily found through basic searches, impossible to hide from the security bureau. Good. In Hongyue cut straight to the point. Let me ask you, have you encountered any anomalous creatures? Are you an awakener? Her gaze was sharp, making no attempt to hide her scrutinizing intensity. Yet in her eyes, Su Ming's pupils remained as calm as stagnant water. Officer, I don't quite understand what you mean. Su Ming's tone stayed steady while his mind raced. From her mention of creatures like Xiongbo and the term awakener, he deduced the security bureau already knew about supernatural existence. The question was, what was the Great Xia's attitude toward awakeners? Cooperation? Recruitment? Or rejection? Until he understood their stance, he absolutely couldn't expose himself. Besides, the Xiongbo had turned to ash along with the Nuo mask. The studio had lost power, surveillance had failed, they had little hard evidence beyond testimonies, and could only hold him for 48 hours. Bang! In Hongyue suddenly slammed her foot onto the table and lunged forward, grabbing Su Ming by the collar. The 5 foot 11 Su Ming was lifted clean off his chair by her single hand, feet dangling in the air. Stop playing games, she growled in a low voice. I've seen what you people can do. 3 of my comrades died at the hands of awakeners. This room has been modified. It'll detonate the moment it detects supernatural energy. Try anything, and we all go down together. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, recalling the winding route to reach this interrogation room. So this really was a safe, designed specifically for awakeners. I'm just an ordinary student. Facing the mounting pressure, he was considering how to continue deflecting when the door opened again. Sorry to interrupt. Is Su Ming here? A man and woman, both young people in plain clothes around Su Ming's age, entered the room. In Hongyue released her grip with a soft thud on the table. Her entire demeanor instantly relaxed. You're here. She shook hands with the 2 young people. This kid's got the composure of someone way beyond his student years, steady as a specially trained operative. I've been questioning him for ages, and he's still playing dumb. She stepped aside. All right, you talk. I'll step out. Student Su, based on your classmates' testimonies, I represent the West District Security Bureau in thanking you for saving Jinsheng University. Snap. In Hongyue stood at attention and saluted, then turned to leave, thoughtfully unlocking Su Ming's handcuffs on her way out. Rubbing his wrists, Su Ming studied the 2 young people before him who appeared to be around his age. Huang Xiaoling smiled gently at Su Ming and then introduced herself. Hello, Su Ming. According to confidentiality regulations, everything I'm about to tell you must not be disclosed to outsiders. Understood. Su Ming nodded, quickly weighing the situation in his mind. The fact that they could locate him so quickly after his awakening and send professional personnel to make contact indicated that the Great Xia had already established a comprehensive management system for awakened individuals. Huang Xiaoling exchanged a glance with Xiaoyang beside her. Xiaoyang cleared his throat, his voice deep and formal. First, please demonstrate your awakened ability. Don't be nervous. We just need to confirm that you're like us. With that, he opened his right palm, and a cluster of orange flames suddenly danced in his palm, casting warm light across the interrogation room walls. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. So the beautiful police officer's earlier mention of a self-destruct system was pure bluffing. My ability is somewhat special. I'm not sure if it meets your requirements. He accessed the system's space in his mind, and a red Guangdong opera mask silently appeared in his palm, its lacquered surface gleaming faintly under the lights. Xieyong stared at the mask for just 2 seconds before looking away, disappointment flashing in his eyes. An item type awakened ability? No wonder you could barely handle a demon beast right after awakening. His tone shifted from enthusiasm to indifference. Huang Xiaoling noticed her companion's mood change and sighed softly before turning to explain to Su Ming. Let me reintroduce ourselves. I'm Huang Xiaoling, and this is Xieyong. We both belong to the 5th Special Personnel Research Institute, or Special 5th Institute for short, and we're both level investigators. Since you naturally awakened due to external stimuli in our jurisdiction, which complies with relevant regulations, you now have 2 management options to choose from. She held up 2 fingers and explained each option. First, join the Special 5th Institute as a trainee investigator. Monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, with 5 insurances and 1 fund plus supplementary medical coverage. You can advance in rank and improve your benefits by completing missions. Second, accept regulatory terms. Receive 8,000 yuan monthly living allowance. Find your own job, but you must remain in your registered residence area and cannot leave without permission. With the conditions laid out before him, it was like choosing between shackles and opportunity. Su Ming quickly reached his conclusion. If he didn't want to be effectively under house arrest, he could only choose the first option. Besides, getting into the system had always been a career path young people flocked to. Then I choose the first option, he made his decision. Huang Xiaoling immediately showed an approving smile, her tone becoming much gentler. Su Ming, you've made the right choice. After joining the Special 5th Institute, you'll gain access to cultivation resources and techniques, which will be very beneficial for you. However, Xieyong glanced at the mask and muttered, "Tsh, with his talent, resources won't be much use anyway. The ceiling is too low." The atmosphere immediately became awkward for a moment. Huang Xiaoling quickly smoothed things over. Don't mind him, Su Ming. Item type abilities aren't bad at all. Those who really need to pursue ceilings are the top-tier individuals. Xieyong and I have been here for 2 years, and we're still level. Su Ming frowned slightly, puzzled by why Xieyong looked down on his abilities so much, so he asked, Sister Xiaoling, could you explain why my awakened ability has a low ceiling? Seeing him change to calling her sister, Huang Xiaoling no longer held back and patiently explained, currently known awakened abilities are roughly divided into 5 categories. First is superhuman, like hardened skin or rapid recovery. Second is natural type, like Xie Yang's fire control. Third is mental type, such as mental manipulation or telekinesis. Fourth is item type, like your mask, or a sword, or a blade. Finally, there's the special category that can't be classified, like invisibility or phasing through walls. The other categories where manageable awakeners could practice the special cultivation techniques to enhance their control over their abilities and grow stronger. Only item type abilities were different. The item's upper limit was the awakener's upper limit. Unless one could find genuine heavenly treasures to reforge their equipment, the astronomical costs were beyond what ordinary people could afford. Your mask, from our observations, appears to be only an grade item. Xie Yang's tone was calm, yet it made Su Ming instantly understand. He couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. So that's how it is. Xieyong and Huang Xiaoling could never have imagined that Su Ming's true trump card was the Nuo God System, along with the Su family's centuries-old legacy of Nuo masks. As if to demonstrate its own power, the system unfolded the advancement hierarchy in Su Ming's mind. According to this world's power classification, the system divided Nuo masks into 3 tiers. 1. Great Nuo equivalent to Awakener grades E through C, featuring themes of legendary heroes or supernatural beasts from history. 2. National Nuo equivalent to grades B through A, often representing revered figures who achieved sainthood in flesh and left their names in mythology. 3. Heavenly Nuo grade S and above, corresponding to true deities of the 9 heavens. Host currently possesses 2 great Nuo masks. Please continue collecting Nuo masks. As the cold electronic voice faded, Su Ming felt even more certain. How could a golden finger have such low limits? Xieyong and Huang Xiaoling had completely misjudged the situation. In his previous life, the Su family had passed down a Zhou dynasty, Erlang Xiansheng divine manifestation, Nuo mask, which Su Ming remembered vividly. If he truly wore that mask, he wondered what demon or evil in this world could withstand a single strike from Erlang Xian. However, he had no intention of explaining. Arguments without benefit were meaningless. Let's go. Since Su Ming has chosen to join us, let's head back to headquarters to handle the paperwork. Once you pass the rookie assessment, we'll be colleagues. Seeing the slightly awkward atmosphere, Huang Xiaoling quickly steered the conversation back on track. As the group turned to leave, a small episode unfolded at the entrance of the public security office. Dozens of uniformed officers stood in neat formation, and the moment Su Ming stepped outside, they saluted in unison. The West District Public Security Office thanks Student Su for his righteous deed. May Student Su's martial fortune prosper. The resounding voices made his eardrums throb. Su Ming stared in bewilderment at the grateful faces, completely unable to understand why they were so excited. What he didn't know was that without his timely slaying of the male boar, these arriving officers would have had to face the fierce beast with nothing but mortal flesh. The consequences and losses were something unhinged dared not imagine. Accept it gracefully, this is what you deserve. Unhinged patted his shoulder and said sincerely, and let me thank you on behalf of my comrades. As her words fell, the Guangong Nuo mask in Su Ming's mind suddenly trembled lightly, as if ancient words were echoing from afar. These are all merely the deeds of this brave fellow Guan. Though there may be small merit, what is there to boast about? The black Mercedes started its engine, and with a steady rumble, the group's figures gradually left the urban area, driving straight toward the distant outskirts of Jin City. The black Mercedes drove through a tunnel leading underground and stopped in front of a silver-white building. As the car doors opened, Xieyang, Huang Xiaoling, and Su Ming stepped out one by one. Xieyang immediately made an excuse about returning the company car and hurriedly jumped into the driver's seat before speeding away, leaving Huang Xiaoling to help Su Ming complete the registration process. Su Ming watched the taillights disappear and silently curled his lip. The world never lacked opportunists. Once he regained his Tianyuan-level power, or even just Guanyuan-level masks, Xieyang would probably come crawling back with a smile. Such clowns were best ignored. The silver-white building had a sleek, streamlined exterior that resembled a blade thrust into the ground. The two passed through heavy metal doors, and a cool scent of disinfectant hit them immediately. Behind the reception counter sat a meticulously made-up young woman who flashed a professional smile as they approached. Su Ming sensed no energy fluctuations from her whatsoever, so he leaned over and whispered, "Sister Xiaoling, there are ordinary people here too?" Huang Xiaoling smiled gently, her tone calm. "Of course. Awakened individuals are extremely rare. Among Daxia's 10 billion population, there are fewer than 1 million awakened. Calling it 1 in 10,000 would actually be an exaggeration." Su Ming nodded, understanding. Within just a few minutes, the terminal screen had dug up his entire background, even precisely locating relatives he'd never heard of, like his birth mother's cousin's third aunt's second uncle's great-grandson. Su Ming had no interest in Tishi, signed the application form, and tossed it back onto the counter. After completing the paperwork, Huang Xiaoling led Su Ming to the corridor entrance and handed him over to a staff member. "All right, the support team will handle the rest of the orientation. I still have missions to complete. See you at work, Su Ming." Su Ming waved goodbye. Perhaps Huang Xiaoling would later regret not building a closer relationship earlier, or maybe she'd be grateful for at least establishing some familiarity. It remained to be seen. His gaze fell on the young woman who had just appeared before him. She had short pink hair, wore a tight black uniform, stood only chest-high to him, and clutched a notebook in her arms, clearly so nervous that her fingers were trembling. "Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Bai Xiao, an intern with the 3rd Regiment of the Support Division. I'll be serving you from now on." Su Ming looked her over and noticed she didn't even dare make eye contact with him. He figured she was probably another green recruit. "Do all newly awakened individuals get assigned support personnel?" he asked casually. Bai Xiao was caught off guard by the question but steeled herself to explain. "Yes, every newly joined awakened individual gets a dedicated support person for assistance and guidance. As your level increases, the support team will expand accordingly." She suddenly choked up mid-sentence. Su Ming had already guessed the reason and said flatly, "Because my talent ceiling is low, that's why they assigned an intern?" "That's not it." Bai Xiao quickly waved her hands, but unable to deny reality, she lowered her head and added quietly, "Mr. Su, if you're not satisfied, you can request a replacement. It's just that I really want to become an official support officer and help awaken individuals in combat. But I get nervous just seeing monsters, even through a screen. Maybe I'll never graduate." Seeing Bai Xiao's dejected expression, Su Ming smiled and found he didn't really mind. It seemed the research institute wasn't much different from any other workplace. Had barely arrived, and the discrimination had already begun. Su Ming snorted coldly to himself. The more they acted this way, the less likely he was to replace Bai Xiao. He was curious to see who would regret it later. "Come on, help me get familiar with Special Unit 5, he said, turning to the girl. "And from now on, just call me Su Ming. None of this Mr. Su or Captain Su nonsense. Seat sounds weird." Bai Xiao froze for a moment. Then joy practically radiated from her face. Su Ming had actually accepted her. Su Ming, let me show you around." She nodded eagerly, patting her chest in assurance. "I have an amazing memory. I'll explain everything crystal clear." The two walked through the residential area, past the cafeteria's flower beds, through the specimen section, then took an elevator to the second-floor work area. Along the way, Su Ming quickly picked up on his little guide's greatest strength: her phenomenal memory and equally sharp tongue. Once she warmed up, Bai Xiao was like a machine gun. She could recite backwards the name, characteristics, and cause of death of every demon beast in the specimen cabinets. With just a glance at several identical-looking ghost entities, she could identify their genders. Su Ming, what I just showed you covers the Awakened One's daily work. All investigators Frank and above get their own territory to patrol. Like Sister Xiao Lingsha's responsible for that commercial district safety, Bai Xiao gestured as she walked. We don't just deal with demon beasts, but all sorts of mysterious ghosts and spirits too. Basically, whenever something abnormal happens, it lands on Special Unit 5's plate. Finishing her explanation, she tilted her head back and drained the last few gulps of her water bottle, letting out a heavy breath with the satisfied expression of someone who'd finally gotten everything off their chest. The next second, bang bang, several energy shock waves echoed from the distance. Su Ming looked toward the sound and saw lights surging in the sunken plaza below, as if people were fighting. What's going on over there? Looks like someone's sparring. He raised an eyebrow. Smack. Bai Xiao slapped her forehead. Oh no. I almost forgot new investigators have to take an assessment at the training ground first to get their cultivation techniques based on potential. I got so caught up chatting. If we wait another 15 minutes, the testing staff will be off duty. Hurry, hurry. Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He'd just praised the girl's memory, yet she'd forgotten the most important thing. In the training ground, a young man covered in rocky armor was locked in fierce combat with a tiger-type demon beast. The beast's claws scraped across the alloy floor, leaving shallow white scratches, but when those claws whistled through the air toward the young man's arm, they couldn't even chip off stone fragments. Ha ha ha, you little demon beast dare act arrogant? You can't even break through my defense stake this punch, the young man roared, swinging his fist into the tiger demon's forehead. Roar, the beast howled in agony as the clear sound of cracking bone rang out. Its massive body flew back several meters, rolled twice, and died on the spot. That single punch left the rock armor's surface dim, and the young man was gasping for breath. The stone armor was too heavy, draining all his stamina in one strike. Nearby, a middle-aged examiner in work clothes held a tablet computer, recording. Wang Wu defeated a rank demon beast, rated a rank, excellent potential, suitable for focused development. Not bad, brother. Getting a rank on your first try. Lots of people don't even get ranked. Several new recruits who'd been watching immediately crowded around with compliments. The demon beast's corpse on the ground gradually became transparent, and vanish at it was merely a training construct simulated by the examiner's computer. Wang Wu stood with his hands on his hips, looking smug. As a nature-type awakened one, he'd gained same-level invincible defense upon first awakening and was brimming with confidence. The top spot in Jin City District could only be his. Just as he was basking in pride, Bai Xiao's voice carried over from the distance. Su Ming, this is the assessment area. What that investigator just completed was the rank basic assessment. Based on the energy fluctuations from your awakening, I'd suggest you also choose a rank for your first attempt. The two arrived at the testing ground, where Bai Xiao chattered away, explaining the assessment rules to Su Ming. The testing area was a specially designated training chamber within Special Unit 5, its walls painted with impact-resistant gray coating and surrounded by surveillance cameras and sensor lights. Bai Xiao pointed to the electronic screen suspended in midair and rattled off the entire process in one breath. Investigators below rank could advance through either assessments or missions. If they chose assessments, they simply needed to defeat simulated demon beasts of the same level to pass. Once promoted to rank or above, further advancement could only be achieved by completing a specified number of official missions. She paused here, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention before lowering her voice. Su Ming, you're an artifact-type awakener, which gives you an advantage in the entrance assessment. If you can defeat an E-rank demon beast, you'll have a chance to obtain advanced cultivation techniques that will significantly accelerate your training speed. Cultivation techniques? Su Ming frowned slightly at the term, unconsciously tugging at his sleeve. Do we have to practice martial arts regularly? Of course. Bai Xiao nodded solemnly. Awakening is equivalent to opening your meridians, allowing you to cultivate the ancient techniques left behind from antiquity. Most awakeners have fragile bodies, and if they develop into glass cannons with high attack but low defense, it becomes problematic. That's why Special Unit 5 requires all investigators to supplement their training with martial arts techniques to improve close combat protection. This is especially important for artifact types like you. You need to shore up your weaknesses through martial arts. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. The systematic approach that Special Unit 5 had developed over the years was impressively organized, making him curious about which influential figure was overseeing the entire operation. While he was lost in thought, an impatient voice interrupted them. You two over there, are you taking the assessment or not? If not, then this ends here. The speaker was a middle-aged man who kept his head down, fiddling with a tablet. His brow was furrowed, and his fingers toyed with a silver-white lighter as if he was ready to light up a cigarette at any moment. Yes, we're definitely taking it. Bai Xiao jumped, startled, and quickly ran over, speaking rapidly for fear of delaying Su Ming's opportunity. Instructor Qin, this is Su Ming, a new investigator. His ability is artifact type, masks. When Su Ming had initially registered his information, he couldn't be bothered to explain the specific meaning of Nuo masks, and simply wrote down masks. Artifact type. Qin Rixing looked up, his interest immediately plummeting. He sized up Su Ming, then glanced at Bai Xiao, who was still wearing her trainee badge, instantly labeling them both as average potential, just here to make a living. He casually pointed toward the weapon rack in the corner, where military daggers, steel rods, and shields were piled up. Pick whatever you want. What level demon beast are you planning to challenge? His tone was cold, making no effort to hide his disdain. Su Ming caught that hint of contempt, and anger flared in his chest. After being repeatedly underestimated, if he didn't make his move now, he'd be letting down the mighty Nuo God System, not to mention the cultivation technique rewards at stake. What's the highest level demon beast I can challenge here? He spoke up before Bai Xiao could respond, his voice carrying a note of defiance. Bai Xiao was stunned, her pale face filled with shock. She hadn't expected Su Ming to be confident to this degree. Qin Rixing sneered. He'd seen plenty of newcomers who became inexplicably arrogant after awakening, thinking they were invincible, only to fail to last even one round in actual combat. Drank is the highest, but even if you defeat a Drank demon beast here, you'll still need to complete missions to actually advance. His tone carried a hint of mockery. Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. Even though these are simulated demon beasts that won't kill you, getting injured is inevitable. Bai Xiao quietly tugged at Su Ming's sleeve, lowering her voice to persuade him. Su Ming, challenging an ranked demon beast would be enough for us. Even veteran investigators can barely handle Drank demon beasts in single combat. Don't be reckless. Su Ming caught the worry in her eyes, feeling warmth in his heart. He reached out to ruffle her hair, his tone firm. No problem, I'll challenge the Drank demon beast. He withdrew his hand, looked around, and spoke in a voice that wasn't loud but was crystal clear. I want to prove that the strength of an awakening lies in the person who uses it, not in its type. Boom. The crowd of onlookers erupted, their chatter flooding the examination hall like a tidal wave. Holy crap, are young people this cocky nowadays? Going straight for Drank. Yeah, probably just showing off in front of that girl. It'll be fun when he starts begging for help. Humph, just another useless object-type awakener. They're only strong right after awakening. What could he possibly prove? The Bureau really should change the rules and stop letting people like him take up spots. Mockery arose from all sides. Bai Xiao clenched her clothes tightly, while Su Ming remained as calm as still water. He walked to the weapon rack and scanned it. No familiar Guandao, so he grabbed a well-balanced Pu Dao instead. The blade scraped against metal, sending sparks flying. Qin Rixing, who was overseeing the assessment, noticed this and raised an eyebrow slightly before quickly returning to his cold demeanor. He swiped rapidly on his tablet, calling up the Drank Demon Beast trial. News traveled fast within Special Unit 5-inch. A newbie is challenging Drank right off the bat. Spectators swarmed in, even alerting the big shots within the Bureau. Elder Yun, what do you think of this young man? Director Wei, wearing a black cloak and gold-rimmed glasses, stood with his hands behind his back, studying Su Ming in the arena with great interest. Beside him stood Yun Dingtian, white-haired and ramrod straight, his imposing aura keeping others at a distance. Among current object-type awakeners, the strongest is Yin Shisan with his sword. He had peak rank strength right after awakening and killed a Drank demon beast in his first assessment. Yun Dingtian's voice was hoarse. Swords are naturally suited for killing, unlike Su Ming's mask. I think this kid is being too ambitious. Director Wei shrugged. Elder Yun, your people-reading skills are still as poor as ever. Look how calm and composed he's been throughout. Clearly, he has considerable confidence. Perhaps he'll surprise us. The Zhensheng branch hasn't produced any decent young talent in ages. Humph, then we shall see. Yun Dingtian snorted coldly, mentally noting Su Ming's name. In the center of the arena, Su Ming was unaware that he had already caught the attention of the higher-ups. He let the Pu Dao drag along the ground, carving a deep groove in the dark surface, his gaze locked firmly ahead. Qin Rixing's fingers moved rapidly. Points of light gathered, and in the blink of an eye, a massive serpentine shadow materialized before Su Ming. The Qingang rock python. A Drank demon beast, 30 meters long, with scales made of Qingang rock, boasting top-tier defense among its rank. For someone attempting to fight above their level, this was absolutely the worst possible opponent. Clearly, this beast's appearance was no coincidence. Seeing that Su Ming seemed unaware of the difficulty, Bai Xiao quickly called out a warning. Su Ming, this demon beast is called the Qingang rock python. It mainly attacks by constricting. Its scales have extremely strong defense, and its weak points are the eyes and the reverse scale under its neck. Shut up. Who told you to help him? From the crowd, Wang Wu suddenly shoved Bai Xiao. She staggered backward, nearly falling, her voice cutting off abruptly. Wang Wu's face was dark with jealousy. Today should have been his moment to shine. But Su Ming had stolen all the spotlight, especially with those two big shots watching. If Su Ming failed, he could become the center of attention again. Su Ming caught sight of Bai Xiao being pushed, and flames suddenly rose in his chest. He had originally had no intention of targeting anyone, but there were always people who wanted to step on him to climb higher. Fine, then he would make them understand that the easy target before them was exactly the kind of person they couldn't afford to provoke. He lowered his stance slightly, Pu Dao against the ground, legs coiled like springs. The next second, his body shot forward like an arrow released from its bow, suddenly breaking through the air, charging straight toward the Qinggang rock python. Charge! Su Ming rushed toward the Qinggang rock serpent without hesitation, his figure like an arrow released from its bowstring, carrying an air of unwavering determination. Has he lost his mind? This is suicide. Just a clown wasting our time. The Special Unit 5 investigators outside the testing ground erupted in disbelief, as if witnessing an absurd hallucination. This newcomer, barely awakened and fresh to the organization, dared to face alone a class demon beast that even veterans avoided fighting solo. This was a monster whose scales couldn't even be pierced by standard pistol bullets. Ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Su Ming didn't look back, nor did he have time to address their doubts. The distance rapidly disappeared beneath his feet as the putrid stench in the air grabbed everyone's senses like an invisible giant hand. The aura of death closed in as the gray-blue serpent's tail rose high, stretching over 10 meters, ready to crush this overconfident insect into pulp. A barely perceptible smile curved Su Ming's lips as his divine consciousness touched the system. A crimson Guangdong opera mask silently materialized in his palm, cold light reflecting off the fierce patterns carved into its surface. He slowly pressed it to his facebang. The moment the mask made contact, the testing ground's lights suddenly dimmed, as if drained of power. Pour the wine and wait. I shall return shortly. Guangdong opera mask passive ability body of a war general activated. Wild heroic spirit surged from his core to his limbs as Su Ming seemed to transform into a fierce general charging across ancient battlefields, his speed tripling instantly. His figure became a blur that vanished from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. So fast. What? He can accelerate even more. Is this guy a superhuman awakener? No, it's that mask. Look at his mask. Exclamations erupted one after another. Director Wei's pupils contracted sharply, a faint blue light flashing in his eyes as he locked on his Su Ming. Speed enhancement from a mask was extremely rare among item-type awakeners. This moment alone was enough for all observers to retract their clown assessment. Without the complete control that comes from being possessed by Lord Guan himself, Su Ming wasn't skilled with this sudden power and didn't dare be careless. He fixed his gaze on a black reverse scale beneath the serpent's neck, wind beneath his feet, as he charged forward with his trailing Dao blade. The blade's edge flashed red as flames erupted, like pouring oil on heated iron. Clang! Su Ming roared as he twisted his waist, his arm muscles bulging as the Dao blade carved out a blazing arc of light, striking hard against that reverse scale. Taiyuan flame blade. The blade penetrated 3 inches into flesh as the searing heat instantly ignited bodily fluids, like gunpowder exploding. The Qinggang rock serpent let out a piercing shriek, its massive body thrashing within the testing ground with thunderous crashes that sent thick dust billowing into the air. Su Ming gripped his blade and retreated several steps, slightly stunned himself. He had merely enchanted the Dao blade with magic, so why was the power so overwhelming? Through the dust, someone whispered in shock. Incredible. Qinggang rock serpents prefer darkness and fear fire. Though called rock, Qinggang is actually wood, and its sap is highly flammable. How did Su Ming know to attack its weakness with fire? Bai Xiao stared in stunned disbelief at Su Ming, who had already retreated to a safe distance in the arena. Despite her shock, she didn't forget to shout a timely reminder. Su Ming, when the blue steel rock snake encounters fire, its scales will spread apart hats when it's most vulnerable. Wang Wu had no time to respond to her, but his mind was a whirlwind of emotions. An item-type awakener who could conjure fire? Wasn't that supposed to be a natural type ability? Could it really be that I'm the weakest one here? In the arena, the simple blade in Su Ming's hand was still burning. With a gentle flick, the handle traced an elegant flourish, and the flames immediately died out, leaving only traces of char. This wasn't some rare awakening ability. The Nuo techniques he'd brought from his previous life were essentially stage magic. Su Ming had used high-frequency friction to rapidly heat the blade, then relied on the enhanced physical constitution granted by the Nuo mask's passive effect to explode into action at the moment of his strike, creating sparks. These sparks ignited the kerosene he'd already sprayed on the blade, creating what appeared to be a mystical, flaming sword. As for the kerosene, it was only natural for a stage magician to carry props and a few lighters. Even he was surprised that it had made the blue steel rock snake howl in agony. The blue steel rock snake indeed began to cool down. Its heavy, rocky scales trembled slightly as white steam rose from the gaps between them. Snakes were cold-blooded creatures after all, and even becoming demons couldn't change their nature. They could only dissipate heat by spreading their scales. Now's my chance. Su Ming kicked off the ground, his figure shooting forward like an arrow from a bow, covering dozens of meters in just a few steps. His simple blade spun in windmill-like afterimages, the crimson Nuo mask stern and cold as he charged like a flying dragon ascending to the heavens. The blade flashed, and where the cold gleam passed the snake's head flew high into the air. The expected spray of blood never came. The massive snake's body instantly shattered into countless points of digital light that dispersed without a trace across the examination ground. Dead silence. If not for the crisscrossing cracks on the ground, no one would have believed a drank demon beast had just been slain here. Su Ming, Grade E evaluation, average potential, standard training. Qin Rixin's voice broke the silence, immediately triggering an uproar. What? Didn't he just kill a drank? Shouldn't he be rated D? Item type awakeners have low potential to begin with. Killing one drank only counts as average. Special 5th Academy really is fair. Haha, I feel better now. Bai Xiaoxiao pushed through the crowd, her face flushed red as she demanded. Why? Su Ming clearly met the assessment requirements. What gives you the right to still rate him a rank? Qin Rixin looked up, lit a cigarette, and said with casual indifference, see for yourself. Everyone followed his gaze to see Su Ming looking down at the simple blade in his hands, now broken in two. The fire had died out, and if the snake's scales had still been there, they could have closed instantly. The blade, having lost its resilience from the rapid temperature changes, had only managed to cut halfway through the snake's neck on that final strike, failing to break the bone. The blue steel rock snake could have easily counterattacked in a bloody frenzy, and Su Ming, having lost his weapon, would have had no means left to break through its defenses. Qin Rixin exhaled a puff of smoke. I'll admit he has strength approaching drank, but that's relying on external tools and knowledge of demon beast behavior. Demon beasts are already the simplest category in our missions. You think we should send him to deal with ghosts and spirits? Rating him drank would actually harm him. Now do you still think I'm wrong? Bai Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, her face turning pale, but she couldn't say another word. Qin Rixin chuckled softly. For an item type awakener, getting an average potential rating and qualifying for standard training is already enough. Don't be ungrateful. He held his cigarette as warm ash fell from his fingertips. A streak of cold light suddenly flashed by. A flash of cold light pierced the air. Qin Rixin stared at the cigarette that had suddenly extinguished between his fingers, his brow furrowed so deeply that his entire face looked as dark as heavy lead. Behind him, half a broken blade was embedded firmly in the concrete wall, its handle still vibrating at high speed, buzzing like a mosquito drilling into bone. In the arena, Su Ming, wearing a Nuo mask, looked up, his eyes gleaming with terrifying brightness through the mask's slits. Instructor Qin, the assessment isn't over yet. He licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a provocative smile. Why don't you come down and give me some guidance? On the viewing platform, Director Wei slapped his knee and burst into laughter. How about that? Look at this young man, that wild energy coursing through him. He nudged Yun Dingtian beside him with his elbow. Doesn't he remind you of yourself 20 years ago, when you stormed into the Yun family ancestral hall, carrying the Overlord's spear? Yun Dingtian crossed his arms and snorted coldly. Him? He's still far from it. Though his words were harsh, they couldn't hide the fleeting concern that flashed in his eyes. Qin Rixin flicked his fingers to crush the cigarette, but his black combat boot stepped on the railing, leaving a dent in the hard metal. The next second, he crashed into the testing ground like a falling boulder, sending spiderweb cracks rippling across the floor. Insolent brat, wearing some ridiculous shamanic mask and daring to challenge an instructor? He yanked open his collar buttons with one hand, revealing hideous claw marks across his collarbone, his voice cold enough to freeze. Today, I'll show you what a real level standard looks like. Su Ming raised an eyebrow and twisted his neck, producing crisp cracking sounds. You're insulting my family's Nuo mask? Good. Don't beg for mercy later. In a corner of the stands, Bai Xiaoxiao's knuckles turned white from gripping so tightly. This is bad, really bad. How could he provoke Instructor Qin? Su Ming hasn't even practiced any cultivation techniques. How could he possibly beat him? She frantically pulled out her phone and tapped on her pinned contact by Qingqiu's special operations team. The call was answered before it could ring twice. A cool female voice accompanied by the clash of metal. Speak. Sis, I have a friend, and he's currently being. Friend? Male or female? Bai Qingqiu's tone was sharp and brooked no argument. Bai Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless. After a moment, Bai Qingqiu's voice softened. Tell me first, what's the matter that requires you to call me for help? Bai Xiaoxiao quickly explained the situation and anxiously pleaded. Sis, can you contact some friends in Zhenjun? Qin Rixin is bullying a newcomer. This is so unfair to Su Ming. There was silence on the other end for several seconds, followed by a light chuckle. Relax. Given Director Wei's personality, he's probably already there and won't let your friend get hurt. She paused, then added, "Besides, I suspect your friend isn't as simple as you think. Senior investigators nowadays don't discriminate against item-type awakeners anymore. Remember Yin-Shur-san? He was once mocked for his useless sword, but just last month he used the Azure Frost sword to cleave through a level disaster. You might want to wait and see." While the atmosphere on the phone call had eased somewhat, Su Ming in the arena suddenly felt his body grow heavy, his legs stumbling as cold sweat seeped out from beneath his mask. Qin Rixing's lips curved upward. "Ah, you've noticed, haven't you?" Qin Rixing sneered coldly and mocked. "You dare use your awakened abilities without restraint when you haven't even practiced any cultivation techniques? So what if you're an artifact-type awakener? You're just a child swinging a sword too heavy for you. You won't last more than a few swings." "I see," Su Ming thought to himself. The first time Lord Guan possessed him to fight, ending the battle with a single strike, he hadn't noticed anything unusual. But now, after wearing the Nuo mask for an extended period, it seemed as if countless tiny tentacles were extending from within the mask, clinging tightly to his face and greedily absorbing his vital energy. "System, what's happening? Does my Nuo mask also require cultivation techniques to operate?" Su Ming urgently questioned in his mind. Ding, according to system detection, due to the host's weak physical body being unable to wear the Nuo mask for extended periods, it is necessary to strengthen your own energy by practicing the cultivation techniques of this world. The mechanical prompt remained as cold and indifferent as always. "This damn system should have told me earlier." Su Ming cursed silently. Originally, he could have fought Qin Rixing using the Guangong Nuo mask, and he had wanted to use this opportunity to vindicate his family's Nuo masks. All that talk about artifact-type awakeners being weak was nonsense. But now, he was in big trouble and would likely embarrass himself. While he was feeling frustrated, a strange stirring suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. Before he could sense what it was, Qin Rixing across from him could no longer contain himself, and his figure instantly vanished. So fast. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. Qin Rixing hadn't even activated any special abilities, yet could burst forth with such speed. "What are you looking at? I haven't even used my abilities yet, and you're already stunned." A cold voice suddenly exploded behind him. His hair stood on end instantly. Su Ming reflexively performed a forward roll, narrowly avoiding the sneak attack from behind. Quick reflexes, I'll give you that." The hand strike aimed at Su Ming's neck missed its target, and Qin Rixing let out a light sound of surprise before snapping his fingers with a crisp snap. Whoosh. His vision suddenly blurred. Su Ming had just gotten up from the ground and hadn't yet determined his bearings when he was shocked to discover he was back in his original position. What the? Boom. Intense pain exploded from his lower back as he was kicked flying. Snap. Another finger snap. Su Ming, clutching his waist, appeared in front of Qin Rixing once again. A massive fist came thundering toward his chest, and he hastily raised his arms to block. Bang! The force penetrated to his bones. Su Ming felt his mind spinning, and the next second, his face felt cold as the Guangong Nuo mask fell to the ground with a clatter, revealing his pale, yet handsome face. Humph. Qin Rixing looked around proudly. "Listen up, other candidates. Don't think you can challenge your seniors just because you think your abilities are impressive. Whether it's special abilities or martial arts, seniors are always stronger. Think my speed is fast? Huh. Any random Kaiyang realm martial artist could do the same." The watching investigators fell silent as cicadas, inevitably feeling some sympathy for Su Ming. This ability to forcibly drag someone back to their original position was truly incomprehensible and enough to drive one to despair. Ha ha ha. Su Ming, with his head lowered, suddenly let out a cold and eerie laugh, his body hunched and trembling slightly. Within the examination hall, a chilling aura gradually began to permeate the air. He want my power? Beg me for it, and I'll help you kill him. Kakik. Heavy, crushing combos hammered down on Su Ming like iron sledgehammers. As his consciousness faded in excruciating pain, just before completely shutting down, a sinister and piercing voice drilled into his mind. "TCH, I'm your master, and you're trying to negotiate with me? Helping me is helping yourself. Did you forget what he said about you earlier? You're the one being looked down upon. You should thank me for letting you out." Su Ming responded with a cold laugh before sinking into darkness. Examination hall. A bone-chilling aura permeated the air, cold enough to form frost on skin. The examiners and investigators felt an inexplicable chill down their spines. Qin Rixing stood at the center of the arena, his expression as dark as stagnant water, eyes fixed on Su Ming, completely unable to figure out what this guy was up to now. Playing tricks. He muttered under his breath, snapped his fingers with a crisp snap, stepped into a bow stance to gather power, his fist seemingly wreathed in black mist. "Since you're so good at taking hits, have another punch." Su Ming was pulled toward him, his thin frame suspended in midair as the massive fist came rushing down. A gleeful laugh exploded without warning. Qin Rixing's muscles tensed instantly as he instinctively backflipped to create distance. Who's laughing like a ghost? Su Ming was released, back to his original position, but didn't fall down. just stood there motionless with his head lowered. Su Ming, Qin Rixin called out cautiously. A voice completely unlike Su Ming's spilled from his mouth, bone-chillingly cold. The price of power? Your blood will pay for it. Thud. With his back to the crowd, Su Ming's neck twisted 180 degrees with a sharp crack, revealing a grotesque, ghostly face with blue-green skin, protruding fangs, and bulging eyes to everyone present. A ghost. Someone screamed on the spot. There's an anomaly invasion at Special Unit 5. Call for backup. The stands erupted in chaos as several timid rookie investigators went weak in the knees, nearly wetting themselves. At that moment, a tall figure in a black cloak silently landed in front of the crowd's escape route. What's all the panic? Your investigators, open your eyes and look carefully. That's nothing but a mask. Everyone looked up, their breathing collectively stopping Director Wei. Director Wei's gaze locked onto Su Ming like lightning, though his mind was already in turmoil. This kid has more than one mask and can switch between them at will? Could this be an item summoning ability? With his seasoned experience, he instantly grasped part of the truth. Qin Rixin in the arena had no mind to pay attention to the stance. The overwhelming killing intent washing over him was driving him mad, his body's instincts repeatedly warning him run. But his position as instructor made him grit his teeth and suppress his fear. Su Ming, stop playing games. If you've got the guts. Before he could finish, the blue-black ghostly face suddenly enlarged before his eyes, Su Ming's icy breath brushing against his skin. Shit. Qin Rixin's curse had barely left his lips when another crisp snap sounded by his ear, and Su Ming's figure instantly returned to its original position. Cold sweat trickled down Qin Rixin's forehead. Though he maintained his composure on the surface, thoughts of surrender had already emerged. No way. He couldn't last much longer in this state. As long as he couldn't hit me, I could wear him down. Having made up his mind, he abandoned direct confrontation, deciding to exhaust his opponent through a war of attrition. Raising his right hand again, Qin Rixin prepared to reset his own position. He called this supernatural ability Echoes of the Instant. It could not only restore an enemy's spatial position to where they were 3 seconds ago, but also record his own current location. By writing coordinates into the echo, he could instantly teleport back to any moment within the day, making it a natural technique perfectly suited for assassination and ambush. Qin Rixin had already formulated his battle strategy, continuously record and delete coordinates while constantly reverting Su Ming's position by 3 seconds, ensuring his opponent could never pin him down. Once Su Ming was exhausted, he would show this prodigious talent what an instructor's tender care truly meant. At this thought, a cold smile crept across his lips, confident of his victory. I admit you're a genius, but today's victor is. Just as he was about to announce the result, a soft chuckle suddenly whispered in his ear. What are you talking about, instructor? Oh no. Qin Rixin's entire body trembled. He hadn't even noticed when Su Ming had gotten close, and almost instinctively snapped his fingers to revert his opponent's position. Splurt scalding blood splashed across the concrete, creating a crimson spray. The next second, Su Ming appeared cheerfully back at the starting point, as if he had never moved, except his right hand now held a still dripping, severed arm. Ah, my hand. Damn it, you maniac, this is just an assessment. Qin Rixin let out an agonizing scream, blood fontaining from his empty sleeve. Boom, the watching crowd erupted. No one had expected a newcomer who had awakened just that day to so decisively sever an instructor's entire arm. Su Ming. Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock, speechless. Only now was she certain she had truly struck gold. Bai Qingxiu hadn't misjudged. Su Ming was indeed a master hiding his true abilities. As the scene spiraled out of control, Yun Dingdi frowned and stepped forward, only to be stopped by a laughing voice. Hey, old Yun, don't rush. It's just a severed arm, it can be reattached. The speaker was Director Wei, his tone casual, yet firmly blocking Yun Dingdi's path. How can someone who can't even control their own power be worthy of being our partner? Let's watch the show a bit longer. Yun Dingdi met Director Wei's azure-glowing eyes and had no choice but to halt. In that vision, Su Ming was enveloped by a greenish spectral figure with a grotesque face and ghostly aura. Had it not been harmless to Su Ming, Director Wei would have purified it with a single punch long ago. Among the awakened, it wasn't unheard of to manipulate malevolent spirits, but this was Director Wei's first encounter with someone who could achieve spirit possession. The specter tripled Su Ming's speed entirely. The secret seemed to lie in that mask. If Su Ming could hear Director Wei's speculation at this moment, he would gladly explain his Nuo mask's origins. Earlier, when nearly exhausted, his desperate craving for power and fury at Qin Rixin's desecration of the Nuo mask had triggered a resonance with a ghostly Nuo mask. At that moment, he had only one thought. Being unable to hit or touch his opponent was utterly frustrating. If only he could chop off that damn hand. The moment this desire arose, it summoned this brutal, swift, yet insecure and prideful blue-black Nuo mask. The Yiksha Nuo mask. Yiksha, also known as the Swift Ghost, with a blue face and protruding fangs, a head like a camel's hump, fierce and grotesque. The Yiksha clan was divided into three types. Those who could fly bore wings on their backs, with hair like flames alternating between blue and red. Those who burrowed underground devoured humans as they traveled, with eyes atop their heads in triangular or square shapes. Those who entered the sea had indigo skin and bald heads, often kidnapping children to drown them. However, the Yiksha clan had also received divine fortune. The Yiksha clan was fortunate to be recruited by the Dragon King and became righteous deities of the Water Palace. Since then, they had carved this debt of gratitude into their very bloodline. At this moment, Ming dared to publicly threaten the Yiksha ghost, because his confidence came from the figure on his family's Nuo mask Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea. You damn Qin Rixing dare to insult my family's Nuo mask? Won't my buddy Ao Guang deal with you? He cracked his knuckles while lifting his head to reveal a sinister smile. Instructor, do you still think my Nuo mask is trash? Didn't you say item type abilities are all weak with mediocre potential? Then how did I manage to dislocate your arm? Ha ha ha. The eerie laughter of Yiksha Ming echoed through the training ground, making the watching investigators' hair stand on end. Someone muttered lunatic under their breath, while Wang Wu's legs went weak. Had cursed the loudest earlier and now nearly wet himself. Qin Rixing's face turned deathly pale. After taking a deep breath to regain composure, his eyes turned ice cold like blades. Ming, I admit you have some skill. We have plenty of time ahead of us to settle this slowly. I'll make you understand what it means to respect teachers and value morality. After delivering his threat, he completely relaxed. If he had to take a loss today, so be it. Ming wouldn't dare kill an instructor. Just a trainee investigator who had barely entered the Special Fifth Institute. Even if he had some ability, Qin Rixing had 100 ways to destroy him. That sense of worldly experience churned in his heart. This was just a kid who had never entered society. Yeah, if I were you, I'd wait until Ming wakes up before making threats. The Yiksha phantom emerged from Ming's body, speaking in a menacing whisper. If I killed you, I bet your flesh would be quite fragrant. As the words fell, Ming's body shot forward like a ghost, even leaving an afterimage in place. Qin Rixing's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with frantic regret. He should have trained his left hand to snap fingers. Bang! The blue-black grotesque ghost mask suddenly froze in front of his chest, and a drop of cold sweat slid down his forehead. Before he could react, Ming's neck was already locked in a death grip by a thick, powerful arm, the force like an iron hoop. Yun Dingshan, appearing from nowhere, was restraining Ming from behind. Cough cough. Old sir, what's your line of work? Ming coughed from the chokehold, but still spoke politely, casually raising his hand in a gesture. Yun Dingtian followed the direction of that hand and saw the kid's 5 fingers, which had nearly pierced through Qin Rixing's chest, with the middle finger prominently extended. You were awake all along, weren't you? Yun Dingtian said in a deep voice. Ming withdrew his hand and scratched his cheek. Huh? I don't know, just woke up. In fact, he had awakened just before the Yiksha charged out. Kill an instructor? Was he crazy? The Special Fifth Institute was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. She might not succeed, and even if he did, he'd end up in prison. He wasn't stupid enough to smash his iron rice bowl before it even got warm. So he had only given Qin Rixing the middle finger to show his disdain, never expecting to draw out a big shot like Yun Dingtian. Old Yun, I told you this kid was fine, yet you're still so nervous. Laughter came from the doorway. Director Wei entered the room. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, light blue eyes gleamed with a subtle light, as if they could see through people's hearts. Under that gaze, Ming felt as though all his secrets had nowhere to hide. Ming, Director Wei spoke solemnly. I apologize to you in my capacity as director of the Xiansheng Special Fifth Institute. The Special Fifth Institute should not discriminate against any awakened ability. Qin Rixing has violated professional ethics, and I will suspend him and dock his pay. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold this against him. Director Wei said with a smile, taking the lead and expressing his stance. Ming observed this, weighing his options. Since the director himself had already apologized with such humility, there was no need to be unforgiving. Going with the flow would be more beneficial. So, in front of everyone, he removed the Yiksha Nuo mask, and with a flick of his fingers, the fierce ghostly face was instantly absorbed into the system. Ding! The pleasant system notification chimed like metal striking metal, crisp and clear. Congratulations, host, for resonating with a new Nuo mask. You have obtained Yiksha Nuo mask. Great Nuo 1. Yiksha Nuo mask skill description. 1. Swift ghost, passive due to unique physical structure. Host possesses extreme speed far beyond ordinary humans. 2. Water Palace deity, passive though an evil spirit, still a Water Palace civil servant. Host combat effectiveness is greatly enhanced in rivers, lakes, and seas. 3. Malevolent frenzy, active, unleashes inner nature, tripling speed for 30 seconds. Having easily acquired another Nuo mask, Ming's lips curved slightly upward. In his mind, on the virtual wall of the Su family ancestral hall, a new mask with a blue-green face and protruding fangs appeared. filling him with a sense of achievement and lifting his spirits. You're too kind, Director. We were merely sparring for evaluation purposes. He held up Qin Rixin's severed arm, still dripping blood, and casually waved it around. I'm sure Instructor Qin wasn't deliberately targeting me, right? Instructor, is my performance now sufficient for Drank? Su Ming turned his head, his gaze sharp as a cold blade, making Qin Rixin's hair stand on end. Just moments ago, he truly thought he was going to die on that platform. Especially remembering the mocking middle finger the other had raised, the humiliation was unbearable. But with inferior skills and his arm in the other's possession, he could only grit his teeth and speak. Su Ming, rating? Drank. He stole a glance at Director Wei, who was subtly blinking in signal. Qin Rixin sighed inwardly and had to add. Potential exceptional, worthy of intensive cultivation. Whoosh, the watching investigators erupted in commotion. Drank? How long has it been since someone received Drank on their first evaluation? And its artifact type. Exceptional potential for artifact EPM, eye dreaming. Monster, another prodigy. The shock wasn't unexpected. Special Unit 5 only had 4 potential ratings. Poor, average, excellent, exceptional. Those who received exceptional almost invariably advanced to rank or higher. Logically, even in defeat, Qin Rixin wouldn't give Su Ming such a high evaluation. Artifact type abilities had limited improvement potential, and who could guarantee this Yiksha Nuo mask wasn't his entire arsenal? However, with Director Wei's meaningful look, he had no choice but to change his assessment. Exceptional? Drank. Su Ming, you're amazing. I can finally get my permanent position, thank you. Bai Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her excitement in the stands, looking as if she might rush down and give Su Ming a bear hug at any moment. At this moment, the faint blue light in Director Wei's eyes slowly receded. Through mental probing, he had completed his data collection on Su Ming. He gave the highest evaluation precisely because the facility had a technique perfectly suited to Su Ming, one that required exceptional aptitude to practice. If successful, Zhensheng might witness the birth of another top-tier investigator. Su Ming, come with me. As an investigator with exceptional potential, Zhensheng Special Unit 5 will provide you with exclusive technique options. Director Wei beckoned with a cheerful smile. Su Ming nodded, gestured to Bai Xiaoxiao with a call you later sign, then casually tossed the severed arm back into Qin Rixin's arms and walked forward with a grin. The two proceeded deeper into Special Unit 5. Along the way, security posts were densely positioned with layer upon layer of screening devices, creating an increasingly tense atmosphere. When they reached an iris recognition door, Director Wei broke the silence. Su Ming, do you know how the most powerful techniques in Special Unit 5 came to be? How did it come about? Why are you asking this? Su Ming scratched his head, looking somewhat puzzled. Director Wei smiled at him and began to explain like a teacher giving a lecture. Most of the cultivation techniques we practice today come from the insights of our predecessors. But have you ever wondered how they developed these insights? Did they just appear out of thin air, purely from imagination? Su Ming pondered for a moment. Right? You don't think those techniques were just made up by our ancestors, do you? If this had been before meeting Qin Rixin, he might not have paid much attention to cultivation techniques. But after witnessing Qin Rixin's superhuman speed and strength firsthand, his interest was piqued both for physical strengthening and to power the ritual mask. Being a 3-minute man every time was just too embarrassing. Whenever I mention cultivation techniques, I must mention one person, Jiang Wang. Director Wei's expression grew solemn. Today's martial arts ranking system and cultivation framework all originated from him. He developed both the martial arts ranking system and the techniques? That's incredible. Su Ming was momentarily stunned. Director Wei's statement essentially declared that the entire martial system used by today's awakened individuals was almost entirely attributed to Jiang Wang alone. Yes, martial realms are currently divided into 9 levels, from highest to lowest. 9th level Tianshu realm, 8th level Tianxian realm, 7th level Tianji realm, 6th level Tianquan realm, 5th level Yuhing realm, 4th level Kaiyang realm, 3rd level Yaoguang realm, 2nd level Dongming realm, and 1st level Yinyuan realm. These levels don't conflict with awakening grade generally. Those with higher martial levels also have higher awakening grades. I see, the martial realm divisions are quite detailed. Su Ming marveled inwardly. No wonder Bai Xiaoxiao had repeatedly suggested he must study martial arts. As they spoke, the two had entered an ancient-style building. The hall was packed with 9 floors of cultivation manuals, history books, miscellaneous texts, and ancient volumes, with towering bookshelves of varying heights that were dizzying to behold. Su Ming randomly pulled down a few cultivation manuals to look at their covers. Sunflower manual. To practice this technique, one must first castrate oneself. Sacred scripture of procreation. Embrace reproduction, create new life. Operational guide from sow to pig, demons rule supreme. A wave of revulsion hit him, and he immediately shoved the manuals back into place. Director Wei, aren't there any normal cultivation techniques? Su Ming's face looked grim. Director Wei laughed heartily. Why are you in such a rush, boy? This is the first floor. Most techniques here are donated by civilians, so you'll find all sorts of bizarre things. The real treasures are on the ninth floor. He stopped teasing and led Su Ming straight to the top floor. The top floor displayed only 9 independent bookshelves, each sealed behind transparent glass with high-tech electronic screens beside them, making these techniques appear extraordinarily precious. Director Wei stood before one of the shelves and pressed his palm against the screen. Ding! Came a crisp sound as the glass panel slowly lowered, and he reached in to retrieve a yellowed scroll. Su Ming, this is a visualization diagram that has been passed down since ancient times, yet its origin remains untraceable. I asked you earlier where techniques come from. Now I can tell you that the earliest martial texts originated from visualization. With that, he flicked the scroll open with one hand. A scene beyond Su Ming's expectations appeared before his eyes. The scroll shimmered with golden light, depicting a female figure wearing a brilliant star crown, draped in magnificent celestial robes, surrounded by stellar radiance, standing majestically within the painting. With 3 eyes, 4 faces, and 8 arms, holding various ritual implements, the figure radiated dignity and sacred presence without showing anger. Su Ming couldn't help but swallow hard, whispering the answer that came to mind. Domu Yuanjun. You recognize the person in this image? Director Wei raised an eyebrow, his voice filled with undeniable surprise. Seeing this reaction, Su Ming hesitated for a moment. Could it be that this world had no legends of Domu Yuanjun? They didn't even recognize Lord Guan. Director Wei didn't notice Su Ming's hesitation and continued. I suppose you wouldn't know either. We mobilized the entire nation's resources and searched through nearly 500 years of historical records, but found absolutely nothing. Most likely this portrait doesn't originate from Earth at all. Hearing the nearly 500 years time frame, Su Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Trying to find traces of Domu Yuanjun in just 500 years? If they really wanted to investigate, they'd need to go back 5,000 years. Director Wei handed over the portrait. I'm lending this to you for a while. As a benefit for exceptional potential newcomers, you can use this visualization image to practice visualization techniques first. It's usually more compatible with oneself. Su Ming solemnly accepted it with both hands. The portrait felt heavy and emanated a gentle warmth. After all, it was an image of the mother of all stars, not to be treated carelessly. Thank you, Director. No matter what, I'll remember this kindness. He clasped his hands and bowed. Since arriving in this world and losing both parents, this was the first time he'd felt such long-missed care from an elder. Director Wei patted his shoulder, his voice rough but cheerful. Don't be so sentimental. It's not a free gift either. There's an internal exchange meeting at Special Unit 5 in a month, with all branches participating. I plan to have you represent us and show them just how powerful item-type abilities can be. Don't let me down. You can count on me, Director. Su Ming thumped his chest and accepted the mission gladly. Having someone clearly state their expectations made him feel more at ease. Inexplicable kindness was the hardest to repay. After bidding farewell to Director Wei, he returned to the dormitory prepared for investigators at Special Unit 5. According to regulations, he was still a trainee investigator, but today's citywide commotion had made the logistics department very accommodating. They'd given him a single room directly. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw a pink-haired girl busily organizing things with a black and white panda tent set up in the center of the room. What's this about? Startled by his voice, the girl jumped, then turned around and broke into a bright smile upon recognizing him. Welcome home, Su Ming. White Xiao from Support Unit 3's official staff reporting for duty. Clearly, due to Su Ming's performance in the assessment, Bai Xiao had also been promoted to official staff. Su Ming was momentarily speechless. He wanted to complain but was afraid of dampening the girl's enthusiasm, so he could only point at the tent. That tent. Bai Xiao blinked and smiled. The tent is for me. From now on, I'm your dedicated support personnel. Elder Yun said that because your performance in the assessment was too frightening, many people find you unstable. So currently, I'm the only one assigned to support you. Unstable? Su Ming sneered inwardly. Having offended Qin Rixin, coupled with being merely an object-type awakener with limited potential, this was the real reason he was being questioned. Director Wei's forcibly given high evaluation hadn't changed everyone's prejudice, just like how no amount of explanation could convince some people that Earth wasn't the center of the universe. Fortunately, only Bai Xiao was assigned to him this time. Otherwise, Su Ming really wanted to have another talk with Director Wei's abilities were different from other awakeners, and being watched always led to problems. Even if he had to team up in the future, he planned to observe for a while first. However, Bai Xiao directly moved her tent over to live with him. Su Ming silently complained. Wasn't this girl afraid he might lose control in the middle of the night? Well, even if you're my dedicated support, you don't need to live with me, right? Su Ming maintained his smile, trying to be tactful. This is just a regular studio apartment with no guest room, which makes daily life inconvenient. How about I apply to the director to arrange a dormitory nearby for you? As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiao froze for 3 seconds, Then tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Woo woo woo. Su Ming, you're disgusted with me, aren't you? I know I'm stupid and cowardly, and many people don't want to team up with me. I only became a full-time employee because I latched onto you. Am I being too greedy? Getting promoted without even doing a single mission with you, and still not knowing when to stop. I understand now. I'll pack my things and leave right away. Su Ming immediately felt overwhelmed and quickly waved his hands. No. How could I be disgusted with you? You're my only friend in the entire Special Unit 5. I don't know anyone else from the other support teams. I asked you to move out because I snore at night. Yes, really loudly, and it would disturb you. Before he could finish, Bai Xiao had already turned around, picked up a small yellow duck backpack from the corner, unzipped it, and dumped everything onto the bed. Clink clank, countless bottles and jars scattered everywhere. It's okay, I came prepared. She pointed seriously. This one's for snoring, this one's for foot odor, this one's for sleep talking. Su Ming, don't worry, whether you burp, fart, or have nightmares. I have medicine for everything. They're all newly developed by Special Unit 5. I got them with my sister's medical insurance. All for you. At this point, her face turned slightly red, and she added, besides, my sister says I snore too, but not loudly. If you mind, I can cover my mouth. The main thing is I'm a heavy sleeper, so if you suddenly get called for a mission in the middle of the night, even phone calls won't wake me up. So living together is most convenient. Seeing her serious expression, Su Ming sighed. Since the girl didn't mind, insisting further would seem pretentious. All right, you can stay here. But can you really sleep well in a tent? How about you take the bed, and I'll use the tent? He had intended to show some concern, but when Bai Xiao lifted the tent flap, the interior scene left Su Ming completely speechless. Inside the small tent was the most advanced Titan portable computer available, a sleeping bag that looked like a biopod, countless stuffed animals, and even a safe. Bai Xiao's face flushed red. Su Ming, the safe isn't because I'm worried you'll steal my things, no. That's not what I mean. It's just that I keep my personal undergarments in there, so it's better to store them separately. Her flustered explanation only made things more awkward. Su Ming rubbed his forehead and chuckled. This girl always gave him the impression she was pretending to be naive and innocent. And so, an unexpected cohabitation quietly began. Life settled into a temporary routine. During the day, Su Ming immersed himself in studying the visualization diagram of Demu Yuanjun. At night, the tent frequently echoed with rapid clicking sounds of mouse and keyboard. He could easily picture Bai Xiao hunched over her glowing screen, completely absorbed in her games. As an intern, Su Ming was assigned only one investigation task for his first month, with no fixed patrol territory, leaving him plenty of time for cultivation. Beyond visualization practice, he focused his energy on the Nuo God System. Each Nuo mask's active and passive abilities could only be triggered while wearing it. When wearing the Guangong mask, the Yiksha mask's abilities became completely ineffective. While pondering this limitation, a bold idea struck him. 1. First, wear the Yiksha mask and activate Evil Frenzy, which lasted 30 seconds. 2. Immediately switch to the Guangong mask while the skill remained active. 3. Use the triple speed from Evil Frenzy to execute Flying Dragon Ascendant. If successful, it would be equivalent to creating his own combination technique. The thought of adding another trump card to his arsenal excited him. A week later, deep in the night, starlight streamed through the window onto his back, casting a human silhouette on the wall. Su Ming gazed intently at the portrait of Demu Yuanjun, his mind nearly blank. Suddenly, clouds swept across the moon, making the starlight appear even brighter, and tiny sparks seemed to overflow from the painted goddess. His heart stirred. When he looked up again, Demu Yuanjun's face no longer displayed only solemnity, anger, laughter, sorrow, longing. Layers of emotions shifted in an instant. Along with them appeared ghostly faces, divine faces, Buddha faces, hundreds, thousands, all phenomena interweaving in endless variations. Su Ming grasped his 3 Nuo masks and placed them over his face one by one. In that moment, all confusion dissolved. The method of 1,000 faces, the power of 3 heads and 6 arms. Su Ming thanks the immortal for this teaching. As his words fell, he bowed deeply. Around him materialized the phantom of 3 heads, 6 arms, and 12 faces. She had comprehended the 1,000 transformations formless technique from the visualization diagram and advanced directly to the first stage of the hidden origin realm. Now truly embarked on the martial path, he had much more time at his disposal. On a weekend morning, sunlight filtered through the tent seams. Su Ming prepared 2 cups of instant coffee and handed one to Bai Xiao. Xiao, help me check if there are any suitable tasks for me lately. He added, preferably drank once. His current strength far exceeded what it had been during his fight with Qin Rixin. Since Qin Rixin typically remained stationed at Special Unit 5 handling only drank missions, Su Ming figured he should be capable of the same level. What Su Ming didn't realize was that Qin Rixin served as an instructor precisely because he was among the weaker drank investigators, but that's a story for another time. Bai Xiao rapidly typed on her computer, then asked hesitantly, I found a drank mission on the task platform about investigating missing students at Zhensheng University. Su Ming, should we take it? A student disappearance at Zhensheng University? Su Ming, who had been lounging on his bed scrolling through his phone, suddenly sat bolt upright. He then rolled off the bed and landed barefoot on the floor, silent as a cat. Where is it? Let me see. He crossed the room in a few quick strides and casually lifted the top of Bai Xiaoxiao's camping tent. The tent was a small privacy pod issued by Special Unit 5, its silver-gray fibers gleaming coldly under the lights. Bai Xiaoxiao sat hugging her knees in a folding chair, the laptop screen in front of her blazingly bright. She glanced up at Su Ming without objecting to his intrusion. Come here. She rotated the computer toward him. The screen displayed Special Unit 5's internal network system, its black and gold color scheme stark and imposing. At the top, for blood red characters reading Mission Center, stood out like a brand. This platform was how investigators picked up assignments. Mission Center Jinsheng Branch Classification, D-Level Personnel Restrictions, None. 1. Haishi District Fenglu Murder Case Investigation. 2. Capture of Escaped Undead Entity. 3. Jinsheng University Student Disappearance Investigation. 4. Zookeeper Urban Legend Investigation. The pending missions filled the screen densely, but Su Ming's eyes immediately locked onto the third item. Student disappearance? When did this happen? I haven't heard a whisper about it, he muttered to himself. Bai Xiaoxiao's fingers flew across the keyboard, and within seconds, related news articles flooded the page. July 17th. Female body discovered at Jinsheng University's Wenxin Lake. Security determined it is suicide. July 19th. Breaking. For roommates at Jinsheng University, all receive graduate school recommendations. Does studying really influence each other? July 21st. Bizarre. The 4 recommended students mysteriously vanish from campus. Is it the school's fault or a twist of human nature? Discussion. Why does Jinsheng University echo with women's screams at midnight? Anonymous. Vote for your campus beauty heartthrob. Leave it to the official system to even dig up anonymous posts, Su Ming said with a mix of laughter and disbelief. In the campus heartthrob section, his own name appeared prominently. Su Ming, freshman in the performance department, beloved by upperclasswomen for his handsome looks and athletic build, injured during a performance mishap at the welcome ceremony, currently recovering. The excuse the organization made up for my absence is ridiculous, he thought to himself, wondering how his advisor Jiang Ming had been silenced by Special Unit 5. Su Ming tapped the third line on the screen. Let's take this one. I've been wanting to go back to campus anyway. Only then did reality hit him. Xiao, if I get tied up with missions like this and can't attend classes, what happens to my studies? He had earned his way into this university through genuine merit and saved up for tuition himself. He didn't want to waste it all. Bai Xiaoxiao looked up with a smile. Don't worry. When you graduate, Special Unit 5 will coordinate with the school to provide you with complete academic records and a diploma. She paused. Of course, if you want to study on your own, that's fine too. As long as you complete your required missions, the organization encourages self-directed learning. The internal library and researchers are available for tutoring anytime. That's amazing, Su Ming thought to himself with satisfaction. After a few minutes of processing, Bai Xiaoxiao had accepted the Jinsheng University disappearance case as Su Ming's first investigation assignment. I've forwarded the clues and materials to your phone, Su Ming. Here, this is a tactical eyepiece specially equipped for investigators. It can be used as a walkie-talkie. After Bai Xiaoxiao finished speaking, she handed over a pair of transparent tactical glasses. Su Ming remembered seeing the same model on Xie Yang's face. They looked just like ordinary plain glasses on normal days. But who would have thought they contained so much advanced technology? He pushed the frames behind his ears, and a soft sh sound slid across his eardrums, followed by Xiaoxiao's crisp voice. Hello? 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 Can you hear me, Su Ming? Testing the voice system. I can hear you. I can hear you. Potato, this is Sweet Potato, over. Su Ming couldn't help but joke around. Bai Xiaoxiao was stunned for half a second, then immediately played along. Sweet Potato, I need to go prepare at the support center. You can communicate through the tactical eyepiece for any situation. Please be sure to stay safe, over. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. The support team mostly consisted of ordinary people who didn't need to go to the scene personally. They only needed to monitor the investigator's situation in real time through the eyepiece's built-in camera and provide the most calm and comprehensive advice. The thoroughness and experience of Special Unit 5 was evident from this alone. A black business van pulled up steadily at the entrance of Jinsheng University. The door slid open, and a young man in sportswear first lifted down his backpack, then jumped out of the car. Master, thank you for specially driving me here. Drive carefully on your way back. He waved goodbye to the driver uncle he had chatted with throughout the journey, then looked down at his phone and walked straight toward the campus gate. The crime scene was at Jinsheng University. Disguising himself as a student from the school and slowly investigating while blending in with the crowd was more natural than any other identity. Others might have to find ways to sneak through, but who was Su Ming? One of the campus's top 10 heartthrobs, coming and going as he pleased. When the security guard saw him, he even nodded in acknowledgement. He walked to rest under a large locust tree and casually called his best friend Jiang Ming. Hello. The voice on the other end was hesitant, with a trace of panic. Xiaoming, I'm back. Come out quickly and let's go to the cafeteria. I found a job, so I'm treating you to a good meal. Su Ming deliberately spoke lightly. The other end of the phone suddenly went quiet, followed by a sound like something dropping to the ground. Jiang Ming was so excited that his tone changed. Old Su, you're back? Don't leave, I'll come find you right now. Hearing his brother's excitement, Su Ming felt warmth in his heart. In just one short week, their identities had become worlds apart. Don't come find me, just go straight to the cafeteria. Oh, and call the other two from the dorm. More people meant more fun, and celebrations were more exciting that way. The mission could spare this little time. However, the other end of the phone suddenly fell silent, with faint sobbing sounds. Su Ming's brow furrowed as alertness rose. What's wrong, Xiaoming? Why are you crying? Tell me what happened. Under his comfort, Jiang Ming gradually steadied his emotions in fits and starts, saying with a heavy nasal tone, They can't come anymore. When I woke up yesterday morning, they were gone. Just like those 4 graduate students, they vanished into thin air. I was too scared, so I called the police. The police uncle questioned me all day and only let me rest now, but they won't let me leave the dorm either. Woo woo woo, Su Ming, I'm so scared. Do you think Jiang Ming and Su San are really dead? Dead? You're in the dorm? Don't move. Wait for me to come over. Jiang Ming's voice on the other end of the phone carried a faint tremor. Su Ming's fingertips tightened around his phone as he immediately realized something was seriously wrong. Old Su, there are cops all over outside my door. You won't be able to get in, so don't waste your time coming here. Hello? Hello? Jiang Ming's words cut off abruptly, leaving only a busy tone. The aroma of his meal instantly became unbearable. Su Ming managed only 2 bites before he couldn't swallow anymore. He grabbed his jacket and rushed out of the cafeteria. Running all the way, he crossed the campus and burst into the dormitory building, breathing heavily. His student ID card served as his pass. The card reader beeped, and he quickly climbed the stairs. At the corner of the 5th floor, he stopped short. Several uniformed officers were stationed outside his dorm room. Talking to them was an unfamiliar girl. She was slender with fair skin, wearing a light yellow short-sleeved shirt partially covered by a small fragrant shawl. Her only flaw was her rather flat chest. In the hallway, students who hadn't gone to eat were poking their heads out and whispering among themselves. Miss, student Jiang Ming is currently an important witness and cannot see anyone at the moment, one officer said gently but firmly. Lin Xiaoran frowned and pulled out an ID from her bag, showing it as she spoke. This is my credential. You can contact your superiors to verify it. I'm requesting cooperation, not asking for permission. Her tone was blunt, and the 2 officers' expressions darkened. Even if she really was an investigator from a higher authority, proper procedures had to be followed. She only had one ID, no cooperation order, no notification for safety reasons. They absolutely couldn't let her through. Then please have this comrade coordinate the cooperation matters with our leadership. We're from the West District Branch. Once the cooperation order comes down, we'll naturally let you through. After speaking, the 2 stood shoulder to shoulder, blocking even more tightly. Lin Xiaoran was frustrated by the delay. Already worried about completing her mission, she was now even more irritated. A sharp golden energy gathered at her fingertips, and tiny electric arcs seemed to cut through the air as she prepared to force her way through. Are you threatening us? The officer's eyes turned cold, his hand quietly moving to the gun at his waist. The situation was about to explode. Hey, everyone calm down. Fighting at our dorm room door wouldn't look good, Su Ming said, forcing himself to intervene with a humble smile. Who are you? The officer's tone grew harder. Su Ming didn't rush to explain. He pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. The call was answered after just one ring. Hello? Who is this? The woman's voice was full of energy. Captain Ian, this is Su Ming. He immediately put the phone on speaker. Oh, Su Ming. Is there something you need my help with? Ian was quite an uncommon surname after all. When the 2 officers heard Captain Ian, they immediately realized they were dealing with someone with connections, and their expressions had to soften somewhat. Captain Ian Hongyue got straight to the point and asked directly. Su Ming scratched his head and said somewhat sheepishly, It's nothing major. I picked up a task at Zhensheng University and ran into some colleagues from the West District Branch. I was hoping Captain Ian could arrange for them to cooperate with us. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Ian Hongyue, seasoned from countless battles, immediately caught the subtext and spoke in a low, direct tone. Are you on speakerphone? Let them take the call. Su Ming handed his phone to the 2 officers who had been standing nearby. After exchanging a few quiet words, they looked up with shock written all over their faces and respectfully returned the phone. Mr. Su, we sincerely apologize for not recognizing you earlier. We've been on field duty recently and only heard about your achievements, but never met you in person. Please come in. Your mission takes priority. Ian Hongyue's influence made the branch staff exceptionally courteous towards Su Ming, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, This young lady is also my colleague. Please let her through as well. He gestured toward Lin Xiaoran beside him. The girl paused, surprise flickering in her beautiful eyes. She had already guessed that Su Ming was also a special 5th Division investigator, but she hadn't expected him to voluntarily invite her along after all. The special 5th Division's rule was that whoever completed the task first got the credit, and mutual assistance was rare unless the mission exceeded individual capabilities. Thank you. After a brief acknowledgement, Lin Xiaoran pushed through the door. When faced with situations that were difficult to respond to, she consistently chose to say little. Su Ming reported his safety to Bai Xiaoxiao through his tactical eyepiece and followed her inside. As soon as Lin Xiaoran appeared, Bai Xiaoxiao retrieved her public information and projected it onto the eyepiece for Su Ming to review. Name: Lin Xiaoran. Level: D. Past ability assessment, 1 mission away from awakening. Ability: Nature type, Golden Sharp Force. Effects unknown. Age: 21. Why can't I see her measurements? Su Ming asked curiously. Bai Xiaoxiao on the other end paused. The data owner has hidden them. TSK. I was hoping to confirm if she's a flat chest expert, Su Ming said regretfully, then added casually. If it's possible to hide information, please hide my data too. I like being mysterious. Upon seeing Su Ming again, Jiang Ming, a 6-foot man, immediately burst into tears. Wah! Old Su, you're finally back. I was so scared. Are they both dead? How did they just disappear like that? Su Ming turned awkwardly toward Lin Xiaoran as she asked. Do you know each other? This is my roommate from before my awakening, Jiang Ming, Su Ming explained, then consoled him. Jiang Ming, this is my colleague. We're here to solve the problem. I promise I'll find Jiang Ming and Su San for you. The three sat down, and Su Ming began pressing for details. It all started when the three of us joined a Zhensheng University singles mutual aid group. 1 week ago. Ha ha ha. Jiang Ming, Su San, come over here quick. I've got something amazing to show you guys. In the dorm room, Wang Ming, everyone in the dorm called him Zhang Ming, or Mengzi, suddenly let out a sleazy laugh at his computer, hunching over and waving at his 2 roommates who were skipping class out of boredom. What's got you laughing like a creep? Let me see, did FC2 drop some new content? Su San shuffled over behind Wang Ming, pulling up his half-fallen sweatpants as he went. All you ever think about is porn. Wang Ming twisted his butt in disgust, scooting his chair a whole 2 centimeters to the other side. Hey, don't touch my mouse. Did you wash your hands after touching that thing? On the screen, Su San had enlarged a dark green chat interface where nearly 200 profile pictures were constantly flashing. Zhensheng University Singles Support Group. What the hell kind of group is this? I've never heard of it, Jiang Ming said, scratching the back of his head with a confused expression. Hell kind of group? You don't know shit. Wang Ming curled his lip and lifted his chin with a look of disdain. This is a hidden group that only admins can invite you to. It's specifically for guys like us. Single dogs to relieve both psychological and physical frustration. It's a sacred group. Su San rolled his eyes. Sacred group? Come on, it's just a resource-sharing group. Mengzi, I'm warning you, groups over 100 people are illegal. Be careful, or you'll get invited for tea with the authorities. Screw off? Don't come begging me if you don't want to see. Wang Ming cursed while gripping his mouse tightly. Ugh, you're getting me off track. This isn't some resource-sharing group. Seeing both guys still looking clueless, he sighed and lowered his voice, practically pressing his face to their ears. This is a hookup and body-snatching group. What? 2 shocked exclamations erupted as Wang Ming slammed his laptop shut. Keep it down. Jiang Ming swallowed hard. Mengzi, isn't this stuff illegal? How dare you join? Wang Ming's expression looked conflicted. I just joined. I'm still hesitating. Ugh, it's just that I can't find a girlfriend. Everyone says there are lots of beautiful girls in the acting department, but they won't even give losers like us the time of day. Su San burst his bubble. Even if it is a hookup group, those girls are going to hook up with rich, handsome guys, not us. What's the point? We'd just be torturing ourselves watching. Better to quit. No, this group isn't like that. Wang Ming was unusually serious, waving his hands to explain. The group leader and several admins are rich, handsome guys themselves. They're responsible for getting those gold-digging girls out to bars, getting them drunk, then bringing them back to the group leader's mansion for all the brothers to enjoy together. Everyone wears masks, no real names allowed, you just follow instructions and go to designated locations. It's a way to experience how rich people have fun. No money required. They're not after our kidneys, it's purely to give the brothers some eye-opening experiences. Jiang Ming and Su San gasped. Is this for real? Absolutely real. Wang Ming nodded decisively. A senior from my hometown introduced me to the group leader. His family has some distant relation to mine. That senior has participated twice already, so he definitely wouldn't lie to me. Su San's ears gradually turned red. This is too amazing. Jiang Ming, should we also? Bang, bang. Jiang Ming threw a punch at both Su San and Jiang Ming. How is this any different from rape? He raised his voice, suppressing the anger in his chest. Sure, we're single losers who get called pathetic, but we can't stoop to this level. In the dim dormitory light, Su San clutched his ribs while Zhang Ming hung his head in shame. Jiang Ming continued his lecture with a stern face. Ming, quit that group. And stop contacting that hometown buddy of yours. Bad news. Stay away from him. Zhang Ming scratched his head, having been torn between morality and desire all along. The only reason he'd told his roommates about the group's so-called activities was to find accomplices. If either Su San or Jiang Ming had agreed, he would have joined them. Now that Jiang Ming had firmly shut down the idea, this sordid affair was temporarily shelved. The matter seemed settled, but a few days later, Jiang Ming burst into the dormitory in terror, his face pale as a sheet, his voice trembling. Jiang Ming sat him down in a chair, and after questioning him, learned that the bros from the group had started mysteriously disappearing. It seems like. His voice quavered as he looked around nervously, as if something terrifying lurked in the very air. Su Ming frowned and pressed. Seems like what? Jiang Ming swallowed hard, staring at Su Ming and Lin Qiran, a young man and woman whose faces now inexplicably intimidated him. I heard that during one of their activities, there were too many people, and they ended up killing a girl. Now she's become a vengeful ghost, coming back to claim their lives. He clutched his head. Lao Su. I tried to talk them out of it, but they went behind my back anyway. Now they're all missing, and I'm afraid. Lin Qiran snorted coldly, cutting him off. They got what they deserved. Good riddance. Her gaze was sharp as a blade, wishing those men would all go straight to hell. If you knew about this, why didn't you call the police? Jiang Ming's mouth hung open, overwhelmed with guilt. I heard the group leader was some rich young master from Jin City, and I was afraid of retaliation if I reported it, so. Lin Qiran's expression grew even colder, her eyes filled with contempt. Su Ming sighed. Jiang Ming deserved this scolding. As a friend, he'd failed to stop Su San and Jiang Ming. As a college student, he'd also failed to report the crime for the victim's sake. Greed was despicable, but it was never an excuse for exploiting others. Moreover, Jiang Ming had witnessed Su Ming's abilities firsthand and knew that Division 5 had no authority to erase memories. Should have come to him before things went wrong. I'm sorry, Jiang Ming said quietly. Su Ming waved his hand. Save the apologies for later. First, we need to find the mastermind and get justice for the deceased. If there really is a vengeful ghost harming people, we Division 5 investigators have a duty to handle the anomaly, while the law handles the crimes. He glanced at Lin Qiran. These words were meant for her too. Since the victim was a woman, Qiran naturally empathized, but an anomaly was still an anomaly. Once the ghost finished killing its enemies, who could guarantee it wouldn't harm innocent people? Lin Qiran pouted. Don't lecture me. You're just an intern investigator, and you're trying to educate me now. Lin Qiran rolled her eyes as she spoke. Just as Su Ming could access Lin Qiran's information, she could naturally look up his as well. When she discovered that Su Ming was merely a trainee investigator, she was first shocked, then ashamed. The shock came from realizing that the current case was a D-level mission, which only geniuses who scored grade in their rookie assessments were qualified to handle, while she had only achieved in a grade back then. The shame stemmed from the fact that she, a veteran, about to be promoted to clevel, had been lectured by an intern. Jiang Ming, turn on Jiang Ming's computer. Let me see if I can find any clues. Su Ming quickly shifted into work mode, contemplating the connection between the mastermind and the malevolent spirit while directing his roommate. Fortunately, Jiang Ming never set passwords, so the computer booted up smoothly. Su Ming double-clicked the green bubble icon on the desktop, and the software logged in automatically, without verification. Jiang Ming's trust in his roommates bordered on complete defenselessness. TSK, what a shame. I was looking forward to demonstrating remote hacking live, Bai Xiao muttered from the other end of the tactical eyepiece. She had been prepared to showcase her hacking skills, but now had to abandon the idea. As soon as green bubble opened, a pinned group chat with 99 unread messages appeared prominently on screen. This group still hasn't disbanded? Su Ming frowned slightly and clicked it open. Jiang Ming and Lin Qiran leaned toward the screen, curious about the group's usual discussions. A coquettish exclamation rang out simultaneously through both the earpiece and eyepiece. Lin Qiran turned her head away with flushed cheeks, while Bai Xiao stammered. Su Ming, I'm cutting the video feed. Call me when you're done. Without waiting for a response, the video connection abruptly ended with a click. Su Ming couldn't help but blush slightly as well, because the Zhensheng University Singles Mutual Aid Group was enthusiastically discussing last night's body harvesting exploits, with several troublemakers even uploading photos from the scene. In a dimly lit room, over 10 naked men wearing animal masks surrounded a pale, naked female body. Though no faces were clearly visible, the blurry angles still revealed that the girl had completely lost consciousness. Another victim. Su Ming clenched his fists, rage boiling in his chest. People were still disappearing, yet these beasts continued their debauchery, seemingly eager to embrace their doom. Of these scumbags. Lin Qiran's gaze turned ice cold. Su Ming, I'm fighting alongside you this time. I don't care how the rewards are divided, I just want them to pay the price. She took several deep breaths to suppress the murderous intent in her heart. Su Ming smiled faintly without refusing. The mission was his anyway. Accepting her help would simply earn him a favor. If their missions ever conflicted in the future, he could ask her to step aside once. The question is, how do we find out where their next silver party will be held? He stroked his chin, feeling the challenge. Su Ming had by Xiao perform keyword searches on all the group's chat records. As expected, the group contained no mentions of locations, times, or participation methods. It seemed that everyone wanting to sign up had to contact the group admin privately. Su Ming scrolled through Zhang Meng's friend list, but couldn't find the admin's avatar anywhere, which puzzled him. If they weren't friends, how did Zhang Meng get invited to the offline activities? Could the admin have alternate accounts? Or was the admin actively selecting people rather than passively accepting registrations? Lin Xiaoran, sitting beside him, astutely proposed this theory with the keen instincts of a hound catching a scent of blood, and Su Ming suddenly understood. Xiao, can you extract all the content related to the single support group's offline activities from Zhang Meng's Green Bubble app, and also check if there are any alternate accounts with similar avatars to the group admin? He directly issued orders to Bai Xiao on the other end of his tactical eyepiece, leaving professional matters to the professionals. Of course, that's not difficult. Give me 10 seconds. Bai Xiao replied confidently. I'll hack into Zhensheng University's campus network first. Done. I'm back in your dorm computer and searching now. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Ming saw the mouse on Zhang Meng's computer screen move automatically, opening a black command window with white text. Several lines of English commands scrolled rapidly, followed by green bubble chat windows flashing open and closed in quick succession, like a batch search operation. A few minutes later, the screen stopped on an avatar half a clown mask. Search complete, Bai Xiao reported. Keyword matching shows this person chatted with Zhang Meng about masks and Bihai Lanwan Villa District, and emphasized, don't tell anyone else. We can basically confirm it's him. She released remote control, and Su Ming took over the keyboard, opening the complete chat history between Zhang Meng and the clown avatar. Meng boss, can I participate in our activity? Clown, of course, tonight's star is one of our school's campus beauties. Ming, what are the requirements? Clown, first, absolute secrecy. If anyone finds out, I'll make you wish you were dead. Second, bring a pig head mask, I'll send you the style later, don't ask why, just follow the rules. Meng, okay, I understand. This isn't illegal, right? We won't get arrested by the cops, will we? Clown, hee hee, Zhensheng is my domain, who dares arrest me? Relax and enjoy, they only want money. I'll pay them enough afterward. If they dare call the police, I have many ways to make their lives hell. Meng, boss is amazing. I have a friend who's also in the group, can he come too? Clown, anyone from the group is fine. The chat history was surprisingly long, with the clown seemingly enjoying Zhang Meng's flattery and organizing activities almost nightly. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming suggested, why don't I contact him directly using Zhang Meng's account? News of his disappearance probably hasn't spread yet. With that, he sent a simple question mark. Lin Xiaoran didn't understand. You're asking someone out with just a question mark? What does that mean? Su Ming's lips curved into a smile as he chuckled softly. Strike first. We don't know how close their relationship is or have much intel, so a question mark can make him feel guilty first, thinking he might have offended Zhang Meng somehow. Lin Xiaoran was about to object when the clown avatar actually replied with a question mark too. Another question mark. How are you going to respond to this? How to respond? Su Ming let out a cold laugh. He'd finally met his match. The other person had also replied with just a question mark. When masters clash, it's truly a battle of equals. He worked the keyboard, decisively firing back 3 question marks, then crossed his arms with complete confidence. Let's see how he responds to that. Lin Xiaoran had just started to smirk, ready to make a sarcastic comment, when the clown avatar on screen began flashing rapidly. Bro, what's wrong? I didn't offend you, did I? The other party cracked first. Getting anxious already? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, his fingers flying across the keys. You tell me what's wrong. Why didn't you notify me? His tone was deliberately vague, fishing for information, while avoiding revealing he wasn't actually Zhang Meng. The clown avatar went still for several seconds. Bro, that's my oversight. I really didn't expect that girl would turn into a ghost. But don't worry, I've already hired a master to handle it. How about staying at my villa for now? Once the master solves this, you can go back to school. This eagerness surprised all 3 of them, Su Ming, Zhang Ming, and Lin Qiren, but the suggestion was exactly what Su Ming wanted. You should have mentioned you had a solution earlier. Su Ming typed back. Not gonna lie, that woman showed up at school last night and scared me to death. Lucky the security guards patrol spooked her off. Since your place is big anyway, we'll really move over. The moment he sent the message, the reply came instantly. Sounds good. Bro, bring that roommate too. Still wearing the pig mask from before. Once you get here, we can have some fun with women together. I just landed a fresh one, bringing her out tonight, so you guys can have a good time. Good brother. It's settled then. Su Ming snapped the laptop shut and turned to his companions. Done deal. 2 people are going. Who's coming with me tonight? Jiang Ming was about to volunteer when Lin Xiaoran beat him to it. Obviously I'm going. This is Special Unit 5 business. How can we let an outsider get involved? Su Ming's gaze swept over Lin Xiaoran's slender frame, lingering on her flat chest area. He thought to himself, well, that works. With a mask on, nobody could tell anyway. Lin Xiaoran felt uncomfortable under his stare, sensing this guy was silently insulting her somehow, though she couldn't prove it. She frowned. But where do we get a pig mask? Zhang Ming didn't leave one behind. Leave the mask to me. Su Ming scrolled with his mouse, stopping at a group photo from a party. Over 30 people crowded in front of the camera, with 2 wearing pig masks. Having a photo is enough. He was completely confident. Carving a mask is child's play. This skill runs in my family, guaranteed to last 100 years. The computer screen lit up again as the clown avatar sent the party address. Emerald Bay Villa District, premium mansions where mountains meet the sea. Su Ming had never even seen such a place in his entire life. All right, that's the plan. You go prepare the masks, and I'll get our emergency measures ready. Let's meet at the main gate of Zhensheng University before 7 tonight. After Lin Xiaoran finished speaking, she casually pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the door, 2 uncle officers standing guard nodded at her politely, wearing kind smiles on their faces. Only Jiang Ming and Su Ming remained in the dorm room. Jiang Ming felt uneasy, sensing that his roommate had somehow infiltrated some earth-shattering organization and actually dared to target Zhensheng's elite. Su Ming bent down to open his trunk, pulling out all the materials that could be used for making masks, then tossed out another comment. Not enough supplies. Let's head to the drama club. They owe me a favor from their previous performance. Perfect time to cash it in. Jiang Ming reluctantly followed along. The old theater building housing Zhensheng University's drama club was quite spacious, separated from the neighboring performing arts department building by only a narrow walkway. The moment Su Ming and his companion stepped through the door, club members looked up in unison like audience members drawn to a spotlight. Wow, that guy is so handsome. He looks like Su Ming from the performing arts department. How does he still dare to show up here? Su Ming? I know him, one of the top 10 campus heartthrobs. Why wouldn't he dare? Hey, you don't know this, but our club president used to be ranked 10th, and now he's been pushed down by him. Discussions erupted everywhere, but Su Ming couldn't be bothered to pay attention, heading straight for the president's office. University clubs had their own hierarchies, and if he wanted to borrow the opera makeup workshop, he needed the person in charge to approve it. Bang! He knocked 3 times on the door and pushed it open without waiting. Ah! A sharp female voice exploded from inside the room. What greeted his eyes was a steamy scene of a hot senior girl sitting on President Sun's lap. The desk was in disarray, with scripts, powder compacts, and disposable cups scattered on the floor, clearly indicating the two had been engrossed in their flirtation. Su Ming's temple twitched as he stepped back half a pace. Sorry, President Sun, I didn't know you were busy. Please continue, I'll definitely knock next time. With the door closed, he and Jiang Ming waited side by side in the hallway. The scream had already attracted club members, and the corridor was packed inside and out with onlookers. A few minutes later, President Sun emerged with a dark expression. The senior girl straightened her clothes, and before leaving, she even threw Su Ming a flirtatious glance, appearing quite relaxed. Only the president and Su Ming remained in the hallway, facing each other awkwardly. Su Ming was the first to lower his head in goodwill. President, I'd like to borrow the opera makeup workshop to make a few masks. I really apologize for interrupting your moment earlier. I'll definitely knock in advance next time. Upon hearing the request to borrow, a calculating gleam flashed in President Sun's eyes. He had already been nursing a grudge over the campus heartthrob rankings and was looking for an opportunity to put this kid in his place, so he deliberately raised his voice for all the onlookers to hear. You're not even studying opera. What do you need the workshop for? With so many students here, if everyone came to borrow it, what would happen to the opera department students? The school entrusted the drama club and opera workshop to my management because they value my administrative abilities, not so any Tom, Dick, or Harry can borrow it whenever they want. He paused, revealing a smug smile. Go file a formal application. When there's time available, then we'll consider lending it to you. Su Ming scratched his head, and having lived 2 lifetimes, he could easily read between the lines of President Sun's words. The guy was obviously picking a fight on purpose. How annoying. Excellent people really do attract jealousy wherever they go. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but silently admire his own handsome face before putting on a smile, ready to set a trap for President Sun. President Sun, aren't you forgetting something? Even though I study acting, my family has been in traditional opera for generations. By all accounts, I'm a legitimate opera performer, aren't I? Borrowing a studio is perfectly reasonable. The onlooking students immediately began whispering among themselves. Oh right, I remember now. Su Ming performed Guan Gong Fights the Tiger before. He definitely counts as an opera performer. Usually other departments can borrow studios when they need them, right? This is clearly the president targeting him. Jiang Ming mixed in with the crowd, and hearing these discussions, he also felt indignant on Su Ming's behalf. He originally wanted to reveal Su Ming's identity directly. This guy was connected to the police, but Su Ming stopped him with a look. If he needed to keep a low profile at school in the future, having his identity exposed would be troublesome. President Sun sneered. You? From an opera family? Huh. That broken Nuo opera of yours. That's nothing but street performance tricks. Don't try to associate yourself with traditional opera. Su Ming's expression darkened as he pointed at President Sun. You bastard. Who are you calling street tricks? Do you dare compete with me? Winner takes all. President Sun's eyes lit up, been looking for a chance to publicly humiliate Su Ming, and this opportunity had fallen right into his lap. Compete with me? You said it. I've been raised in opera troupes since childhood and say, I'm bullying you. He was already plotting how to crush Su Ming underfoot and make the guy unable to survive in the drama club, completely unaware that Su Ming was deliberately feigning anger to lure him into the trap. So what are we competing in? Su Ming asked casually. The most difficult technique in opera, the zombie fall. President Sun was brimming with confidence, as if he could already see Su Ming making a fool of himself in public. Zombie fall. What's that? Jiang Ming curiously moved closer to Su Ming. It's a high-difficulty move in opera that tests balance and breath control. Looks simple, but one wrong move and you'll get a concussion, Su Ming explained with casual indifference. What? A concussion? Old Su, let's go. We don't need to compete, worst case. We'll borrow the machine shop from the mechanical engineering department. Jiang Ming panicked, afraid that Su Ming hadn't practiced it and might really get hurt. Su Ming waved his hand. No problem, I accept. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise, thinking he was acting impulsively, completely unable to imagine that in just one short week, Su Ming's physical condition had undergone a complete transformation. For him, forget the zombie fall. Even if he were thrown flat on his back from the second floor, he might not get injured, and he wouldn't even need his Nuo mask. President Sun watched the spectacle with a cold smile. He'd practiced the zombie fall for over 10 years, suffering countless injuries before barely mastering it. He didn't believe some amateur could win. But Su Ming couldn't be bothered with more talk. Stop wasting time. Whatever height I fall from, you fall from the same height. Whoever chickens out loses. Fine. Without hesitation, Su Ming dragged over a table and jumped on top to survey the area. Finding it insufficient, he hauled over a chair to place on the table, then stacked a stool on top of the chair. The 3 pieces of furniture towered over 2 meters high, resembling a makeshift diving platform. Standing at the peak, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. This height will do. I'll demonstrate first, President. You can't go any lower than me afterward. President Sun craned his neck to look up at that height, his face instantly turning pale. Has this kid lost his mind? Falling flat like a corpse from over 2 meters onto concrete, even an Iron Man would be broken to pieces. He consoled himself mentally. Su Ming was surely just bluffing and wouldn't dare actually lie down. Bang! Before the thought fully formed, Su Ming had already fallen backward, his body stretched straight, even kicking his legs in midair before crashing heavily onto the concrete floor. The entire venue fell silent, everyone stunned by the scene. Su Ming remained motionless for a long time. Someone swallowed nervously and whispered, "Should we call an ambulance?" Before Jiang Ming could react, a girl who secretly had a crush on Su Ming quietly crept forward, reaching out to check his breathing, even calculating that if he really wasn't breathing, she could steal some advantage with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Clang clang. Before her fingers could make contact, Su Ming sprang upright from the ground with a snap, looking relaxed. Your turn, President. You. How is this possible? President Sun stammered. A normal person falling from that height without a scratch? You're cheating. It must be some street trick. Nuo opera, all smoke and mirrors. Su Ming smiled coldly. What's this? You proposed the height competition, and now you're backing out? Everyone saw me jump concrete floor, rock solid. He lifted his foot and stomped, tap tap, on the ground, the sound crisp and clear. The watching students began jeering. Su Ming's just an amateur, and he jumped. Aren't you from a theater troupe? Too scared. The president's such a coward. Pride ultimately overcame reason. President Sun's face flushed red. Shut the hell up. All of you. Who says I won't jump? I'm jumping. The scene immediately quieted. Su Ming waited with interest to watch the show. Here goes. President Sun gritted his teeth, spread his arms, closed his eyes, and toppled backward. Bang! Splurt! A dull thud as he hit the ground solidly, immediately followed by a spray of fresh blood shooting over 3 meters high, nearly reaching the ceiling. Holy crap! Quick, save him, call an ambulance. Oh my God, the president's dead. Go find a teacher. The college students had never witnessed such a scene. They scattered in panic, then quickly regrouped, surrounding President Sun in layers 3 deep. Taking advantage of the chaos, Su Ming and Jiang Ming quietly slipped into the opera workshop, locating tools, materials, and paints. Su Ming waved his hand grandly and immediately got busy. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaoran was stuffing a suitcase into a pink Maserati. Hey, Xiaoran, what are you doing? Someone passing by asked. Her body stiffened, and the suitcase tumbled from the car, hitting the ground with a thump and bursting open. Clatter. Handcuffs, shackles, whips, steel needles, branding irons, a series of metal implements crashed to the ground. Her colleague stood stunned, hesitating. Are you going on a mission? Lin Xiaoran smiled awkwardly, quickly shoving the scattered torture devices back into the trunk. Yes, yes, I have an investigation tonight. Catching a fierce ghost. OHIC. Her colleague laughed dryly. Like hell, who brings this many torture devices to catch ghosts? Just as he was about to advise, don't do anything illegal, Lin Xiaoran had already jumped into the Maserati and disappeared from view with a press of the accelerator. Let's stop here. This seems to be the area. Under the cover of night, a pink Maserati silently glided into the shadows beside a standalone villa. Su Ming, the young man in the passenger seat, kept his head down scrolling through his phone. Only after stepping out did he look up. The satellite image on his phone nearly matched the building before them. He waved toward the car. Come on out, Lin Xiaoran. Remember, make your disguise more convincing and don't blow our cover. The car door popped open, and Lin Xiaoran stepped out. A pighead mask concealed her features, while an oversized men's suit hung loosely on her originally slender yet tall frame, making her gender ambiguous at first glance. She altered her voice. Su Ming, now that we've pinpointed the location, why not just storm in directly? Su Ming remained calm, picking up an identical mask to put on his face, lowering his voice. What do you know? The mastermind behind this went through great lengths to set all this up. It's not for poor college students to simply have fun. Where in the world would you find such a charitable saint? We're infiltrating to discover the real reason this clown orchestrated everything. This will all serve as evidence for their future trial. Lin Xiaoran merely grunted in response. Her focus was always on the mission itself, rescuing those girls as quickly as possible and ending their suffering. After a brief discussion, the two infiltrated through the villa's side entrance. Minutes later, they pushed open the banquet hall doors. A scene of decadent luxury immediately assaulted their senses. Inside the hall, scantily clad bunny girl waitresses weaved between guests wearing various masks, serving drinks and food. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran exchanged glances through their masks, both eyes flashing with shock. This mere villa concealed such an extravagant scene with so many professional female servants. Clearly no small operation. Welcome guests. I'm the manager here. Did you receive an invitation from the group leader? A woman with a lean figure wearing a rabbit mask blocked their path, her voice as composed as a headhunter's. Yes, take a look. Su Ming was well prepared, pulling out his phone to display the green chat messages Zhang Meng had sent. After scanning the screen, her tone noticeably relaxed. Confirmed. Tonight's main course is a freshman girl. Please help yourselves to drinks and food first. You can feel completely at ease here. Our boss will handle everything. With that, she turned and left, harboring no suspicion about their identities. Su Ming felt secretly annoyed, having prepared to deliver a stellar performance, only to be completely ignored. The hall buzzed with clinking glasses and conversation, mostly filled with people in their early 20s. Sultry music mixed with laughter and chatter, while a scent combining alcohol and herbs drifted through the air conditioning. Lin Xiaoran snorted. After this is over, we're sending all these people to campus security. College students should have some standards. Su Ming pursed his lips in correction. Don't paint everyone with the same brush, okay? Not all college students are like this. Look, it may never go to bars. Before he could finish, the music in the banquet hall abruptly stopped, and the lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a sharp white spotlight focused on the central microphone. In the darkness, a hand wearing white gloves suddenly reached out and grabbed the microphone. Fellow students, good afternoon, everyone. The arrogant voice boomed through the expensive professional sound system. For those who haven't met me before, let me introduce myself. I am your group leader. You can call me Joker, or you can call me Young Master Zhao. Young Master Zhao? The one from Jin City's wealthiest family. Su Ming muttered to himself while peering through his tactical scope and whispering to Bai Xiaoxiao across from him. Before Bai Xiaoxiao could respond, a guy wearing a tiger mask jumped in. That's right, the very same Young Master Zhao. You two must be new here. Everyone in the group has known for ages that our leader is Young Master Zhao. Su Ming nodded his thanks and turned his attention back to the data stream on his tactical scope. Zhao Shuai, 23 years old, senior finance major at Jin City University. Father Zhao Youfu, Jin City's richest man. Mother from the prestigious Ouyang family of the capital. Owns 3 companies and currently preparing to study abroad. Definitely a super rich second-generation heir, Su Ming thought to himself. At center stage, the spotlight illuminated Zhao Shuai as his laughter grew increasingly maniacal. Haha, looks like everyone's getting impatient. Today we've got premium goods. You all know this year's campus beauty rankings came out, right? Under the lights, a pack of masked beasts immediately grew restless, panting like bulls in heat. What's the boss saying? Campus beauties? Haha, today I get to have a campus beauty. Those untouchable goddesses will become our playthings. Let's see who dares mock us lonely guys now. Boss, stop teasing us and bring her out. I'm getting hard waiting. A sickly sweet, intoxicating fragrance mixed with alcohol began permeating the banquet hall. Su Ming felt his neck flush and his throat itch. Wine and lust lead down the same path. Twin axes felling dead trees. An ancient saying seemed to echo in his ears, and he jolted awake with crystal clarity. That was close. Something's wrong with this scent. Thank goodness for Lord Guan's protection. Su Ming frowned as the image of Guan Gong's opera mask appeared in his mind, its stern expression giving him resistance against temptation even without wearing it. Su Ming. Lin Xiaoran's soft voice whispered in his ear as her delicate hand suddenly grabbed his belt, her whole body collapsing weakly against him. Damn. Stop groping me. Su Ming caught her with one arm, only to discover she was completely limp, sliding down his body while still clutching his belt, nearly pulling his pants halfway down and almost exposing his red underwear completely. Hey, wake up. Some expert, you are dragging me down right from the start. With no choice, he had to hold Lin Xiaoran with one arm while pulling up his pants with the other, needing to restore her consciousness quickly before his pants were completely ruined. The crowd below grew even more frenzied. Women. Quick, boss, bring out the women. Please, young Master Zhao. I'm begging you, start already. I can't take it anymore. Campus beauties. I want the campus beauties. Su Ming astutely assessed that this specially processed fragrance reduced men to primitive, bull-like desires while leaving women weak and powerless. Even skilled fighters like him and Lin Xiaoran had nearly fallen victim, showing just how potent it was. Su Ming. Su Ming, can you hear me? Bai Xiaoxiao's urgent voice crackled through his tactical scope's earpiece. Yeah, I can hear you. Quick, figure out how to wake up Lin Xiaoran. Me damn pants are about to fall apart. You scared me to death. I've been calling you for ages, and you didn't respond. I was about to call for backup. Bai Xiaoxiao's tearful voice came through the earpiece, finally snapping Su Ming out of his fragrant stupor. That enchanting scent had mesmerized him for quite a while, completely blocking out all external sounds. He raised his hand and turned the communicator to maximum volume. On the other end, Bai Xiaoxiao's slender fingers flew across the keyboard as the cursor blinked on screen. Got it. Su Ming, Lin Xiaoran's ability is Golden Sharp Force. She has an extremely strong resonance with metal blades. Find something and give her a stab. Huh. Su Ming was completely stunned. Because she could resonate with metal, he needed to stab her? This sounded even more ridiculous than slapping someone. Bai Xiaoxiao immediately pulled up the data. Supercomputer simulation results. Stabbing Lin Xiaoran has a 97 awakening success rate. Slapping her too. Splashing water 0.3. I know you don't believe it, but the data's right here. Su Ming muttered to himself. With a 2-slap probability, if he delivered 50 slaps in a row, wouldn't that mean? That's not how probability works. Bai Xiaoxiao seemed to read his thoughts. Theoretically, each attempt is still 2, there's no stacking effect. Fine, I'll go find a knife. Su Ming gave in. The banquet hall was brightly lit, with fruit platters and candelabras everywhere. He grabbed a fruit knife and walked back to Lin Xiaoran, who lay unconscious on the sofa. Gritting his teeth, he aimed the blade directly at her chest. Clang. A crisp metallic clash rang out. The fruit knife snapped in half, with one piece of the blade clattering to the floor. Su Ming stared at her completely unharmed chest in disbelief. Damn, is that really steel plating? The next second, a murderous aura hit him. Heaton. Lin Xiaoran opened her eyes, her gaze ice cold. Su Ming, that was quite the vicious stab right at my chest. She grabbed his belt and yanked him closer. Senior. This was the supercomputer's solution. I was just following orders. And this isn't really the place to argue about right and wrong, is it? Su Ming broke out in a cold sweat, trying to discreetly turn off the video feed to spare himself the embarrassment in front of Bai Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoran surveyed their surroundings and noticed all the guests' eyes were glued to them. Just then, Zhao Shuai, wearing a pighead mask, approached with a meaningful tone. You two over there, what's wrong? Not satisfied with our party? Why aren't you getting more into it? Lin Xiaoran lowered her voice to a husky whisper, still gripping Su Ming's belt. Sorry, we're bisexual and couldn't control ourselves for a moment. With that, she released her grip. Snap. The elastic waistband snapped against Su Ming's abs with a startlingly crisp sound. A Hanukkah, that's so good. Su Ming let out a theatrical moan. Zhao Shuai froze, his eyes scanning both of them up and down, his mouth twitching with what looked like disgust. Whatever. Bisexuals can still contribute spiritual energy later anyway. Do what you want. He forced a laugh and drifted away. Damn, you know everything even about bisexuality? Su Ming looked at Lin Xiaoran in amazement. Despite her cold exterior and otherworldly demeanor, she seemed to catch every reference. Yeah, I learned it from you. Lin Xiaoran let out a cold laugh and turned her head away. Su Ming adjusted his pants to make sure they wouldn't fall down at a crucial moment, and tonight's main event finally began. The heavy wooden door of the villa creaked open, and several black-clad servants pushed out a narrow-gauge cart. The cart was covered with a layer of snow-white gauze, beneath which curves undulated, emanating a sickeningly sweet, yet deadly fragrance. Ha, the campus bell. The campus bell is here. I'm going first. Get lost, I'm first. I'm an athlete with a strong body, so I should go first. In the hall, a group of male college students wearing exaggerated pighead masks argued heatedly, like beasts stripped of all reason. Su Ming stood on his tiptoes to look at the cart. and what he saw nearly made him vomit his dinner. Where was any campus bell? Beneath the gauze was clearly a completely naked monster with a human face and beast body, crawling on all fours. If not for that face wearing a seductive smile, he couldn't even determine the creature's gender. So this was the goddess these lonely guys fantasized about day and night, this ghostly thing. No wonder Zhao Shuai was willing to pay out of his own pocket for such an absurd banquet, was essentially feeding monsters. At this thought, his scalp tingled with disgust. Su Ming, that thing is called a mei, belonging to the demon category. It naturally emits hallucinogenic fragrance with deadly attraction to both men and women. By Xiao Xiao's voice came through the earpiece, urgent and clear. Immature may possesses clever strength. It looks like it's about to mature. According to Regulation 33, you can call for backup when facing uncontrollable crises. I've already applied for your retreat, get out now. Su Ming touched his earpiece, his tone calm. Don't panic, it hasn't leveled up yet. Running now would only get us surrounded and attacked. Better to assess the situation first. Despite his words, the next second he deeply regretted his decision. As the mei's fragrance intensified, this group of hormone-driven boys completely lost control. They didn't rush forward directly, but collapsed to the ground in groups, pants pulled down to their knees, hips rising and falling. Brother, guide me, just 2 strokes. Brother guides 2, I'll do 4. 4, 8, 16. Accompanied by rhythmic shouting, thread-like pale golden essence emanated from their bodies, continuously flowing into the mei's furry beast form. Rows of pale buttocks undulated under the lights, creating a scene like hell on earth. In the vast living room, only Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran remained standing upright, conspicuously out of place. Zhao Shuai emerged from behind the crowd, his eyes sinister beneath the mask. Humph, I knew something was off about you two. Everyone's participating, but you two remain unmoved. Don't tell me you don't like women. The two exchanged glances, already pushed to their limit by this disgusting scene, and simultaneously threw their pig-head masks to the ground. Su Ming straightened his chest and declared loudly, to prevent the world from destruction, to protect world peace, to uphold the justice of love and truth, the cute and charming handsome guy and beautiful girl. We are Special Bureau 5 investigators who travel the world solving anomalous incidents. The hall suddenly fell silent, and those still conscious despite being intoxicated by the fragrance all froze. Lin Xiaoran wore an expression of, I don't know this idiot, and quietly stepped away. Zhao Shuai's mouth twitched as he laughed coldly. Special Bureau 5? So you finally come knocking. But did you really think I wasn't prepared? Come out, all of you. Show these investigators the power of Zhao Group. He clapped his hands forcefully. Immediately after, more than 10 black-clad bodyguards filed in, forming a semicircle and completely surrounding the two investigators. Su Ming's tactical visor flashed with piercing red light, and threat warnings continuously appeared on the HUD. Su Ming, these people are all martial artists above the first tier, you need to be careful. Bai Xiao shouted anxiously through the communication channel. How powerful is the Zhao family in Zhensheng? You can tell just by looking at this group of bodyguards. Perhaps this was Su Ming's first real encounter with this level of social circle, as it was his first time seeing someone hire nearly 20 martial artists as personal guards. The bar's lighting was dim and ambiguous, yet it couldn't hide the confidence on Zhao Shuai's face as he picked up a bottle of red wine and casually filled his glass. So, how about it, you two investigators? Want to consider joining the Zhao Group? Whatever Special Unit 5 is paying you, I'll triple it. What's the point of working for that kind of organization? You'd have much more freedom here with me. His tone was casual, but the weight of money behind his words couldn't be ignored. Su Ming silently marveled, truly throwing money around like it's nothing. Special Unit 5 salary was already top tier in the industry, and this guy was casually offering triple. Rich people really spare no expense when it comes to their safety. Lin Xiaoran across from him couldn't be bothered to play along with pleasantries. With a flick of her fingertip, a sharp metallic resonance pierced through the air, drilling into everyone's eardrums. Suspect Zhao Shuai, we believe you are directly connected to an anomalous incident. Under Article 9 of Special Unit 5 regulations, you are under arrest. If you resist, you'll be treated as a rogue cultivator and killed on the spot. Zhao Shuai was stunned for a moment, then threw his head back in wild laughter, covering that clown mask with his palm. Ha ha ha, arrest me? Little girl, go ask around which security bureau in Zhensheng dares to detain me. Special Unit 5? Your director's surname is Wei, right? One phone call from me, and he'd come crawling to apologize. Before he finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran flicked her wrist, and a thread of sharp golden sword energy shot out like lightning. Zhao Shuai's wine glass instantly shattered into crimson droplets, the wine splashing all over his expensive shirt. He looked down at his soaked shirt front, stunned for a second. Then his face contorted as he roared, "Attack! All of you, kill them!" The black-clad bodyguards moved in unison, drawing their short blades with a collective swoosh. The blade edges gleamed coldly under the lights as they lunged at Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran. Don't hold back, these guys are all rogue cultivators and desperados. Lin Xiaoran warned coldly, worried that Su Ming might be inexperienced as a newcomer. In the next moment, she crouched low, golden sharp energy blooming beneath her feet in lotus-like light patterns. With a flash of sword light, several bodyguards' chests split open with wounds deep enough to see bone, and they collapsed screaming in pain. Su Ming shook his head with a clicking sound of admiration. Girls these days are really violent, even more ruthless than Qin Rixing. As he spoke, his killing intent suddenly surged. A dark blue-black Yiksha mask appeared out of thin air in his palm, and he slowly pressed it to his face. His entire demeanor changed instantly, like a vengeful ghost crawling out of hell. Kakik, it's killing time. His voice turned sinister and cold as his figure suddenly vanished, ghosting to the side of the nearest bodyguard and piercing through the man's chest with one claw, blood splattering everywhere. Though these bodyguards were martial artists, they were merely first or second-tier rookies, at most equivalent to frank investigators. Against Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran, they could barely manage to stall for time. Lin Xiaoran glanced sideways and was secretly shocked by the viciousness of Su Ming's attacks. She considered herself among the most ruthless killers in Special Unit 5. Those who controlled golden sharp energy were naturally inclined toward slaughter, and she was often criticized by seniors for being too heavy-handed. If not for Special Unit 5's special nature, she would have been restricted long ago. But this young man before her was even more extreme, directly going for the heart, leaving no chance of survival. She knew in her heart that these bodyguards had probably done countless dirty deeds following Zhao Shuai, yet she was still shaken by such brutal methods. Although these bodyguards had undoubtedly helped Zhao Shuai commit many crimes in secret, respect others' fates, and don't be a bleeding heart, Su Ming had always used this as his motto. However, he also felt that ever since putting on the Yiksha mask, his mindset had indeed been affected. When wearing Guangong's mask, he hadn't felt much different after all. The second master was known for his loyalty and righteousness, so it wouldn't trouble him. But the moment Su Ming put on the Yiksha demon mask, he immediately sensed a cold, violent emotion surging through his chest. Though the Nuo mask was under his control, it could still inversely erode his character. Thinking of the hundreds of divine, heavenly Nuo masks in the Su family collection, he felt uneasy. If he were truly assimilated by such power, the consequences would be unpredictable. Bai Xiaoxiao had once warned him that only through rigorous martial arts training and strengthening his own spiritual essence could he weaken the Nuo God's infiltration. Su Ming kept this advice firmly in mind. On the other side of the scene, Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran cut through the bodyguards like slicing vegetables. Only then did Zhao Shuai realize something was terribly wrong. He frantically pulled out his phone, dialing while cursing under his breath. Damn bastards. Where are you? A bunch of evil cultivators, probably passed out from fooling around with women. The Yiksha mask's passive ability, Swift Ghost, fully activated, dramatically increasing his speed. Su Ming instantly left Lin Xiaoran behind and closed in on Zhao Shuai to within 5 meters. Behind Zhao Shuai lay the charm demon he had personally cultivated. The creature sprawled on a small cart, its four-legged beast body writhing as it let out continuous, seductive gasps. If one could ignore that grotesque form, it might indeed be somewhat alluring, but now it only inspired bone-deep horror. A blade's cold gleam thrust toward him. Su Ming ducked with a downward dodge, then slashed back across his attacker's abdomen, sending blood spraying. His head, wearing the sinister ghost mask, slowly turned, locking his gaze on the trapped Zhao Shuai with nowhere to run. KH. Young Master Zhao, why aren't you running anymore? The harsh, grating laughter made the remaining bodyguard's blood run cold. Ghost, it's a ghost. He's a ghost. The sect master never said we'd be dealing with a ghost. Run. Run? Running means death too. If the Grand Elder finds out we fled from battle, we'll face an even worse fate. Fear and panic exploded among them. Zhao Shuai forced a smile, raising his hands defensively. Brother, don't be rash. How much money do you want? Women? I'll give you everything. Su Ming didn't stop his advance. Zhao Shuai's smile instantly crumbled as he cursed viciously. You refuse the toast only to drink the penalty wine. Elder Mo, if you don't come now, this young master is going to die. This shout triggered Su Ming's alarm. Just as he was about to warn Lin Xiaoran behind him, a black shadow suddenly pounced silently. Wide black robes swept forward like a dark curtain, blocking Su Ming's vision and completely engulfing Lin Xiaoran. Crack snap, the dull sound of breaking bones accompanied a low grunt. Lin Xiaoran's right arm hung limp as she staggered backward. The golden sharp energy in her hand exploded instantly, sending several piercing rays stabbing at the black shadow. The shadow snorted coldly, sleeves billowing like a closing black net, enveloping and extinguishing all the golden light. Seeing the figure about to pursue further, Su Ming's eyes turned cold. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Zhao Shuai's throat, tightening his 5 fingers. Stop. Move 1 more inch, and I'll snap his neck. This tactic proved effective. Faced with Zhao Shuai's life hanging in the balance, the dark figure indeed held back, stopping in place and ceasing its pursuit of Lin Xiaoran. Su Ming finally gained a brief respite to examine the newcomer closely. The man appeared to be around 50, yet possessed a powerful build with broad shoulders like an iron tower. His temples bulged prominently, his skin was dark, and his large, calloused hands spread like palm fans, revealing tremendous strength with the slightest grip. Su Ming, be careful, this guy's martial arts cultivation is extremely high, Lin Xiaoran warned, supporting her numbed arm as she struggled to her feet, her face pale. Meanwhile, on the other end of the tactical eyepiece, Bai Xiaoxiao's hands danced rapidly across 3 terminal keyboards, the clicking sounds forming a continuous stream. Within seconds, she had fed all available intelligence into Su Ming's earpiece. Mo Wu, former sect leader of the Primordial Thunder sect. His signature technique, Primordial Thunder Palm, once dominated the martial world. He mysteriously disappeared 10 years ago. Last recorded martial cultivation level, 6th tier celestial authority realm, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke rapidly. 6th tier martial arts equals clevel strength, and in PvP combat, it's even more dangerous than equivalent supernatural abilities. Su Ming, you're no match for him right now. Su Ming had never intended to clash heat in any way, but Mo Wu's gaze was ice cold, locked firmly on him. His position deliberately blocking Lin Xiaoran's path, clearly indicating that unless Zhao Shuai was returned, he wouldn't let anyone go. Exchange hostages and let us leave. Otherwise, he dies today too. Su Ming kept his voice low, even restraining the ghostly aura swirling around his Yiksha mask. Mo Wu remained expressionless, as if all threats were merely wind in his ears. His hoarse voice was indifferent. Release him, you live and she dies. Don't release him, you all die. These few words sent a chill through Su Ming's heart. He quietly tightened his grip, his sharp nails piercing the skin on Zhao Shuai's neck, drawing thin droplets of blood, yet still couldn't provoke the slightest reaction in his opponent's eyes. Mo Wu completely ignored Zhao Shuai's predicament, striding over to Lin Xiaoran, who sat collapsed on the ground, and grabbed her long hair. The scalp-tearing pain made Lin Xiaoran's brow furrow sharply, but she showed no sign of begging for mercy, only pressed her lips tightly together to avoid interfering with Su Ming's judgment. If someone truly had to die, she'd rather it be herself. Su Ming's fingertips trembled slightly, seemingly completely cornered, his steps staggering as he slowly retreated, as if ready to abandon Zhao Shuai at any moment to save himself. A barely perceptible flash of disappointment crossed Lin Xiaoran's eyes. She lowered her gaze and lightly swiped her finger across the micro-earpiece, cutting off communication with the support team. Before dying, she only wanted to see the stars one more time. With his next step, Su Ming's heel touched a short blade dropped by one of the bodyguards. He immediately raised Zhao Shuai in front of himself as a shield, concealing the fierce light that suddenly blazed in his eyes. Bang! Su Ming suddenly kicked out, launching Zhao Shuai like a sandbag toward Mo Wu. The force was so great that Zhao Shuai spat blood while still airborne. If he crashed to the ground directly, he'd almost certainly die on impact. Mo Wu had no choice but to shift half a step instantly and reach out to catch him, absorbing the impact for Zhao Shuai. But Su Ming, now unobstructed, didn't flee. Instead, he pressed his thumb heavily against his chest, activating the Yiksha mask's only active skill. Malevolent Frenzy, active. In an instant, his mind roared as the violent energy buried in his heart burst forth like a dam breaking. His speed and strength tripled instantly, lasting 30 seconds. Killing intent spread like wildfire, urging him to tear apart all enemies before him. However, Su Ming forcibly suppressed the savage impulse and, with the precision of controlled inch force, drew another mask from his waist. To perform acts of loyalty and righteousness, in accordance with Guangong's Weiguangong mask, emerge. The Yiksha mask vanished as the Guangong mask settled over his face. Su Ming's muscles bulged as he launched himself forward like a fierce tiger. The 30-second triple acceleration from his frenzied malevolent thoughts, combined with the first passive ability, Warrior's Body, from the Guangong mask, caused his physical strength to surge dramatically, his speed instantly surpassing the normal state of the Yiksha mask. The continuous killing triggered his second passive ability, Awe of China, further boosting his speed and strength by another 30%. Under this terrifying enhancement, he showed no intention of retreating and charged straight at Mo Wu and Zhao Shuai. His short blade became shrouded in a hazy knife shadow, instantly transforming into the green dragon crescent blade. As Guan's blade swept through the air, fierce winds howled like a spinning windmill. Mo Wu's heart turned cold. If he dodged this strike, Zhao Shuai would either be thrown to his death or slain on the spot by Su Ming. If he didn't dodge, the blade's cold gleam would pierce straight through his back. Ultimately valuing his own life, he suddenly tore off his wide black robe and threw it toward Zhao Shuai, then quickly stopped and retreated. Zhao Shuai's eyes widened in terror, fear written across his face as the Guan blade came crashing down. He thought his death was certain. Boom. 2 figures crashed to either side, their agonized screams echoing through the banquet hall. Su Ming, you've ruined my plans. I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Shui spat, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Though wrapped in the black robe and looking disheveled, he had managed to save his life. Across from him, Su Ming knelt on one knee, his stabbing blade trembling in his hand. 3 deep claw marks on his abdomen, visible to the bone, nearly exposed his intestines, with fresh blood dripping from his fingertips. No one had expected that the succubus Zhao Shui had secretly cultivated would obey him unconditionally. When he dodged, the still-hatching succubus lunged forward, taking Su Ming's blade hidden before retaliating with a claw strike. The succubus possessed a powerful physical form and ghostly aura with mental attack capabilities. Su Ming nearly fell under the creature's charm, almost sharing the fate of those male college students lying unconscious on the ground. They had been forced to drain their vital energy when the succubus was prematurely awakened, leaving them all excited and unconscious. The succubus wailed in agony, her chest nearly split in two by the guan blade. Being incomplete, she was still one step short, possessing only level strength. Stop your wailing, it's annoying. Go kill that man and drain his essence. Afterward, I'll find you 100 young men to help you recover. Zhao Shui commanded viciously, his life's work destroyed and his heart filled with venomous hatred. The succubus cowered but was still forced to approach Su Ming. She instinctively craved pleasure with Su Ming to replenish her vital energy. Su Ming dragged his wounded body backward, cursing under his breath. A gentleman may be killed but not humiliated. But the next moment, he stopped in shock. The succubus's seductive face was streaked with tears, her features constantly shifting as if countless weeping women's souls were writhing and wailing upon her surface. She moved forward mechanically like a corpse controlled by strings. Su Ming's heart turned cold. How many women had been used to create the embryo for this enchanting succubus? Bang! The banquet hall lights suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. A chilling ghostly aura slowly seeped in through door cracks and windows, raising wisps of spectral mist. Whoosh! Dark, ghostly shadows streaked past the windows, bringing gusts of wind. The villa's lights suddenly went out the next second, leaving everyone momentarily blind. Bang! The entire glass window shattered with a crash, cold wind and fragments swirling in together. Moonlight fell on the floor, revealing a chaotic scene of pale, exposed bodies scattered about. In the moonlight, a figure in white robes silently drifted in, her dress hem rippling like mist. Giggle, giggle, what a lively party. Young Master Zhao certainly has refined tastes. Silver bell-like laughter echoed as the white-robed woman covered her lips with her hand, her seductive eyes sparkling. Zhao Shuai's face darkened as he exchanged a glance with Mo Wu. What kind of ghost are you? How dare you interfere with my affairs? Seeing that Lin Xiaoran and Su Ming had no strength left to resist, Mo Wu approached the white-robed woman. The woman's smile faded as she said coldly, Mo Wu, you old fool, acting disgracefully at your age. You were once from a respectable sect, yet now you consort with evil cultivators. Have you no shame? Mo Wu didn't bother with more words. He stomped the ground with a thunderous impact, his fist force carrying fierce winds as he attacked. The white-robed woman's figure flickered like drifting willow catkins, floating over Mo Wu's head and landing lightly behind him. Hee hee. Old man, you're so reckless. Before she could finish, the pure yang energy within Mo Wu exploded. Bang. The white-robed woman groaned and was forced to retreat several steps, watching him warily. Mo Wu sneered. So you're just a fierce ghost after all. You two from Special Unit 5? This should be your job, shouldn't it? As his words fell, he failed to notice that several young people had quietly crept to Lin Xiaoran's side. Beautiful miss, don't make a sound. We're here to rescue you. Susan lowered his voice, carefully untying Lin Xiaoran's restraints. Who are you? Lin Xiaoran asked in confusion, sensing their aura wasn't from Special Unit 5 reinforcements. Students from Jincheng University. The group smiled sheepishly. We're fans of Senior Su now, came specially to help. Lin Xiaoran looked them up and down. Which one is Susan and which is Zhang Ming? Susan pointed to himself. Lin Xiaoran sighed deeply. So you're all fine, while we too had the bad luck to run into Mo Wu. On the other side, Su Ming was grabbed by the throat by a succubus ghost and lifted high in the air. His face turned blue from lack of air, but he still spoke defiantly. Beautiful lady, why are you draining me? I'm so skinny, there's no nutrition. There are several strong young guys over there, go drain them instead. The succubus actually turned to look at Su San and the others, then let out a piercing shriek. Ah! Her form transformed into a beast-like creature on 4 legs, charging wildly toward them. Holy crap, old Su, you're throwing us under the bus the moment we meet. Su San and the others shouted in panic. Senior Su, save us. The white-robed woman's flickering form suddenly turned toward the succubus upon hearing this. She instantly leaped into midair, blocking the creature's path to the group. Wang Fong, wake up. Don't make any more mistakes. Her call caused a flash of clarity in the succubus's eyes, and her claws loosened, dropping Su Ming heavily to the ground. Phew, good thing she let go. I was just joking around, I can't believe she actually went for it. Su Ming clutched his throat. Gasping for air, had nearly been strangled to death just moments ago. Wang Fong, come back! Zhao Shuai commanded with a sharp call. The clarity in the seductive ghost's eyes quickly drowned away as she kicked off forcefully with all four limbs and landed back at Zhao Shuai's feet. Su Qianqian, so it's you. You're the first to escape from my 10 directions ghost refining formation, only to deliver yourself back. Zhao Shuai squinted with a cold smile, his gaze cutting across Su Qianqian like a blade. A woman born in the Yin year, Yin month, Yin day, and Yin hour, what excellent material for ghost refining. Come here, merge with Wang Fengno. Merge with the seductive ghost, and I'll let you be the dominant consciousness. Su Qianqian brushed the stray hair from her forehead, her lips curving into a contemptuous smile. No need for young Master Zhao's concern. I'm quite content being a fierce ghost. At least I can decide who to get close to myself, rather than being your lapdog doing those despicable deeds. Sharp-tongued brat. Mo Wu snorted coldly. He certainly understood that lapdog comment was directed at him. In the next second, martial qi surged through his body, and a scorching pure yang aura swept forward. Don't think that becoming a ghost makes you beyond my reach. When martial arts cultivation reaches the celestial authority realm, true qi is the natural nemesis of you evil spirits. Today, your soul will be utterly destroyed. The pure yang qi burned like a branding iron. Large patches of charred black instantly appeared on Su Qianqian's neck as she shrank back, clearly feeling the searing pain from that moment. Don't be afraid, senior. Su San and the others roared angrily, blocking her path. If that old bastard wants to touch you, he'll have to step over our corpses first. Su Ming scratched the back of his head, muttering under his breath. What kind of plot is this? A love story between human and ghost? A modern version of Ning Kaichen? While he was puzzled, the earpiece in his tactical eyewear suddenly buzzed. The long-delayed Bai Xiao finally connected. Su Ming, target information confirmed. In front of Bai Xiao, 3 screens continuously displayed data dialog boxes as she quickly summarized the key information. I accessed the complete student records of Zhensheng University. Both Su Qianqian and Wang Fong are your seniors. I retrieved their social media and call records and found that both disappeared simultaneously a week ago. Disappeared a week ago. Now they're ghosts, meaning they were killed then, Su Ming murmured. According to commute and consumption records, they were both working part-time at a bar called Once during that period. Bai Xiao continued her report. That day, Zhao Shuai was at Once as a customer. Police received reports that Zhao Shuai abducted 2 bar waitresses, but all surveillance cameras along the route mysteriously malfunctioned. The case is still under investigation by the security department. Su Qianqian's mother collapsed and was hospitalized when her daughter went missing. Wang Fong is from a rural area. Her parents are on their way and expected to arrive tonight. Su Ming, they're so pitiful. Yes, so pitiful, Su Ming responded quietly. The most terrifying thing in this world is when you're trying hard to live your life, only to have others easily destroy it without paying any price. Zhao Shuai is utterly evil, yet he has protection from above. Su San, don't make trouble. Su Qianqian blocked the others, her tone gentle yet firm. Take the 2 investigators and leave first. I'll hold them off. She turned to look at Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran, making an earnest request. If you see my parents, don't tell them I died because of my part-time job. I don't want them to blame themselves. Senior, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe there's still hope. Su Ming was about to persuade her further. Su Qianqian raised her hand and waved toward everyone. Howling winds arose from nowhere, sweeping up Su Ming, Lin Xiaoran, and Su San's group, bursting through the window as the fierce wind carried them all away from the villa. Several loud thuds echoed as heavy objects hit the ground. Su Ming reacted swiftly, extending his arms to catch Lin Xiaoran midair as she fell powerlessly, pulling her into his embrace in a perfect princess carry. Lin Xiaoran, already injured, felt a tearing pain in her chest and let out a muffled groan, instinctively wrapping her right arm around Su Ming's neck. Come on, old Su, you're at it again. Of all times to be flirting. Su San couldn't help but complain from the side. Su Ming's face instantly burned with embarrassment. 19 years of being single, yet they made him sound like some kind of ladies' man. Lin Xiaoran's cheeks also flushed red as she reached up and pinched Su Ming's chest hard. Ow, ow, ow. He sucked in a sharp breath, initially wanting to just drop her on the ground, but seeing her serious injuries, he gently set her down instead. Xiao, how long until the nearest investigators arrive? Jokes aside, with the situation urgent, he immediately called out to Bai Xiao. Enemy strength exceeds expectations. All support below Drank has been recalled. The fastest backup is still 10 minutes away, Bai Xiao replied anxiously, simultaneously pushing a support distribution map to Su Ming's tactical eyepiece. 10 minutes is too slow. Su Ming shook his head. By the time help arrived, Su Qianqian's soul would probably be long gone. But then again, he thought, Su Qianqian was a ghost after all, and their mission was ghost elimination. Perhaps not saving her was justifiable. Old Su, Bang! Several college students who had been with Su Qianqian dropped to their knees in unison. Senior Su said you guys are experts from Special Unit 5. She kidnapped us and made us pretend to be missing just to lure you here. She said as long as you came, she could get her revenge, and even if her soul scattered, she'd have no regrets, Su San said with tears in his eyes, while the other boys began crying too. What did Senior do wrong? She just wanted to live. So why did she have to suffer such injustice? We promised to be her devoted followers and protect her, but now we're just dragging her down. Wah, even if Senior became a ghost, I still love her. Listening to their wailing, Su Ming almost thought they'd lost their wives. Zhang Meng wiped his nose and added, if it weren't for Senior, we would have been drained of our life force like those other guys. But we can't help her at all. Old Su, if you have a way, please help Senior Su. Su Ming fell silent. There was truly little he could do at this moment. Whoosh. A crisp sword song cut through the air. Lin Xiaoran struggled through the pain to prop herself up, swaying as she steadied herself. Don't worry, as long as I, Lin Xiaoran, am here, I'll definitely bring Su Qianqian back in one piece. Becoming an investigator for Special Unit 5 and fighting evil in the city's shadows, this had always been her conviction, and now was the time to honor it. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Ming's face darkened as he pushed her back down. Thump. Lin Xiaoran landed back on the ground. What are you doing? She was furious with embarrassment, gripping her sword as if ready to strike. You? You can barely stand, yet you're bragging. Su Ming rolled his eyes dismissively. I'll go instead. My adopted sons are kneeling and begging me, how could I refuse? He hastily wrapped bandages around his abdominal wound and staggered back toward the building. Hey, Su Ming, Lin Xiaoran suddenly called from behind. Yeah? What is it? Su Ming didn't turn around, just tilted his head back to show he was listening. Don't die. If you can win, I'll help make you famous. Lin Xiaoran instructed while pulling up the communication interface on her tactical eyepiece to request a channel connection with Bai Xiao. Su Ming smiled and replied, well, thanks in advance then. As his words faded, he seemed to be swallowed by the night, his figure gradually melting into the darkness. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, a fierce battle was raging. Wang Fong had been awakened by Su Qianqian and could no longer participate in the group attack. But even in an unknown fight, Su Qianqian was no match for Mo Wu. Boom. Blazing pure yang energy exploded, making the air itself seem to twist from the heat. Mo Wu casually threw a punch, and as the force of his fist grazed past her, Su Qianqian's entire body swayed instantly, her figure becoming unsteady. Ha ha ha. Still won't surrender, Su Qianqian? So what if you let those few escape? Do you really think a mere special 5th division can judge me? Zhao Shuai laughed wildly without restraint, seemingly unconcerned about consequences. I have people above me, didn't I tell you? Su Qianqian gritted her teeth. When she was alive, her pleas to the security bureau had been fruitless. After death, when she became a ghost, someone had told her that the special 5th division was full of experts, which was why she had brought Su Ming and the others here. Now she suddenly learned that Zhao Shuai wasn't even afraid of the special 5th division. You scumbag, I will definitely kill you. Resentment surged wildly, and ghostly energy overflowed like water. Her originally gentle face instantly disappeared, leaving only disheveled hair and a hideous ghostly visage, with her beautiful eyes streaming bloody tears. Oh, getting worked up already? Grand Elder, attack. If she won't surrender, kill her. Zhao Shuai mockingly threw off his clown mask, his wild laughter piercing the air. Ghostly energy clashed heat-in with pure yang energy. Su Qianqian unleashed 120% of her strength. Her All-in birth chart made her exceptionally talented among ghost cultivators, but her training time had been too short. After just a few exchanges, Mo Wu captured her, his 5 fingers gripping her neck like iron clamps as he lifted her before Zhao Shuai. Zhao Shuai reached out to stroke her cold, stiff face, the bone-chilling coldness making him click his tongue twice. So cold. How could those junior classmates of yours even bring themselves to touch you? Seems like even without drugging you, you were naturally this slutty. I really regret not playing with you for a few more days before throwing you into the formation to refine into a ghost. Tui. Su Qianqian spat out a mouthful of bloody ghostly energy, using the opportunity for a sneak attack. Puff. Mo Wu's thick arm blocked in front, and his pure yang energy thundered, instantly annihilating the ghostly energy. Zhao Shuai, you will definitely face retribution. Good and evil will be repaid in the end. You won't die well. Su Qianqian cursed viciously. Oh, retribution? Are you talking about me? Zhao Shuai acted as if he'd heard the funniest joke, pointing at himself. I remember when you were still alive, you also made threats to me. What did you say? Right, that you wouldn't let me go even if you became a ghost. Haha, now you really have become a ghost, but I'm still perfectly fine. His wild laughter pierced like needles in the eardrums. Su Qianqian's bloody tears flowed even more profusely, wishing she could immediately skin him alive and tear him apart. Go die in peace. In Jin City, no one who dares to judge me has been born yet. Justice? That's a child's game. Zhao Shuai made a throat-slitting gesture, signaling Mo Wu to act. Just then, a steady and authoritative voice came from outside the door. No one dares to judge you? Then I will. Who's there? Zhao Shuai looked toward the entrance, where a shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching through the night. What the mortal world cannot handle, I shall handle. What evil spirits the underworld cannot punish, I shall punish. The newcomer's voice boomed like thunder as he stepped across the threshold. Under the lamplight, a terrifying visage was revealed, fierce brows and glaring eyes, protruding fangs, a towering crown, eyebrows like crimson flames. His imposing presence instantly filled the entire hall. Whether wicked men or evil gods, I uphold justice and remain incorruptible. In heaven and earth, I represent righteousness and fairness. What a pretentious little fool. Mo Wu stared coldly at the ritual mask, recognizing Su Ming beneath it. His mockery was undisguised. I spared you once and you dare return? Haha, you think changing masks will fool me? Zhao Shuai burst into maniacal laughter, pointing at Su Ming and jeering loudly. Don't tell me you've also fallen for this woman? Playing the hero? Oh, I get it, you want to bet a ghost too, don't you? Fine, I'll grant your wish. Elder Mo, let them have one last thrill before they die. Mo Wu casually flung Su Qianqian away. The girl's form tumbled through the air before being gently caught by Su Ming. She felt ice cold to the touch. She had already crossed over to the other side. Why did you come back? Su Qianqian's voice was weak, her spirit so dim it seemed ready to dissipate at any moment. Leave quickly. Fighting here is meaningless. A flash of compassion flickered in Su Ming's eyes, but it was quickly masked by the stern authority of the ritual face. His voice rang out like a judgment. I enforce the law impartially. How could I retreat? The karmic debts upon you must also be settled. With that, he waved his hand, casting Su Qianqian behind him to spare her further harm. Zhao Shuai clapped and laughed. What's this? Brothers turning on each other? So you don't have a taste for that after all. She was willing to have her soul scattered to save you both. This drama of life and death was exactly to his liking. But Su Ming's heart sank as he felt the mask forcibly taking control of his body once again. So these are the evildoers to be punished? I understand now. The hoarse whisper from the mask carried a bone-chilling coldness. Su Ming sighed inwardly. I never expected to actually summon this great deity. Ding system notification. Your desire for justice has resonated with a righteous god, earning his response. Congratulations, host has acquired the National Nuo Mask Judge. Judge. Left hand holds the Book of Fate. Right hand wields the spirit brush determining good and evil, life and death. Book of Fate records the lifespans of mortals. Spirit brush can write and alter entries in the Book of Fate. Eye of Truth active rewinds time to deduce past events. Underworld messenger passive ghosts seeking reincarnation fear you greatly. Yin-Yang transition active can step between the realms of Yin and Yang at will. Su Ming's first national Nuo mask, and his first righteous deity the judge. The moment this great god arrived, he completely seized control of Su Ming's actions, practically itching to declare, I shall carry out heaven's will. Su Ming decided to simply observe and see what capabilities this mask truly possessed. His left hand opened the Book of Fate, its pages turning without wind. Judge Su Ming casually blocked with his hand, and the pages stopped precisely on entries reading Mo Wu and Zhao Shuai. You two have committed countless evils that heaven cannot tolerate. First, 50 years shall be taken from each of your lifespans, and your karmic merit halved. He struck through with the spirit brush, the ink transforming into gray, misty Yin energy that howled toward Mo Wu and Zhao Shuai. You're seeking death, boy. Murder flickered in Mo Wu's eyes as he stepped forward, ready to lunge and tear apart Su Ming's brush and paper. Gray mist shot into his body with a bang, bringing his steps to an abrupt halt as he felt his life force rapidly draining away in bewilderment. At the same time, a cry of alarm exploded beside his ear. Ah, Grand Elder, how did you become so old? The voice trembled, yet didn't sound quite like Zhao Shuai's usual tone. Mo Wu spun around sharply to see Zhao Shuai with completely gray hair and sagging skin, as if he had aged 50 years in an instant. Young Master Zhao, what happened to you? Mo Wu was equally horrified, suddenly feeling a tearing weakness throughout his body as his inner energy churned in his chest but refused to gather. He glared furiously at Su Ming and roared. You brat from Special Division 5. What have you done? Judge Su Ming's wrist trembled as his black brush made a sharp stroke. For insulting an underworld judge, 3 more years of lifespan deducted. Gray energy shot through the air again, instantly piercing into Mo Wu's body. Just as Mo Wu was about to rage, his vision went black and his mind went blank. Grand Elder, what's wrong with you? Go up there and kill that kid. Zhao Shuai felt fear in his heart and reached out to poke Mo Wu, only to see him shudder and turn back with a confused expression. Who are you? You want me, Thunderbolt Fist Mo Wu, to kill someone? How do you know I'm the #1 in the martial world? His voice was dazed, as if he had developed dementia. Hearing this, Zhao Shuai's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard! What did you do? Why have we aged?" Su Ming's expression remained impassive as he flipped through the ledger in his hands, replying coolly, "Due to your evil deeds, this official has deducted part of your lifespan and karmic merit." His fingertips swept across the pages as he continued to pronounce, "You too should have enjoyed your ancestors' protection, living to 100 with wealth and peace. However, having committed many evils in this life, this official enforces justice impartially and punishes you accordingly. Do you have any objections? Accept it? Accept your ass." Zhao Shuai's face turned livid with rage as he turned and shrieked, "Mo Wu, are you senile? Attack! Kill him! If we don't kill him, neither of us will survive." Mo Wu jolted awake, his warrior instincts forcing him to suppress the feeling of decay. Though he appeared over 100 years old, he still erupted with the might of a tiger descending the mountain. The floor tiles exploded with a thunderous crack as he held his hands in a circular formation, his rounded inner energy swirling around his body. Primordial Thunderbolt Fist. Electric arcs crackled between his palms as his silver hair stood on end, surging towards Su Ming like a super scion. "Boy, dying under my sect's ultimate technique means you haven't lived in vain." Golden lightning rolled forth, shattering light bulbs in the ceiling along its path. Su Qianqian in the corner was nearly dispersed by the electrical current, while Su Ming merely lifted his gaze calmly, his authority undiminished. Stubborn and unrepentant, attempting to kill an underworld official, 20 years of lifespan deducted, all karmic merit cleared. He coldly put brush to paper with a light flick. In the next instant, the violent electrical current silently collapsed. Mo Wu's complexion instantly withered, his flesh clinging to bone as his spine curved like a withered branch in the wind. "You!" Only a hoarse whisper escaped his throat. 50 years reduced, then 3 more, then 20 more, already nearly 50. His lifespan was completely exhausted, his final moment at hand. "Save!" Mo Wu clutched Zhao Shuai's arm like a drowning man, knowing that such wealthy young masters often carried life-saving elixirs that might grant him another breath. Zhao Shuai's face darkened as he pulled out a small yellow medicine bottle from his chest, pouring out the single pill inside. The 3-turn life extension pill. This was a treasure born from the collision of modern medicine and ancient alchemy. Innate spiritual herbs refined in spiritual fire, purified layer by layer through high molecular separation machines, then cold-pressed into pills. The pill gleamed with a lustrous sheen, about the size of a fingernail. Upon consumption, it could extend one's lifespan. For those gravely ill, it could cure all ailments. Looking around the entire venue, only someone of Zhao Shuai's wealth and status could use it at will. Wild joy flashed in Mo Wu's eyes. If he could swallow this pill, he could temporarily extend his failing life, preserving what remained so he could find ways to restore his lost lifespan later. His hands trembling, he reached out with desperate longing toward that small immortal pill. "Humph, does trash think it deserves medicine?" Zhao Shuai sneered coldly, tossing the pill into his mouth and swallowing it with a gulp. The pill, the pill." Mo Wu's voice trembled as tears streamed down uncontrollably. His only chance at survival had just been extinguished. "Wang Feng, this is your reward. Absorb this old man, and you'll be completely reborn." Zhao Shuai stepped aside and commanded Wang Feng to pounce on Mo Wu. In the blink of an eye, Mo Wu's last trace of life force was drained away, and his body collapsed like a torn rag. What evil spirit dares commit murder before this official? "I sentence you to..." Judge Su Ming appeared wearing a ceremonial mask, but before he could finish speaking, he frantically flipped through the pride registry in his hands. Reaching the final page, his brow furrowed deeper and deeper. "This person exists neither among the living nor among the dead. What kind of demon are you to escape this official's records?" Wang Feng naturally couldn't answer. After devouring Mo Wu's essence completely, she had fully awakened. Human face on a beast's body, crouched on all fours, with seductive eyes, fangs, and sharp claws all manifested. The flower-like young woman had instantly transformed into a half-human, half-ghost monster. Incoherent sounds spilled from her throat. Her figure flashed and vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind Su Ming. Yin-yang transition. Wang Feng's claws pierced through Su Ming's chest, yet not a drop of blood spilled. His body seemed both illusory and real, tangible yet impossible to truly harm. Second stage transition. Back off. Su Ming's form solidified again as he lifted his foot and kicked Wang Feng's abdomen with tremendous force. The muffled impact sounded like kicking a truck, yet this powerful blow only forced Wang Feng back a few steps. Cough. Su Ming quietly assessed the situation, murmuring, "Fellow cultivator, this creature is beyond the Pride Registry's jurisdiction. This official is not skilled in combat. Perhaps we should call upon other powerful beings." As he finished speaking, he felt his body lighten, and the familiar sensation of being possessed instantly dissipated. "Damn it, that old bastard set me up." Su Ming tore off his mask and cursed, rolling desperately to avoid Wang Feng's sweeping claws. At this life-or-death moment, killing intent surged within him, and the Yiksha mask suddenly resonated with his spirit. He hastily pressed the mask to his face, and the Yiksha form's explosive speed increase finally allowed him to grapple with Wang Fong, though every exchange remained perilously close. Wang Fong, calm down. The one who harmed you is Zhao Shuai. Su Qianqian shouted anxiously from the sidelines. But Wang Fong had lost all reason, driven only by the instinct to kill, her target locked solely on Su Ming. Big sister, think of something. I can't hold out much longer. Su Ming yelled. Already injured and barely initiated in martial arts, his endurance was terrible. Now entangled with this tireless monster, his life hung by a thread. Su Qianqian stamped her feet in desperation, and despite her own ethereal soul form, she floated forward to help Su Ming share the burden. With Su Qianqian joining the fight, Su Ming's pressure was greatly reduced. Wang Fong in her current state was nothing more than a mindless monster. The two of them worked together like players fighting a dungeon boss, taking turns drawing aggro and kiting Wang Fong around. Su Ming finally had a chance to catch his breath. He glanced around and muttered to himself, "This charm ghost is even more useless than before. Where's Zhao Shuai? Is this really your trump card?" Charm ghosts specialized in bewitching minds, but the two people present were naturally immune. Su Qianqian was already a ghost herself, so she wasn't afraid of mental corruption, and Su Ming worshipped Guan Yu in his heart, making his will as hard as steel. He looked around and only saw a group of male college students still naked and exposed, but Zhao Shuai was nowhere to be found. Damn it. Senior, can you hold the fort for a bit? I need to go drag that guy back and beat him up. If he escapes, we'll be in real trouble. Su Ming shouted while dodging. Su Qianqian rolled her eyes, ducked her head to avoid Wang Fong's claws, and retorted, "If you want me dead, just say so. I've already died once anyway. You better watch out for karma when you go out." Huh? Weren't you the one who said you'd block the enemy, so I could save myself first? How are you backing out now? Su Ming looked completely confused. Of course, when there's an obvious chance to survive, who wants their soul scattered? Think of something. You already killed Mo Wu, so this one should be doable too, right? Su Qianqian kept cursing, but her tone showed inexplicable trust in Su Ming. I want to take her down too, but what can I do? Su Ming muttered. In his moment of distraction, Wang Fong's punch slammed into his chest, making his blood surge and nearly knocking him unconscious. Fortunately, Su Qianqian rushed in just in time to force Wang Fong back. The sharp pain in his chest accompanied by a ringing sound completely jolted Su Ming awake. He still had an unused Nuo mask. The Xiongbo Nuo mask was the first mask Su Ming had obtained after slaying the Xiongbo demon beast. Because he couldn't resonate with it, it had been sitting in the Su family ancestral hall in his mind. Legend said that Xiongbo was skilled with water, could summon clouds and mist, and had a particular appetite for charm spirits. Now it would come in handy. He forcibly pulled the mask from his consciousness and slammed it onto his face. Damn it. Big-faced cat. There's a feast of charm ghosts right in front of you, and you still dare play dead? If you don't move now, I'll smash you and never let you into the Su family ancestral hall again. As his curse ended, the mask tightened suddenly, like countless tiny tendrils gripping Su Ming's skin. Blood-red eyes lit up as he lowered his upper body and let out a lion-like growl from his throat. On the other side, Su Qianqian was being pushed to her limits by Wang Fong and was about to start cursing when she saw Wang Fong suddenly leap away like a startled cat, positioning herself diagonally across from Su Ming. Su Ming, what are you? His strange posture made her feel uneasy. When Su Ming turned back for just a glance, the soul-deep chill almost made her break down on the spot. Senior, stay on the sidelines for now. I'm fine. Now it's my turn to get revenge for that claw. Before he finished speaking, a hazy mist suddenly rose up, filling the entire banquet hall. Among Su Ming's collection of Nuo masks, the Xiongbo mask was undoubtedly the most unremarkable. When other masks took possession of him, they would either display their power or protect their host, with the more sentient ones even engaging in conversation. Only Xiongbo had remained as lifeless as a dead cat since its arrival, lying quietly and playing dead. Faced with this block of wood, Su Ming's patience had long worn thin, so he casually snapped at it, never expecting to actually wake the cat. In an instant, a completely inhuman perspective invaded his senses. The predatory vision unique to felines twisted and magnified the lights and shadows in the banquet hall, making everything appear eerie and dangerous. Su Ming let out a low growl, a suppressed rumble rolling from his throat, then took a deep breath of the thick mist. His chest felt as if molten fire had been poured into it, and his injuries visibly healed by more than half. The mist couldn't obstruct Xiongbo's sight at all. His greedy gaze locked onto Wang Fong like a predator admiring prey about to be torn apart. Wang Fong had lost all rational thought, driven only by survival instinct. Yet Zhao Shuai's command bound her soul like shackles, preventing her escape and forcing her to dart frantically around the hall, desperately avoiding Su Ming's burning stare. Hot breath suddenly brushed against her ear. Wang Feng whipped her head around to find a terrifying mask with a lion's nose, leopard eyes, and vermilion lips filling her entire field of vision. Ah! She screamed, clawing viciously at the mask. Su Ming remained unmoved as the mask's mouth gaped open. The surrounding air was violently sucked away, forming a visible vortex like the eye of a tornado. When his breath was fully gathered, he suddenly roared twice. Ha! A shockwave like cannon fire blasted out, striking Wang Feng's face directly. Her human flesh instantly split into countless wounds, blood droplets scattering in the wind. But the deadlier damage lay within the sound itself. That soul-shaking pressure was devastatingly effective against seductive spirits. Wang Feng stood motionless with vacant eyes, as if her 3 souls and 7 spirits had been scattered. She no longer fled, nor could she hear Zhao Shuai's commands. Su Ming approached with steady steps, lowering his head to sniff at her hair as his vermilion lips parted once more. Wait, Junior, please wait. Su Qianqian hurriedly emerged from the mist, her expression full of pleading. Wang Feng and all the souls within her body are just victims. Could you give them a chance and set them free? With her life no longer in danger, Su Qianqian's compassion had resurfaced as she appealed to this handsome junior she was meeting for the first time. Su Ming shook his masked head, his voice emotionless. They're now just an unconscious collection of wandering souls. Whether released separately or maintained in this form, they'll eventually become a disaster. He pointed toward the male students still unconscious on the ground, his expression grave. These classmates are living proof. Depleted vital essence isn't something you can just replenish. They may never be able to rise to the occasion again. A perfectly good cucumber can only function like a banana, and severe cases might even have shortened lifespans. Knowing such harm exists, do you still dare suggest releasing them? Su Qianqian fell silent, her eyes filled with sorrow. But they're our classmates. Maybe I could control them, stop them from doing evil, and wait until they've achieved success in their cultivation. Her voice carried a last trace of wishful thinking. Su Ming raised his hand and brutally cut off this delusion. Stop dreaming. As succubi, if they don't absorb men's vital essence, what will they use for cultivation? What will they use to survive? His gaze turned cold and sharp. The Special 5th Division's duty is to protect the lives and property of the people. Stealing vital essence makes them no different from evil spirits. And you, Signoria Charm Spirit, what do you plan to do? Su Qianqian was struck by the words, charm spirit, and involuntarily stepped back half a pace. In fact, her true form was indeed not an ordinary malevolent ghost, but a much rarer type of spirit. Originally, Su Ming hadn't noticed, but when he put on the Xiongbo mask, relying on that extraordinary nose unlike ordinary people's, he instantly detected her unusual nature. A charm spirit exists between human and ghost. When people mention ghosts, they mostly think of wandering spirits, but demons, monsters, plagues, curses, and omens all belong to the ghost category. There are corporeal ghosts and formless ghosts. Su Qianqian's state existed between these extremes, creating contradictions. She possessed both the succubus ability to absorb essence and the ethereal nature of a wandering spirit, while still maintaining her humanity. If she continued cultivating this way, no one could predict what rare entity she might ultimately become. Me? She pointed at herself, bewildered and lost. Su Ming's voice was low but gave her no room to escape. You can attract so many male students, make them see you, and willingly risk their lives for you, not just because of your appearance from when you were alive, but because of the seductive allure you unconsciously emanate. No, that can't be. The junior students are just being kind, wanting to help me. Su Qianqian waved her hands frantically, denial becoming almost instinctive. Su Ming snorted coldly. Don't believe it? Look in a mirror. Take off those rose-colored glasses and see, would anyone really like you now that you're dead? Green shards from a broken bottle on the ground caught her eye. After a moment's hesitation, Su Qianqian bent down and picked one up. In the blurry reflection, a ghostly figure with blood-congested skin, burst eye sockets, and half her scalp peeled back bore no resemblance to the self in her memory. Ah! The glass shard clattered to the ground as she frantically touched her facete, was all real. Her current appearance was hideous enough to make children cry, yet she had always believed those junior students displayed heroism because of her beauty. Su Ming exhaled softly. Do you understand now? You never realized you were unconsciously bewitching and using them. Hiss! A harsh static suddenly came through the earpiece as Bai Xiao at the support center threw off her headset and covered her face, crying. She had considered herself the most clear-headed, yet hadn't imagined the truth could be so cruel. The good ghost, in her eyes, was also harming people. Would those bewitched students really willingly fight Zhao Shuai for Su Qianqian? Having ordinary people challenge such a fierce ghost with their flesh and blood was impossible. The disparity in power was laughably vast. At this point, all mysteries became clear. The reason this special 5th Division mission was only classified as D-level was precisely because the target was a charm spirit. Through a series of coincidences, Su Ming had touched upon the essence of the matter, leading to this awkward situation. Being devastated wasn't a solution. Su Ming took a deep breath and opened his mouth wide, aiming at Wang Feng, who still stood frozen in place beneath that mask. It seemed an ancient deity was awakening. Xianbua, the legendary god who could devour demons. A golden soul drifted out from Wang Feng's body and flew into Su Ming's mouth. Of course, he wasn't actually devouring spirits, in the literal sense after all. He wasn't the beast-bodied Xianbua with a grotesque appetite for human flesh. The devouring he performed while wearing the Nuo mask was simply extracting the ghost's soul. In his mind, the three main active techniques of the Xianbua Nuo mask emerged. 1. Great Xianbua Nuo, summoning wind and riding mist, releasing fog so dense that even the caster could barely see through it, with only the mask bearer remaining unaffected. 2. Beast roar technique, using the sounds hung and ha to intimidate souls, particularly effective against spirits. 3. Great devouring technique, a secret art passed down by the 12 divine beasts, capable of forcibly seizing the souls of designated beings to rapidly enhance one's power. After completely subduing Xianbua, Su Ming finally obtained the Nuo mask's instruction manual. Only then did he understand that the legendary Xianbua eating spirits for people wasn't an act of righteousness, but the most direct shortcut to cultivation. The ancient people's gratitude toward it seemed rather misplaced. As the soul entered his body, he felt as if his meridians had been bathed in hot spring sand, exhilarating sensation. His martial arts cultivation surged upward, nearly stepping into the second tier in one go. With just a bit more consolidation back at headquarters, advancing to the second tier would be within reach. If Director Wei knew about this progress, his jaw would drop. A martial arts prodigy seen once in a century. At the peak of this euphoria, his stomach suddenly cramped with bloating. Su Ming's expression changed slightly. No good. Move aside quickly. I can't hold it in. Only then did Su Qianqian snap back to reality and quickly stepped aside. Su Ming tucked in his chin, channeled power from his dantian, and a stream of clear energy rushed up his throat. Burp. A resonant belch erupted, accompanied by clusters of golden light. The light swirled around the room before rising gracefully, passing through the ceiling and flying straight into the night sky. Qianqian. A familiar voice drifted down. Su Qianqian spun around sharply to see Wang Feng standing amid the ocean of light, smiling and waving. Feng Feng. She reached out to grab her, but caught only air. Wang Feng said nothing more, only gazed tenderly, watching tears slide down her friend's cheeks. Then, together with the souls of other girls, she ascended along the pillar of light, as if transforming into stars to shine forever. The golden light gradually faded, and the night sky returned to silence. Su Qianqian looked up wistfully, speechless for a long time. Su Ming scratched the back of his head and joked. Well, looks like I accidentally helped them all transcend. Senior, would you consider letting me eat you too? What? You want to eat me? The touching atmosphere instantly shattered, and Su Qianqian couldn't help but shudder. Be easy, static suddenly crackled through his earpiece. Su Ming asked, how's it going? Done crying. But by Xiao Xiao's voice carried obvious urgency. Su Ming, reinforcements will arrive in 2 minutes. Latest news: Zhao Shuai has fled back to his private estate and put out a bounty for all the rogue cultivators in Jin City to hunt you down. Take Su Qianqian and get out of there now. Su Ming's face darkened. Rich people's tactics are really something when you can't win. Just throw money at the problem. After this casual complaint, he continued. By Xiao Xiao, whose side are you really on? At a time like this, you're still telling me to take Su Qianqian and run first. Can I just wait here for my colleagues? With that, he put away his smile and turned to Su Qianqian. Senior. Huh. Su Qianqian thought Su Ming was trying to get rid of her and quickly replied. I can leave on my own. I'll go right now and won't put you in a difficult position. She had just placed her hand on the windowsill, pretending to fly away on the wind, when Su Ming immediately reached out to stop her. Hey, senior, what's the rush? I haven't even finished talking. Seeing Su Qianqian's confused expression, he narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. Just letting Zhao Shuai, the real culprit, go like this doesn't suit my personality. Senior, do you want to get revenge for Wang Feng and the others? Su Qianqian's eyes immediately lit up as she understood his intention. Of course I do. I dream about getting revenge. Su Ming's lips curved into a cold smile. Then I have an idea, but I might need you to take the blame for me. Don't mind it, senior. Take the blame. Confusion appeared on Su Qianqian's face again. Black donkey manner. Bang! Zhao Shuai kicked over the expensive sandalwood coffee table, shattering the purple clay teapot into pieces. Damn it, bastard. How dare you steal my lifespan? I'll fight you to the death. His whole body felt weak as he collapsed into the leather sofa, gasping heavily. His originally strong 20-something body had now become that of a 70-year-old decrepit man, and he could even feel his heart condition threatening his life at any moment. No, I need to extend my life. I'll pay whatever it costs. As he pondered ways to save his life, a subordinate burst through the door. Boss, something terrible has happened. Someone wearing a ghost mask has broken in. What? Zhao Shui shot up, grabbing the subordinate by the collar. How many people? Just one. He didn't bring backup from the Special Fifth Bureau? The subordinate's face turned blue from being choked, and he kicked his legs twice before being released. Gasp. Boss, just one person, but he's fierce. Our bodyguards can't stop him. Just one. Zhao Shui sneered. Perfect timing. He's seeking death. Go to the Ghost Formation and notify the people from the Primordial Thunder Sect. Tell them their Grand Elder was just killed, and the perpetrator is now attacking our place. Ask them what they want to do. The subordinate also showed a sinister smile upon hearing this, nodding repeatedly before scurrying toward the back courtyard. Boom. Su Ming kicked down the heavy iron gate of Black Donkey Manor, and the heavy alloy door bar crashed hard against the courtyard wall. Two guards who had just drawn their guns hadn't even raised their hands before he twisted both their necks with a simultaneous snap. The Zhao family really has connections. Even their private guards carry guns. I should see which rotten chain of command approved that for them, he muttered mockingly. The Yiksha mask instantly covered his face, its cold fangs reflecting the manor's lights with murderous intent. Su Ming swept through like a devastating wind, cutting down everything in his path. Those who dared to glare at him or draw guns had their hearts pierced by his dagger. Those who reacted too slowly had their necks snapped with crisp sounds. Blood kept splattering, and soon his tactical gear was stained a sticky dark red. Su Ming seemed to remember something and tilted his head slightly, reminding through his earpiece. By Xiao Xiao. Remember to turn on the minor protection mode. The blood on screen should be green. You're lying to ghosts. Bai Xiao Xiao shouted in a suppressed voice through the communicator, but she was still somewhat frightened inside. She had never seen anyone who could directly attack an enemy's stronghold on the same day. They barely survived the disaster. No one had ever done it before, but Su Ming did. He kicked away a small thug wielding a stick when he suddenly caught a strange scent in the air, a fragrant bloody smell, like aged red wine. Intoxicating. Su Ming followed the scent and indeed found a temperature-controlled wine cellar at the end of the side hall. These rich people really know how to enjoy themselves, building an entire wine cellar in their house. Good wine is wasted in their hands anyway. Might as well let me have a taste. He pushed open the heavy cellar door, chuckling to himself. Lord Guan enjoys this kind of thing. I'll need to rely on his help later, so let me have a drink to awaken the blood first. But unexpectedly, the scene behind the door made Su Ming's blood boil with explosive killing intent. Where the hell did that bastard go? Find him now. Damn it. He killed so many of our men, I'm going to chop him to pieces. Outside Hyla Manor, dust swirled on the narrow path as a group of warriors in snow-white robes charged forward, their weapons gleaming coldly in the light steel sabers, meteor hammers, steel forks, you name it. Their murderous intent stirred the forest leaves into a frenzied dance. Young master, someone saw that person head to the wine cellar. A subordinate reported breathlessly. The so-called young master, Mo Yibin, was barely in his 20s. His muscular frame stretched his robe tight, and he deliberately left the front open to show off his well-defined chest muscles. His slick back hair gleamed in the afternoon sun, making him look particularly flashy. Wine cellar? Which wine cellar? Take me there. Damn it. He even dares to steal our wine. He kicked the subordinate forward to lead the way. Hyla Manor sprawled across open grounds, with servant quarters, training grounds, and ornamental gardens scattered throughout. The group charged through recklessly until they reached the wine cellar, where the door hung open, its panels smashed into the wall cracks. Several corpses lay scattered on the steps, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, their white robes stained black with blood. Hey kid, hiding inside because you're too scared to come out? Afraid of me? Crawl out on your knees right now and call me grandpa, and I might consider giving you a quick death. Mo Yibin shouted arrogantly, completely oblivious to how the air around them had grown heavy as lead. Inside the wine cellar, the lighting was dim. Shelves dozens of meters high towered like giant walls, lined with bottles of deep red wine bearing labels from world-renowned estates like Lafite, Romanée-Conti, and Penfolds. Su Ming looked up at these bottles, a faint sadness rising in his eyes. What's the point of what they're doing? Why do they treat people this way? He murmured to himself, confusion appearing for the first time in his hollow gaze. Through the glass, crimson liquid could be seen with photographs floating inside, sealed in waterproof packaging. The girls in the photos wore sweet smiles. A prominent wooden sign by the entrance bore an introduction. Blood made in wine. Made from the heart's blood of 18-year-old girls, blended with precious wines from around the world. Regular consumption extends life and preserves youth. Tasting while viewing the photographs enhances the experience. So the girls who disappear from Jean City every year, they don't all die at the hands of supernatural entities. Bai Xiao Xiao's hoarse voice broke the deadly silence through his earpiece. Su Ming's fists clenched suddenly. Why would anyone do something so utterly unconscionable? Why do people act with such impunity under the protection of power? Why are there always shadows where sunlight cannot reach? His chest heaved violently. Now that I've become an investigator for Special Division 5, Now that I have supernatural abilities, besides dealing with harmful entities, can I also deal with these evil people? With such powerful abilities, can I kill people without restraint? He slowly removed the ceremonial mask from his face, murmuring in low tones. Beep beep beep. Warning. Warning. Investigator Su Ming's emotional state detected as rapidly deteriorating. Support personnel required for intervention. Warning. Investigator Su Ming's assigned mission is complete. Coordinates exceed mission area. Please advise return. Alert. Nearest Security Bureau units have been notified and are en route to investigators' coordinates. Please control your emotions. Alert. Special Division 5 enforcement team has been dispatched. Please remain in position and await assistance. Alarms blared continuously in by Xiaoxiao's earpiece as the monitoring screen before her flashed with countless red exclamation marks, making her temples throb. Bang! The control center door was suddenly thrown open as a middle-aged woman burst in urgently. By Xiaoxiao. What are you doing? Stop him immediately. The Jin City Mayor's office has already called our director about avoiding conflicts of interest. Make him withdraw. The woman, apparently by Xiaoxiao's superior, barked orders furiously. Minister, I can't reason with him anymore. Su Ming has cut off all communications. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice in the earpiece came to an abrupt halt. After sending the final message to Su Ming, she decisively closed the microphone. Under the dim lights in a corner of the wine cellar, Su Ming received the message and understood immediately. He raised his hand, yanked off his tactical goggles, and casually tossed them into the corner. The lenses clattered harshly as they rolled across the concrete floor. Oh ho! Kid taking off his glasses to look cool? Did you sneak some of our booze? Get on your knees and call me Grandpa. Mo Yibin stormed into the wine cellar with a string of curses, his heavy boots kicking over an empty wine barrel. Over a dozen of his men immediately formed a circle, trapping Su Ming firmly in the center. Su Ming's gaze was ice-cold as he swept over the crowd. These men's martial cultivation was generally above his own, their auras smooth and unified as if from the same school. The oppressive presence emanating from that seemingly foolish young man was even comparable to Wang Feng's. Really won't cry until you see your coffin. Mo Yibin snapped his fingers. Think killing my worthless old man gives you the right to show off on my turf? Let me tell you, even if my dad were standing here today, he'd still have to die. As his words fell, the lackeys forming the circle all reached into their jackets and pulled out polished gray-brown stones. They quickly took their positions and began chanting incantations in low voices. In the blink of an eye, a purple-gray light barrier thundered upward like an inverted giant bell, sealing Su Ming and the entire wine cellar. Mo Yibin smugly pounded his chest and laughed maniacally. Kid, you're finished. In my formation, if I want you dead, you die. A cold smile curved Su Ming's lips as his consciousness instantly sank into his mind, arriving at the Su family ancestral hall. Treating human lives like grass, setting up formations to refine ghosts, disregarding the authority of the underworld. Why won't you show yourself? He roared furiously at the judge's mask on the wall. The imposing mask trembled slightly, and an emotion flowed into Su Ming's heart. They are not the main culprits. By law, they only need to have their karmic merit deducted. What good is deducting karmic merit? Su Ming bellowed. I want retribution in this life. Don't hide in peace. Just because you're one level above them, you must come out today. He reached out to remove the mask. Bang bang. The mask shook, showing displeasure. To borrow my power, you must follow my rules. Su Ming's fist slammed against the blue bricks beside the mask. Keep talking nonsense, and I'll smash you. You're living on my turf and dare disobey? No way. Wush's consciousness flew back to reality. In the real world, Mo Yibin was cracking his knuckles, approaching with a sinister grin while his lackeys rubbed their hands together, waiting to see how their boss would deal with this blind pretty boy. Snap! Su Ming raised his hand and placed the judge's mask with its crown and protruding fangs over his face, while his other hand conjured a black leather tome and a jet-black wolf hair brush from thin air. What? Want to write your last will now? Should I give you a few minutes? Mo Yibin sneered, then launched himself forward like a cannonball. Su Ming spoke in a low voice. Those whose names are recorded in this book committing evil deeds, harming the virtuous, deceiving heaven and earth, disrupting the balance of yin and yang in the ghost realm, sentenced to 500 years reduction in lifespan, karmic merit cleared to 0. With that, he wielded the brush and rapidly wrote in the judgment book without hesitation. All lifespans exceeded. Su Ming's brush moved swiftly, ink splattering. Everyone, report to the Yellow Springs immediately. Boom. Thunder crashed from clear skies. Su Ming ignored the judge's repeated warnings and forcibly used the judgment book to condemn everyone with grave sins, finally triggering supernatural phenomena. Boom. The thunderous explosion shattered every window in the Black Donkey Manor, sending glass fragments cascading down like hailstones. On the streets, parked cars wailed in unison, their alarms blaring one after another. Lead gray clouds pressed down rapidly, as if a torrential downpour hung just above the eaves, making the air so oppressive it was hard to breathe. On the highway at that moment, Xieyong floored the accelerator, his black Mercedes weaving through traffic like a wild rabbit. Inside the car, he raised his voice to complain to his passenger. Damn it. Why are we the ones sent to find Su Ming? Shouldn't the enforcement department handle this kind of thing? Stop speculating. Huang Xiaoling gripped the handle tightly, forcing herself to stay calm. We owe Su Ming a favor. With things being so tense right now, going to pick him up makes perfect sense. The cold gleam of their level investigator badges on their arms was particularly conspicuous in the jolting vehicle. Xieyong clicked his tongue. I really misjudged him. That kid caused such a huge commotion on his very first internship mission. What if he drags us down with him? Huang Xiaoling frowned, disgusted by his attitude of wanting to distance himself after using someone. Shut up. We're colleagues. What's this talk about being implicated? You wouldn't have made it to a level without Su Ming, would you? Her sharp retort left Xieyong awkwardly touching his nose. Screech. The piercing sound of sudden braking tore through the car. Huang Xiaoling's body lurched forward, slamming into the windshield. Covering her nose, she cursed. What the hell? Why did you brake so hard? A pale green glow emanated from her palm as her spiritual energy quickly stopped the bleeding and reduced the swelling. Xieyong's Adam's apple bobbed, his lips pale, his trembling finger pointing ahead. Huang Xiaoling looked in that direction, her heart skipping a beat. The street was packed with countless figures stretching beyond sight. They stood in orderly rows, people of all ages and genders. Some wore modern hoodies while others donned ancient official robes and traditional gowns. Some were ragged with missing limbs, while others appeared well-dressed, but had long tongues hanging out. The dead from different eras had transcended time and space to form a long procession, ghostly soldiers borrowing the path. In her tactical eyepiece, the supercomputer quickly marked everything in red. All were ghosts. Though not necessarily malevolent spirits requiring elimination, their sheer number was enough to give Huang Xiaoling nightmares for half a year. She swallowed hard. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, the car window was knocked, making the glass vibrate. Huang Xiaoling spun around, her pupils contracting sharply as a scream escaped her lips. Ah. Tisk, what's all the fuss about, young lady? Never seen a ghost before? Aren't you spiritually awakened? The one knocking spoke with puzzlement in his voice. Huang Xiaoling nodded tremblingly and nudged Xieyong with her elbow, signaling him to flee quickly. But Xieyong gripped the steering wheel tightly, his feet feeling like they were filled with lead. How could he dare drive through that river of people ahead? Moreover, the red warning text in his eyepiece read, the figure outside the window had a danger level of B or higher. The figure had a broad smile, tall and thin build, deathly pale complexion, with a long tongue hanging down to his chest. The official hat on his head bore the characters, prosperity at first sight. And he was bending down, clawing at the car window, trying to squeeze his head inside. Oh my, young lady, roll down the window a bit, me head's getting stuck. The white impermanence pretended to be trapped, playfully joking with Huang Xiaoling. Huang Xiaoling grumbled inwardly. I didn't even open my window. How could you possibly get stuck? But under the pressure from the white impermanence, she reluctantly opened the window. The moment she pushed it open, the night wind rushed in with a bone-chilling coldness. The white impermanence grinned from ear to ear, pointing toward the street corner where a figure in black robes stood guard with arms crossed. It's hard to talk through the window. My partner Lao Ba and I were sent here on a mission, but somehow we ended up in the wrong place. Little ones, do you know where Black Donkey Manor is? So they were just asking for directions. Both Huang Xiaoling and Xieyong breathed a sigh of relief and were about to give directions to these two immortals. Holy crap, you're going to Black Donkey Manor too? The words slipped out of Xieyong's mouth before he could stop himself. Realizing his mistake, he quickly covered his mouth. The white impermanence was also stunned for a moment, then pulled out a small black booklet from his sleeve, flipping through several pages and comparing it to their faces. Your names aren't here. What a pity. I thought we could save ourselves some steps. All right, you two kids, hurry up and give us directions. Master Bai is busy. The white impermanence's tone grew stern. Xieyong didn't dare say another word and pointed toward the distant, hazy mountain silhouette. Follow that road straight up. The highest peak is where you'll find it. Much obliged. The white impermanence put away the booklet, his eyes crinkling with a smile. If you ever die in the future and the bullhead and horseface come to arrest you, just mention Master Bai's name, and you'll be well taken care of. The black impermanence in black robes snorted coldly, seemingly displeased at being overlooked. The white impermanence quickly added, right, and our Master He too, mentioning his name works just as well. Before the words had fully left his lips, the black and white impermanences each grabbed a section of dark iron chain, with the other end binding a string of bewildered souls. With a swift movement, they vanished into the depths of the night along with the ghostly figures. Gulp. Huang Xiaoling swallowed hard and looked at Xieyong with trembling fear. Xieyong, do you think we just encountered ghosts? Xieyong pointed to the wet stain on his pants, his face bitter as a bitter melon. What do you think? The pants are the evidence. Meanwhile, deep in the wine cellar, Su Ming frantically scribbled and crossed out entries in the Pride scripture with his brush. The ink transformed into rolling gray mist, forming whirlwinds that drilled into the bodies of Mo Yibin and his men. At first, the group only felt a slight chill and paid no attention. But when they looked at each other, they were all stunned. "B-boss, why do you look so old? Your chest muscles are gone." Before the words were finished, Mo Yibin looked down at his chest muscles, now deflated like a punctured balloon, and slapped his subordinate across the face, sending gold teeth flying everywhere. "Withered my ass. Stop dawdling and kill that kid." The orders sounded decisive, but when the group tried to grab their weapons, they discovered their legs were weak and they were gasping for breath after just a few steps. Mo Yibin was furious, grabbing his now scrawny arm and shouting, "Bastard, what the hell did you do?" Behind the ritual mask, Su Ming's lips curved slightly upward as he said casually, "Nothing much, just as I Sadie only deducted 500 years from your lifespans." "Bullshit. If you deducted 500 years, how could I still be breathing? Stop pretending." Mo Yibin remained defiant and stubborn. Su Ming shrugged. "Don't worry, let the bullet fly a little longer." As his words fell, an icy aura instantly filled the wine cellar. The air above seemed to crack open an invisible fissure, and white paper money fluttered down like snow, or like countless copper coins scattered throughout every corner. Everyone shivered in unison, their ankles trembling with cold. Ding, a crisp bell sound echoed among the falling paper money. Immediately after, two eerie voices, one shrill and one deep, carried on the wind. "Life is impermanent. When glory and wealth are at their peak, hatred arrives with impermanence. When ghostly soldiers pass through, the living must step aside." At Black Donkey Manor, in the cramped wine cellar, several balding old men surrounded the masked youth Su Ming. Suddenly, a cold wind swept in from the doorway, whipping the old men's sparse hair into wild tangles. "Who's there? Stop playing tricks and get out here." The bulliest of them, Mo Yibin, clutched his stuffy chest and cursed toward the entrance. In response came the slow yet piercing sounds of tap-tap and clank-clank as footsteps and iron chains dragged across the ground. Then, two tall hats, one white, one black, came into view. The white hat bore the words "prosperity at first sight," while the black one read "peace under heaven." "Oh crap, how did we attract these two lords?" Su Ming's heart sank. With a casual gesture, he had caused Mo Yibin's gang to owe hundreds of years of lifespan. If they really went to the underworld, King Yama would surely settle the score with him. "Boss, these two guys, something's not right about them," one of the lackeys whispered. "Don't be a coward." Mo Yibin glared. "What's wrong with them?" The lackey swallowed hard, staring at the approaching black and white impermanence, his voice trembling. They don't seem to have feet." "Puffed, so they're just ghosts. It's not like I'm." Clank. Before he could finish, an icy iron chain had already locked around Mo Yibin's wrist. "Hey there, young man, lower your head a bit." "Yes, stick your neck out. White Master's got a nice collar for you." White Impermanence smiled, his crimson tongue lolling as he held up a collar threaded on the chain, gesturing for Mo Yibin to bow his head. "What the hell? Why are you putting that on me?" Mo Yibin kicked hard at White Impermanence, shouting, "Get lost," only to see his foot pass straight through the figure. White Impermanence laughed even more cheerfully, his pale face creasing into spine-chilling wrinkles. "Old 8. Here's another disobedient one. You want him, or should I take him?" Black Impermanence, busy chaining up the other old men, turned his head. His dark, ghostly face was filled with menace. "Me." Whoosh. In a flash of black shadow, he stood before Mo Yibin. Under the latter's horrified gaze, he opened his mouth and bit down on his neck. Aha! A hazy soul was yanked out by Black Impermanence's bite, torn to shreds amid agonized screams. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The teeth-grinding sound of chewing echoed through the cellar. White Impermanence shrugged, his tone light. "Sorry about that. My brother here is a man of few words, but fierce action, can't stand seeing me wronged. So then anyone else not cooperating with our work?" He continued scanning the crowd with his beaming smile, though it grew increasingly sinister. The remaining lackeys exchanged glances, their thoughts of revenge completely frightened away. In a corner of the wine cellar, Black Impermanence's short, stout figure clutched Mo Yibin's soul, like a feasting beast crunching away with crispy sounds. Probably tastes like chicken," Su Ming thought to himself, while quietly stepping backward. If he didn't leave now, and the two lords discovered that everyone in this room owed years of lifespan, wouldn't they tear him apart to meet their quota? Just as he reached the doorway, he heard a familiar shrill voice behind him. "Oh my, Lord Shui, you're here too." White Impermanence's piercing voice rang out behind Su Ming. Goosebumps instantly crawled up his neck. Su Ming inwardly cursed, "This is bad," but still steadied his breathing. The judge's mask on his face had become a lifesaver, as the White Impermanence had mistaken him for Judge Chui. His form didn't look ghostly. Who knew what Judge Chui actually looked like in the underworld? He cleared his throat, deliberately lowering his voice. "Ahem, so it's 7th and 8th. You two are on duty today?" White Impermanence was stunned for a moment. then revealed a ghastly white smile, staring straight at him. Judge Chui, you're so busy you forget things. The work in the mortal realm has always been handled by us brothers. Bull Brother and Horse Brother have retired to the second line, and Chain Master and Lock Master only leave the underworld once every 800 years. Your visit this time is for. Su Ming's heart trembled. The underworld actually had retirement and maternity leave, but he had always been bold and careful, never panicking when faced with trouble, and words came naturally. Humph, this official was just testing you too, seeing if you had any complaints about overtime. As he spoke, he raised his hand and patted White Impermanence's shoulder. Little Xia, you're doing very well. I just judged several death sentences, and you arrived right on time. You didn't disappoint me. Don't worry, you've been in the 7th and 8th positions long enough. When I return this time, I'll put in a good word for you. It's time for promotions. The gaze behind the mask was sharp, staring until White Impermanence's scalp went numb. Oh my, Judge Chui, you're like a grandfather to me. White Impermanence laughed with his tongue wagging. We're just working for the underworld, can't claim any real merit. If you could really say a few words for us brothers, we've been doing this lousy job for thousands of years and I'm sick of it. Bet right. Su Ming rejoiced inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. Understood, I remember your hard work. When the opportunity comes, I'll promote you first. This was the art of promise-making. Promises should be painted large. If looking at plums could quench thirst in stories, making people look at promises to stop hunger wasn't too excessive. He 8th, come thank Judge Chui. Black Impermanence wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, carrying Mo Yibin's severed head in one hand, walking over as if nothing had happened. Thanks. Black Impermanence uttered one word in a low, hoarse voice. Thank you, Judge Quia, don't eat me. Mo Yibin's head trembled, letting out a piercing scream. Su Ming nodded slightly, finally managed to fool them, and this Mo Yibin was truly pitiful. With a human head as an example, the remaining lackeys instantly lost their will to resist, obediently putting on iron chains and collars. Clank, the iron chains locked tight. White Impermanence pulled the chain with a cold smile. Judge Chui, the job's done. Shall we go down together? Like hell I'm going down with you. Su Ming thought to himself, but laughed heartily on the surface. This official still has matters to attend to. You go ahead. Oh, there seems to be someone called Zhao Shuai in this manor whose lifespan has also ended. Did you miss him? White Impermanence was startled, then immediately understood, nudging Black Impermanence with his elbow. 8th, check if we forgot someone named Zhao Shuai. Though Black Impermanence wasn't good with words, he was quite clever, pretending to flip through a ledger and decisively stating, ah, right. Indeed, this time he said 2 words. Under Su Ming's watchful eyes, the White Impermanence pulled out a sheep hair brush and wrote 2 characters in the blank space of the ledger: Zhao Shuai. Only then did the previously mocking Su Ming understand. Even the underworld operated on connections and backdoor dealings, and could specifically make things difficult for people. His expression instantly shifted to one of complete satisfaction, nodding repeatedly like a cunning old fox who had just received a bribe. Hee, thank you for the reminder, Lord Chui. We brothers will collect 1 more soul, and then withdraw. Please put in a good word for us when you return. Both the White and Black Impermanences bowed to Su Ming in unison, then departed with a train of dead spirits trailing behind them, riding the ghostly wind and transforming into black mist before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Immediately, piercing screams echoed from within the villa. Zhao Shuai, thinking the intruding ghosts were Su Qianxian's allies, insisted on fighting the Black and White Impermanences. As a result, he experienced firsthand what it meant to be a double serving, dragged into the underworld with only half his head remaining, likely facing the full tour of all 18 levels of hell. Confident that everything was wrapped up, Su Ming's spirit relaxed. The Nuo mask on his face shattered with a crack into scattered ghostly markings, and his knees buckled as he half knelt on the ground. Overloaded. Though his face was deathly pale, his eyes gleamed with excitement. That was incredible. The judge's Nuo mask, I'll definitely use it like this again next time. Before he could finish speaking, he stubbornly turned his face toward the ground and collapsed with a thud into a pile of old men's corpses, looking particularly out of place. In a damp, dark underground building, a dim bulb flickered on and off. Damn it all, he causes more trouble than that monkey. How many years of lifespan does he owe? Judge Chui slapped his forehead and clutched the arrogance ledger in his hands, trembling as if he wanted to throw it away immediately. That brat, using a chicken feather as an imperial decree and daring to threaten me. I'll show him what's what. Cursing under his breath, he grabbed the sheep hair brush and was about to make a mark after Su Ming. Ahem. An irresistible thunderous sound exploded in his mind. Judge Chui immediately threw the brush far away and bowed repeatedly toward the dark ceiling. Great sage, I was just joking. How would I dare to scribble randomly? His face was all smiles, wrinkles bunched up like a chrysanthemum. Look, when you told me to go along with it, didn't I comply without hesitation? You're magnanimous. I am just a working stiff. I really can't keep messing around like this. With so much lifespan owed, how many living beings would need to be killed to make up for it? This is disrupting the underworld's cycle of reincarnation. An invisible voice seemed to respond. Judge Chui perked up his ears. What? You want me to kill a few more mosquitoes? How much lifespan could those things possibly have? I'd have to kill them until when? Hey, no, no, no. I agree, all right. Don't come down here. We have strict attendance policies now, and I can't take leave. He gestured wildly at the empty air, bargaining for quite some time before finally sighing deeply and pulling out a mirror to look at himself. Sigh. I'm just a sucker, bullied by that monkey my whole life. Screech. A black Mercedes came to a sudden stop at the entrance of Black Donkey Manor. The two people inside peered through the windshield at the gate that had been kicked askew and the rows of corpses lying at the entrance, exchanging glances. Xiaoling, have those two ghost lords already left? Is it appropriate for us to go in now? Xie Yang held a small flame in his hand, seizing every moment to dry his soaking wet pants. Huang Xiaoling pondered for a moment, then said with certainty, those two ghosts possess incredible supernatural powers and can travel vast distances in an instant. I'm sure they've left. Just look, the sky has cleared up. Xie Yang leaned halfway out of the car and peered through the window. The dark clouds that had been looming overhead earlier had somehow completely disappeared, leaving a clear blue sky with a rainbow stretching across the mountainside behind Black Donkey Manor, as if bearing witness to their words. Should we go then? He asked. Following the trail of still wet blood and scattered corpses on the ground, the two quickly found the entrance to the wine cellar. Sniff, sniff. Huang Xiaoling wrinkled her nose. Why do I smell wine? Come on, let's take a look inside. You just want a drink, don't you? There's no way Su Ming could be in there. Xie Yang grumbled as he pushed open the door and followed her in. Before he could finish speaking, both of them froze in shock. The dim wall lamps illuminated rows of wine bottles, casting an eerie blood-red glow. Beneath their feet, corpses lay piled like dehydrated puppets, one pressed against another. Though not a drop of fresh blood was visible, they seemed to be soaked in an invisible pool of blood. The wine racks above looked like roosts for bloodthirsty bats. Those bottles of dark red liquid flickered in the lamplight, as if continuously draining the last vestiges of life from the dead, leaving only the dark crimson in the bottles and a coldly indifferent smile like that of a young girl. Look, is that Su Ming? Xie Yang pointed toward the center of the pile of corpses. Huang Xiaoling rushed forward in quick steps, nimbly leaping over severed limbs several times before landing beside Su Ming. She raised both palms, and pale green light writhed into a luminous membrane as she pressed them against his chest. Thump, thump, thump. 3 healing palm techniques were administered, and Su Ming's ashen complexion gradually warmed, though he remained unconscious. He's fine now, just passed out from overusing his abilities. He'll wake up after some rest. Huang Xiaoling breathed a sigh of relief, but her gaze was drawn to another corpse nearby. She gently turned the body over, and her pupils suddenly contracted. Xie Yang, come look at this. I think this is Mo Yibin, the sect leader of the Primordial Thunder sect. What? That martial arts master who's among the best of the younger generation. Xie Yang gasped and rushed over to confirm. Despite Mo Yibin's current wrinkled, withered appearance, his exaggerated pectoral muscles and brain, inversely proportional to his physique, still gave away his identity. His life force is completely gone, dead as dead can be, but there isn't even a scratch on his body. Xie Yang swallowed hard. Did Su Ming do all this? Huang Xiaoling's fingertips trembled as she looked at Su Ming with shock and fear in her eyes. It was bizarre, utterly bizarre, completely unharmed, yet drained of life force. The killing method was terrifyingly clean and efficient. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Xie Yang shook his head vigorously. He only awakened half a month ago. How could he possibly take on Mo Yibin? Even if he's a genius, there's no way he could single-handedly destroy the entire Primordial Thunder sect. I'd sooner believe I won't see any ghosts this year. Huang Xiaoling agreed rationally, but her feminine intuition quietly whispered that if it really was Su Ming, it might not be entirely impossible. Forget it, let's just follow orders. The public security people will be here soon. We'll take Su Ming back with us. The crime scene investigation can wait for backup. The two worked together to drag Su Ming to the Mercedes and sped towards Special Unit 5. Inside Special Unit 5, Director Wei slammed his fist on the desk, his roar echoing through the hallway. What? Intern investigator Su Ming attacked Black Donkey Manor and murdered young Master Zhao. What? He wiped out the entire Primordial Thunder sect. What? He also burned down their wine cellar worth hundreds of millions. Director Wei was so furious his beard bristled. This is outrageous, absolutely outrageous. Lock him up in solitary confinement and get people to investigate everything. Once we have evidence, I'll have him executed. Did you hear? The director is going to execute Su Ming. What? You mean that object-type awakener who took down a class threat on his first assessment? That's him. Word is the higher-ups are putting pressure on the director, so he needs to make an example of Su Ming. Instructor Qin must be over the moon. The hallway lights cast a dim yellow glow as the crowd discussed, and walked away. A middle-aged man with black-rimmed glasses, clutching his briefcase tightly, pressed himself against the wall to eavesdrop. Only after the footsteps faded completely did he pull out his phone. Beep, hello, City Lord. I've delivered the message you asked me to pass along. Director Wei said he'll severely punish the killer of young Master Zhao. Your influence really carries weight. His voice dripped with flattery, and even over the phone, he bowed slightly. All right then, come back. Beep beep beep. In the penthouse suite atop the skyscraper, Han Bing closed his phone and lit a cigar. Dad, looks like that Wei Qing guy doesn't have much back, but he'll do whatever we tell him. The young man on the sofa didn't look up, his fingers swiping across his phone screen, his tone full of contempt. Han Bing exhaled a perfect smoke ring and snorted coldly. No backbone. You're thinking too simply. He's putting on a show for us. When the results come out, I guarantee it'll be clean and flawless. You won't find a single flaw. But whether it's actually that person taking the fall, well, that's anyone's guess. You mean he wants to pull a switcheroo? The young man sat up abruptly, tossing his phone aside. It's not exactly a switcheroo. All the witnesses are dead, and there are only a few blurry video recordings. There's plenty of room to maneuver. Han Bing gazed out at the nighttime cityscape of Jin City through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Nominally, he was the top dog, but the pressure Wei Qing brought made every step difficult. Dad, isn't there a National Special Fifth Bureau internal exchange meeting in half a month? I could accidentally kill Su Ming then. Tell the Zhao family to transfer half the money to my account first. The young man stood up and headed for the door to prepare for the exchange meeting. Han Bing tacitly approved his son's plan, his gaze growing sharper. Wei Qing, you'd better not block my path to wealth. Jin City Special Fifth Bureau. In the cell, spiritual energy flowed back as Su Ming slowly concluded his practice. His meridians crackled and popped, leaving his entire body feeling indescribably refreshed. This 1,000 transformations formless technique seems tailor-made for me. I am progressing incredibly fast, and it meshes perfectly with the Nuo God System. He stretched lazily on the worn iron bed, his face lighting up with joy. After waking from unconsciousness, his martial cultivation had successfully broken through to the second stage of the clear insight realm, and he'd comprehended a special technique from the method that perfectly complemented the Nuo mask system. Whoosh whoosh without moving his hands, just by shaking his head, his face first transformed into a fierce yaksha, then shifted to the mighty Guangong, and finally, with another shake, returned to his original human appearance. With this face-changing technique, switching between Nuo masks in future battles will be faster and more discreet. At this thought, Su Ming's mood soared. His back didn't ache, his legs didn't hurt, and even the toilet at the foot of his bed didn't seem quite so foul. During these days of solitary confinement, what Su Ming found most unbearable was having to sleep every night while smelling his own waste. The dim single cell contained only a flickering overhead light and an old toilet. The latter had no lid, and the stains remaining on the porcelain rim were particularly glaring under the light. Whenever he pressed the flush valve, the water would splash against the inner walls, and the foul-smelling gases would surge throughout the entire room like awakened beasts, making Su Ming wonder if his waste was floating up to the ceiling along with the water mist. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was contemplating using bedboard fragments to fashion a makeshift lid for the toilet, someone knocked on the iron door. 10,086. Yes, here. Su Ming immediately rolled out of bed, stood with his feet together, and snapped a crisp military salute. The door opened, and a security guard in uniform stepped inside. His gaze swept across the cell and stopped at the lidless toilet, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Come with me. Director Wei is waiting for you. Sir, are you letting me out? What's the situation outside? Has the case been solved? I told you from the beginning I really didn't kill anyone. Su Ming seized the opportunity, trying to extract some information to prepare for Director Wei's upcoming interrogation. However, the guard wasn't buying it. He snorted coldly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If I were you, I'd think carefully about what guilty deeds I've done and behave myself in front of the director. With that, he turned and led the way. Su Ming touched his nose and could only follow. In this enclosed space, he had no sense of time and could only estimate by counting meals. 14 meals total, roughly half a month. After turning several corners down the dark corridor, he was led into an office lit by cold white lights. Wei Qing was half leaning in his executive chair, with files stacked half a person's height on his desk. So you're here? How did you enjoy the toilet smell these past few days? Wei Qing put down the document in his hand, gestured for the guard to leave, and smiled. So it was intentional after all. Su Ming grumbled internally but put on a pitiful expression. It reeked, Director. Aren't the conditions in our station a bit too harsh? Even prison toilets have lids. I suggest investigating whoever's responsible for purchasing supplies for the detention room. Wei Qing's face darkened. All purchasing for the station is handled by my brother-in-law. Do you have a problem with that? I didn't say anything. Su Ming shrugged and obediently shut his mouth. Wei Qing gently placed the document in his hand on top of the file pile and cleared his throat. According to the field reports from Huang Shaoling and Xiaoyong, Black Donkey Manor was attacked by two ghost kings of B level or above that day. Most people died at the hands of those two ghost kings. You accidentally entered the manor while investigating the malevolent spirit from the Zhensheng University disappearance case, fainted in the wine cellar after fighting that spirit, and coincidentally avoided the ghost kings. After knocking you unconscious, that malevolent spirit set fire to red wine worth 100 million daxia coins. Fortunately, Xieyong and the others arrived in time to rescue you. Now, those two ghost kings have been designated black and white and are wanted as a-level missions. The malevolent spirit that attacked you has been upgraded to Clevel and transferred to higher-level investigators. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Wei Qing looked at Su Ming meaningfully, his gaze seeming to see right through him. Looking at the half-meter-high stack of reports on the desk, Su Ming's heart pounded. This was clearly Wei Qing's scheme to protect him, using the black and white impermanents as scapegoats. Who could find fault with that? As for Su Qianqian being mysteriously upgraded for handling, it might not be unjust. Before leaving the Bihai Lanwan villa that day, Su Ming had indeed discussed something with Su Qianqian. Senior, getting revenge in this situation is going to be tough. Zhao Shuai has definitely run home to gather reinforcements, and with just the two of us, it'll be nearly impossible to take him down. Su Ming leaned against the bar, speaking in a low voice. Then what do we do? Su Qianqian's voice was hoarse, filled with both sorrow and unwillingness. Her current half-human, half-ghost appearance was all that man's doing. If she couldn't get her revenge, she'd rather die again. Su Ming's gaze remained calm. If you're willing to take the fall for me, we can give it one more shot. But regardless of whether we succeed or fail, your days ahead won't be easy. This was the best plan he could come up with while ensuring he wouldn't get dragged into it. Su Qianqian lifted her head slightly, her eyes gentle yet determined. Huh. Junior, I'm already dead, and now I've become a vengeful spirit that harms people. What blame can I shoulder? Let's do it. I trust you. Even having lost her former stunning beauty, she still captivated hearts with her charisma alone, truly worthy of being Zhensheng University's campus belle. Su Ming nodded. Then let's do it. We'll storm Black Donkey Manor. I'll handle the killing, and you'll take the blame for me. While unconscious, he had been worried about that batch of blood maiden wine in the cellar that he hadn't had time to destroy, fearing it might enter society and gain popularity. He hadn't expected Su Qianqian to have already dealt with it for him. In comparison, this blame was indeed much lighter than killing Zhao Shuai. After the case was closed, Su Ming arrived at the municipal bureau. So I'm off the hook then? Thanks, Chief. Can I go now? He scratched the back of his head, grinning innocently. Chief Wei didn't rush to answer, simply tapping his fingers on the desk and gesturing for him to sit down. No hurry. I still have a few things I'd like to ask you about. Huh? What things? Su Ming was stunned. A bureau chief actually had things to consult him about? Wei Qing leaned forward, elbows on the desk, closing the distance between them as his gaze fixed on Su Ming's face. These masks of yours. No, the file says they're Nuo masks. Can you really control them completely? Ever since the analysis report had been placed before him, he'd been in shock. The third, and even fourth Nuo masks had appeared one after another, each with more outrageous abilities than the last, capable of instantly aging targets and directly taking lives. Such heaven-defying methods were unheard of. Wei Qing worried whether this power might backfire on Su Ming himself. Sensing the other's concern, Su Ming felt warmth in his heart. He had to hide the system's existence, so he chose the safest explanation. Don't worry, Chief Wei. My ability probably falls under the other category. Essentially, it's about communicating with deities from another world. Everything is under my control. They can't affect my state of mind. This was his latest insight from reflecting during confinement. There existed some kind of mutual constraint between him and the Nuo masks. The Nuo level went without saying. Look at that Xiongbo, who became obedient after a good scolding from him. As for the Guanua level judge, despite already being considered a righteous deity, it still had to lend its power under his firm demands, with the only cost being severe exhaustion. The system was indeed impressive as always. After all, it lived in his own mind. How could he not control it? Su Ming sat in the chair across from Director Wei Qing, flexing his wrist with secret satisfaction. He had just tested his abilities and found that his newly advanced martial cultivation could now support the brief use of high-level Nuo masks. Though the duration wasn't particularly long, at least he wouldn't collapse from exhaustion again. Seeing his expression, Wei Qing finally relaxed and smiled, patting the desk. That's good to hear. Now the Bureau can confidently invest resources in you. By the way, the Young Investigators Exchange meeting I mentioned last time is about to begin. Anyone under 25 can participate. According to regulations, trainee investigators don't have to compete, but since you've successfully completed a drank mission, it would be a shame not to go. Su Ming was about to politely decline when Wei Qing immediately added, the top 100 all receive prizes, and even last place gets a spirit rhinoceros pill, which would greatly benefit your martial cultivation. I'm in. Su Ming's attitude changed instantly. He was still just a poor student who had made it to university on welfare and scholarships. Even with his special Bureau 5 salary, Buying rare medicinal pills out of his own pocket remained far beyond reach. Can't waste an opportunity. I absolutely love exchanging ideas with colleagues. To avoid embarrassing himself at the exchange meeting, he spent the next few days practically living in the training room, consolidating his cultivation level. Compared to investigators his age, his only weakness was his short cultivation time and thin foundation. Fortunately, as long as his spiritual energy held out, a low cultivation level wasn't a fatal problem. The exchange meeting was held in the capital. Flying for the first time in his 19 years, he was as excited as a child. Wei Qing generously booked business class for the entire team. Why not first class? At 188,000 yuan per seat, even the bureau had to budget carefully. Stretching out in the spacious seat, Su Ming yawned contentedly and thought to himself, business trips are the best. I wonder if headquarters arranged a 5-star hotel for tonight. 5 stars. The headquarters' own hotel exceeds 5-star standards, a cool female voice said beside his ear. Su Ming turned his head to see a familiar face settling into the seat next to him, skillfully fastening her seatbelt and crossing her legs. Lin Xiaoran. What are you doing here? He asked with pleasant surprise, not expecting to travel with his life-and-death comrade from last time. I'm also from the Zhensheng branch. Lin Xiaoran rolled her eyes at him. I just advanced to crank, so of course I'm attending the exchange meeting. I'm even a main participant. But you not even finished your probation period. Su Ming slapped out his little red certificate and spread it before her eyes. Look carefully, I'm now an active drank investigator. Lin Xiaoran gave a flat, oh. Congratulations. Should I call you senior? In your dreams. No workplace bullying. The two laughed and joked around, making the journey much less boring. Just before takeoff, Lin Xiaoran seemed to remember something and pulled out her phone to open a forum. Su Ming, remember how I said I'd help make you famous? That day when you rushed into the villa without hesitation to save the ghost, I recorded a video and posted it on the special Bureau 5 internal forum. It got tons of likes. Let me show you. She handed over her phone. Su Ming blinked in surprise and moved his finger toward the play button. Boom. A sudden thunderous explosion erupted from the direction of the cockpit, and a blazing orange fireball swept through the cabin with a shockwave. Scorching heat waves hit his face, instantly burning his throat raw, leaving only a field of blood red before his eyes. The acrid smell of burning mixed with the nauseating stench of charred flesh filled the cabin. He didn't even have time to summon his Nuo mask before his screams were drowned in the explosion, and his consciousness slowly sank into darkness. Breaking news. A plane departing from Zhensheng exploded violently shortly after takeoff. The Public Security Department estimates there are likely no survivors aboard the aircraft. A thunderous explosion jolted Su Ming awake from his slumber. His muscles convulsed violently as if struck by lightning, and he snapped his eyes open, unleashing a torrent of savage, murderous intent. The Yiksha mask materialized on his face of its own accord. The next second, he finally saw clearly the cabin was intact, the seats undamaged, and everyone was safe. Where was the explosion? Su Ming looked around. A sharply dressed business elite was reviewing documents. A pot-bellied tycoon was yawning. A young mother was gently patting her daughter's back. A flight attendant was conversing fluently in English with foreign passengers. Peaceful and serene, as if the thunderclap had been nothing more than the echo of a nightmare. He removed the mask, pressed his palm firmly against his forehead, and quickly suppressed his killing intent. His labored breathing still betrayed the terror of his brush with death. Su Ming? What's wrong? You're drenched in sweat. A familiar female voice gently stirred his nerves. Lin Xiaoran leaned over, her delicate face filled with concern, though she tried to appear nonchalant. Lin Xiaoran, what are you doing here? Su Ming asked in bewilderment. I'm also from the Zhensheng branch. I just got promoted to clever investigator, and I'm going to the exchange conference. Lin Xiaoran rolled her eyes. And I'm one of the key members. What about you? Aren't you still in your probation period? Because Su Ming started to answer, but cold sweat had already soaked his back. The scenes from his dream perfectly overlapped with reality. Even the dialogue was identical word for word. Would the plane really explode? Would Lin Xiaoran die? And would he die too? Su Ming, what's really wrong with you? You seem completely out of it. Lin Xiaoran frowned. He took 2 deep breaths, forcing down his panic. I'm fine, probably just airsick. I'll be better after some rest. An explosion? That was absurd. He reassured himself this wasn't final destination. Moreover, if there really was danger, why would he have to experience it again? The plane began its takeoff roll, the acceleration pressing against their bodies as the aircraft lifted off the ground. Seeing that he still looked tense, Lin Xiaoran pulled out her phone and opened her photo album. Remember when I said I'd help make you famous? I uploaded the video of you charging into that villa to save the ghost to the special 5th Bureau's internal forum. It got tons of likes. Let me show you. The familiar dialogue, the familiar screen brightness, everything matched his dream down to the smallest detail. Su Ming's heart pounded wildly. He suddenly unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up against the acceleration. The plane's going to explode. Everyone be careful. The mask reappeared on his face as he leaped from his seat and rushed toward the cockpit. Sir, please remain seated. a flight attendant instinctively called out. But Su Ming had already ignored her. If there really was going to be an explosion, he needed to see with his own eyes what was behind it. A curtain separated business class from first class. He materialized his green dragon crescent blade, pointing it forward. The blade flashed, and the curtain split instantly. Behind the curtain, a teenager of 18 or 19, also wielding a green dragon crescent blade, stared back in shock. It was unmistakably Su Ming himself. Boom. An orange fireball erupted in the center of his vision. Searing flames instantly engulfed him, and overwhelming burning pain filled his chest. His consciousness scattered, his vision turned crimson, and he seemed to smell his own flesh charring. Death. Ah. Cough, cough, cough. Su Ming bolted upright from his seat, clutching his throat and gasping violently. The scorching air felt like flames drilling into his windpipe, and the desperate burning sensation from before his death surged back with his consciousness, forcing out a low, hoarse groan. Su Ming, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Lin Xiaoran shot up from the nearest aisle seat, recognizing him instantly and rushing over in a few quick steps to support his nearly collapsing body. Xiaoran, how are we? Why are we here? Su Ming pressed his hand to his chest, breathing erratically, his voice raspy. Aren't we going to the exchange conference in Kyoto? This is the flight to Kyoto. Lin Xiaoran helped Su Ming back into his seat, her brow furrowed with concern. You look terrible. What happened? Kyoto, exchange conference. Su Ming stared at her, veins bulging at his temples. Right, we're going to the conference. Something's wrong, very wrong. Why would I forget? Panic crept across his face for the first time as he grabbed Lin Xiaoran's arm and struggled to stand. Come on, we need to get off this plane. This flight is about to explode. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Lin Xiaoran toward the cabin door. Sir, the aircraft is already accelerating for takeoff. Please return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt, or I'll have to notify the air marshal. A flight attendant in high heels and black stockings blocked the aisle, mistaking Su Ming for a potential hijacker, her tone stern and tense. Through the window, runway lights began streaking past beneath the wing. Su Ming glanced out and realized it was too late to force their way off before takeoff. Gritting his teeth, he turned back. Lin Xiaoran followed with a head full of questions, secretly gathering a thread of sharp golden energy in her palm, ready to subdue her out-of-control friend at any moment. As soon as they were seated, Su Ming pulled out his tactical eyepiece, tapped the frame, and quickly accessed the communication channel. Beep. The call was answered after just one ring, and by Xiao Xiao's sleepy yawn came through the earpiece. Su Ming, what's up? Did you make it to Kyoto? Hearing the familiar voice, Su Ming felt a wave of relief and quickly organized his thoughts, pouring out his bizarre experience in one breath. Xiao Xiao, time's running out, so I'll make this quick. I think I've encountered some kind of anomaly. I keep reliving the same sequence. Plane Takeo-fastened explosion. In my memory, I've already died twice from this, but I'm still alive. Each death feels completely real. The pain, the suffocation, everything is vivid. What is this? How do I fight it? Hurry, the plane's about to explode. Bai Xiao Xiao instantly snapped awake, kicked off her blanket, and lunged toward her computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. In the cabin, the engine roar grew increasingly deafening, the vibrating pressure penetrating even through earplugs. Moments later, Bai Xiao Xiao's urgent but steady voice came through the earpiece. Su Ming, what you're experiencing is an extremely rare type of anomaly we call nightmares. Based on your description, I suspect you've entered a dream state. You need to listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Bai Xiao Xiao spoke with grave urgency, her words rapid fire. Su Ming nodded frantically, not daring to miss a single detail. Nightmares typically drag their chosen prey into shared dreams, setting traps within the dreamscape to gradually break down their victim's mental state. Su Ming, you must control your emotions. It will do everything possible to make you collapse. Bai Xiao Xiao's voice was heavy with concern through the phone. She explained to Su Ming that nightmares could interfere with dreams, but couldn't create them from nothing. Was indeed on the plane and could genuinely choose to make this call, and she would inevitably tell him everything about the current situation. Do you understand? Her words seemed half true, half false. But one thing was clear. The nightmare could only influence, not create, and certainly couldn't strip away Su Ming's freedom of choice. Got it, continue. Su Ming quickly processed the information. Finding it isn't actually difficult. Bai Xiao Xiao lowered her voice. As long as you catch any anomaly in the dream, you can grab hold of it and escape. Its true form isn't strong. But be careful. Each time you die, part of your memory gets erased. When you completely forget that you've died before, the nightmare will devour you and take your place. So no matter what, you must remember how many times you've started over, or you'll lose yourself. The worry in her voice was unmistakable. Understood, Xiao Xiao, thank you. It's just that next time we meet, you probably won't remember again. After understanding the enemy's nature, Su Ming felt relieved. The unknown was most terrifying, but now he only wanted to figure out how to destroy it. He hung up the phone. The aircraft's nose lifted as it roared toward the clouds. Su Ming shifted into a comfortable position against his seat back and delivered his routine slap to Lin Xiaoran as she returned. Smack! Su Ming, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoran was both embarrassed and furious. At that moment, an orange fireball suddenly streaked across the aisle. Boom! Searing heat instantly flooded his nostrils and windpipe. Cough, cough, cough. Su Ming opened his eyes, suppressing his coughing, and sank his consciousness into his mind, returning to the ancestral hall. He placed 3 unlit incense sticks into the incense burner on the altar table. His consciousness returned to his body just as Lin Xiaoran was taking her seat. Lin Xiaoran, what brings you here? The familiar dialogue played out again, and Su Ming's lips curved into a smile. The roles of hunter and hunted had reversed, and now it was a matter of who would show their weakness first. Lin Xiaoran rolled her eyes and explained her purpose as usual. Before the plane had fully taken off, Su Ming turned his gaze toward the cabin, searching for anything unreasonable. The suited man who immediately put on headphones and buried himself in his phone upon sitting down. The pot-bellied fat man, spinning prayer beads in his hand while chewing gum. A mother and daughter. The mother appeared to be in her mid-30s. The daughter wore an elementary school uniform. As soon as they boarded, the little girl was fitted with an eye mask and fell asleep, while the mother constantly checked the time on her phone, looking anxious. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign man, nearly 2 meters tall who stood out even while seated, currently arguing with a flight attendant about something. The flight attendant was the same one who had warned Su Ming during his previous death. She wore heavy makeup and black stockings, spoke fluent English, and though she maintained a professional smile, her eyes betrayed her impatience. Sir, please stop making phone calls. The plane is about to take off, and phone calls could cause danger, she explained in a steady tone. However, the foreign man still gripping his phone acted as if he didn't understand, shrugging and spreading his hands. What? What are you saying? I don't understand Daxiao language, the man said, raising his chin with a look of complete innocence. The flight attendant unconsciously clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and switched to English. Sir, danger, Daila. Oh, yes, you die too. The man replied dismissively and continued dialing. Su Ming observed all this from across the aisle, thinking to himself, everyone seems normal. He raised his hand to stroke the sparse stubble on his chin. Hey, Su Ming, what are you doing? Are you even listening to me? Lin Xiaoran frowned beside him and gave him a hard push. She pulled out her phone and quickly scrolled to a familiar video. Remember I said I'd help make you famous? Take a look at this. Su Ming caught a glimpse of the screen and immediately became alert. This time the phone was being offered earlier than in the previous loop. He hadn't even had time to examine the business class passengers carefully before the video was thrust at him. No, I can't look, he thought, reaching out to block the phone. I know what's in it, I've seen it online before. I'll watch it later. Lin Xiaoran pouted and put her phone away, not understanding what Su Ming was so nervous about. With only a few minutes left before takeoff, Su Ming hadn't discovered any particularly useful information in this round. Everyone in the cabin appeared normal, but the more normal they seemed, the more likely they were hiding something abnormal. Given the nightmare's capabilities, it shouldn't logically extend beyond the business class area. Yet the alarm had sounded, meaning the anomaly was hidden among these few people. The weakest and least suspicious targets were often the most dangerous. The most harmless-looking passengers in the entire business class were that mother and daughter. With his mind made up, Su Ming stood directly, stepped over Lin Xiaoran's legs, and walked toward the mother and daughter. Sir, the plane is currently accelerating. Please remain seated with your seatbelt fastened. The flight attendant from before noticed someone else standing up and immediately raised her voice to stop him. She was getting a real headache. Why was everyone in business class so difficult to deal with today? Weren't wealthy people supposed to be more well-mannered? Su Ming pulled out a dark blue credential booklet with a snap and casually tossed it to the approaching flight attendant. The flight attendant instinctively caught it and opened it to see the gold-embossed words Special Service Bureau Level 4 Agent Su Ming. Her expression immediately froze. Then she forced a smile, her tone softening considerably. Officer, how may I assist you? Su Ming didn't respond. He noticed that after the flight attendant called him officer, the mother holding her daughter showed obvious signs of panic, her breathing becoming rapid. Ma'am, I have a few questions for you. Please answer truthfully. Su Ming stopped beside her seat, blocking any escape route, his gaze fixed intently on her pupils. All right, I'll cooperate. But please don't wake my daughter. If she wakes up, she'll be very difficult to soothe, the woman said with a trembling voice, still trying to maintain her composure. Su Ming studied her like a hawk, catching a hint of retreat in her eyes, then suddenly asked, Is this girl really your child? The woman's expression instantly stiffened, then she burst into piercing laughter. Her face became manic as she violently tore at the corners of her mouth until the flesh split and blood dripped down her chin. Child? She's my child. Let me show you my child, hee-ha. The blindfold that had been covering the child's face was torn away by her mother, and the little girl revealed her true appearance to Su Ming for the first time. Her complexion was deathly pale, with soft golden hair trembling slightly across her forehead. A row of eyes opened one by one, their irises displaying different hues, reflecting the cabin lights coldly like colorful glass. Those countless gazes fixed on Su Ming in unison, as if trying to tear his soul apart. Su Ming's scalp tingled as he slowly put on the Yiksha mask, his voice deep and low. So, you two are the anomalies on this plane, aren't you? Anomalies? I don't know what you're talking about. The mother's mouth split into a grin, her dry laughter like nails scraping glass, her entire being resembling a deranged ghost. Without further words, Su Ming flicked his fingers, metallic cold light flashing as his eyes beneath the Yiksha mask locked onto the girl. His head was already spinning from those rows of staring eyes. She couldn't delay any longer. His claws tore through the air, striking directly at the girl. Splurt. Blood sprayed everywhere. The flight attendant covered her mouth in shock as Su Ming's claw pierced through the mother's chest. Just as his talons were about to reach the girl, the mother suddenly threw her arm forward to shield her daughter, blood gushing like a fountain. Warm blood flowed down through his fingers as Su Ming froze. The mother had actually blocked the attack for her daughter? Yet they were still anomalies after all. Ah, murder. Call the air marshal. The flight attendant screamed hysterically as she rushed toward the aisle. Passengers stirred in panic, terrified screams echoing through the narrow cabin. In her seat, the girl's previously tightly shut multicolored pupils overflowed with silent tears, her body trembling gently with sobs. Su Ming, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoran had somehow unbuckled her seatbelt and rushed to his side. What am I doing? I'm killing anomalies, can't you see? Su Ming's expression was grim, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could anomalies truly share mother-daughter affection? Still, they remained anomalies nonetheless. Lin Xiaoran looked around and pressed his shoulder. We're still on the plane. The anomalies are under control. Deal with them after we land. This was the first time she'd seen Su Ming act so decisively. However, the moment her palm touched Su Ming's shoulder, something eerie occurred. The woman lying in the pool of blood parted her red lips slightly, but no longer appeared menacing. Curly waves cascaded over her shoulders, her eyes wide with nothing but fear and confusion. Her face was gentle yet resolute, embodying the strength that comes with motherhood. There was no twisted smile, no trace of anything abnormal. The girl's appearance had changed too. Her golden hair was smooth, her blue eyes clear and pure. Though her features carried Eastern contours, her skin was almost translucently pale. Where was that row of eyes? It was as if the previous horror had been nothing but Su Ming's hallucination. Lin Xiaoran's pupils contracted. Had Su Ming gone mad? To use his abilities against ordinary people? Sharp metallic energy instantly formed into a blade, slashing towards Su Ming's throat. Boom. A violent explosion erupted from the rear of the cabin, orange fireballs engulfing them both as seats were blasted into twisted wreckage. In the intense heat wave, Su Ming's face filled with confusion as his consciousness plunged into darkness. Su Ming! Su Ming! Wake up quickly. A gentle female voice penetrated through the ringing in his ears as he struggled to open his eyes. What came into view was a stunningly beautiful face, hair strands clinging to her cheeks, eyes filled with worry. A cool sensation pressed against his neck. She was taking his pulse. Fear you're sleeping is terrifying. Your breathing stopped just now, and I thought something had happened to you. Lin Xiaoran patted her chest, exhaling deeply. The surrounding lights were warm, the cabin quiet as usual, as if nothing had happened at all. Su Ming was stunned, his mind blank, instinctively asking, "Who are you?" Su Ming looked somewhat confused as he asked unconsciously. Lin Xiaoran's face froze, and she immediately looked dejected, saying irritably, "Oh great, you've forgotten me after just a few days? Young Master Su really is too important to remember little people like me. Let me remind you, my surname is Lin." Hearing the hint of anger in her voice, Su Ming immediately apologized, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Xiaoran, I'm sorry. I don't know what's wrong with me. My mind feels a bit foggy." As soon as the words left his mouth, dormant memories suddenly awakened. He seemed to see 3 incense sticks of equal length burning side by side in the ancestral hall in his mind, symbolizing his previous failure. Su Ming's expression grew increasingly grim as he lit another stick and inserted it, then casually asked, "How did you end up on this flight too?" "Me? It's all because of the mess you caused last time." Lin Xiaoran placed her hands on her hips, her slender fingers resting on her slim waist. "The director was worried you might lose control again at the conference, so he sent Miss Sumion familiar with you to keep an eye on you." "Humph, aren't you going to thank me? To supervise me?" Su Ming was stunned, feeling something was off. Last time when he caused trouble, Director Wei had secretly handled everything behind the scenes. Moreover, when the judge's Nuo mask was revealed, Lin Xiaoran had already been ordered to evacuate. First, how could she know about that crisis? Something was wrong, very wrong. She knew too much. Could the real anomaly be hiding right beside him? No wonder the previous explosions were all triggered in connection with Lin Xiaoran. No wonder she kept asking him to watch that video. The most dangerous place is often the safest place. Alarm bells rang in his mind as Su Ming secretly scrutinized her details. First, and most obvious Dode's Lin Xiaoran seemed more curvaceous and full-figured. Her chest appeared to have leveled up, along with her rank, no longer as flat as before. Second, the young woman had unusually applied light makeup. Her snow-white skin complemented by subtle eyeshadow and lip color made her southern Chinese femininity appear even more gentle and soft. In that gentle radiance, Su Ming found himself momentarily mesmerized. Then he snapped back to alertness. A beautiful trap. This could very well be a honey trap set by the nightmare to cloud his judgment and make it harder to identify the anomaly. What's wrong, Su Ming? Why do you keep staring at me? Lin Xiaoran felt uncomfortable under his gaze and instinctively wiped her nose, thinking she had dirt on her face. Nothing. Su Ming forced a smile, though his tone carried a hidden edge. Xiaoran, are you hiding something from me? No, I don't think so. Lin Xiaoran instinctively looked away, her voice wavering. Indeed, she was hiding something from Su Ming, but the shame made it impossible for her to speak of it. Could Su Ming already have evidence? That seemed impossible. Su Ming's expression grew even darker. He had originally just wanted Lin Xiaoran to hand over that video, but her current hesitant behavior made his suspicions multiply. Could the anomaly really be her? Or did the nightmare change hosts each round? And this time, it was Lin Xiaoran's turn? What if he misjudged? If there was another round, would his memory remain clear? But if it wasn't her, who else could it be? The clues were blank only, she seemed abnormal. For the first time, Su Ming found himself truly conflicted. This kind of uncertainty was far more difficult to handle than a straightforward fight. Whether Su Ming was conflicted or not, the plane had already begun to accelerate slowly, leaving him little time. The roar of the engines gradually intensified, the fuselage trembled gently, and the seatbelt indicator lights blinked on and off. The cabin held only that mother-daughter pair, the man in the suit, the fat guy, the flight attendant, the blonde foreigner, and Lin Xiaoran with her tense expression. Outside of business class, given the nightmare's current capabilities, it was no longer sufficient to create illusions that were difficult to distinguish from reality. Yet the more familiar the scene, the harder it became for people to tell truth from falsehood. After much deliberation, Su Ming was 80% certain the core of this anomaly was Lin Xiaoran. For the nightmare to target another investigator was indeed sinister and cunning. 80% probability wasn't low, but time was being rapidly compressed by the engine's roar. Su Ming had no other choice but to take a gamble. He turned his head toward Lin Xiaoran, whose expression remained somewhat stiff, and flashed a gentle smile. Xiaoran, want to see a magic trick? Lin Xiaoran's bright eyes blinked, confusion mixed with a hint of curiosity. What kind of magic trick? You know how to do that? Su Ming turned around to face her directly, placing both arms flat on the armrests with his palms open and facing up. Put your hands on mine. I can put on a mask without using my hands. Do you believe me? Without using your hands. Lin Xiaoran's interest was instantly ignited. Really? Then show me. If you perform well, I'll tell you a secret. Su Ming nodded, showing a relaxed smile while keeping his hands open. Lin Xiaoran gently placed her palms over his, and only then did he say, "Hold tight. Close your eyes. The performance begins." The girl obediently closed her eyes and gripped his hands. Under the dim cabin lights, Su Ming's lips quietly curved into a cold smile. The next second, the Yiksha mask appeared on his face, its blue-black patterns writhing like living creatures, while murderous intent gathered at his fingertips along with extending claws, as if ready to crush Lin Xiaoran's throat at any moment. Several seconds, then over 10 seconds passed, yet Su Ming still hadn't said, "Okay." Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly, impatience rising in her heart. Suddenly, her palms felt empty, and she reflexively opened her eyes. A blue-black demon mask hovered at the tip of her nose, its pitch-black eye sockets cold and merciless. Gleaming claws were striking directly at her heart. Buzz. Golden sharp energy burst forth from her hands, a crisp sword cry piercing through eardrums. Golden sword light suddenly penetrated Su Ming's chest, faster than his movement, toward Lin Xiaoran's throat. Splurt. Blood gushed wildly, splashing onto the Yiksha mask. Su Ming's claws, gleaming with cold light, only swept past Lin Xiaoran's forehead before falling powerlessly. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he squeezed out a broken laugh. I bet correctly. The warmth of life was rapidly draining away, yet his consciousness was clearer than ever before. Su Ming clutched his fatal wound, his thoughts organized. The greatest anomaly on this entire plane was actually himself. The chaotic thinking, the faulty vision, the endless suspicion and paranoidal forces were pushing him to believe the anomaly was hidden among the other passengers. But who said an anomaly had to be a person? It could also be some object, the air in this cabin, or even himself, Su Ming. If one truly had to pick the most abnormal existence from this cabin, then Su Ming, who repeatedly revived, was sometimes mad, sometimes murderous, and often spoke nonsense, was the most typical anomaly. To prevent the nightmare from noticing, he had dug a trap for attusing Lin Xiaoran's hand to kill himself, catching the nightmare off guard in an instant. Lying in Lin Xiaoran's arms, Su Ming continued to cough up blood. Lin Xiaoran was terrified and held Su Ming tightly while apologizing frantically. Su Ming, I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were just playing around with might was completely a reflexive reaction. Her eyes were red-rimmed. Her voice choked with tears as she pressed her hands firmly against Su Ming's chest, repeating frantically, You're going to be okay. I'll have the captain turn around right now. Special Unit 5 has the best medical equipment. They can definitely save you. Su Ming felt a tightness in his chest, but still raised his hand to comfort her. Sharon, it's fine. I did it on purpose. Actually, everything is. Forget it. I'm about to return to reality anyway, so there's no point explaining. Thinking about how he was about to be pulled back, he actually felt somewhat weary. Don't say that I hit you too hard. Lin Xiaoran's voice trembled as she shook him violently. Su Ming, don't close your eyes. You asked me what I was hiding from you, right? Don't fall asleep, I'll tell you right now. Actually, The light before Su Ming's eyes gradually dimmed, and the sounds around him seemed muffled by thick cotton. He could barely open his mouth, only screaming desperately in his mind. Damn it, at least let me hear the secret before I die. His consciousness suddenly snapped back into place. Su Ming's eyes flew open to the familiar cabin ceiling lights. Without a second's hesitation, he sprang from his seat with a bang, and a mass of pitch-black mist surged from his body, breaking free and fleeing toward the window. Bang! With a dull thud, Su Ming's fist struck the glass directly, and the sturdy window cracked like a spider web. The black mist clearly realized it had been discovered and squeezed through the cracks, diving into the high altitude. Stop right there, you little thief, he roared angrily. Just as he was about to jump out of the plane to give chase, a figure blocked his path, the same flight attendant who had stopped him countless times in his dreams. Sir, violence is prohibited in the cabin. I've already contacted the air marshal, and you will be charged with destruction of property. The flight attendant spread her arms wide, pointing at the shattered glass. Su Ming glanced where she pointed. Cracks spread across the window like a spider web. He shouted anxiously, I'm an investigator with the Special Operations Bureau, conducting official business. The logistics department will compensate for this damage. Get out of my way. But the flight attendant stood firmly in the aisle, even using her chest to push him backward. Su Ming could only watch helplessly through the glass as the black mist drifted farther and farther away, fury burning in his heart. Just then, from the eastern horizon, a streak of light shot forth like lightning, so fast it seemed to tear through the air as it rushed toward the nightmare mist. Sensing something, the black mist panicked and turned around, fleeing back towards Su Ming's direction as if it would be safer near him. However, the streak of light caught up in the blink of an eye. It lowered its head, opened its mouth, and explosive suction force erupted, forcibly swallowing the entire mass of black mist. As the light faded, Su Ming finally saw the newcomer clearly. Leopard nose, tiger ears, bulging eyes, curly hair, a perpetual smile at the corners of its mouth, but overall bird-shaped. Bai Qi, Su Ming couldn't help but cry out. So it was you. This strange bird was one of the prototypes for the 12 beast-faced masks in the Su family ancestral hall. Well, you greedy little thing. You actually dared to appear in my sight just to eat nightmares. Su Ming shouted through the window, come here, or I'll turn you into a ceremonial mask. Bai Qi seemed to actually hear him and gave him a contemptuous smile, then twisted its bird head and spiraled away into the distance. Damn, you wait for me. Su Ming jumped up and down in rage, wishing he could sprout wings and give chase immediately. Huh? Su Ming, what are you doing? Lin Xiaoran asked in confusion, carrying her luggage and looking at Su Ming, who was jumping around furiously in the aisle. At Kyoto Airport, Su Ming leaned against the wall, limping as he stumbled out of the cabin. Su Ming, how can you still get airsick? This is the first time I've seen an awakener get motion sickness, Lin Xiaoran said, covering her red lips with her hand and speaking with a hint of teasing. Nonsense. Complete nonsense. Su Ming crouched in front of a trash can, dry heaving. Who says awakeners don't get airsick? Let them come tell me that to my face. Am I sick or not? Having lived 2 lives, this was his first time on an airplane, and he couldn't figure out the logic behind it. Either could being too handsome affect one's sense of balance? After Su Ming finished retching, the two made their way to the arrival hall. The support team from Special Unit 5 headquarters had already sent someone to wait for them. Seeing them appear, a receptionist in a professional suit and pencil skirt approached. Are you Mr. Su and Miss Lin from the Zhensheng branch? Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran nodded. Perfect, we were just waiting for you too. The headquarters vehicle is at the entrance, please follow me. The three walked through the crowd and boarded a luxury minibus. The vehicle could seat about 30 people, but currently held fewer than 10, clearly divided into 2 groups that kept to themselves. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran exchanged glances and chose seats toward the back, away from the others. TCH, making so many people sit around waiting for just 2 people, what an attitude, came a discordant sneer. Su Ming looked toward the sound and saw a blonde-haired guy across the aisle playing with a butterfly knife, his eyes cold and menacing. Not wanting to cause trouble, Su Ming pretended not to hear and planned to walk past. However, as he passed the blonde, the guy suddenly stuck out his leg to trip him. Perhaps seeing that Su Ming's martial arts cultivation wasn't high, or maybe just being malicious, the timing was cunning, and anyone else would have likely taken a humiliating tumble in front of everyone. Unfortunately for him, he was dealing with Su Ming. Don't forget that Su Ming possessed the warrior's body passive ability. He should have been 9 feet tall with a broad back and bear-like shoulders, possessing the strength of 1,000 pounds, with significantly enhanced physical power. Crack! Su Ming suddenly exerted force with his foot, stepping directly on the blonde's shin bone. With a crisp sound, the blonde screamed and clutched his leg. "Ah, my leg! Bastard! How dare you step on me!" Driven mad by pain, he spun the butterfly knife in his hand and stabbed straight towards Su Ming's waist. Humph! Lin Xiaoran snorted coldly, and sharp golden energy shot from her hand clang. With the sound of metal striking metal, the butterfly knife broke in half. Crank! Crank! The blonde gripped the broken blade, his voice trembling. The commotion drew everyone's attention in the vehicle. From the blonde's group, a tower-like giant stood up, his massive frame nearly touching the ceiling. "Blonde, stop it. Don't provoke your colleagues." He stepped out from his seat and blocked Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran's path. "Tisk, what's this? Beat up the little one and the big one comes? Want to stand up for your buddy?" Su Ming scoffed, not expecting to encounter such troublemakers right after getting off the plane. "Haha, brother, you're overthinking it. We're all colleagues here. Small friction is one thing, but holding grudges and fighting over something this trivial would be going too far." The tower-like man smiled and said, "I just noticed you two have impressive skills and wanted to make your acquaintance. Let me introduce myself. I am Hu from Purple Thorn City, Crank Investigator, ability Indestructible Vajra Body." As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing muscular forearms that gleamed bronze under the train car's lights, looking like a moving copper wall. Su Ming was stunned. He had no idea that Special Division 5 had a tradition of showing your cards upon meeting, not only revealing your background and rank, but also spilling your awakened abilities. Seeing his confusion, Lin Xiaoran leaned slightly toward him and whispered in his ear, "Su Ming, everyone's files in Special Division 5 are on record in the system. Anyone can look them up on any terminal. Since we can't hide it anyway, everyone just states it up front to ease the atmosphere." Su Ming suddenly understood. Indeed, even if you wanted to conceal it, you couldn't fool experts like Bai Xiao. In that case, being straightforward was better. Lin Xiaoran, Crank, from Gold City, ability Golden Sharp Chi. Lin Xiaoran's self-introduction was brief and cold, her tone sharp as a blade, perfectly matching her fierce display earlier and making others feel an edge even through the air. When it was Su Ming's turn, he scratched the back of his head, hesitated for a moment, then bit the bullet and said, "Su Ming, also from Gold City, probably drank, ability is Nuo Mask. Nuo Mask? What kind of ability is that, item-based?" Hu frowned, his tone carrying barely perceptible prejudice. "Well, strictly speaking, it's item-based." Su Ming shrugged, feeling no need to explain further. The less outsiders knew, the better. Hutu's interest immediately dropped by half. His broad body leaned back, settling into his own rhythm again. He composed himself and turned to invite Lin Xiaoran instead. "Miss Lin, according to past exchange conference rules, the first round allows free team formation. Special Division 5 has tested that 5-person squads have optimal combat effectiveness. Our team still needs an assault specialist. If you join us, we'd be a galactic battleship with 2 cranks and 3 dranks. With proper coordination, we'd definitely rank high in the first round." He spoke at a measured pace, with confident calculation himself as the vanguard, Lin Xiaoran providing rear support. This combination might actually win the championship. However, Lin Xiaoran's response greatly exceeded his expectations. "Sorry, I already have a team." Her voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. Hu was stunned, his gaze shifting to Su Ming, his eyes full of suspicion and disdain. "You want to team up with this drank item user? Frankly speaking, he'll only drag you down. I can tell from his aura that his martial arts level definitely doesn't exceed the second stage. We're all here to win prizes and gain fame. There's no need to be sentimental. Sorry, I have my own considerations." Lin Xiaoran politely declined, casually tugging Su Ming's sleeve and leading him toward the rear of the car. Hutu's massive frame shifted aside to clear the aisle, but his expression was quite ugly. He squeezed into the narrow seat, his shoulders nearly making the armrests creak. Lowering his voice, he coldly threatened, "Miss Lin, you're the first person who's dared refuse my invitation. On the competition grounds, you'd better be careful. I might target you." "Doesn't matter, suit yourself." Lin Xiaoran replied with 6 indifferent words and paid him no further attention. Su Ming secretly gave her a thumbs up, known this girl was cool, but hadn't expected her to be cool to this extent. At the front of the car, the beautiful female staff member responsible for reception saw the commotion had settled and smiled as she clapped her hands. "Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. We'll be heading to Special Division 5's headquarters, which you can also call the Coiling Dragon Base. The bus didn't head into the mountains as Su Ming had expected. Instead, after leaving the airport, it drove straight toward the city center. Lin Xiaoran leaned back in her seat, explaining her reasoning. The best hiding place is in plain sight. The Panlong base is located in the city center, so they can respond to any anomalous incidents in the capital immediately. As for the exact location, she couldn't say much more. As the vehicle entered the fourth ring road, the windows suddenly turned pitch black, blocking even the outlines outside. A uniformed attendant stood in the aisle, her voice clear but brooking no argument. Investigators, we have entered a restricted zone. Please do not use your abilities to record locations or detect anything outside the vehicle. We will monitor energy fluctuations in real time. Violators will be dealt with according to Special Division 5's internal regulations. That single statement completely suppressed everyone's curiosity. The bus seemed to wind along an invisible mountain road, turning left and right with constantly shifting gravity. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle suddenly dropped and came to a steady stop. Bang! The door sprang open, and Su Ming was the first to jump out. He stretched his arms wide, gave a big yawn, and took a deep breath. This is great. Coming to the big city is awesome. Lin Xiaoran watched him, puzzled. He had been pale as a ghost from motion sickness on the plane, but now he was full of energy. You were practically dying from air sickness earlier, but all that winding around didn't bother you at all. Solid ground, Su Ming replied matter-of-factly. On a plane, there's nothing but empty space below. How terrifying. I can't fly. Led by the attendant, everyone walked through a wide corridor into a massive plaza. The floor and walls were made of white-gray stone that felt like concrete, but seemed much sturdier. Su Ming casually glanced at the wall, then looked up, and his eyes immediately widened. Holy crap! Xiaoran, look up! Both of them raised their heads to see the white stone walls extending all the way up to a dome nearly 100 meters high. What should have been sky wasn't blue sky and white clouds, but a layer of yellowish-brown earth with countless white lights embedded in it, casting bright illumination. Only then did they realize the vehicle hadn't gone into the mountains, it had driven underground the entire time. The Special Division 5 headquarters, the legendary Panlong base, was hidden beneath the capital. The scale of this engineering feat stunned all the investigators present, not just Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran, but everyone else as well. The attendant raised her hand for quiet. Investigators, this is Heaven and Earth Plaza. Please wait here temporarily. Investigators from all over the country will gather here today, followed by the first test. After explaining the details, the attendant left, allowing everyone to move freely around the plaza. The first test allowed self-formed teams. This was tradition, and headquarters used it as an opportunity for members from different regions to find collaborators. Looking around, people were chatting in small groups of 3 or 4, leaving only Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran looking rather isolated. Miss Lin, my invitation still stands. A burly figure approached it. Was Hu Tuesday. If you change your mind, come find me anytime. I can kick out anyone on my team for you. His companions' faces stiffened slightly, but Hu Tu paid no attention, his tone sincere to the point of fervor. No thanks, I won't consider it. Lin Xiaoran refused just as curtly as before. Humph. Hu Tu snorted coldly, turned around angrily, and walked away. Su Ming watched him leave, covering his mouth to keep from laughing out loud. What a fool, buddy. Don't you know that simping gets you nowhere in the end? Lin Xiaoran doesn't think much of you. Why do you keep shamelessly begging to team up? Su Ming muttered under his breath, then turned to Lin Xiaoran and asked, Xiaoran, where are our teammates? You rejected Hu Tu so decisively, and if even he doesn't meet your standards, are all our teammates crank? Or do we even have brank members? Lin Xiaoran froze for a moment, blinking innocently. When did I ever say we had teammates? Director Wei only asked me to supervise you, but he never mentioned arranging anyone else. What? Su Ming was completely dumbfounded. If we don't have teammates, why did you reject him so bluntly? You could have just asked him to kick someone out and bring me in. Only then did Lin Xiaoran realize her mistake, slapping her palm lightly. Oh right, why didn't I think of that? Wait here, I'll go find that fool. Forget it, forget it. Su Ming waved his hand. You've already offended him badly. Who would put up with you again and again? Let's find someone else. I refuse to believe that a crank and a drank can't form a team. The two squeezed into the crowd in the registration hall and began hitting walls. Sorry, our team is full. Well, a crank would definitely work, but item-type dranks have poor adaptability, and your martial arts level is too low. We're an assault team, not a good match. Brother, to be frank, your girlfriend is too ruthless. My buddy just teased her a bit and nearly got his kidney punctured. Sure, it can be healed, but we're scared. Sorry, we don't consider people from different branches. An hour passed, and Su Ming stood slumped against the wall, muttering to himself. Am I really that unwelcome? A handsome guy alone gets recruited, a beautiful girl alone gets recruited, but a handsome guy plus a beautiful girl together, and nobody wants us. While he was feeling dejected, Lin Xiaoran returned with 2 unfamiliar faces. The first was a burly man, nearly 6 feet 3, wearing light armor and carrying a long halberd on his shoulder. He walked with commanding presence, like a general from the age of cold weapons. The second was lean, with prominent temples, holding a long spear. Dressed in flowing white robes, he had the air of a wandering martial artist. Lin Xiaoran pointed to the two men. Su Ming, I found two freelancers willing to join us. The big guy is Wu Qianjun, and the one with the spear is Mei Wanma. This is Su Ming. Since we can't find a team anyway, let's just form our own. Su Ming sized up the two. One looked indifferent, as if nothing could interest him. The other seemed eager and ready to let loose at any moment. He thought to himself, great, no 1,000 armies, no 10,000 horses, either they really match us perfectly. Outwardly, he remained polite. Hello, I'm Su Ming, Drank Investigator, item type Ability Mask. Hello, I'm Wu Qianjun, Drank, Ability Cavalry Unmatched. Hee, basically superhuman. Wu Qianjun scratched his head with a simple grin. Cavalry Unmatched? You must be amazing in mounted combat. Where's your horse? I love riding too, especially foreign breeds. Su Ming looked around, but saw no sign of a horse. Oh, I don't have a horse. Wait, this ability requires a horse. Wu Qianjun looked shocked. Brother, thanks for the heads up. I'll buy one when I get back. Mei Wanma, Drank, Ability Swift Wind Step, Superhuman Type. Mei Wanma spoke expressionlessly, then added seriously. Although my name means 10,000 horses, I don't have any horses either. Pthaha. Su Ming couldn't help but laugh, though internally he cursed the author. Damn it, everyone else gets such impressive ability names, and mine is just 2 words. Just then, a scholarly young man with his hair bound in a traditional style approached, bowing with a smile. Gentlemen, if you still need one more person, how about adding me? All 4 turned their attention to him as he introduced himself. Jiao Wulong, a rank, ability 7-star life extension. I'm a healer, being a bit weak should be okay, right? Wu Qianjun, Mei Wanma, Jiao Wulong. Su Ming raised his hand to cover half his face, the single eye visible through his fingers, practically screaming, how am I supposed to react to this? Their abilities on paper seemed decent enough, but just hearing their names reeked of unreliability. 1,000 armies, 10,000 horses, crouching dragon. Each name sounded more grandiose than the last, though whether their actual skills could match their impressive monikers remained to be seen. Perfect, we were just missing a healer, Lin Xiaoran summarized matter-of-factly. Her thinking was refreshingly direct. This team's core strength lay with her and Su Ming. As long as the others didn't cause trouble, it didn't matter if they called themselves 1,000 armies, 10,000 horses, or soaring dragons. And just like that, Su Ming's squad was officially formed. Moments later, the plaza's loudspeaker crackled to life. All investigators, please proceed to the east side of the plaza to register your team information. The crowd immediately surged eastward. The Special 5th Bureau always operated with military efficiency. Hundreds of uniformed staff members were already arranged across the spacious grounds, with registration tables lined up in perfect rows. In less than 5 minutes, Su Ming's group had reached the front of the line. Su Ming wrote down all 5 names on the registration form. The staff member looked up and reminded him, aren't you going to choose a team name? All the other squads have call signs. Su Ming turned back to the group. Any suggestions? 4 pairs of eyes simultaneously shifted to the ceiling before shaking their heads in unison, displaying their true slacker nature. Fine, I'll handle it then. Su Ming sighed, feeling the team leader title settling firmly on his forehead as he wondered whether this was babysitting or leadership. After a moment's thought, he wrote in the team name field, Gao hands. The staff member's expression visibly darkened upon seeing that string of Gao characters. He could almost guarantee that if the form hadn't limited team names to 6 characters, this guy would probably have kept adding Gao s indefinitely. After completing registration, the staff member handed over 5 palm-sized silver badges. 1 for each person, wear them somewhere visible. Once the first round begins, these represent your points. Each individual needs a minimum of 3 silver badges to advance to the next round. After this brief explanation, the staff member waved them aside. Su Ming's group then returned to the hotel to check in and rest. Looks like this year's exchange conference is similar to previous ones. The first event is still a points competition. Theoretically, we just need to eliminate 2 other teams to qualify. Back in their room, Jiao Wulong explained while unpacking his luggage. That doesn't sound too hard then. I've been observing, and most teams are mixed groups of Drank and rank members. We've got a crank powerhouse leading us, can't we just pick on some weaker teams? Wu Qianjun scratched the back of his head, thinking his logic was sound. You're mistaken about that, Jiao Wulong patiently corrected. Those D and rank members aren't necessarily weak. Anyone sent to participate in the exchange conference is basically elite material from their respective branches. Plus, they've already been training together as teams back at headquarters. While we're just a hastily assembled group, we might not have the advantage in actual combat. More importantly, the rules state that only individuals whose silver badge count ranks in the top 100 can advance, and until the results are announced, nobody knows where they actually stand. As he finished speaking, he turned his attention to Lin Xiaoran and Su Ming, the two who really called the shots on this team. Lin Xiaoran remained composed, while Su Ming thoughtfully toyed with the silver badge on his chest. Then we'll just eliminate every team we encounter. Lin Xiaoran said it, as if it were only natural. After a brief silence, Su Ming chimed in with a grin. Exactly. Since we've got no clue where we'll end up on the ranking, we might as well fight all the way to the end. Right, the captain makes sense. Humph, that's exactly what I had in mind. The Qianjuan duo echoed without hesitation. Zhao Wulong nodded to himself, confident in his keen judgment. Sure enough, not a single one of them was easy to handle. The night passed quietly. At dawn, all the invited investigators gathered in the plaza one after another. One look around, and even Su Ming was taken aback. Whoa, there are this many people. And only 100 make the cut? Flipping through the tablet in his hand, Zhao Wulong briefed the numbers. Nationwide, about 2,700. Roughly 130 at crank and above, over 1,400 at drank, and the rest below D. Definitely a lot more than in previous years. Su Ming was scanning potential opponents when the crowd suddenly broke into waves of exclamations. The bronze gate to the arena swung open, and a woman sauntered out, a cigarette between her lips, head bent over her phone. An olive green tactical vest hugged her impressive 36D chest, the leather creaking faintly as she moved. Both hands were wrapped in worn bandages, with a hint of dark red seeping through the gaps. The cutouts at her waist revealed healthy, sun-kissed skin, marked by a few stark claw marks. Even just standing there, she radiated explosive power. Whoosh! A smoke ring drifted from her lips. The woman Tang Hongzhou swept the crowd with a chilly gaze. Big turnout. Hey, I'm the judge for your first match. Quiet down and listen to the rules. The noise at the back of the plaza didn't let up. Tang Hongxiu's brow creased. She flicked her cigarette out, lifted her chest slightly, and bellowed, "Shut the hell up, all of you. You understand human language or not?" The sound hit like a physical wave. Su Ming felt a sharp buzz in his skull, like a club to the head. Fortunately, Xiongbo inside him gave a dismissive snort, and the pain quickly faded. The others weren't so lucky. The weaker ones dropped into baby-like sleep on the spot, and even Lin Xiaoran clutched her ears, face twisted in pain. Silence spread across the plaza. Tang Hongxiao nodded, satisfied. "I'm the judge for your first round. You'll call me Big Sister." She paused. No one answered. Her phoenix eyes narrowed. "Cat got your tongues? Speak up." Su Ming muttered to himself that this judge had quite the personality, but joined the chorus anyway. "Good day, Big Sister." "Good. Nice spirit." Tang Hongxiao planted her hands on her hips and laughed, her stormy face clearing in an instant. "You've read the rules in your handbook. I'll add one thing. Behind me is a transplanted primeval jungle. Besides bugs and beasts, there are monsters in there that can actually kill you. Once you step in, you'll be randomly teleported in squads. You're investigators, so I won't waste words. Watch your own safety. Only one hard Relino killing each other." "Got it. Got it." The crowd answered in near reflex. "Excellent. The match begins. All squads through the gate." The bronze doors swung fully open to reveal a sea of towering emerald ancient trees and a gray-green military transport plane parked on a clearing. The contestants boarded in order by number. As the hatch loomed just ahead, Su Ming's face suddenly darkened. Su Ming's head spun violently as he strapped himself tightly to the aircraft seat, but he still felt dizzy and nauseous, making him want to vomit constantly. Moments later, the cabin floor suddenly opened, and he felt emptiness beneath him as he was violently ejected along with his seat. The howling wind at high altitude rushed into his ears, the parachute snapped open with a pop, the seat braked sharply in midair, then crashed heavily toward the ground. Bang! The seat collided with the dirt, kicking up dust, and Su Ming felt his entire body shaken to the core. Damn it, what kind of crappy plane just dumps people out? He knelt on the ground retching violently, spilling his entire breakfast on the ground. After finally finishing, he grabbed what looked like a soft cloth nearby and wiped his mouth carelessly, immediately getting pricked and startled. Huh? Why is this so prickly? Looking down, he saw that the cloth was actually a clump of gray-white wolf fur. The next second, a wolf demon's blood-red eyes appeared right in front of his face, reeking with a foul stench. Snap! Sharp fangs closed right in front of his nose, biting at empty air. Su Ming instantly unbuckled his safety belt, rolled and tumbled 2 meters away, pushed himself up, and pointed angrily. "You wolf demon, how dare you ambush me? You're finished, I'm telling you." Before his words faded, a red glow flashed across his face. The face-changing skill activated, and Guan Gong's opera mask materialized over his features. For dealing with small demons, Lord Guan was perfectly suited. This time, he didn't even bother summoning the green dragon crescent blade, cracking his knuckles directly. It had been a long time since he killed the Qinggang rock snake, and he wanted to test how much strength he'd need against a drank wolf demon. The wolf demon had never seen a human dare to fight barehanded, and fury shot straight to its head. Its fur bristled, claws dug into the ground. Whoosh. It transformed into a gray shadow lunging forward. the sound of cutting wind sharp and piercing. Su Ming remained calm, his muscles instantly bulging as his second-tier warrior chi erupted. He caught the attacking wolf claws midair with both palms, sparks flying where his hands met the sharp claws. Lie down. Locking the wolf claws with both arms, he powered from his waist and hips, veins bulging like earthworms. He twisted his body violently, hurling the wolf demon and its momentum behind him. Bang. Dust flew as the ground was smashed into a crater. Howl! The wolf demon cried out in pain. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Are you cursing at me? As his words fell, he still gripped the wolf claws tightly, changed direction, and executed another shoulder throw. Bang! Howl! Still cursing? Again. Bang! Bang! Bang bang bang. After more than 20 consecutive throws, Su Ming tossed the wolf demon around like a sack until it stopped moving, then removed his opera mask while breathing heavily. Damn, pretty tough bones, still wouldn't submit after all that. If the wolf demon were still alive, it would surely protest. It had only made one howl sound from beginning to end. How could he tell which ones were curses? Captain, how did you end up here? Rapid footsteps approached as Lin Xiaoran led Zhao Wulong and 4 others running out from the forest, obviously having heard the commotion. Su Ming looked up with a face full of grievance. Huh? How did you all land together? I got spun around several times and was thrown down head first. The organizers were clearly targeting him. Zhao Wulong rubbed his temples and explained helplessly. Maybe the teleportation array had a team follow option. We all chose to follow you, but when you reached the destination and didn't come down, we were automatically dropped. He suddenly felt this team might be somewhat unreliable. Huh? You could choose landing spots? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Where did you see that option? Su Ming asked in confusion. On your silver badge. I forgot to tell you this morning. Lin Xiaoran pointed at Su Ming's chest, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. After the brief commotion ended, the 5-person team finally gathered together. Everyone huddled around the silver badge in Su Ming's hand, crouching beneath a massive ancient tree to study their tactics. Thin mist drifted through the forest, and occasionally they could hear the distant roars of demonic beasts, while the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and rotting leaves. The so-called Lost Forest was designed by Special 5th Division as an inverted pyramid structure, the core being the most dangerous, with the outer layers being the safest. From inside to outside, there were 4 rings: catastrophe, danger, normal, and simple. The competition rules were straightforward. Collect enough silver badges within 3 days, then rush to the satellite base at the center of the catastrophe zone to complete the settlement. Zhao Wulong knelt on one knee like a military strategist conducting a battlefield analysis, pointing at the map as he laid out the situation. We were the last to jump from the aircraft and landed directly in the catastrophe zone, encountering a class demonic beast the moment we touched down. The advantage is that we avoided the early Chaos No. 1 rushes to the catastrophe zone for settlement on the first day. The downside is obvious too. Forget about finding weak teams to farm points. Su Ming nodded, but in his mind he automatically applied the rules to a battle royale template, starting AFK and forgetting to jump, only to wake up in the final circle. What luck. Logically, they should just find high ground and camp with weapons to reap the benefits. But he wasn't one to wait. His nature could be summed up in 2 words: direct confrontation. He raised his hand and pointed to a red line on the silver badge. Brother Wulong, what about this bridge? Zhao Wulong leaned in to look, his brow furrowing before relaxing again. The bridge connects the danger zone with the catastrophe zone, and below in the river is the territory of nether sea crocodile sharks. Although there's another bridge and several waterways, most teams will still pass through here to reach settlement. At this point, his eyes lit up as he instantly understood. You want to. Exactly, block the bridge. Su Ming snapped the silver badge shut with a clap. We'll lay low for the first 2 days to maintain our condition, then guard the bridge entrance on the 3rd day. Anyone coming through will be weakened after 2 days of fierce fighting. As long as we take down one team and grab enough loot, our points will double. The moment block the bridge was mentioned, Su Ming's excitement showed in his upturned smile, while the other 4 collectively gasped. This tactic was too ruthless. What was originally a friendly competition had been turned by him into the Hunger Games, starting with stealth camping and ending with harvesting kills in the final circle. Just thinking about it was chilling. Lin Xiaoran felt a chill run down her spine from this sinister aura. She rubbed her slender arms and tentatively asked in a small voice, Su Ming, I haven't offended you before, have I? Su Ming looked completely puzzled. Huh? I don't think so. Wait, are you hiding something from me? He suddenly remembered that in his nightmare, Lin Xiaoran seemed to be concealing something, and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Lin Xiaoran gave a dry laugh and waved her hands repeatedly. Nothing. I was just making sure. She quickly changed the subject. 2 days passed quickly, and countless battles, both large and small, erupted throughout the Lost Jungle. Over 2,000 contestants had been eliminated, leaving behind teams that, while perhaps not elite, had all been tempered with bloodlust through combat. The command center on the 3rd basement level of Special Unit 5 headquarters blazed with lights, layers of electronic screens forming a wall of light, densely scrolling with coordinates, pulse curves, and elimination notifications. Tang Hongxiao reclined in her swivel chair, long legs propped up on the edge of the control panel, a nearly spent cigarette dangling from the corner of her lips as she dozed with half-closed eyes. Around her, the rhythmic tapping of keyboards from support staff filled the air as they simultaneously tracked scores in real time, monitored contestants' vital signs, and carefully persuaded stubborn, tough nuts who refused to withdraw despite serious injuries. The central main screen refreshed every 10 seconds. Frost Team, 53. Confused Team, 31. Cake Team, 5. Little Tang, are there any promising prospects in this exchange meeting? A steady, aged male voice suddenly cut through the keyboard sounds. Tang Hongxiao jolted upright, spitting out her cigarette, but which landed precisely at her toes. She stamped and kicked, instantly extinguishing the sparks. Haha, director, you're here. Please sit. I've actually discovered several good prospects these past few days. I'll report to you shortly. The formerly carefree big sister now behaved as obediently as a model student. A pure white cloak stood out conspicuously among the crowd. The elderly man, leaning on an ebony walking stick, slowly entered the command center. All the busy staff members stopped their work in unison, rising to watch him pass with eyes full of respect. The elder settled beside Tang Hongxiao, his slightly clouded gaze falling on the scoreboard. Hee, these young people have such drive. First place has already earned over 50 medals. Little Tang, what was your count back in the day? Tang Hongxiao proudly puffed out her chest, her uniform buttons nearly bursting. Director, my team collected 138 medals in 3 days. No one's broken that record in 10 years. The director smiled, but his gaze swept coolly across the screen. Hey, my old mind nearly forgot. You were quite formidable back then, little girl sitting firmly in first place while stealing everyone else's medals. Tang Hongxiao sheepishly scratched the back of her head. Couldn't help it when good stuff's right in front of you. It hurts not to grab it. Look at you, still a thief at heart. Though the elder's words were a gentle rebuke, his tone was full of affection. A young lady acting more rambunctious than the boys. Everyone knew Tang Hongxiao was a child the director had picked up from Refugee Street. She was only 14 or 15 then, but with her fearless fighting spirit and disregard for death, she quickly became the neighborhood's little tyrant. From the moment she could wield a blade, she threw herself into street fights, with even many adults looking to her as their backbone. Gambling dens, massage parlors, she had them all under her thumb. After being taken in, she was forced to return to school and learned extremely quickly, but the ruthlessness from her past couldn't be completely eradicated, so the director would occasionally pull her aside for a lecture. At this moment, the director stared at the monitoring wall, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He gently tapped his walking stick and asked with a smile, Little Tang, which team do you think will take first place in this competition? Tang Hongxiao's expression froze as she carefully examined the monitors and leaderboard, realizing it was time for the director's customary questioning. Well, based on current trends, first place should go to the Frost team. She tapped the panel lightly with her fingertip, enlarging the Frost team's data. 4 crank and 1 drank awakeners. This luxury configuration is practically crushing for any other team. As long as they don't get ganged up on, they'll most likely end up with close to 100 medals. As soon as she finished speaking, the director chuckled and shook his head, his withered finger pointing to the very bottom of the leaderboard. Frost is indeed strong, but I'm more optimistic about this team called Expert Pastry. Tang Hongxiao paused, scanning the leaderboard from top to bottom. Not in the top 10, not in the top 20 either. She had to scroll all the way past the 100th place to finally spot that team hanging alone at the very last row. Huh? They're dead last right now? Director, how could this team possibly win the championship? You've got to be kidding me. She puffed out her cheeks, looking like someone who'd been pranked. The director's aged face crinkled into a smile like a wrinkled chrysanthemum, his cane tapping the ground as his eyes sparkled with interest. How about we make a bet? Let's wager on whether Expert Pastry can take first place. Deal. Tang Hongxiao blurted out, then narrowed her eyes. What are the stakes? As if he'd been prepared all along, the director immediately replied. If I win, you quit smoking immediately and can't smoke again until you're in a relationship. Tang Hongxiao's face instantly darkened. This bet was practically asking for her life. Still, she lifted her head defiantly. And if you lose? If I lose, I'll approve your long-standing application to include Refugee Street in the next batch of urban development plans. The director's lips curved slightly upward as he dangled the bait. Deal. Tang Hongxiao nodded almost without hesitation. The future of an entire street was far more important than a few cigarettes. Meanwhile, Ming and his team weren't wasting these 2 days either. As 5 people teaming up for the first time with shallow coordination, they simply threw themselves into the training grounds for repeated practice. On the first day, Xianjun and Wanma didn't think much of Ming. This item type awakener thief joined the team mainly for Lin Shiran, the crank assault type awakener. But unexpectedly, after just a few rounds of sparring, Su Ming had both of them pinned to the ground. Being easily crushed by someone who could overpower two combat types made the brothers immediately drop their contempt and start obediently following orders. On the second day, the team moved into practical combat drills. Xianjun was assigned to carve thick tree roots into barbed stakes, then directed by Su Ming to hang them on distant trees as trap frameworks. Wanma huffed and puffed while digging pits. Also, having to bury iron spikes inside simple holes couldn't stop awakeners. Wulong dove under the bridge to scout, and once he confirmed the bridge cavity was almost entirely filled with demon beasts, Su Ming nodded with satisfaction. 2 days of baiting worked well. Lin Xiaoran repeatedly practiced her golden sharp qi, attempting to sever thick iron chains with her energy blasts, preparing for their retreat plan. With everything in place, Su Ming clapped his hands and double-checked everyone's positions and signals, speaking quickly but clearly. Hey, Xianjun, sharpen those roots more. Wanma, don't just stand there after digging poison the spike tips. Wulong, watch the water surface and alert us immediately if the beast count changes. Xiaoran, can your golden sharp qi break those iron chains? If we run into something we can't handle, we'll just destroy the bridge and run. After spending these past few days together, Lin Xiaoran had come to realize just how devious Su Ming could be, and she couldn't help but worry about her little secret. What if Su Ming found out that she had secretly created a fan group for him and was gossiping about him in there with complete seriousness? Would he turn on her completely? The thought made Lin Xiaoran shudder, and she immediately made herself a solemn vow she would never let Su Ming discover this, even if it killed her. All right, it's about time. Teams should start passing through here soon. Su Ming crouched behind the bushes, quickly sketching out their plan of action in the dirt with a stick. Remember our principles. Avoid fighting if possible. Use traps instead of direct confrontation. Conserve energy, and don't waste spiritual power. Our goal isn't just 5 or 10 metal suiri going for hundreds, even thousands. Got it. Got it. Lin Xiaoran and the other 3 responded in unison, their faces showing a mix of shame and determination. What was supposed to be a proper exchange event had been turned by Su Ming into a cunning game of highway robbery. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was in an excellent mood. What had started as a hastily assembled team had surprisingly worked together seamlessly. Despite being the only crank member in the group, they had managed to collect 25 medals by the 3rd day. By his calculations, this number should be enough to secure their advancement to the 2nd round. To lock in their gains, the 5-person team decided to head to the settlement point early, avoiding any potential complications. Qin Feng, your foresight was brilliant. Leaving half a day early for the settlement point, we didn't encounter any other teams on the way. These medals are as good as ours. A teammate with a small mustache walked along cheerfully, not forgetting to flatter their leader. Exactly. Captain Qin, we owe our advancement to you. If we face each other in the 2nd round, please go easy on us. Another teammate laughed heartily, already fantasizing about the next stage of competition. Qin Feng nodded graciously, thoroughly enjoying the praise while responding modestly. You're all too kind. This achievement is the result of our teamwork. When the exchange event ends, don't rush to leave. I'll treat everyone to a proper celebration in the capital. Haha, we'll let Captain Qin spoil us then. Let's exchange contact information. Laturway can team up for good missions in the future. The group chatted and laughed as they walked through the fallen leaves, the atmosphere harmonious and relaxed. A moment later, Mustache consulted the map and reminded them. Captain Qin, once we cross this bridge, we'll reach the settlement point. About 2 hours' journey. Qin Feng looked up to study the narrow wooden bridge ahead. Below, the river churned violently, and among the whitecaps, several gray shadows flickered in and out of sight, the dorsal fins of aquatic demon beasts. An inexplicable unease crept into his heart. Captain, the area across the bridge is marked as disaster level on the map. We'll need to be extra careful once we cross and want to stumble at the finish line. One of the more cautious team members added. Qin Feng nodded silently, finding the warning reasonable. The source of his unease was likely the demon beasts lurking on the other side of the river, but as long as they worked together, he believed no demon beast was insurmountable. Everyone stay alert. Let's cross the bridge. Qin Feng commanded, and the 5 of them stepped onto the wooden bridge one by one, their footsteps making the planks creak and groan. Halfway across the bridge, a sudden cold mountain wind swept through, and milky white fog rapidly rose from the river's surface, swallowing their vision in an instant. Alarm bells rang in Qin Feng's mind as he immediately warned in a low voice. Everyone be careful. This fog appeared too suddenly. It's likely poisonous mist from a demon beast. Circulate your spiritual energy for protection and stay close to me. Several team members nodded frantically, not daring to speak a word for fear of inhaling the toxic mist. Qin Feng drew a gleaming cold blade, holding it across his chest as he cautiously advanced step by step along the damp wooden planks. The bridge fell silent except for the sound of breathing when suddenly, a fierce wind tore through the air toward him. His heart tightened as he roared, "Get down!" Whoosh boom. A crossbow bolt as thick as a bowl flew past their scalps and disappeared into the mist behind them, even its fletching swallowed by the fog. The squad, having worked together for 2 days, moved with perfect coordination. All 4 members heard the command and instantly dropped to their knees, barely avoiding the deadly strike despite being unable to see the danger. Who dares ambush us? What kind of hero hides in the shadows? Qin Feng exploded with rage, cursing internally. Which shameless team dared to use siege crossbows during the examination? Weren't the examiners paying attention? Across the bridge in the mist, Su Ming wore a fierce Xiongbo mask while directing Jiao Wulong to adjust the crossbow. The fog was his creation, conjured through his wind summoning and mist riding divine ability. The entire area was so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, yet his vision remained crystal clear. Jiao Wulong only needed to follow his instructions to lock onto Qin Feng and his team with deadly precision. Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma watched nearby, feeling their teeth ache with envy. Wu Qianjun sighed admiringly. I told you Brother Wulong is a star of heavenly strategy reborn. He can craft crossbow bolts under these conditions, truly our team's #1 support. Mei Wanma rolled her eyes. You complained about being tired just chopping down a tree 2 days ago. We only have 1 support on our team, so what's this ranking about? Damn, undermining me? Let's duel. I don't duel with men. As the two bickered, Su Ming signaled to Jiao Wulong. Good angle? Fire. The second arrow shot through the air. On the other side, the fog stood like a wall. Qin Feng's skin prickled with sharp danger, his veins bulging and pupils trembling slightly. Next arrow targets the shins. Listen for my command. 1, 2, 3, jump. Everyone leaped up as the arrow grazed their toes and embedded in distant planks, making the entire bridge shudder lightly. Su Ming clicked his tongue, dodged both arrows. There's something special about them. Lin Shiran adjusted her glasses. Anyone who can track crossbow trajectories in this fog is likely a psychic awakener. Long-range threat, we need to be careful. Indeed, Qin Feng's precise judgment of incoming attacks relied on his ability mental scanning, considered a top-tier support skill even among psychics. Su Ming sneered coldly. So what if he can see it? Qianjun, Wanma, initiate Plan B. Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma responded in unison, grabbing 2 bulging sacks and rushing excitedly to the bridge head. Moments later, throat-tearing screams echoed from the opposite side. Holy shit. Qin Feng desperately pushed backward. On the wooden bridge, snakes of every color poured out in a dense mass, their forked tongues flicking toward the retreating group. This was Plan Blythe biological assault. On the narrow bridge, the 5 moved at different speeds as the snake swarm pressed closer. Qin Feng, frantic with anxiety, suddenly stuck out his foot and tripped his teammate in front. Qin Feng, I'll kill you. Thud. Before the curse could finish, Qin Feng stepped on his teammate's back, forcing the unfinished words back down his throat. On the narrow wooden bridge, countless venomous snakes slithered forward rapidly. The teammate Qin Feng had tripped, scrambled desperately to get back on his feet. But the moment his legs straightened, the swarm of serpents wrapped around him layer by layer, instantly coiling him into a writhing snake ball. Su Ming stood behind the mist, determined not to let the people on the bridge escape, and raised his hand to trigger the crossbow mechanism against several bolts shot through the air. Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury, but he had no choice but to dodge sideways, then simply leaped off the wooden bridge. No splash echoed. Below the bridge, a massive net that had been spread open long ago silently caught everyone. The spider silk-like material tightened with resistance. The more Qin Feng and his companions struggled, the more securely their bodies became entangled, and within moments they couldn't move at all. Tap, tap, footsteps crossed the still damp wooden planks. As the mist cleared, Su Ming, wearing a demon mask, stepped onto the bridge. He first approached the investigator who had been coiled by venomous snakes and had fainted from fright, bending down to search for the silver badge on the man's chest. I've already treated this batch of snakes, they don't even have venom sacs anymore, he chuckled softly, casually brushing several snakes aside, then turned to look down at Qin Feng and the others hanging in the net. Gentlemen, hand over your medals and I'll let you down. How about it? He narrowed his eyes, his tone as casual as if he were haggling at a market. In your dreams. Qin Feng glared at him furiously. Using such underhanded tactics to ambush us, what kind of hero does that make you? If you've got the guts, let us go and we'll fight for another 400 rounds. TSK, this isn't an ambush, it's strategy. Su Ming waved the crossbow in his hand. Our team is weak, so we have to find ways to advance, right? Just hand over the badges obediently. Otherwise, I'll loosen the net and let you play with the friends down below. Before he finished speaking, he grabbed 2 venomous snakes and tossed them into the river. The next second, the water surface exploded as 7 or 8 crocodiles lunged for the fallen serpents, sending up sprays of water 4 to 5 meters high. Qin Feng's legs immediately went weak, and he gripped the spider web tightly, terrified that its adhesive properties might fail and send him plummeting. This is against the rules, he said, trying to maintain his composure. If you really throw people down there and someone dies, the judges won't let you get away with it. Su Ming threw back his head and laughed so hard that tears came to his eyes. You really think the examiners can rescue people in time? At most, I'll let you lose an arm or leg, then fish you back up. The rules never said anything about not setting traps. If you fall, it'll be because you refused to surrender and lost your grip from exhaustion, and I'll just be a good colleague performing a heroic rescue. Qin Feng's face turned ashen. Realizing that continuing this conversation would only lead to ending up in the crocodile's jaws, he could only grit his teeth and say in a low voice, "Fine. We'll hand them over. All of them." He and his teammates tremblingly pulled out the medals they had fought desperately to obtain, one by one, and threw them up to the bridge. Su Ming caught them effortlessly, acquiring 25 medals in one go and catapulting his competition ranking into the top 100. Several trapped individuals were rescued and brought up to the bridge. Su Ming didn't immediately untie Qin Feng, but instead leaned in with a sly grin. "Buddy, you're not mad about us setting up this whole scheme to trick you, are you?" Qin Feng was seething with anger but could only force out through gritted teeth, "You outplayed us fair and square." "I'm not angry." According to the competition rules, each medal was bound to its holder's personal information. Once a medal was taken, the original holder was immediately disqualified. Qin Feng knew he had been thoroughly defeated, and attempting to reclaim the medals would only result in being recorded by the examiners and tarnishing his record, so he simply conceded. "We're leaving." After coming to terms with the situation, he led his team into the forest, heading straight for the settlement point rather than continuing to live in fear in the primitive jungle. He preferred to forfeit and go home to rest. On the other side of the wooden bridge, Su Ming's team was reveling in their unexpected windfall. "Hey, Captain, you're really something. We actually caught some fish." Wu Qianjun excitedly patted Su Ming's shoulder. The medals had come so easily that he felt somewhat dazed. "Captain, impressive." The usually taciturn Mei Wanma also gave a thumbs up. "Unbelievable. You really managed to ambush someone." Lin Xiaoran sighed with admiration, her eyes showing some complexity. "Ha ha ha. Captain Su has the wisdom of a great strategist." Zhao Wulong laughed heartily. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. "This is nothing. I was still being too conservative. I had to resort to threats just to get those medals. Here's what we'll do, Qianjuan, Wanma. Go get some cow dung and horse manure. Fill up a big bucket. The more disgusting the better. Next time I'll count to 3, and whoever doesn't hand over their medals gets to drink liquid fertilizer." After speaking, he quickly summarized and reflected, proposing an upgraded version of his devious scheme. His 4 teammates' faces immediately turned pale. "This competition isn't being live-streamed, is it? If we really do this, we'll become infamous back at the Special Fifth Institute." Wu Qianjun hesitated for the first time. "What are you afraid of?" Su Ming scoffed. "The rules don't say we can't feed people excrement. Let them live-stream. There was once someone famous for eating disgusting things. Now there can be someone famous for being ruthless. If we go viral, I'll demand royalties from the leadership." After saying this, he efficiently packed up the spiderweb. "All right then." The group exchanged glances and ultimately followed along. Thus, the Gao 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 show team ventured further and further down the path of dirty tricks. The command center was brightly lit. "Report, boss lady. There's a team with abnormal points. DVE skyrocketed 110 points in 2 hours and shot up to second place." A staff member suddenly jumped up from his seat and shouted to Tang Hongxiao. "What? Which team?" "They eliminated over 100 people in 2 hours." Tang Hongxiao was shocked and rushed to the big screen to check the leaderboard. Second place. Gao 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 show, 110 points. The number suddenly jumped to 130 points. "What the hell, another 20 points. They took out 20 people in just a few minutes." Tang Hongxiao's scalp tingled, thinking Su Ming's team was going on a killing spree in the examination area. "No, boss lady, look at the surveillance." The staff member quickly pulled up the cameras near the wooden bridge. Tang Hongxiao turned to the screen and watched intently. The wooden bridge spanning the dangerous zone and disaster zone was shrouded in white mist. On this side of the fog, a handmade crossbow occasionally shot with a whoosh into the depths of the mist, and piercing screams could be clearly heard even through the camera. Several young people were busy carrying buckets of unidentifiable liquid onto the bridge, taking turns splashing it around. In moments, another 5 contestants stumbled out of the fog zone, supporting each other. On the scoreboard, the Gao 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 show team had gained another 20 points. "Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here?" Tang Hongxiao stood in front of the surveillance screen, pointing at the team that had just emerged from the mist, her eyes wide as saucers. The duty officer rested his chin on his hand and thought carefully before speaking. "Boss lady, it's quite simple. This team figured out the trick to the competition, setting traps on the path to the finish line. Why didn't I think of that back in the day? Just set up a crossbow ballista there, deploy some mist, and you can easily win medals." That person is really clever. Hearing her subordinate praising others, Tang Hongxiao flew into a rage and gave him a sharp knock on the forehead. "Clever? Clever my ass. This is straight up cheating. I need to stop them, or they'll win first place way too easily." She was about to storm out of the monitoring room when a dry cough came from the doorway. Ahem, little Tang. The director general walked in slowly, leaning on his cane. I don't recall the rules saying anything about prohibiting traps, do they? Tang Hongxiao wanted to play dumb, but the Director General's gaze made her abandon that idea. She could only bite the bullet and answer. Director General, the rules indeed don't forbid ambushes, but this team has gone too far. Crossbow Ballisti and Mist, they clearly have the strength for direct confrontation, yet they choose underhanded tactics. I feel this goes against the essence of our exchange meeting. Though she spoke with righteous indignation on the surface, she was secretly calculating with the bet already made. If Su Ming's team actually won, she'd be in deep trouble. The Director General chuckled softly, tapped his cane on the ground, and shuffled over to the monitor. We often say that when facing anomalies, think first. Observe their characteristics, utilize the environment, protect yourself while safeguarding people and public property, minimizing losses. But investigators always prefer brute force, awakening their abilities at the drop of a hat, ending up injured themselves while destroying facilities. I've been wondering, is this approach really optimal? He pointed at Su Ming on the screen, who was counting his spoils. Look at him, taking advantage of timing and terrain, maximizing returns with limited resources. If you can win effortlessly, why struggle? Little Tang, you veteran investigators should learn this mindset too. Here's what will downright me a 50,000-word summary and present it at the monthly meeting. This lengthy lecture left Tang Hongxiao speechless, feeling dizzy and nearly collapsing on the spot. What? I have to write a summary too? Director General, can I skip it? You know I hate writing. How about this? I'll admit I lost the bet. I won't mention the refugee street matter anymore. And I'll quit smoking. Yeah, right, would that work? Please don't make me write. Tang Hongxiao tugged at the Director General's sleeve while acting coquettish, her voice soft and sweet. The surrounding staff were stunned. This was their first time seeing Tang Hongxiao act cute. They never imagined that this decisive, tough woman had something she was afraid of. No way. A deal is a deal. The bet continues, and you still need to write that summary. Don't give up on yourself just yet. This cocky squad's flashy behavior might attract even stronger hunters. There are still 5 hours left in the assessment, and anything could happen. As soon as the director finished speaking, he slowly walked back to his seat with his cane and closed his eyes, pretending to doze off. Tang Hongxiao leaned back in her reclining chair and let out a long sigh. Keep watching this squad. Wake me up if they get defeated. She irritably pulled out a cigarette. This is killing me. Hurry up and light one. Thick smoke swirled around her as she enjoyed one of her last few cigarettes, while scheming about how to weasel out of paying up. Lost Jungle. Hu Tu was in a foul mood as he punched through the chest bone of the crank investigator in front of him. The man collapsed to the ground, and Hu Tu began breaking his fingers one by one, the crisp snapping sounds chilling to the bone. Where are you hiding the medals? Hand them over now. Hu Tu's sinister gaze bore down on the man. Despite the excruciating pain, the man gritted his teeth and held firm. In your dreams. Go ahead and kill me if you're so tough. The medals are on me, but you'll never get them. Tough as nails. The string of setbacks in the competition had pushed Hu Tu's anger to the breaking point. His invitation had been publicly rejected by some girl, forcing him to enter with 4 drank scrubs. They'd finally managed to take down a decent squad, thinking they had enough medals to advance, only to be stonewalled by this stubborn fool. Realizing that more beating wouldn't get him anywhere, his gaze shifted to the man's 4 teammates. Hu Tu walked straight over and grabbed one of the female team members by the wrist. Ah! The girl was suddenly yanked up, her scream breaking the forest silence as she instinctively looked toward the male team member, then quickly averted her eyes. Seeing the connection between them, Hu Tu sneered. Well, brother. This is your girlfriend, isn't it? When I was beating you up just now, she looked absolutely heartbroken. You don't want her to get hurt, do you? The man on the ground trembled, clearly about to give in. But the girl shouted first. Aubin, don't tell him. I don't believe he'd dare touch me. She stared defiantly at Hu Tu with cold mockery. Baldy, if you so much as harm a hair on my head, I'll make sure you pay for it when we get out. Remember, my father is a leader in the capital. What did you call me? Baldy. Hu Tu's expression instantly darkened. Nothing in the world annoyed him more than 2 things. Being called bald, and people threatening him with their family connections. This girl had just hit both triggers. His hand shot out to grip the girl's throat, lifting her off the ground like he was pulling up a radish. Since I can't kill you, I'll show you what's worse than death. With that, he hurled the girl toward his blonde teammate like a broken doll, coldly ordering, have your fun. Don't you love playing with women? As long as you don't kill her, knock yourself out. As long as I don't kill her, I can do whatever I want. Blondie blinked, immediately getting excited. That last girl had given him quite a hard time, making him too scared to even flirt with women lately. After 3 days in this jungle, he'd been holding back for 3 whole days. If Hu Tu didn't let him have some fun soon, he'd have to find a tree hollow to take care of business. Now that the captain was giving him permission to play, why not enjoy himself thoroughly? Ha ha ha, little beauty, let big brother take good care of you. Blondie leered as he walked toward the girl, completely ignoring Abin's furious glare. Let go of Baijia. Come at me if you want someone. Abin struggled to get up, trying to stop Blondie. Sit down and behave yourself, you waste. Smack. Hu Tu delivered a vicious slap across Abin's face, sending 2 white front teeth flying. Abin nearly lost consciousness from the blow. Abin, wah, you bastards, I won't let you get away with this when we get out. I'll tell my father, wah. Seeing her beloved beaten like this, Bai Jia cried out in anguish, but could only make empty threats. Blondie, what are you standing around for? Get moving, I'm waiting to watch the show. Hu Tu crossed his arms, staring coldly at Blondie with threatening intent in his eyes. Blondie involuntarily shivered. Hearing Bai Jia's threats, he had been ready to give up, but Hu Tu wasn't having it. Whatever, even if they came after him later, he was just following orders. Might as well enjoy himself first. Without further hesitation, Blondie grabbed Bai Jia from behind and began frantically kissing her neck. No, let go of Bai Jia. I'll give you everything I have. Make him stop. Abin pleaded through a mouthful of blood, grabbing onto Hu Tu's pant leg and refusing to let go. Haha. Refusing the toast only to be forced to drink the penalty wine. Where was this attitude earlier? Hand over all the medals right now. Wait any longer and Blondie's big treasure will go right in. Hu Tu kicked away Abin's grasping hand and sneered, with no intention of sparing Bai Jia. I'll give them to you, all of them. Just don't let him continue. Stop him. Abin said tremblingly, drawing lightly in the air with one hand. A circular void appeared before everyone. A storage space? Well, you're actually quite a rare awakened profession. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take everything out. Don't expect me to reach in myself. Who knows what you've got in that space. Hu Tu's combat experience was extensive. He didn't get carried away with excitement at finding the medal's location, maintaining sufficient wariness toward abilities he didn't fully understand. Okay, I'll get them. Abin looked at Bai Jia, who had already been stripped naked, and gritted his teeth as he reached into the storage space. Hu Tu watched Abin's hand with interest. This was his first time seeing a spatial ability, and he wanted to see just how miraculous this thing really was. Abin's hand seemed to pierce into the void itself, his entire arm disappearing into thin air. When it reappeared, a purple-black lotus was slowly blooming in his palm. You bastards, all of you die? Abin roared and hurled the lotus at Hu Tu, while he himself burst forth with speed far exceeding his usual ability, rushing to Bai Jia's side. Embracing her, he made a light gesture, and together they leaped into the storage space. Oh no! Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from the black lotus, Hu Tu knew something was terribly wrong. He tried to follow Abin into the storage space, but the spatial portal vanished instantly. Everyone run. That was all Hu Tu managed to shout before he spun around and bolted toward the distance with everything he had. Huang Mao stood frozen in place, still clutching the pants he'd just pulled off. What's going on? Didn't you say we'd have some fun? Why are we running? Before he could finish, a pitch-black lotus bloomed furiously in the air, followed by an earth-shattering explosion that instantly devoured everything around them. Warning! 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 Abnormal large-scale energy fluctuations detected. Personnel intervention required. The piercing alarms echoed through the command center. Tang Hongxiao practically launched herself from her seat, rushing to the monitoring screen with a low voice. What's happening? Where are these abnormal fluctuations coming from? Report. The duty officer's fingers flew across the controls. Abnormal fluctuations detected at the center of the danger zone. Energy intensity approximately level. Support teams have been dispatched. We've confirmed 2 squads were caught in the blast. Level. Tang Hongxiao paused briefly, turning to look at the silent, elderly man beside her. Director, I need to go there personally. Something doesn't feel right about this. The director nodded without hesitation. You're in charge of this exchange meeting. Make whatever arrangements you see fit. All headquarters personnel are at your disposal. Immediately, countless fully armed off-road vehicles shot out from the command center like arrows, their roaring engines echoing through the night. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Hu Tu's face was pale green, his tattered clothes torn even more by the branches. His exposed skin glowed with a faint golden sheen. Phew. Thank God my defensive ability is tough enough, or I'd really be dead. That lunatic was willing to kill people just to protect his medal. How will headquarters deal with this? He muttered while picking up speed, completely unaware of the purple-black lotus mark appearing on his back. Dozens of minutes later, he burst out of the forest to find a stone bridge ahead. Huh? There's a bridge? Perfect. This'll save me so much walking. Without a second thought, Hu Tu stepped onto the rocky bridge. At the other end of the bridge, a 3-person squad was lying in wait. Su Ming leaned against the railing, yawning. Sigh, this is too easy. We've got over 200 medals already. Should we call it quits? There probably aren't many people left anyway. Captain, someone else is coming onto the bridge. Wu Qianjun pointed at the hazy figure urgently. Quick, release the fog. He frowned. Damn, this guy's alone? That bold. Or did all his teammates get eliminated? Su Ming looked up for a closer look and suddenly clicked his tongue. Holy crap. Qiu ran. Luke isn't that guy Hu Tu, the one who tried to recruit you earlier? Lin Xiaoran squinted to confirm. Yeah, looks like him. Su Ming, let's rob him one more time. Her tone was eager with anticipation. Su Ming sighed inwardly. After being a simp this whole journey, Not only did he get nothing, but now he was about to be robbed by his own goddess. Who could he even complain to about this? The mist slowly spread across the river surface, and in the blink of an eye, it had enveloped the entire wooden bridge. Huh? What's going on? Hu Tu raised an eyebrow and instinctively activated his supernatural ability Indestructible Vajra Body. His skin instantly took on a dark golden sheen. Whoosh! The sound of cutting wind tore through the deathly silence. Hu Tu's hair stood on end as he activated his ability to full power. Bang! The crossbow bolt struck his chest hard, the shaft shattering inch by inch and scattering as wooden fragments. Humph! Which little fish dares to ambush your grandfather who? Come out! Don't make me come find you. Hu Tu's voice was low and filled with disdain. Hiss! 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 The bridge surface rustled as dozens of venomous snakes emerged from the cracks, their black scales gleaming coldly in the mist. Hu Tu didn't even lift an eyelid, letting the serpents slither up his pant legs. Any snake foolish enough to bite found its fangs shattered by the golden light emanating from his body. The enemies still didn't show themselves, only harassing him with crossbow bolts and venomous snakes mere petty tricks. Hu Tu concluded that Su Ming's group had limited strength, and his arrogance swelled even more. Moreover, a strange voice echoed in his mind. Go on, kill those annoying flies, you are the strongest. Roar! He suddenly exerted force, his foot crushing through the bridge's wooden planks, making the entire structure tremble. On the other side of the mist, Su Ming's gaze was ice cold as he quietly informed his companions. Hu Tu is charging over. Get ready to receive our guest. After all, Hu Tu was a crank investigator, and his martial arts fourth-tier physical conditioning gave him the speed of a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he burst through the mist and spotted Su Ming's group of 5 leisurely leaning against trees just a dozen steps away. It's you. Blood rushed to Hu Tu's head, rage instantly filling his chest. Fine, you wouldn't join my squad, but you dare to have people ambush me, you bitch. Today I'll send you all to hell. Logically speaking, fighting 1 against 5 wasn't advantageous. No matter how arrogant he was, he should have retreated first. But the Black Lotus drug was madly amplifying his bloodlust, completely erasing any thought of escape, leaving only 4 words: kill them all. Su Ming gritted his teeth secretly, once again reminding his teammates. Be careful, his defense is extremely high. However, calm as he was, he couldn't think of a way to break through for the moment. Ha ha ha! Hu Tu laughed maniacally, swinging his fists the size of sandbags as he lunged towards Su Ming. Su Ming's expression changed drastically as he assumed a defensive stance, but his feet quietly retreated. Coward! Just as this thought flashed through Hu Tu's mind, the ground beneath his feet suddenly gave way. Splash! He didn't even have time to scream before plummeting straight down. A massive pit 20 meters deep and over 5 meters wide had been quietly waiting for him at the bridge head for 3 days. Phew! I thought we wouldn't need it. Su Ming let out a long breath, looking at the fruit of his 3 days of hard digging with indescribable satisfaction. The edges of this enormous pit still bore traces of mud from last night's reinforcement work, and the bottom was lined with sharpened wooden stakes, appearing dark and deadly. You're Su Ming, aren't you, damn it? How dare you dig a trap to screw me over? Pull me up right now, or you'll all pay for this when we get out. Hu Tu lay flat on his back at the bottom of the trap, the wooden spikes beneath him creaking and groaning under the weight of his indestructible body. The 20-meter-deep pit walls had been scraped smooth by Su Ming, their wet, muddy surface gleaming coldly. If he'd had enough materials, the kid would have even poured a layer of cement to make sure no one could get a fingernail's grip. At the edge of the pit, Su Ming poked his head over with a grin, his voice drifting down casually. Brother Hu Tu, this pit was specially prepared just for you. Why would I pull you up? If you want out, hand over those metals you're carrying, and I'll drop a rope ladder right away. In your dreams. Hu Tu's chest heaved like a bellows, bloodshot veins spreading rapidly through his eyes. He was seething with rage. If only he were stronger, would he be played like this? Just then, a sinister, raspy voice wormed its way into his mind. I'll help you kill them all. Just let me borrow your body for a while. How about it? Borrow my body? What the hell are you? Get out. Hu Tu was instantly on guard. Even if it meant staying enemies with Su Ming, he would never hand his body over to some unknown monster. The voice chuckled softly, like a dull knife sliding into his heart. Don't be so quick to refuse, young man. Think it over carefully. This power far exceeds what you have now. Su Ming and his companions at the trap's edge had no idea that Hu Tu was wrestling with such a momentous decision. With a wave of his hand, Su Ming signaled to Qianjun and Wan Ma, who gleefully carried over several large iron buckets, steam and a foul stench wafting from them. Su Ming kindly reminded him, Brother Hu Tu, this is fresh from the iron-armored rhinos. I was worried they wouldn't be potent enough, so I specially fed each one 10 pounds of croton beans. Now all 3 female rhinos have the runs so bad their legs are weak, just waiting for your final decision. I really don't want to splash you with this mess. Hu Tu sneered coldly, hard as granite. Go ahead and splash. If I so much as frown, I'll take your surname. There was a theory within Special Unit 5 An awakened person's abilities often match their personality perfectly. Lin Xiaoran appeared beautiful but was sharp as a blade, so she awakened golden sharp energy. Hu Tu could remain unmoved even by excrement, naturally fitting his indestructible body. And Su Ming, with his unpredictable and ever-changing temperament, was perfectly suited for complex, multifaceted abilities. For precisely this reason, making Hu Tu give in was nearly impossible. Su Ming raised both hands in surrender. Fine, I admit you're a tough guy, but Su Ming, keep my word brothers, pour it. With the command given, Qianjun, Wan Ma, and even the usually aloof Lin Xiaoran lifted their buckets and tilted them downward. Liquid, yellow, green, sticky putrid waterfall of mixed solids and liquids came pouring down. Hu Tu held his breath desperately at first, but within 2 seconds, the sewage filled his nostrils and he was choking, his face turning blue. Stop pouring. Stop. Hu Tu finally cracked, roaring for them to cease. Su Ming peered down into the deep pit, pretending not to hear clearly. What? You said keep pouring? You got it. Brother Hu, you're a real man from now on. You're my big brother. With another wave of his hand, Su Ming sent 2 more buckets of sewage cascading down. Has the cause of the explosion been determined? How many casualties were there? In the charred clearing of the lost forest, Tang Hongxiao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, her gaze sharp and piercing. Boss, we've found 7 mangled bodies so far, her subordinate said, handing over a holographic terminal. The blast center is right beneath our feet. The support team detected traces of an extremely potent dark energy substance, though its origin remains unknown. Dark energy. Tang Hongxiao rubbed her chin, her elegant brows furrowing slightly. This is no small trouble. As everyone stood perplexed, the air suddenly rippled, and spatial distortions tore open a pitch-black fissure. Bang! 2 young people tumbled out of the void, face-planting hard into the scorched earth. Survivors? Tang Hongxiao's eyes lit up as she grabbed both by their collars. What happened? Why was there an explosion? What do you know? Speak up now. Having just escaped from the alternate space, Aubin's head was still buzzing, and he was momentarily stunned by the rapid-fire questions. When he finally took in the devastation around him and caught the smell of charred flesh in the air, his Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed hard. What happened here? Did my trump card really have this much power? Tang Hongxiao caught the implication and lowered her voice considerably. Don't panic. Tell me everything in detail. Only by explaining the whole situation can anyone guarantee your safety. I'm not really sure either, Aubin said, catching his breath. Our 2 teams were overpowered by another group. They fought dirty and tried to assault my girlfriend. I panicked and pulled out the trump card my mentor gave me, a dusk flower. He said when the flower bloomed, everyone within 2 kilometers would fall asleep. I never imagined it would explode. Dusk flower? A purple-black lotus. Tang Hongxiao's expression changed dramatically. Aubin nodded. Yes, that's right, a purple-black lotus. Oh no, that probably wasn't a dusk flower, but rather a corruption lotus, she said, her expression turning completely grim. Besides you 2, there's another survivor. Where are they? I don't know. Only we 2 hid in the storage space. Officer, this really isn't my fault, it's all on my mentor. His name is Aotman. You should go find him. Aubin hastily tried to shift the blame. Tang Hongxiao had no time to deal with his excuses and quickly dialed the command center. Director, someone gave a corruption lotus to a contestant. The lotus has bloomed, and the host is missing. I'm requesting special operations team support. Meanwhile, at the other end of the lost forest, Hu Tu, submerged in the sewage pit, was so disoriented by the filthy water that he finally gave in to the voice in his head. A wise choice, strong young man. What a perfect body. The sinister laughter echoed in his mind. Hu Tu's consciousness was gradually dragged into the abyss, leaving him only able to watch his own body. Thud! A dark figure wrapped in steaming sewage leaped out of the trap. Su Ming's bucket of waste hit the ground with a clatter as he reflexively covered his nose and mouth. Holy crap! That stinks. Why do my hands smell so bad too? He rubbed his hands in disgust as several flies buzzed around chaotically. Looking up to see Hu Tu, whose aura had completely changed, his heart suddenly tightened. Cough, cough, cough. Brother Hu, are you alright? Have you had your fill? If not, please take your time. I'll just be on my way now. Su Ming forced an awkward smile as he backed away, his heels barely shifting before his entire body was ready to bolt. Whoosh! A fierce gust of wind shot past his nose, and behind him, a tree trunk as thick as a man's waist snapped in half with a crack, sending wood chips flying everywhere. Holy crap, that's insane. Su Ming's heart pounded wildly. He'd never heard of anyone getting a power boost from eating shit. Hu Tu lowered his gaze, his voice ice cold. None of you move, or the next shot goes through your heads. He lightly pinched a small pebble between 2 fingers. That terrifying impact had been caused by nothing more than this tiny stone. Refined force. 7th-stage martial arts? Su Ming's mind raced with the assessment. Lin Xiaoran's sharp eyes immediately spotted something wrong. Su Ming, something's off. He's not Hu Tuesday. Damn, I know things look bad too, but it's probably too late to retreat now. Su Ming cursed inwardly as a Guangong opera mask instantly covered his face. Attack! Somehow, Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma had circled behind Hu Tu, their halberd and warblade gleaming coldly as they aimed for vital points. Bastard, taste my great halberd! Wu Qianjun roared, though his eyes already gleamed with the joy of anticipated success. Clang! The clash of metal rang deafeningly. A pale golden aura surrounded Hu Tu's entire body as he faced the sneak attack, without batting an eye. A mocking smile played at his lips as his fists thundered out like war drums, striking both Qianjun and Wanma in the abdomen simultaneously. Bones cracked audibly as both men spat blood and flew backward. Little nobodies who can't recognize the gap between us shouldn't embarrass themselves. Before his taunt finished, golden light suddenly flashed toward his eyes. Lin Xiaoran had struck. Her sharp, golden energy transformed into a dense rain of swords, stabbing at Hu Tu's exposed eyeballs from tricky angles. How dare you! Hu Tu shouted fiercely as golden light erupted from his pores, instantly forming a protective barrier. An advanced technique of the indestructible diamond body golden bell shield. Ding 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 ding. The sharp energy fell like rain, but couldn't shake his defense. Lin Xiaoran's golden sharp energy failed for the first time. Hee hee. I remember you rejected this body's invitation, didn't you? What a pity. If you had joined us, I might have shared my power with you. Hu Tu looked confident and self-assured, his gaze greedily examining Lin Xiaoran's body. I'll give you one more chance. Embrace the evil god's arms. Welcome rebirth with me, and I might consider lending you my power. Lend your ass. The explosive shout rang right in his ear. Hu Tu jolted as his peripheral vision caught a shadow becoming solid. Su Ming had used the distraction to execute yin-yang transition. The opera mask changed instantly to the fierce Guangong face, and a green dragon crescent blade materialized in his palm. Yin-yang transition active. Step into the realms of yin and yang at will. Flying dragon in the sky active. While wearing an opera mask, summon the green dragon crescent blade and execute flying dragon in the sky blade techniques. Flying dragon in the sky. Boom. The blade strike fell like muffled thunder, but Hu Tu caught it with one hand. The sharp blade couldn't leave even the slightest mark on his pale golden skin. Hu Tu twisted his waist and swept his right leg like a warblade. The teeth-grinding sound of cracking bones rang out as Su Ming's figure flew backward, smashing through several giant trees in succession. Uft. Dark purple blood spurted from his mouth as Su Ming was nearly kicked in half. The force of that kick still reverberated through his bones, and his arms, forced up to block in front of him, were twisted at grotesque angles. Had he not blocked in time, it would have been his ribs rather than his arm bones that shattered. His face darkened like iron, and the Guangong mask that had covered his features gradually faded away, replaced by a judge's mask with fierce brows, a crown, and protruding fangs. His fingers trembling, he pulled out a goat hair brush from his robes, opened the Pride record, and quickly wrote, "Assault in public, sentenced to 100 years reduction in lifespan." The ink was pitch black, but the moment it touched the paper, it dissipated like smoke. Su Ming's heart sank. What's happening? Why can't I pass judgment this time? He hurriedly called out to the system in his mind. Ding divine message. The judged is not human. The crime too severe, incompatible with underworld law. Use appropriately, not excessively. Damn it. Su Ming cursed under his breath. Using the mask's power still required divine approval, and he'd just switched to a higher-level mask only to face so many restrictions? His resentment unabated. He could only grip the Pride record tightly and turn his gaze toward the battle. Meanwhile, Hu Tu remained in high spirits after kicking Su Ming away, his eyes settling on Lin Xiaoran as he grinned maniacally. Heh, is that all? What good are flashy abilities? Without proper martial foundation, everything is just castles in the air. You can't even control your own power. Isn't that right, Miss Lin? Lin Xiaoran fell silent for a moment, the golden sharp chi in her dantian roaring as the air seemed sliced by blade edges. A pale golden long sword materialized in her palm, golden sharp chi taking form, the golden severing sword. After advancing to Clevel Investigator, she had gained higher clearance to study visualization diagrams and comprehended her own technique. She hadn't slacked off during this time and believed she might not be powerless in this fight. That's right, now we're talking. Hu Tu spread his arms in an embracing gesture. Come, let me see if you're worthy of embracing the evil god. With that, he abandoned all defense, allowing Lin Xiaoran to approach with her sword. Naturally, Lin Xiaoran wouldn't waste the opportunity. The golden severing sword hummed softly, its edge compressed to the extreme, bright as lightning. She stepped lightly forward, her petite frame exploding with tremendous force that instantly cracked the ground into a spider web pattern, the longsword shooting toward Hu Tu's chest like a bolt of electricity. Come. Hu Tu laughed heartily as his golden bell shield manifested on his body's surface, the pale golden membrane rippling. His thoughts were simple: crush these geniuses' pride, make them hunger for power, then have them join him in embracing the evil god. Crack! The sword tip struck the golden bell shield, producing an ear-piercing screech. In the collision between offense and defense, hairline fractures appeared at the golden severing sword's tip, and Lin Xiaoran's face finally showed the panic Hu Tu had been hoping for. Ha ha ha, do you see? This is the evil god's power. Just embrace the evil god, and you can become strong instantly. What are you still struggling for? Quickly join. Before he could finish, his laughter suddenly froze on his face. Lin Xiaoran clenched her delicate fist and struck the sword hilt hard. The shattered blade instantly reformed into a sharp chisel. The chisel, carrying all her strength, whistled as it pierced into the golden bell shield's interior. Hiss! Hu Tu's right cheek suddenly felt cold as a bloody gash opened, crimson blood trickling down his face. Is that all? Lin Xiaoran chuckled lightly, her tone full of contempt. You're asking for death. An enraged roar exploded. The golden bell shield shattered as Hu Tu pounced like a fierce tiger, clamping down on Lin Xiaoran's sword-wielding wrist. He had originally planned to toy with this bearer of metallic energy, to lure him into the evil god's embrace, but he never expected a mere insect to actually wound him. He no longer intended to hold back. Even a dead genius would make a fine offering for the evil god. Hu Tu's 5 fingers clamped around Lin Xiaoran's slender wrist and yanked violently. The girl's terrified pupils reflected his savage grin. In the next second, a fist the size of a sandbag swept through the air with tremendous force, aimed straight at her delicate face. Bang! Lin Xiaoran instinctively raised her other arm to cushion the blow, but the tremendous force still sent her consciousness into darkness. Her graceful body collapsed softly, blood trickling from the corner of her lips like a withering rose. Hush thunk! A crossbow bolt suddenly pierced through the air, striking Hu Tu's chest from an extremely cunning angle. Jia Wulong adjusted his glasses, dropped the crossbow, and immediately fled. Boom! Energy reverberated as the crossbow instantly shattered into splinters, but Jia Wulong had already darted away at the optimal escape angle, precisely avoiding Hu Tu's counterattack. Damn insects! Hu Tu scanned his surroundings, catching only the dust cloud Jia Wulong had left behind. Suddenly, he became alerted to diversion. Turning around, he saw Qianjun and Wan Ma carrying the unconscious Lin Xiaoran, sprinting toward the settlement point. Think you can escape? Not so easy. Hu Tu pulled the bolt from his chest, his muscles writhing to seal the wound. With a surge of true energy, he became a blur, catching up to the 3 in mere moments. The overwhelming pressure of a 7th-tier warrior crushed down like an avalanche, shattering any thoughts of escape from awakeners of Su Ming's level. Playtime's over. Die. His devastating punch wrapped in golden light crashed down, the terrifying shockwave nearly suffocating Qianjun and Wan Ma on the spot. Perhaps if they abandoned Lin Xiaoran now, they might still live. The two exchanged glances and made the same decision. Brother Wulong, take Sister Qiaoran and go. They joined forces to hurl Lin Xiaoran toward the shadows. Jia Wulong emerged from hiding, caught her securely, and vanished back into the darkness. Wind step. Jia Qianjun roared, his toes touching the ground. Peerless charge. Mei Wanma arched his back. Jia Qianjun landed on Mei Wanma's back in midair, his legs locked firmly around the other's waist. Mei Wanma wrapped his arms back around Qianjun's thighs. Their two abilities resonated, making them seem like a general and his warhorse merged into one. Combination technique unrivaled under heaven. In an instant, Mei Wanma's steps became like a stallion's gallop while Jia Qianjun gripped his spear, transforming into a sharp lance. Together they burst forth with speed far exceeding Drank, approaching crank velocity as they charged Hedon. Charge! 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 Bastard, witness our bond. Hu Tu's fury blazed even hotter at their fearlessness. Ability resonance? Perfect, I'll send you both to hell together. He increased his fist power by 30% and dove down from above. Boom! Spear met iron fist as the air exploded. Jia Qianjuan's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth and held firm, but the terrifying pressure transmitted downward caused Mei Wanma's legs to burst with blood and flesh, his bones groaning with tooth-grinding sounds. Crack! The spear shattered, metal fragments scattering everywhere. Mei Wanma's knees buckled as he collapsed, but he still carried Jia Qianjun without letting go. That combination technique was actually somewhat interesting. Hu Tu landed without retreating a single step, his robes merely stirring up fine dust. 2 Dranks managing to block me for an instant. You should be proud. The completely unharmed Hu Tu spoke with a cold smile. Hello, who's this? Boss lady, this is the captain of the Cake strike team. I have a situation to report. Su Ming pressed his phone to his ear, but before he could finish, Tang Hongxiao's tense voice suddenly came through. Wait, I was just about to call you. The competition is terminated immediately. Get to the settlement point now. There's a corrupted individual who's infiltrated the venue. At that moment, Su Ming was witnessing the scene ahead. Qianjuan and Wan Ma leading a charge, only to be swept away like wheat before a scythe by a single devastating punch. He let out a long sigh. Sorry, but I think you're a bit late. I was about to report that there's a maniac here trying to kill us all. That's probably the corrupted person you're talking about. What? Are you still at the wooden bridge? Wait for me. I'm coming right away. Tang Hongxiao said hurriedly before the line went dead. Su Ming lowered his phone from his ear, gently pressed his brow, and muttered, I was going to ask what would happen if I killed him. On the other side of the battlefield, Hu Tu's battle with Qianjun and Wanma continued. Despite being exhausted and their legs feeling like lead, the two brothers still stood firmly in front of Hu Tu, buying time for Jiao Wulong to escape. I'll say it again. Hu Tu patted his chest wound that had completely healed, his voice cold as ice. Embrace the evil god, and I'll spare your lives. Wu Qianjun sneered mockingly. Huh? Become like you? Does that mean we'd have to eat shit too? We brothers don't have that kind of taste. Mei Wanma raised an eyebrow in agreement. Even if you kill us, it won't change the fact that you've eaten shit. You're asking for death. The humiliating taste churned in Hu Tu's stomach, igniting his fury instantly. His right leg swung out like a war blade, bringing howling winds. Wu Qianjun pushed off hard, leaping down from Mei Wanma's back and rushing to the front. Qianjun leads, Wanma follows, I die first. The brotherhood between men was especially striking at the line between life and death. As the fierce wind approached, a black shadow charged across Su Ming. He collided with Hu Tu, sending both of them flying over 10 meters. Dust filled the air as he wiped the blood from his face, his voice low and strange. Like fighting? I'll keep you company. The loser submits. What came from his mouth wasn't the language of Great Xia, but something that seemed to echo from ancient times. Simultaneously, a new opera mask covered his face, features sharp as carved stone, temples like sword edges, small horns sprouting from his head, and golden vertical pupils that captured the soul. Boom, boom, boom. Fists and feet thundered like lightning. Hu Tu tore open Su Ming's shirt, exposing his muscled torso. Su Ming pressed Hu Tu's head firmly into the dirt with one palm, while delivering 3 consecutive punches to his opponent's face with the other. Get off me. Though his indestructible body suffered no serious damage, the humiliation of being beaten in the face made Hu Tu's anger explode. With a long roar, he pushed Su Ming away, rolled backward, and scrambled to his feet, glaring warily. What kind of ability is this? No, who are you? Where's that kid from before? Hu Tu's eyes were sharp, quickly noticing the difference. Beneath the opera mask, Su Ming's lips curved into a mocking smile, his bare chest muscles trembling slightly with each breath, as if they too were laughing at his opponent. Me? I am who I am. He slowly raised his fist. If you must know my name. Finally, he spoke in a low voice that made the very air freeze. Others call me Chi Yu. Ding. Violent killing intent detected. A deity wishes to join your game. Warning. This deity bears the aspect of a fierce god. An initial resonance carries uncontrollable danger. Ding. Host acceptance of divine resonance detected. Nuo Mask awakened. Congratulations. Host has obtained the national Nuo Mask Chi Yu, legendary master of weapons, revered alongside the Yellow Emperor and Flame Emperor as one of the 3 ancestors of China. Skill 1. Weapon Lord's Forge active summons the metallic power of the Jiuli tribe, condensing into bronze giant axes or halberds. Can create weapons, spears, and great crossbows that shake the heavens. Skill 2. Jiuli Blood Fury active burns life essence to enter 10-second demon god invincibility state with 80 attack power. If activated while severely injured, duration extends to 15 seconds. Skill 3. Bronze Iron Body passive skin and muscles become hard as bronze, resisting most physical attacks. Skill 4. War Blood Mad Bone passive the lower the health, the faster the recovery. Near-death state triggers, unyielding, granting 3 seconds of death immunity. In this critical moment, the Nuo God System activated once more, summoning for Su Ming this fierce deity renowned for warfare and weaponry Chiyo. What the hell is Chiyu? Does the Great Xia even have that surname? Stop playing tricks. Hu Tu thought Su Ming was mocking him, his rage soaring. Whether you're Chiyu or Squid, since you're standing up for that brat, you can die together. Su Ming's expression suddenly transformed, erupting in wild, exhilarating laughter that shook the wilderness. Ha! Even the Xianyuan brat needed heaven's aid to kill me. You insects dare claim to slay gods? Come fight. I'll reforge my war banner with your blood and souls. With that, he shot forward like a cannonball. Though he was the weapon lord, he carried no weapons, choosing the most primitive hand-to-hand combat. At this moment, he, or rather, Chiyo Su Ming, was wildly arrogant and violent, completely different from his usual self. Hu Tu showed no retreat, fully activating his Vajra indestructible ability. This time, instead of projecting metal outward, he covered his entire body with it, balancing defense and offense. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet clashed like iron blocks, targeting each other's vital points. Though they were flesh and blood, their strikes rang out with the thunderous clash of metal on metal. Amid the flurry of punches and kicks, Chiyo Su Ming grew more frenzied, his bronze-like fists raining down like hail. Hu Tu's speed gradually slowed, and despite his Vajra protection, being hammered by sandbag-sized fists left him seeing stars. Ah! The purple-black lotus behind Hu Tu suddenly bloomed, dark lights spreading along his body and covering him entirely in an instant, transforming him into a runic warrior. Die! Black and golden light intertwined and exploded, the violent force sending Su Ming flying backward. He executed a mid-air backflip, his feet carving several meter-long furrows as he landed and stabilized, then threw back his head in laughter. You can transform too? Excellent. Among my 81 brothers, you'd rank quite well. Let me see what other tricks you have. Before his words finished, he directly activated Julie Blood Fury. An aura of savagery, bloodlust, and slaughter exploded like a storm, making Hu Tu feel as if he'd been transported to an ancient battlefield. It was an ancient battlefield shrouded in howling winds and torrential rain. Floodwaters crashed against collapsed dikes, mud mixed with blood surging and rolling. Broken spears, severed limbs, and shattered armor floated on the surface, tumbling with the waves. Countless warriors gripped primitive weapons, fighting hand-to-hand in the muddy quagmire. Giants of the Kwafu clan smashed enemies to pieces with brute force, while brave warriors of the Julie tribe swung their sharp horns, disemboweling their opponents. Broken halberds piled into mountains, corpses clogged the waterways, forming a makeshift human dam. A thunderbolt struck down, instantly turning scores of soldiers into charcoal. Bronze war chariots rolled over layers of corpse mountains, enemy heads hanging from their sides. Atop the chariot, Su Ming raised his war halberd high, his pitch-black eyes revealing arrogance and ruthlessness, as if those heads were merely decorations to flaunt his military achievements. In the distance, Hu Tu felt retreat creeping into his heart for the first time. Though he was a follower of the evil god, he still feared true devils. Devil, are you a devil? Hu Tu murmured, the cold wind chilling his spine. How could he fight a man whose eyes held nothing but slaughter? You're backing down. True warriors never retreat. Hats a thought only the weak would have. Su Ming frowned as he spoke, clear disdain in his voice. Nonsense. You're the one backing down. Hu Tu's pride was struck, rage exploding as he stomped the ground hard. With a dull thud, the earth caved into a deep crater, and his figure had already flashed before Summing. A black lotus bloomed behind him, the evil god's power flooding in like a tide. Hu Tu's right arm muscles bulged, veins throbbing like a frenzied heartbeat. Planned to settle this with his strongest strike. Either blast Summing to death or retreat for now, since he had just possessed this body and had plenty of time to serve the evil god. Across from him, Summing took a deep breath as a demon god's phantom formed behind him. 2 horns, long whiskers, blade-like sideburns identical to the ritual mask on his face. The demon god raised its fist, Summing's movements mirroring it perfectly at this moment. He seemed to truly merge with the war chief Chiyu, commanding the most primitive killing instincts. Black chi seeped from the ritual mask, quickly enveloping his entire body. His knotted muscles trembled with excitement, the demon god's enhancement making even Summing unable to estimate his current power. In the next instant, Su Ming stepped forward, overwhelming killing intent rushing forth. Hu Tu's heart screamed warnings, but it was too late. Boom. 2 meteors collided head-on, the shockwave leveling all trees within 100 meters. Wu Qianjun, who had already fled frantically, glanced back to see the forest behind him reduced to flat ground, his jaw dropping as he swallowed hard. Chiron, is our captain really this fierce? This is more brutal than our branch director. Lin Chiron leaned against a tree trunk, her face deathly pale, chest aching. Her injuries hadn't healed. Nearby, Jiao Wulong was channeling his ability to treat Mei Wanma's legs. Lin Chiron gasped twice before speaking hoarsely. He has many trump cards. Don't just look at his level and martial arts. Cough, cough. Her words were cut short by a fit of coughing. Chiron, your injuries haven't healed yet. Talk less. Jiao Wulong wiped the sweat from his forehead as he reminded her his ability was still too weak for pure healing. Lin Chiron shook her head, feeling she needed to warn her teammates. My mission this time, teaming up with Su Ming, is to monitor him. Last time he unleashed terrifying power and single-handedly destroyed an entire sect. This time he seems even more brutal, and I'm afraid he might. Her words trailed off abruptly, but all 3 present immediately understood her meaning. Holy crap, I've heard of those abilities that borrow power but affect the mind. What if he turns on us? Maybe we should run? Wait for the referees to handle this, someone timidly suggested. Before Lin Chiron could nod, the battle on the other side had already reached its conclusion. Crack, crack, crack. The harsh sound of metal breaking formed a continuous line, as Hu Tu's right arm shattered into pieces under Su Ming's grip, pale golden bone fragments piercing through flesh in a ghastly white display. Ah! The agonized scream had barely escaped when Su Ming delivered a vicious kick straight to Hu Tu's chest. Damn it, your grandfather is back. Su Ming cursed furiously as the demon god's phantom dissipated, his bare torso covered in deep red marks from burst blood vessels. Yu didn't linger after possessing him, departing after enjoying the fight. But before leaving, he couldn't resist mocking. Weak flesh, relying on external power, truly a disgrace to our Geely tribe. Don't tell anyone you know me when you go out. These words infuriated Su Ming to the point of explosion. He didn't know how the system had negotiated cooperation with Yu, but the ancient warrior clearly regarded him as a descendant, calling him weak. Being mocked like this so soon after awakening his rage had nowhere to go but straight onto Hu. You like fighting? Embracing evil gods? Dare to hit my brother's woman? Damn you! With an angry roar, his figure moved like a swimming dragon. While Hu was still airborne from the kick, Su Ming had already caught up, grabbing the bald head and slamming it toward the ground. Bang! The earth trembled with a dull shock as a human-shaped crater instantly appeared. Hu spat blood, his diamond body ability failing along with his shattered right arm, his superhuman defense completely gone. I'll beat, 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 beat. Su Ming straddled him, raining down punches like a storm, alternating left and right, specifically targeting that shiny bald head. Ugh, stop hitting. I surrender. Hu tried to beg for mercy, but was silenced by even more ferocious punches. Fist shadows flew as body and spirit were systematically crushed. The purple-black lotus mark on Hu's shoulder finally couldn't hold on, dimming and peeling away. Accompanied by an almost imperceptible hiss, a wisp of black energy seeped into the soil and escaped. In the secluded forest, blood and mud mixed into paste. The unconscious man's fingernails dug into the dirt, and every time he tried to lift his hand and struggle, Su Ming would knock him out with an even heavier punch. Behind the mask, the attacker showed only coldness and fury. After a moment, light sounds came from the treetops. Hey, there you are. Where's your captain? Where's that crazy fallen? Tang Hongxiao leaped down from the tree, landing in front of Lin Qiran and the others. Zhao Wulong's heart finally settled as he withdrew his healing spiritual power and collapsed to the ground. Big sister, the captain is over there, and as for that fallen, he's probably almost dead. Tang Hongxiao looked in the direction of the sound, just in time to see Su Ming change position and stand up, stomping on Hu's head again and again. I stomp, I stomp, I stomp again. Get up and fight, bastard. Joining some shady cult? I'll educate you on behalf of your whole family. Tang Hongxiao was completely dumbfounded. Hey, who exactly is the fallen here? Outside the settlement point in the Lost Forest, Han Jiyo lounged lazily on a thick, withered branch by the settlement gate, a half-smoked cigar dangling from his lips as his boot tips swayed carelessly back and forth. Hey kid, if you want to enter the settlement point, hand over 5 medals first. Below the tree, several of his teammates blocked the center of the path, stretching out their hands to stop a 4-person squad trying to pass through, their tone arrogant and demanding. Hand them over? On what grounds? We risked our lives to get these medals. You looking for a fight? The blocked squad immediately erupted in anger, each member drawing their weapons with hostile glares. The blocking teammates snorted coldly. Cut the crap. 5 medals is us being generous. Don't force us to get physical. This place is still some distance from the settlement point, and no one's here to back you up. As they spoke, they simultaneously activated their abilities, spiritual energy rising from their bodies. Crank, crank. The passing squad turned pale with shock. 4 cranks in one team? This isn't fair. How could the judges allow you to participate like this? In regular teams, 2 cranks were enough to crush competitors of the same tier, but this squad had a full 4. Even worse, the guy in the tree seemed to be the real leader. Han Jiyo blew out a smoke ring, adding with a mocking smile. If you're scared, just pay the toll obediently. Only 5 pieces per person, your ranking stays the Samites, just road money. With the odds stacked against them, the Rob squad could only reluctantly hand over their medals to save their lives. After the exchange was complete, the subordinate brought the spoils to the base of the tree. Boss, we're so strong, why only take 5? We might as well rob them blind. Han Jiyo snorted disdainfully. Even rabbits bite when cornered. We just need to pick on the soft targets. If we really push them to desperation and they fight us to the death, will we even make it to the second round? The subordinate grinned sheepishly and nodded repeatedly, not daring to breathe too loudly. Whoosh. A black shadow suddenly darted beneath the tree. Han Jiyo reacted swiftly, leaping down and catching the dark mass in his palm. I'm going to take a leak. You guys keep collecting money, and no one is to follow me. After giving his orders, he turned and disappeared into the gloomy, dense forest nearby. Confirming no one was around, Han Jiyo opened his palm to reveal a purple-black lotus floating quietly, its petals flickering with dark light. He questioned in a low voice, "What happened? Who beat you up like this?" The black lotus couldn't speak, only conveying emotions through its fluctuating light full of grievance and terror. Han Jiyo frowned. You mean there's a demon mixed in among the contestants? And they beat you this badly? You should have at least rank combat power after parasitizing someone who could suppress you. Don't tell me a judge intervened. The petals flickering became more chaotic, as if unable to explain clearly. Han Jiao pondered. If it really was that Tang Hongxiao woman, this would make sense. Besides her, no one else could completely dominate a corrupted being in competition. He waved his hand, sending the lotus back to another dimension. Forget it, it was just a stray piece anyway. Go back, and give my regards to the evil god. His devoted believer will soon offer the most beautiful sacrifice. As his words fell, the black lotus trembled in the air and instantly vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, are you dead yet? Damn it, you're really tough. Wait a sec, let me get a weapon. Su Ming was drenched in sweat, kicking Hutu's shiny bald head several times, but still feeling uneasy. His mask flipped, and instantly a majestic Guanyu mask appeared on his face. At the same moment, a gleaming green dragon crescent blade materialized in his hands. Hey, take this flying dragon in the sky. The crescent blade spun like a windmill as Su Ming roared and chopped viciously toward Hutu's neck. Spare him. Clang. A graceful figure darted forward like an agile leopard, casually swatting with her sharp claws as if scratching an itch, effortlessly deflecting the green dragon crescent blade from Su Ming's grasp. Oh hey, referee, no wait, boss lady, you're here. Su Ming immediately withdrew his abilities and obediently removed his mask, looking like an elementary school student caught by his teacher. Tang Hongxiao frowned, scanning Su Ming from head to toe. Still feeling uneasy, she leaned in close to his face, her warm breath brushing against him as she sniffed carefully near his ear. Strange, there's definitely a corrupted scent, but you haven't fallen. Her voice was low. Yet you reek of blood. Did you just kill someone? Tang Hongxiao was too close for comfort. Su Ming shifted back half a step and said seriously, Boss lady, that guy on the ground is the corrupted one. I'm just a hero who unleashed his potential in self-defense. This is a lawful society. You can't just go around suspecting people. His eyes remained wary. Tang Hongxiao rolled her eyes in annoyance, muttered, boring, and turned to pull Hutu's spear from the ground. Indeed, there are traces of corruption possession. She ran her fingertips over the dark stains on the spear shaft. But the corruption has been cleansed, unprecedented. Her suspicious gaze fell on Su Ming's face again, but seeing his innocent expression, she knew questioning would be futile. Due to special circumstances, the first competition is over. Tang Hongxiao announced loudly. You few go get treated first. The investigation team will question you later. Cooperate fully. Lin Shiran and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief as their fear of nearly perishing here dissipated. Wait, boss lady, now that the competition's over, how do we calculate our scores? We can't have worked for nothing. Su Ming raised his broken arm with a snap, looking both comical and pitiful. Only after the mask faded did he realize his injuries were perfectly preserved. Fortunately, the Chiyu mask's passive ability enhanced his recovery. The pain felt so intense, it was almost intoxicating. Just give me all your medals. Tang Hongxiao snorted petulantly. No need to go to the settlement point. Thinking about how this team might win the championship and ruin her peaceful days ahead, she could only light a cigarette to vent her frustration. Thousands of troops and horse show. Many medals did we hide? Chiron, take them out for counting. Huh? Only 245? That's unlucky. Oh right, let's count our own too. A few minutes later, everyone dumped a pile of medals at Tang Hongxiao's feet with a clatter. Reporting to Boss Lady, the High Achievers Squad has obtained exactly 250 medals total. Please inspect. Su Ming puffed out his chest, having deliberately rounded to a nice number. Tang Hongxiao didn't even bother looking, grabbing the medals and tossing them into the arriving jeep. Spread the word. Settled directly. All teams without 15 medals are eliminated. As her words fell, the leaderboard was instantly cleared of more than half the entries. Those teams that had hesitated to act and only picked on the weak were collectively eliminated, while strong teams mostly exceeded 15 medals. The remaining participants were far below one-third of the original number. Thus, the first competition officially concluded, and Su Ming's team was sent back to Special Unit 5 headquarters. That evening, all 4 squad members were taken for emergency treatment. Su Ming had thought his minor injuries were nothing serious, but the doctor informed him his arm had been broken long ago. To avoid delaying the assessment in a week, Special Unit 5 deployed their highest-grade medical care casting, injections, working non-stop. After the cast was set, Su Ming dragged his weary body back to the hospital room. Just as he was about to close his eyes for a brief rest, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and he immediately lost consciousness. Pitch black and freezing cold, Su Ming's consciousness slowly surfaced in the icy air. Before his eyes lay a coarse black cloth, tightly bound, leaving only a thin gap for the cold wind to seep through. He suppressed the urge to turn over and continued feigning unconsciousness, hoping to gather more information. Stop playing dead. I know you're awake, student Su Ming. A familiar female voice exploded in his ears. Su Ming's brow twitched as he frantically searched his mind for the voice's owner. Before he could pinpoint the answer, the black cloth was yanked away, and fluorescent lights stabbed painfully at his eyes. He instinctively raised his hand to shield them. only to discover his wrists were bound together by cold alloy handcuffs, the chain clanking against the chair back with a metallic rattle. Does this scene look familiar, student Su? The same female voice carried a teasing tone. Su Ming squinted as his eyes adjusted to the light, finally making out his surroundings as standard interrogation room. One-way glass, stainless steel table, and harsh overhead lighting. Across from him sat an old acquaintance. Officer Yin, what are you doing here? It's been a while, student Su. Yin Hongyue tapped the table, her gaze sweeping over him coolly. I never expected our reunion would be under these circumstances. Su Ming twisted his cuffed wrists, his voice tinged with helplessness. Come on, Officer Yin, you guys are always arresting the wrong person. What is it this time? And this wasn't even an arrest, I was knocked unconscious and kidnapped. Yin Hongyue smiled lightly. Well, that's because your status is no longer that of an ordinary citizen, but an investigator with Special Unit 5. When dealing with colleagues, we occasionally need to employ special methods. She dropped her playful expression and became serious. Want to know why we brought you here? How would I know? Su Ming rolled his eyes, still grumbling. Then let me remind you. Yin Hongyue opened the file folder on the table, speaking at a measured pace. During the operation against the class corrupted, you summoned a Nuo mask of equivalent class level and defeated the target. According to my investigation, just 1 month ago you were only a class awakener. Don't you think you're progressing a bit too quickly? Su Ming broke into a cold sweat. Of course I'm progressing fast, I have a cheat system. But could he actually say that? He forced a smile. Is it possible that I'm just naturally gifted? He laughed awkwardly, trying to bluff his way through. Fine, let's assume you're naturally gifted. Surprisingly, Yin Hongyue didn't press further and nodded along. She pressed the video recorder's switch, and the projector on the side wall lit up, displaying footage from the 3rd day of the competition. The wooden bridge, Hu Tu in the cesspit, Su Ming's team battling Hu Tu, until the Qi Yu Nuo mask suddenly descended. At the moment the demon god possessed him, Yin Hongyue hit pause. She pointed at the frozen image on the wall, her voice low. This spirit's strength is already above class, with energy that's dark, violent, chaotic, and deathly characteristics almost identical to those of the corrupted. Her gaze locked onto Su Ming. We have reason to suspect this is a power similar to the corrupted that can erode one's sanity. After your possession, you displayed extreme aggression and bloodlust. How do you explain that? Su Ming cursed inwardly. The first time he used the Qi Yu Nuo mask, he had indeed been influenced by that overwhelming will that looked down upon everything, wanting to treat all as prey. Only after separating from the mask did he gradually come to his senses. He swallowed hard and forced a smile. Officer Yin, please trust me. This is just a side effect of my ability. Such a powerful ability is bound to have some side effects, right? Yes, that's exactly what it is. Su Ming could only explain it this way. He pressed his lips together and added, side effects? I see. Don't worry, it's controllable. The first summoning causes the biggest disturbance, but the impact isn't as dramatic afterward. As for that power that transcends levels, honestly, I'm at most a clever investigator because I can't summon that powerful deity every time. Yin Hongyue nodded slightly, her tone softening but remaining steady. I understand. Thank you for cooperating with the investigation. This is just routine work. Click. The interrogation room's overhead light suddenly went out, and darkness instantly swallowed Su Ming's vision. In just 1 second, when he opened his eyes again, the enclosed 4-walled room had vanished without a trace, replaced by a white ceiling, a hospital bed neatly made with white sheets, and cold moonlight streaming in. Everything seemed peaceful and serene. Where is this? Su Ming's heart skipped a beat. He had just been in the interrogation room. How did he end up in a hospital ward in the blink of an eye? I simply used my own ability. True insight, came a gentle yet professional female voice. I recreated the most stressful scene and people from your memory. I didn't expect your deepest impression to be an interrogation. The speaker was a young woman with light green long hair, wearing a high-necked pale yellow sweater that made her skin appear even whiter, covered by a pristine white lab coat. She bent down to remove instruments attached to Su Ming's body with practiced movements. Su Ming immediately tensed up, lowering his center of gravity as he asked, "What's going on? Who are you?" "I'm Chen Lu, a counselor at the Special 5th Bureau's Psychological Guidance Center." Chen Lu removed the last wire from his arm. "I was commissioned by Wei Qing and Tang Hongxiao to conduct psychological assessment and inquiry on you. I have a general understanding of the situation. It's not serious. They were overly concerned. I'll submit a complete report to them later. You just focus on recovering from your injuries." Psychological Guidance Center. So you're a psychologist? Su Ming realized. No wonder she asked such pointed questions and had all that testing equipment. You could understand it that way. Chen Lu packed up the instruments, answering seriously. Su Ming suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Then doctor, help me with something. After I shower, I always feel like I look more handsome. Is that some kind of psychological disorder? And I masturbate a lot, and now it doesn't last as long. Will that affect my future performance in real situations?" Chen Lu remained expressionless, her emerald green eyes unwavering. From a psychological perspective, You asking these two questions indicates inner anxiety and tension, attempting to gather more information about me through casual conversation to better cope with the situation. I understand your background. Such petty tricks are too shallow for a psychologist, but I can give you the answers. She paused, then said flatly. You feel more handsome after showering because you have water on the brain. Frequent masturbation won't affect real performance, but I could report you to the director for sexual harassment. Any other questions? No, no more. Thank you, doctor. Su Ming thanked her repeatedly, secretly deciding never to mess with psychologists again. The somewhat amusing encounter actually made him feel much more relaxed, and he could now focus on recovering while training for the second round of competition. Meanwhile, Chen Lu knocked and entered the director's office. Director, Hong Xiao, the assessment is complete. She handed over the report. Su Ming's instability level is tentatively classified as catastrophic. Without proper guidance, he has the potential to destroy an entire city. Disaster level? Isn't that a bit too high? I don't think he poses such a significant threat. Tang Hongxiao frowned, her fingertips lightly tapping the table, clearly puzzled by the assessment before her. Chen Lu distributed the pre-printed materials to both of them, her tone steady yet unquestionable. I'm simply providing the most reasonable rating according to professional standards. Based on my tests, Su Ming is very clear about the limits of his abilities, which means the object-type awakener classification is most likely incorrect. Although there's no historical precedent, his ability to resolve evil corruption is enough to warrant our heightened vigilance. She paused for a moment, then added, moreover, judging from his behavior each time he changes masks, I have reason to suspect he suffers from dissociative identity disorder. The office fell silent, with only the air conditioning humming. After a long while, Shang Jing, the director of Special Division 5, looked up with a steady tone. All right, he's still under Jinsheng branch's jurisdiction, and we don't have the authority to make decisions for Wei Qing. Report our investigation findings truthfully, handle other matters as usual, and headquarters won't have any issues. As Shang Jing finished speaking, Chen Lu and Tang Hongxiao exchanged glances, neither raising further objections. By the way, any progress on the source of the evil corruption spread? Shang Jing turned to ask Tang Hongxiao. Tang Hongxiao's expression darkened, answering with some shame. I apologize, Director. We've investigated all participants and conducted internal personnel screening, but we haven't found the Ultraman mentioned by witnesses. The name, appearance, and build were all fake. She thought for a moment, then turned to Chen Lu with an earnest tone. Chen Lu, I'll need to trouble you to conduct a psychological interrogation of those two investigators. We're really at a dead end here. No problem. Chen Lu nodded readily. The next morning, the dormitory curtains were still tightly drawn, and Su Ming was sleeping soundly under his covers. Suddenly, someone yanked the blanket away. Get up. Groggily opening his eyes, he was about to curse when he swallowed his words upon seeing who it was. Elder Yun. The black cloak, stern face with furrowed brows, plus the Jinsheng characters on his chest. It was indeed someone familiar. Kid, I flew here overnight, and you're sleeping like a dead pig? Yun Dingtian huffed with indignation. I really didn't know you were coming. Nobody told me. Su Ming scratched his head, sheepishly pulling out his phone. It's dead. Sorry, Elder Yun, my phone was off. He blinked in confusion. But why did you come all this way to find me? Yun Dingtian stopped dwelling on his sleeping in and straightened his expression. Wei Qing sent me to headquarters to give you intensive training. In this exchange meeting, far fewer geniuses from Jinsheng advanced than expected, so you've become our best bet. I'm the dark horse. Su Ming pointed at his own nose, looking surprised. Why not find Lin Xiran instead? Xiran's system operates smoothly. She just needs to cultivate step by step. But you always causing trouble, and your martial arts is still only at the second stage? How are you so weak, with such poor talent too? Yun Dingtian frowned disapprovingly. Slow. Su Ming was so shocked his mouth hung open. He thought breaking through to the second stage in 1 month made him a prodigy, never expecting Yun Dingtian to consider it slow. You think that's something? Back in the day, the genius Yan Shisan achieved enlightenment in just 1 day of visualization, comprehended the way in 3 days, and within a month had already reached the 4th stage, capable of drawing his sword to slay drank demon beasts. Yun Dingtian spoke of those outstanding newcomers at the research institute with admiration gleaming in his eyes, but then his tone shifted as he turned to Su Ming, glancing at you beside him. All you two do is rely on that broken ability, and it goes out of control constantly. You've both become priority surveillance targets now, you know that. Su Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't that psychologist yesterday say I was fine? The thought of that doctor made him curse under his breath. That guy was definitely two-faced. Yun Dingtian waved his hand dismissively. Cut the chatter. I'm here to fix your frequent loss of control. What kind of awakened one can't even master their own abilities? How do you expect to get stronger? If you still can't rein it in after the exchange meeting, you too can expect to be sent to the awakened prison. If you want to avoid that fate, learn from me. I guarantee I'll teach you everything I know. Realizing he'd said too much, he cleared his throat lightly and steered the conversation back on track. Then master, please accept my bow. Su Ming immediately called out loudly, dropping to his knees with a thud and kowtowing 3 times to Yun Dingtian. Having no father or mother in this life, he understood better than anyone who truly wanted to help him. He'd also figured out the harsh hierarchy of Special Unit 5. Anyone who could wear a black cloak was an extraordinary figure. That Yun Dingtian was willing to personally mentor him was already an incredible opportunity. Moreover, he knew in his heart that his abilities came from the system, and his martial arts talent was questionable at best. Better to latch onto a powerful patron early if he really did get arrested. Surely his master would try to save his disciple for the sake of these 3 kowtows. Yun Dingtian hadn't expected Su Ming to suddenly kneel, and emotions flickered in his eyes, but he didn't help him up, simply accepting the bow in silence. All right, come with me. Today I'll show you what real martial arts looks like. With that, he turned and pushed open the door. Su Ming looked at his plastered arms with an innocent expression. Elder Yun, my injuries haven't healed yet. My arms are still broken. Your arms are broken, but your legs aren't, right? Can't fight without both arms. If some monster comes at you and chops off both your hands, will you just wait to die? Yun Dingtian fired off 3 consecutive questions that left Su Ming completely stunned. The two soon arrived at the training grounds. The authority of the Black Cloak was evident. They immediately secured a private training room upon request, an independent space of about 300 square meters, plenty of room to work. Su Ming obediently followed behind, not expecting Yun Dingtian to choose a tree upon entering and sit down with his back against the trunk. Circulate the cultivation method you comprehended from the visualization diagram. Which one did Wei Qing give you? Don't tell me you didn't understand anything from it. Su Ming hesitated no longer. Since comprehending the 1,000 transformations formless technique, he'd barely had time for quiet cultivation. Having a ready teacher right in front of him was exactly what he needed. He sat cross-legged, assumed the 5 hearts-facing heaven posture, and slowly began circulating the technique. Yun Dingtian closed his eyes, his spiritual consciousness following the flow of true qi within Su Ming's body, his breathing long and steady. After a moment, he opened his eyes with shock written all over his face. 3 eyes, 4 faces, 8 arms. Wei Qing actually gave him this visualization diagram. Yun Dingtian stood frozen at the training room entrance like he'd been struck by lightning. He stared intently at Su Ming, who sat cross-legged in meditation. As Su Ming circulated his true qi, mist churned behind him, revealing the faint outline of a divine statue with 3 eyes, 4 faces, and 8 arms. The 8 hands held various magical instruments: dharma bells, wool seals, lotus platforms, command flags. The 4 faces bore solemn expressions, radiating authority without anger, while the 3 piercing vertical eyes seemed to see through all illusions. Anyone who witnessed this sight would feel compelled to bow in worship. Even more astonishing was how Su Ming's aura merged seamlessly with the phantom image. Indistinguishable from one another. Clearly, he had comprehended a unique cultivation method from the visualization diagram. Prodigy. Yun Dingtian cursed inwardly, his beard bristling with anger. A visualization diagram that's been gathering dust for hundreds of years, and he actually managed to comprehend something from it? Why didn't Wei Qing mention this earlier? The more he thought about it, the more furious he became. Such promising talent had been left to wander around unsupervised. Who would take responsibility if something happened? If Wei Qing were here right now, he'd probably just shrug innocently and say, well, nobody asked me. Yun Dingtian composed himself, stepped forward, and suddenly declared, all right, now I know why your martial cultivation has been advancing so slowly. The sudden outburst jolted Su Ming out of his meditation. Why? Su Ming scratched the back of his head, looking confused. While he might not be a genius, he considered himself reasonably clever, yet his martial realm stubbornly refused to advance. Most investigators progressed in both martial arts and supernatural abilities simultaneously, with martial arts often taking the lead. But for him, it was completely reversed. Of course, part of that was due to his rather excessive cheating. Yun Dingtian clasped his hands behind his back, paced 2 steps in front of Su Ming, and said with affected profundity, since the establishment of martial arts, cultivation methods have been divided into 4 grades based on the difficulty of visualization diagrams and the number of meridians opened. Do you know which 4? Su Ming was stumped. What could a former underachiever who'd just passed his probation period possibly know? No idea. You don't know, and you're not studying. Yun Dingtian's eyes flashed with anger, his beard practically standing on end. As punishment, you'll copy the modern history of Special Unit 5 3 times tonight. No sleep until you're done. Holy crap, are you serious? I want to drop out. Su Ming grumbled and rolled around dramatically. The two bickered back and forth for quite a while, but under the threat of Yun Dingtian's iron fist education, Su Ming eventually surrendered. Covering his stinging cheek, Su Ming mumbled, MMPH. Elder Yun, you mentioned 4 grades of cultivation methods. Which 4 exactly? Only then did Yun Dingtian nod with satisfaction, rubbing his wrist as he spoke slowly. from highest to lowest, absolute, heaven, earth, and human grades. From my brief observation, your visualization method, what did you call it? Thousand Transformations Formless Technique. Su Ming straightened up proudly, announcing the name he'd coined. This Thousand Transformations Formless Technique appears to be absolute grade in my assessment. I see. Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. After all, it originated from Dumu Yuanjun and embodied the unity of all methods. It would be strange if it weren't absolute grade. Yun Dingtian continued his verbal assault. The higher the grade, the exponentially greater the cultivation difficulty. Yet there are quite a few people in the world who possess absolute grade visualization methods. You're the first I've seen who's this slow. He looked Su Ming up and down with schadenfreude, as if young people needed more setbacks to learn humility. Su Ming stroked his chin, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Is it possible that my visualization method is more awesome than theirs? Maybe there's a new grade above absolute. How about calling it divine grade? For now, let's say I'm the only one with a divine grade visualization method. Su Ming rubbed his chin as he analyzed this seriously. Yun Dingtian was immediately at a loss for words. This was the first time he had encountered such a shameless young man. Enough nonsense. He flicked his sleeve to cut off Su Ming's provocation. How fast you cultivate depends on your comprehension. I have a breathing technique here that I'll teach you right now. A good technique can accelerate your cultivation speed, so try to master it before the second competition begins. As he spoke, he pulled out an antique booklet from his sleeve. The pages were yellowed with age, and the cover bore only 4 characters, clouds rising to the 9 heavens. He tossed it towards Su Ming with a casual gesture. This is my exclusive breathing technique. Memorize it first. I'm going to report to the chief commander, and we'll be back to check on you. If you haven't grasped the basics, you'll copy this special Unit 5's Compendium of Anomalies 10 times. With those words, he left the training ground without looking back. Su Ming gave the old man's retreating figure the middle finger. He grumbled inwardly. This old guy is just like an ancient schoolmaster's ways, assigning copying punishments or physical discipline, completely unscientific. He promised to guide my cultivation, but ran off first thing. Reluctantly, Su Ming picked up the booklet and flipped through it. The title Clouds Rising to the 9 Heavens sounded impressive enough, and combined with his supreme grade visualization technique, it should be decent. But given Yun Dingtian's peculiar ranking logic, it was hard to say. After reading through the few pages, he closed the book and was surprised to find the content quite simple. Doubt immediately crept in. Could this be some trash breathing technique? Self-created and rare, but low-grade entirely possible. Seeing that Yun Dingtian hadn't returned, he simply sat cross-legged under the shade of a tree and attempted to cultivate according to the manual's instructions. Exhale like clouds dispersing mist. Inhale like thunder from the 9 heavens. He activated his visualization technique, integrating his breathing with the circulation through his meridians. Instantly, vivid images flooded his mind: the deep night sky, with 9 stars gradually brightening, clouds rolling and unfurling, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling, yet never dimming the 9 stars' radiance. The intense immersive sensation made him lose himself completely as a scorching warm current rose from his dantian. Even more bizarre, the surrounding vegetation swayed without wind, with branches and leaves all bowing toward him. Moments later, Yun Dingtian returned to the training ground with Tang Hongxiao. I told you not to worry, Yun Dingtian explained as they walked. Director Wei and I have long assessed this boy's character, with me watching over him, as long as his martial cultivation improves. He suddenly froze mid-sentence. Unity of heaven and man. This was the state every martial artist dreamed of achieving. It allowed direct channeling of heaven and earth's elemental energy for cultivation, eliminating the need for consuming precious materials or slow absorption. It doubled cultivation speed with no side effects and provided tremendous benefits for future advancement. Tang Hongxiao's eyes widened in shock as she looked back and forth between Su Ming and Yun Dingtian with a strange expression. Elder Yun, your Zhensheng is really willing to invest heavily. What treasure did you use on Su Ming this time? Let me have a look. Yun Dingtian rolled his eyes at her and retorted irritably. If I really had such a precious item, wouldn't I use it for my own breakthrough? Give it to him. Dream on. Hearing this, Tang Hongxiao gasped and pointed at Su Ming, who sat under the tree in the 5 hearts facing heaven posture. You mean he entered the unity of heaven and man's state just through his own cultivation? At this moment, Su Ming sat beneath the tree, his entire being seemingly merged with nature. As the gentle forest breeze swept through, every pore on his body opened like countless windows, continuously exchanging breath with the outside world, as if his body had become a small universe unto itself. Deep within his dantian, a vast starry sea churned and rolled, while pure elemental energy from heaven and earth gathered like trickling streams, gradually forming rivers that surged into that stellar ocean. Faintly, he sensed a star within his dantian beginning to emit a weak glow. In the next moment, the flow of elemental energy suddenly intensified, with all spiritual currents rushing toward that star like an unstoppable torrent. Crack! A sharp sound startled the birds from the branches. Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiao were about to cry out in surprise when a second sound immediately followed. Crack. Breaking through 2 stages in one day. Yun Dingtian muttered to himself. I said it casually, but he actually did it? His beard fluttered in the wind as he stood there in complete stupefaction. Not only had Su Ming comprehended his secret breathing technique without any guidance, but he had also broken through 2 stages in a single day. Who would believe such a thing? Elder Yin, am I dreaming? How many years has this investigator from your gene city been cultivating? Tang Hongxiao was also shocked pale, having originally thought Su Ming was simply experiencing a breakthrough after long accumulation. Heh. Yun Dingtian let out a cold laugh, deciding he couldn't bear this shock alone. Years? He only joined the Special 5th Division last month now. To be precise, he only awakened to martial arts last month. It's been exactly 1 month now. Tang Hongxiao swayed, as if her worldview had been completely reconstructed. 1 month, from the first stage to the 4th stage, was this even human? Just as the two were reeling from this revelation, they heard a gentle voice. Huh? Elder Yun, big sister, when did you arrive? Su Ming's ears twitched as he opened his eyes. Don't get distracted. Yun Dingtian's beard bristled with urgency. Unity with heaven and earth is a rare opportunity. Focus on experiencing it. Su Ming, don't mind us. Continue your cultivation, Tang Hongxiao quickly agreed. Huh? Unity with heaven and earth. Su Ming blinked in confusion, looking up blankly. But I really need to take a dump. I can barely hold it in. Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiao's eyes immediately went dark. Was this really the time for such matters? Besides, if it came to it, he could just. If it meant Su Ming could maintain his state of unity with heaven and earth, Yun Dingtian would even be willing to personally wash his pants. After all, every instance of unity with heaven and earth was a preview of the 9th stage realm, paving the way for future cultivation. Unfortunately, this kid had no idea how precious this was. Seeing Su Ming ending his session and standing up, Yun Dingtian could only wave helplessly. Go ahead. Su Ming clutched his stomach with his left hand and held up his pants with his right, running toward the latrine and squeezing ahead of another fellow to claim the only wall-adjacent squat toilet. He had a peculiar habit. He had to use squat toilets for bowel movements, and preferably ones against the wall. When both conditions were met, he called it a luxury restroom. Puffed, plop plop plop, splash splash splash. After a barrage like gunfire, all the dark waste was expelled, leaving him feeling light, as if he had undergone marrow cleansing, refreshed and invigorated. Returning to the training ground, Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiao were still waiting under the tree. How was it? The feeling of marrow cleansing wasn't bad, right? Yun Dingtian could tell from a glance what the young man had been up to. Not bad at all. I feel like I could punch a bull to death right now. Su Ming smugly flexed his muscles and walked around with the lightness of a swallow, still getting used to the sensation. Yun Dingshan stood nearby with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone softening. Well, since you've grasped my breathing technique on your own, I won't teach you more. But you must progress step by step in the future. Never rush things. His brow furrowed as he spoke, worried that Su Ming's rapid progress today might make him expect such dramatic improvements every day. I understand, Su Ming replied, though he thought to himself. Yin Shisan reached the 4th stage in just 1 month, and I'm only catching up to him. That shouldn't be considered fast, right? While they were talking, Tang Hongxiao sauntered over with exaggerated cat-like steps, wrapping one arm around Su Ming's neck as her ample chest nearly flattened his face. Kid, not bad talent. Interested in staying in the capital? I've got a special operations team that's short-handed. Little Tang, not worried about Su Ming losing control anymore? Your headquarters sure changes its tune quickly. Yin Dingshan sneered coldly, his tone sharp as a blade. Haha, Elder Yun, I'm just joking with Su Ming. Whether he stays or not is mainly up to him. Tang Hongxiao quickly smoothed things over, clearly still somewhat wary of Yin Dingshan. She lifted her chin and had a sudden inspiration. Oh right, Elder Yun. Didn't you want me to demonstrate the combination of martial arts and supernatural abilities? Let's get down to business first. Knowing Tang Hongxiao still had her uses, Yin Dingshan didn't pursue the matter further. Su Ming, my ability isn't convenient to demonstrate. Tang Hongxiao is considered an expert at the Special 5th Institute. Perfect to show you. Su Ming shrugged. As long as someone was willing to guide him, anyone would do. Tang Hongxiao stepped back, tapped her feet against the floor, and her muscle lines instantly tensed. Watch carefully. Me ability is Tiger Roar Snake form. Superhuman. As her words fell, she assumed the tiger and snake stances from Xingyi boxing, knuckles whitening, back muscles bulging, a faint oppressive aura spreading outward. The next second, fine beast fur sprouted near her ears, her pupils transformed into cold vertical slits, and she crouched on all fours like a lioness ready to pounce. Roar! A low growl exploded as she lunged at Su Ming, those vertical pupils devoid of reason, filled only with bestial killing intent. Su Ming's heart tightened as the Yiksha mask instantly materialized on his face. Skill evil frenzy active. Speed increased threefold for 30 seconds. He let out a strange cry and explosively retreated. Holy crap, boss lady, don't use me as a sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, two afterimages crossed paths. Tang Hongxiao landed steadily where Su Ming had been standing, a severed strand of hair caught between her fingers. Su Ming touched his cheek, watching the half-strand of hair drift down, cold sweat still beating on his back. Did you understand? Tang Hongxiao restrained her aura, holding up the severed hair. Just now I struck with full force. I could have taken your life, or merely cut your hair. The beast's killing desire doesn't make me lose control. Instead, it makes my mind calmer. This is the meaning of martial arts. As her words ended, the beast-like features gradually faded from her body, returning her completely to normal, with no trace of that man-eating presence from moments before. Despite the covert manipulation behind the corruption incidents, the exchange event continued to proceed as scheduled. The week of preparation time flew by in an instant, and this afternoon would mark the elimination tournament with 200 participants. The number 200 came about because, although many contestants had completed the assessment tasks in the first round, some were too severely injured to continue with the 1v1 duels, while others, recognizing their low levels and insufficient strength, simply chose to withdraw voluntarily. Zhao Wulong belonged to the latter group. At Panlong Square, the granite-paved ground gleamed softly under the sunlight. Lin Xiaoran, Wu Qianjun, Mei Wanma, and Zhao Wulong sat together in a small pavilion. Brother Wulong, are you really not participating in the second round? Lin Xiaoran set down her water cup and leaned forward to ask him. No. Zhao Wulong smiled, so broadly his eyes narrowed to slits. I came here just to broaden my horizons and show some support for our captain. I'm already satisfied having unexpectedly completed the advancement task. If I continue fighting, I'd probably be eliminated in the first match anyway. Better to bow out gracefully now than get beaten so badly I can't tell north from south. At this moment, he felt no regret about withdrawing. A few days ago, Su Ming's squad had unexpectedly thwarted a corruption attack, and Director General Shang Jing personally intervened, counting this incident as completion of an equivalent-level mission. Since Zhao Wulong was the only rank member in the team, he naturally became the sole person to gain an unexpected promotion from this event. What a shame. I was hoping to face you in the first round so I could coast into the top 100 and claim the rewards. Wu Qianjun waved his hand with mock regret, completely ignoring the disdainful look Mei Wanma shot his way. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Lin Xiaoran. By the way, Xiaoran, where has our captain been lately? Are his injuries still not healed? I heard he went for special training to resolve some cultivation issues. Lin Xiaoran shook her head. I don't know the specifics either. I only just recovered from my injuries recently and heard this news in passing when reporting to Director Wei. Excuse me, are you members of the Gao show squad? A staff member wearing gold-rimmed glasses entered the pavilion, holding a roster in his left hand and a walkie-talkie in his right. After confirming the list and checking their faces, he spoke politely, but with some hesitation. That's us. Lin Xiaoran nodded for the group. What's the matter? Although the second round is individual combat, registration still requires squad participation. Your captain Su Ming has already arrived and is waiting. You four are the only ones missing. I'm here specifically to escort you for registration. Oh, then let's go. Upon hearing that Su Ming was waiting, Wu Qianjun immediately stood up to retrieve his long halberd leaning against the stone pillar. The staff member raised his hand to stop him. No need to bring weapons. You'll return here after registration, so just leave them. Wu Qianjun scratched the back of his head, somewhat puzzled but still handed his halberd to Zhao Wulong nearby. Brother Wulong, since you're not participating in the second round, please watch our weapons for us. Zhao Wulong nodded and silently took the weapons from Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma, arranging them neatly against the pavilion pillar. The staff member's gaze fell on Zhao Wulong, seemingly wanting to persuade him to participate. Are you certain this companion won't join the second round? It seems a bit wasteful to give up. He's pure support. Participating wouldn't give him any advantage. Wu Qianjun waved his hand, cutting off the man's words. Let's hurry up and go. After registration, I still need to learn from our captain. You have no idea how amazing our captain was a few days ago. Chatting among themselves, the group followed the guiding staff member as they left Panlong Square. Zhao Wulong remained behind, rubbing his chin as an inexplicable unease crept into his heart. Something felt off, so he stashed his weapon under the stone table in the pavilion and quietly followed in the direction the others had gone. The 7 days of hellish training had finally come to an end. Su Ming shouldered the black iron spear he'd confiscated from Yun Dingting and walked out of the training grounds, heading to the second round of competition. His left arm was still wrapped in a cast, wearing only a sleeveless training outfit. Yawning as he walked, sparring continuously with 2 tireless masters had drained him to half-death. Those two seemed to have abandoned the mortal law of 8 hours of sleep per day, functioning like they were on steroids after just 2 hours of rest each night. While Su Ming certainly didn't have such an iron constitution. They watched him like hawks training an eagle, monitoring his practice 24 hours a day, even forcing him to sleep perched on tree branches under the guise of training his five senses. Only staying put without falling counted as passing. Throughout the night, Su Ming tumbled down countless times, ending up disheveled and bruised. Fortunately, the ordeal was finally over, and with several hours before the afternoon competition, he planned to find Lin Xiaoran and the others to catch up on sleep, preferably with a lap pillow, which sounded absolutely divine. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd and immediately waved. "Hey, Brother Wulong." Zhao Wulong spun around abruptly, shooting Su Ming a look of shock and horror. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Su Ming instinctively touched his cheek. It seemed clean enough. Had he gotten even more handsome lately? "Su Ming, what are you doing here?" Then who was the person who just led them away? Zhao Wulong's heart tightened as he quickly connected the dots. Someone wearing Su Ming's face had tricked Lin Xiaoran and the others into leaving, and they'd gone without even bringing weapons. They definitely walked into an ambush. Su Ming's brow furrowed deeply. Enemies seeking revenge? This is their first time in the capital. Where would they get enemies who'd specifically set traps to harm them? Have you forgotten how we screwed people over in the first round? Zhao Wulong analyzed coolly. If I were one of those eliminated contestants, I'd definitely want revenge today. Damn, that's it. Su Ming clicked his tongue. Those guys are really petty. Of course, he showed no remorse for how underhanded his own tactics had been. They went that way. Zhao Wulong pointed in the direction. You go rescue them. I'll find Big Sister and tell her someone's planning to beat up her little brother, so she can rush over immediately. Su Ming nodded and hurried off with his spear in the indicated direction. His greatest fear was that those people might be too vicious. If Lin Xiaoran and the others were seriously injured, the second round would become quite troublesome. Meanwhile, at the parking garage exit of the headquarters liaison office, Han Juyo blocked Qin Feng's path, smiling with polite sharpness. Well, if it isn't young Master Qin. What's this? Planning to leave without participating in the second round? Qin Feng's eyes blazed with fury. Han Juyo, cut the act. If that bastard hadn't blindsided me, would it be your turn to mock me here? Han Juyo smiled without warmth. The mighty young Master Qin had become a defeated dog, still trying to save face. He really wanted to see what Qin Feng would look like after complete downfall. However, with so many eyes around and Qin Feng surely carrying some life-saving trump cards, he decided to stick to the plan. Young Master Qin, the world is so vast. If you slink away like this, when will you ever get your revenge? I've looked into that person, Su Ming, from the Zhensheng branch office, an ordinary awakener who got first place through dirty tricks. Many people find him disagreeable. He deliberately paused, seeing the flicker in Qin Feng's eyes, then added fuel to the fire. Some people are organizing a group to corner Su Ming's team in the garage and beat him up to vent their frustration. I thought this was something young Master Qin shouldn't miss out on, so I came to inform you. Qin Feng snorted coldly. I suppose you can't handle Su Ming yourself and want to use me as your blade? He wasn't stupid, immediately understood Han Juyo's scheme. But on second thought, this suited his purposes perfectly, and the malice in his eyes grew even more intense. But no matter, this suits me just fine. When Lin Xiaoran followed the so-called staff member into the underground parking garage, she immediately sensed something was wrong. The spacious parking lot echoed clearly with their footsteps. Most vehicles had been moved out, leaving large open areas on the ground perfect for a fight. Her fingers flew across her phone screen, trying to get Zhao Wulong to find Tang Hongxiao, but she only saw red exclamation marks. The signal was completely blocked. Lin Xiaoran put away her phone, her clear eyes turning cold as killing intent surged in their depths. Where else are you planning to take us? We've come this far. Aren't you going to make your move? The lead staff member smiled slightly, stepped back 2 paces, and raised his hand to clap slowly. Clap, clap, clap. As soon as the applause ended, nearly 100 people suddenly emerged from behind iron pillars and from the shadows of vehicles. Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma instantly stood shoulder to shoulder, backs against Lin Xiaoran, their eyes alert and wary. I heard the top scorer won first place in the competition. We eliminated contestants would love to see what that's all about, someone in the crowd called out mockingly. We contributed to that first place, so we should get to experience it firsthand, right? Sneaky rats who only know dirty tricks. Let's see where you run this time. Where's that most despicable guy? Damn it. Why didn't they trick him into coming too? Curses rose one after another. The three's expressions grew grave. This ambush and revenge wasn't part of Su Ming's plan. You bunch of losers, ganging up on the few. If you've got guts, fight Onion. Wu Qianjuan's eyes darted around, realizing their only chance was to buy time. So he immediately shouted provocatively. Screw that. Who's afraid of who? I'll go first. Wait your turn. I'm going. Bah, what are you guys? I'll do it. The crowd immediately descended into chaos. Wu Qianjun seized the opportunity to continue stirring up trouble, though he wasn't nearly as vicious as Su Ming. Qin Feng stood in the crowd, watching the arguing with cold eyes, cursing rabble in his heart, but still raised his hand to restore order. Everyone, don't fall for their provocation. Time is limited. Let's beat them up first, then go deal with Su Ming. Beat them first. No need to show honor to scoundrels. Damn. Hurry up. I can't take it anymore. The human wall quickly closed in as nearly 100 C.D. and a rank awakeners pressed forward step by step. Cold sweat slid down Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma's foreheads. Old Ma, what do we do? Without weapons, even your horse summoning won't help. How about you take Sister Chiron and go first? I'll hold them off. They wouldn't dare actually kill anyone, Wu Qianjun said through gritted teeth. Another tearful farewell. The black-haired girl looked up, her gaze sharp as a blade. Qin Feng felt his spine chill under that stare. Did he really think she was a pushover? Qin Feng hesitated no longer and roared, attack together. Don't give them a chance to fight back. Whoosh, the human wave tactic instantly took shape. Like a tide crashing against the shore, dozens of ability lights flashed in succession, all aimed at the three. You're asking for death. Fury spread across her face as Lin Xiaoran cast aside all restraint. Since they had already torn off the mask of civility, she unleashed her golden sharp energy with full force. Sharp golden rays burst forth like blooming flowers, and in just an instant, they brought down all the attackers surrounding her. Splurt, blood was carried by the sharp light, splashing in all directions like broken water droplets. Each golden ray grazed vital points, yet deliberately avoided fatal spots. Lin Xiaoran's strikes were as ruthlessly precise as always. She had to use this overwhelming force to pin these people down and buy Jiao Wulong time to call for help. Her pale palm turned, and sharp golden energy gathered frantically. A gleaming golden sword materialized instantly, its chilling blade intent forcing everyone to involuntarily focus their gaze on her. At the edge of the crowd, Qin Feng stood with his arms crossed, his eyes cold. He could see clearly that these attackers weren't weak, their talents were more than sufficient to advance on their own merit, yet they chose to play dirty tricks. Ordinary awakeners struggled against opponents of the same level, but Lin Xiaoran was single-handedly overwhelming multiple investigators, like a wolf among sheep. Shameless. But even ants can kill an elephant through sheer numbers. She can fight 1, maybe 10, but can she handle 100? Even Ip Man would have to kneel. Qin Feng muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, in a corridor at the other end, Su Ming shouldered his spear, standing at a corner looking completely bewildered. Damn it. How is headquarters this huge? Where the hell did those three go? Being a student who rarely traveled far from home, this was his first time entering the special 5th Division headquarters. He'd gotten lost within steps of chasing after them. Worse still, Jiao Wulong, who had gone to retrieve equipment, had also vanished into the sea of people. This won't work. I'll just ask for directions. Without hesitation, Su Ming randomly stopped a passerby, who looked particularly easy to approach. Excuse me. He hefted his spear onto his shoulder, his expression serious. Have you seen a beautiful woman with 2 guys and some 4 eyes following behind them, kind of a weird group, rushing somewhere? Cece was nearly scared to tears by being suddenly stopped. Today had been nothing but bad luck. First losing her new phone, then having her cultivation practice go awry, and now feeling weak all over. This afternoon's competition was probably ruined. She thought she'd encountered a robber, tears already welling up in her eyes, only to hear he was just asking for directions. You're not going to rob me? Just asking for directions. Of course. What kind of robber looks as kind as me? Hurry up, little sister. I'm in a rush to save someone. Su Ming rolled his eyes at her. Seeing the spear in his hands and his intimidating aura, Cece realized the urgency of the situation and quickly tried to remember. I think I did see those 4 people pass by here about 10 minutes ago. They went toward. The words caught in her throat as she remembered her terrible sense of direction. Afraid of giving wrong directions and causing trouble, she steeled herself and pointed in the opposite direction from what she remembered. North. Big brother, don't blame me if you can't find them. I really can't tell east from west. Got it. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, I can't tell directions either. He turned and walked away. Thus, wrong directions combined with a poor sense of direction somehow miraculously led Su Ming to exactly the right place. At the parking garage entrance, several investigators disguised as staff members were yawning as they stood guard. They were all support class professionals with mediocre combat abilities, but more than adequate for keeping watch for their comrades. Just as they were growing drowsy from waiting, a figure appeared from around a distant corner, walking straight toward the parking garage. Hello, the parking garage is under maintenance and temporarily closed. At the entrance, several workers in uniforms blocked the way. Their tone was businesslike, but couldn't hide the panic in their eyes. Su Ming caught that flash of guilt and, considering the underground garage's perfect concealment, immediately knew he'd found the right place. What kind of work are you doing? You're turning me away with just one sentence? The boss lady is waiting for me to pick her up in the Wuling Hongguang. If there's a delay, can you handle the responsibility? His voice was deep and commanding as he stepped closer aggressively. The lookouts exchanged glances, their hearts racing. Could this guy be an instructor? He seems so familiar with the boss lady. If we're blocking the wrong person, doubts spread like ripples. But soon someone else weighed the situation. They'd been at their shady business for quite a while now. and most traces had been cleaned up. Besides, they had over 100 people involved. If things really escalated, the law couldn't punish everyone. Even if this guy really was an instructor from the capital, they could just pack up and head back to their hometowns. Who could touch them then? After a moment's consideration, the leader forced a smile. Sir, if you're really in a hurry, you can give us your car keys. What's your license plate number? We'll bring your car out for you. Su Ming looked down and patted his pockets, casually answering, 10086. Oh, 10086. The man relaxed and turned to lift the rolling door, intending to create just enough gap for him to squeeze through sideways. The car keys. Bang. Before Su Ming finished his cold snort, the spear in his arms lashed out like a whip. The shaft swept horizontally, sending the workers flying like they'd been hit by baseball bats. Crack. Crack. The sharp sound of breaking bones was piercing. The men crashed heavily into the automatic door, the impact echoing through the empty garage as they instantly lost consciousness. The rolling door automatically rose with the harsh sound of dragging chains. Su Ming stepped inside, his black spear touching the ground, his gaze sharp as lightning. Whoosh. Deep in the parking garage, Lin Xiaoran exhaled heavily, her chest heaving as sweat trickled down her temples. Dense crowds of attackers blocked all her escape routes. The large number of clever awakeners at her same level made it impossible for her to maneuver, forcing her into direct confrontation. Despite its sharpness, her golden energy was nearly depleted from the continuous clashes. Hurry up. This girl can't hold on much longer. Take her down, strip her naked, and throw her outside. She hurts so many of us, we can't let her off easy. The attackers grew increasingly vicious, their initial intention to teach her a lesson, long replaced by bloodlust and desire for humiliation. On the other side, Xian Zhenjun had entered his rider mount unity form, but without his weapon, the cavalry charge had momentum but nowhere to strike against the infantry. Both were covered in bloody wounds, and whether they could leave standing was questionable. In a flash, Lin Xiaoran flicked her wrist, her sword gleaming coldly. Moving like a swimming dragon, she grabbed an awakener who was cursing at Xian Zhenjun. The cold blade fell, blood splattered, and a severed arm rolled across the ground. Ugh! My hand! My hand! The scream pierced through the garage, shocking everyone. No one had expected Lin Xiaoran to be so ruthless, directly severing the man's arm. She raised her eyes, her face cold as frost, her dark pupils gleaming with icy light. If the fight continued, it would be a battle to the death. This was her final warning. Forget about her. She dared to kill our people, so we're justified in taking her down. Everyone attack together, don't hold back. The roar echoed through the underground garage as the chaotic crowd was ignited by those words. The severed arm still lay warm on the ground, blood trailing in an arc, but this only made the crowd hesitate for a moment before their fury surged even higher. The awakeners, their eyes bloodshot, brandished their weapons and vented their rage into the air. Something's not right. Qin Feng broke out in cold sweat in the corner, his gaze sweeping over the agitated crowd. That bastard Han Jiuyo must have pulled some strings. I don't want to get dragged into this. He concealed his aura and was about to slip away when, whoosh, a fierce wind rushed toward his face. A young man in black combat gear, both arms still wrapped in plaster casts, held a spear gleaming with cold light in one hand. That face, which had been resented countless times, burst into Qin Feng's vision like a nightmare. Su Ming. Su Ming. Qin Feng's hair stood on end with rage as he drew his blade to meet the attack. His opponent was just a drank awakener who played dirty tricks behind crank protection. 3 strikes, at most, would finish him. He had been holding back this anger for far too long. What kind of person dares to call out my name? Su Ming's spear moved like a raging wind. Palm pressed against the butt, he thrust forward with tremendous force, the spear tip cutting through air straight toward Qin Feng's face. Huh, brainless fool. Qin Feng sneered inwardly, waiting to deflect the first strike and disarm his opponent. Clang. The crisp sound of steel rang out, painful to the eardrums. The long blade struck the spear shaft without budging it an inch. The recoil force shattered Qin Feng's grip, sending his blade flying. Thud! The spear tip pierced through his chest, pinning him firmly to the concrete floor. Fortunately, his mental scanning instinctively shifted away from vital points, only puncturing his lung without destroying internal organs. Hot blood dripped to the ground. But Qin Feng couldn't care about the excruciating pain as he stared in terror at the young man approaching with unhurried steps. You're actually this strong, so why do you still resort to underhanded tactics? Su Ming gripped the spear and pulled, but it wouldn't budge. Qin Feng's pupils contracted sharply. The next second, Su Ming lifted his foot and kicked viciously toward his abdomen. Bang! Bang! The spear pulled free from the ground, while Qin Feng was kicked dozens of meters away, embedding into the wall as bricks and stones tumbled down. If I can save energy, why bother fighting? Su Ming casually dusted off his clothes. The commotion between the two had already frightened the garage crowd into gasping. Some secretly compared the fighters and found Su Ming's ruthlessness even exceeded Lin Xiaoran's. Several low-level awakeners began to hesitate and retreat. Captain, Captain, you finally came. The three surviving members of the pastry hand squad, battered and disheveled, felt both moved and heartbroken seeing Su Ming charge alone into the sea of people today. Probably none of them would escape. Hee hee, I've been looking for you everywhere. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to my doorstep. The instigator's voice once again drilled into everyone's ears. Brothers, he's only drank. With so many experts among us, are we still afraid of him? Attack together. He injured Qin Feng, so let's make him suffer the same. The crowd, whose courage had been shattered by Su Ming's killing intent, steadied their nerves again. Weapons gleaming, they formed a semicircle and surrounded him. Bang! The metal rolling door suddenly slammed down with a deafening roar. The garage exit was completely sealed. Su Ming planted his spear into the ground, the tip embedding in the concrete. He spread his palms wide and clapped them together. Crack! Crack! Plaster fragments flew everywhere as he removed the wrap bandages while rotating his wrists, joints producing deep popping sounds. Perfect, I can warm up before the competition. A few days ago, Elder Yun, what level of visualization technique is Su Ming practicing? He enters the state of unity between heaven and man as easily as drinking water. Tang Hongxiao stared at Su Ming in front of her with shock written all over her face. Moments ago, he had effortlessly slipped into the state of unity between heaven and man for the third time, as naturally as breathing. Yun Dingtian remained silent for a long while, suppressing his own astonishment. His visualization technique is at least supreme grade. Supreme grade? I've seen supreme grade before, but nothing this heaven-defying. Tang Hongxiao blurted out. Yun Dingtian shook his head. You don't understand. I said at least supreme grade, meaning it could even be beyond supreme grade. Beyond supreme grade. So there really are higher levels. She stood there stunned, speechless. During these days of intensive training, Su Ming's martial arts realm hadn't broken through again, yet he could instinctively feel his strength surging dramatically. In the dimly lit underground chamber, he swept through like a gale, with ice spikes, earth spears, and fireballs chasing his afterimage and crashing down with thunderous impacts. Gripping his spear with both hands, he braced his waist and pressed his shoulders. The silver dragon-like spear thrust, lifted, and withdrew in fluid motions, instantly sending an investigator flying. The sound of cracking bones echoed continuously as the ground was carved with deep furrows. He's too fast. Don't let him build momentum, someone cried out in alarm. Everyone attacked together. Surround him. Where are the crank experts? Why aren't they engaging first? Su Ming was already superior to ordinary D and rank awakeners, and his strikes were ruthless. In the blink of an eye, he cut down several opponents like slicing through vegetables. Blood and terror intertwined as the attacker's courage rapidly crumbled. Stop right there. A furious shout rang out as a crank investigator finally made his move. He leaped into the air, arms spread wide. Countless golden light blades materializing and raining down. Crank ability Aurora Blade. Seeing the expert in action, the other awakeners roared and swarmed forward, surrounding Su Ming in layers. If those light blades hit their mark, Su Ming would surely be severely injured. However, Su Ming's expression remained calm. A cold gleam flashed across his face as a Yiksha mask instantly covered his features. The Yiksha mask boosted his speed by another 30%, and his figure suddenly vanished from everyone's sight. The aurora that seemed lightning fast to others now appeared sluggish in his eyes. He glided like a fish through each blade of light, slipping through gaps in the encirclement to appear before the crank investigator. His 5 fingers clamped onto the man's face and slammed downward with tremendous force. Boom. The concrete floor exploded into spiderweb cracks as the opponent's head was driven straight into the ground. After his last battle, Su Ming still favored this simple and brutal approach. The man's eyes rolled back, his limbs went limp instantly, and he lost consciousness. The surrounding attackers collectively gasped, their steps faltering as they came to a panicked halt around Su Ming. He knocked out a crank in one move? Is this guy really a drank investigator? Even calling him crank wouldn't be enough stronger than any crank I've ever seen. Lin Xiaoran and the others watching from a distance felt their scalps tingle. She knew that even if she fought personally, she couldn't defeat a crank in a single strike. Yet Su Ming had accomplished it with apparent ease. It was truly terrifying. Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if he's stronger than ordinary people, his inner energy isn't limitless. Just as the crowd's morale was about to collapse, the bespectacled man who had been stirring up trouble finally stepped forward from the back rows. The reflection on his lenses obscured half his face. His staff uniform was neat and tidy, with his badge gleaming coldly under the lights. He sneered at Su Ming, his voice carrying an eerie tone as it spread. Fighting with such reckless abandon and full force, I don't believe he can keep this up much longer. Don't be afraid, his inner energy is nearly depleted. He's just bluffing now. Someone suddenly understood and immediately shouted along. Right, exactly. Even if he's a 6th-tier martial artist, Using such powerful moves would have drained his inner energy long ago. No wonder he's attacking so viciously, just trying to scare us, another person added. Don't let him catch his breath. Everyone attack together and take him down. I see, so that's it? That makes sense. Let's all attack together. The crowd scattered with a commotion, shouts rising one after another. The bespectacled man's gaze remained cold as a blade. He didn't care whether Su Ming was drank or crank, came here with only one purpose: to probe the true capabilities of Su Ming and his companions. Using this group of awakened ones who thought themselves brave, but were merely cannon fodder to exhaust the target's stamina, and if he could injure or even kill the opponent in the chaos, that would be even better. Now that Su Ming had revealed his so-called trump card, he would surely receive praise when reporting back to Captain Han. Indeed, the bespectacled man wasn't among those who had been previously deceived by Su Ming. He belonged to Han Jiuyo's squad. In his view, Su Ming had now played all his cards and was at his wit's end. On the other side, Lin Xiaoran's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Su Ming's earlier spear strike had been imposing and explosively fast, yet he hadn't been sparing with his inner energy. In fact, it seemed somewhat wasteful. Based on her supreme-grade visualization techniques assessment, if she had struck with lightning speed to eliminate 2 crank awakened ones, she would have at most half her inner energy remaining. With this in mind, she exchanged a glance with Qian Zhenwanma, ready to provide support at any moment. But Su Ming was completely surrounded and had to listen to these people chattering about his energy depletion. Puzzled, he sent a thought into his dantian had only used about 1/10 of his reserves, and with the continuous replenishment from the cloud rising 9 heavens breathing technique, he estimated he could easily fight 50 more opponents. The mask on his face flashed with light, instantly transforming into the Qiyu mask. The time was about right. If he didn't thoroughly beat these people, they would truly think they stood at the top of the food chain. With a thought, Su Ming activated the Weapon Master's forge. His spear began to emanate a bronzered glow as the spearhead's horizontal blade took shape, radiating deadly menace. His inner energy now flowed like an open faucet, but with his foundation, 3 minutes of full power posed no problem. The crimson, fierce mask reflected overwhelming killing intent. The previously sneering bespectacled man's expression froze. His smile stuck at the corner of his mouth. The investigators charging forward simultaneously felt their hair stand on end, as if a primordial beast was lunging toward them. Su Ming suddenly raised his head, and in the depths of his dark eyes, a hint of blood red appeared. In that instant, everyone seemed to see mountains of corpses and seas of blood reflected in his pupils. The next second, he launched forward like a war chariot roaring to life, his long halberd stirring up a storm of carnage as he charged into their ranks. The scattered abilities of low-level awakened ones struck his body, leaving only faint white marks. The passive effect of his iron body made these attacks feel like mere scratches. The somewhat stronger crank awakened ones became the primary targets for his war chariot's crushing advance. Roar! The long halberd swung as the youth laughed wildly, blood spattering through the air. The shockwaves generated by the sweeping halberd came in wave after wave, knocking down the weaker opponents. Each time the blade sliced through the air, it left behind several meters of weapon shadows, and the violent winds sent people flying, literally tearing their skin and flesh apart. The investigators who were struck either had entire patches of skin ripped away or were sent flying through the air, crashing heavily into solid walls with dull thuds. It wasn't just Su Ming's brutally overwhelming physical strength that was almost perverse, but also his spear technique that was precise to the extreme. A group of clever awakeners who prided themselves on their speed tried to create distance, only to discover in horror that no matter how they dodged, they seemed to be firmly locked by an invisible force generated by the bronze halberd could never escape the radius covered by the weapon's shadows. Squelch! 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 The blade harvested flesh and blood, crimson splashing 3 feet high across the ground. The investigators fell in swaths like wheat being cut. Those who had managed to escape Su Ming's traps during the competition and still dared to harbor personal grudges afterward were ultimately not strong enough. 3 minutes later, the entire parking garage fell completely silent. Bang! The halberd's point pierced into the cement, sending debris flying. Under the shocked gazes of Lin Xiaoran and the others, Su Ming tore off the opera mask that had long been soaked in blood and exhaled deeply. The true qi in his body was truly depleted this time. He looked up at the only man still standing, the one with glasses. You! Why didn't you join in? The man with glasses stiffened completely, swallowing hard. I was just showing the way. I'm not involved in this matter. Now that the entire large squad was reduced to just him alone, even optimistically, it would be 1 against 4 wasn't stupid enough to clash head-in with that monster from earlier. He turned to flee, but Wu Qianjun called out loudly. Captain, that bastard was the one constantly inciting everyone. Don't let him escape. Before the words finished, the man with glasses was already running frantically. Having witnessed Su Ming's combat style, he really didn't want to experience it again. Monster versus monster, better leave that headache to Han Jiuyo, the bigger monster. Su Ming was about to give chase when the garage's rolling door rattled up with a whoosh, and a beam of sunlight slanted in. Tang Hongxiao led Zhao Wulong across the threshold, sunlight casting long shadows at their feet. The next second, they both froze in place. Bodies lay scattered across the parking garage, some half embedded in walls, some with heads stuck in gaps between floor tiles, some with twisted limbs, others with flesh turned inside out. Blood flowing along drainage channels like a freshly harvested battlefield of carnage. Su Ming had ultimately remembered the word colleagues and held back. No one died on the spot. If the medical personnel from Special Unit 5 arrived in time, reattaching an arm or leg wouldn't be a big problem. Any later, and it would be hard to say. Tang Hongxiao rarely lost her composure, her gaze falling on Su Ming, who was covered in blood and looking down while wiping his halberd, her tone complex. You did all this? I helped too. We helped too. Lin Xiaoran and the others immediately stepped forward, adding in unison. Boss, they were the ones who started it, seeking revenge against colleagues. How despicable is that? Don't you think it's infuriating? Su Ming spread his hands innocently, completely unconcerned about punishment. First, they were indeed acting in legitimate self-defense. They struck hard, no one died. Second, they had merit from before, and Su Ming had just taken Yun Dingtian as his master, so claiming his ability was bloodthirsty wouldn't hold water. With this reasoning, Tang Hongxiao couldn't find grounds to get angry and could only suppress her emotions. At that moment, she suddenly noticed the man with glasses trying to sneak away in the corner, raising an eyebrow slightly. Oh, aren't you from Han Juyo's squad? How are you here too? Looking at the somewhat panicked man with glasses, Tang Hongxiao instantly understood everything. Tang Hongxiao gave the bespectacled man a meaningful look that made his skin crawl. She withdrew her gaze and clapped her hands. The second round is about to begin. Follow me first. We'll discuss this matter after the competition. Su Ming and his group didn't dare say much and could only follow obediently. Support and medical personnel filed in, lifting the unconscious, those playing dead, or still groaning investigators onto stretchers one by one, loading them into vehicles and taking them away. Being eliminated in the first round with serious injuries meant that when this group returned to their branch, they wouldn't be able to go on duty immediately and would inevitably face disciplinary action. Their careers were thoroughly tarnished. Everyone followed Tang Hongxiao to complete registration and stood by the arena waiting for the second round, with no one daring to cause any more trouble. Su Ming took the opportunity to change into clean clothes and rejoined his teammates. Only now did Qianjun, Wan Ma, and the others witness his true strength, their faces filled with shock and respect. Captain, you're actually this strong. Much more powerful than a few days ago. If we'd known you were this fierce, why would we have dug those traps? I can still smell shit on my nose. Wu Qianjun rubbed his ribs, muttering weakly. Everyone was somewhat injured, but the real problem was that their internal qi couldn't be replenished quickly. While circulating the clouds rising to the nine heavens technique to regulate his breathing, Su Ming shrugged. This really is the result of these past few days of special training. I truly wasn't confident about handling so many people before. Wu Qianjun thought he was joking. In just 7 short days, how could there be such earth-shattering special training? Only Lin Xiaoran knew the truth. Su Ming's depths had always been unfathomable. The team seized the time to recover, while on the other side, the bespectacled man who had just returned to his group was on edge. Captain Han, I'm really not exaggerating. That guy named Su Ming single-handedly took down 100 people. The bespectacled man gestured excitedly, his face flushed red. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful artifact-type awakener. When he changed masks, his entire aura transformed. Although those opponents are just third-rate trash in our eyes, that was still 100 people. If you were to go. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, realizing he had almost crossed a line, and quickly lowered his head in silence. Yeah, you think I'm inferior to that, Su Ming? Han Juyo held a cigar in his mouth, his expression ambiguous. The bespectacled man frantically waved his hands. No, I mean, if you went to fight, Captain, 100 people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. No matter how capable Su Ming is, he's just so-so compared to you. Before he finished speaking, Han Juyo removed his cigar and pressed the glowing red tip against the bespectacled man's arm with a snap. The smell of burning flesh immediately filled the air. Cold sweat poured down the man's forehead, but he didn't dare even whimper. The surrounding companions watched coldly, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Rankings are just rulers for the weak. Han Juyo flicked off the ash, his tone indifferent. What limits the strong are only mission quotas and seniority. When working with me in the future, don't compare anyone to me. No one deserves my attention. He patted the bespectacled man's cheek, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Just wait and see how I deal with that kid. With that, he walked away with his hands in his pockets. If these subordinates weren't still useful, given his temperament, he would have made the man kneel and lick his shoes while begging for mercy long ago. In Panlong Square, 10 massive arenas made of dark gray granite rose from the ground like giant gears, grinding upward with mechanical clacking sounds as rough stone debris scattered down. The square was already buzzing with crowds aside from the contestants. Nearly every investigator in the capital who wasn't on assignment had come to witness this annual spectacle. At the highest point of the main platform, Shang Jing sat in the place of honor, his silver temples gleaming conspicuously in the sunlight, flanked by Tang Hongxiao and Yun Dingtian on either side. The old man cleared his throat and spoke into the microphone with a drawn-out tone. Today marks the final competition of the Special 5th Division Exchange meeting, so I'll just say a few simple words. This simple speech ended up lasting a full 2 hours. Su Ming nearly dozed off in his seat, though he used the time to quietly regulate his inner energy. The audience below started out fully attentive, but gradually people began propping up their heads for little naps. Only when Shang Jing finally concluded with obvious reluctance did everyone secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Apparently, his usual taciturn nature meant he'd been saving up all his words for today. All right, I finished speaking. Let's move on to the next segment. Shang Jing waved his hand, knowing that if he said another word, the entire venue would probably fall asleep. The drawing ceremony began immediately. A large black screen lit up, displaying names and numbers that had been pre-entered, scrolling rapidly. Many contestants below clenched their fists, praying not to face a formidable opponent in the first round. Only Su Ming remained calm and now felt he was terrifyingly strong, so any opponent would be the same to him. Soon, the first matchup was locked in. Wu Qianjun versus Erlang Xian. Wu Qianjun gets to go first? What luck! Su Ming clicked his tongue and pulled up the battle information. Erlang Xian was also a rank investigator with martial arts skills at the 4th to 5th Dan level, putting both fighters on the same playing field. The two had already stepped onto the nearest arena. Erlang Xian had delicate features but appeared cold and sharp, while Wu Qianjun carried a long halberd and immediately asked the referee upon entering the ring. "Referee, my special ability is mounted combat. Can I bring my mount up here?" According to Special 5th Division rules, individual arena battles allowed contestants to bring weapons, equipment, tools, and even spirit pets that they could use in missions. The referee looked over Wu Qianjun's ordinary attire, thinking it was probably just a regular horse, and nodded in agreement. The extra attention was warranted because some wealthy family heirs had previously brought adult spirit beasts or even clan guardian dragons, instantly unbalancing the competition. With permission granted, Wu Qianjun's face lit up with joy as he called down to the arena floor, "Mei Wanma, come up." The next moment, Mei Wanma slowly stepped onto the arena under the referee's shocked gaze, his forelimbs powerful, stopping and bowing down. Wu Qianjun leaped onto his back with a whoosh, raised his halberd, and exclaimed excitedly, "Referee, I'm ready. When do we start fighting?" Erlang Xian watched with a deeply furrowed brow and said helplessly, "What the hell are we supposed to fight? Get your teammate down from there, and I'm issuing you a yellow card warning." The referee pulled out a yellow card and gave Wu Qianjun a warning. "See? I told you this stupid plan wouldn't work." Mei Wanma pouted as he leaped down from Wu Qianjun's back and slunk off the arena in embarrassment, bringing this ridiculous charade of playing horse to an end. Wu Qianjun wanted to argue with the referee, but Erlang Xian on the platform was already losing patience. She opened her lips and coldly snapped, "Are you going to fight or not?" Left with no choice, he had to face the battle alone, truly embodying cavalry without a horse, which was utterly demoralizing. The whistle had barely sounded when the two clashed in a lightning-fast exchange lasting dozens of rounds. Erlang Xian's supernatural ability, treading on snow without traces, belonged to the superhuman combat category. Wielding a short sword, her movements were elusive, sometimes keeping her distance, sometimes launching surprise close-range attacks. Wu Qianjun fought with all his might, but couldn't catch up or land a hit, his stamina draining rapidly. Just as his breathing grew increasingly labored, inspiration struck. What if he treated himself as the mount? Could his ability activate? The moment the thought crossed his mind, his speed suddenly surged. In one breath, he closed in on Erlang Xian's side, thrusting his long halberd downward into her collarbone. Erlang Xian was lifted off the ground and crashed down heavily, losing all ability to continue fighting. "Turns out I always had a horse." Wu Qianjun threw back his head and laughed with his hands on his hips. "I can ride myself. My ability activates. I am a genius." In the spectator seats, Shang Jingxiao laughed so hard his face wrinkled up. This kid's not Bada knows how to adapt, actively modifying the conditions for using his ability. That's something only many brank investigators would think of. Yun Dingtian nodded repeatedly. The Director General speaks truly. Discovering talent like this is precisely why we hold these exchange meetings. The first few arena matches proceeded at breakneck speed, with Lin Xiran and the others advancing steadily. After all, given the sheer numbers, most contestants were only D or A rank investigators, making the chances of Su Ming's team stumbling extremely low. Before long, the big screen finally displayed a line of text, "Su Ming versus Tang Jian." The two stepped onto the platform. Su Ming cracked his knuckles with audible pops, his gaze brazenly sizing up Tang Jian, as if contemplating where to strike for maximum satisfaction. Facing only a rank opponent, He had planned to put on a good show. The whistle had just sounded when Su Ming gripped his gun with both hands, not even having time to summon his ritual mask, but Tang Jian suddenly threw his weapon to the ground with a clap. "Referee, I surrender." Su Ming, who had charged halfway, slammed on the brakes and nearly threw out his back. "Sir, surrender?" Tang Jian's heart was bitter, had heard a terrifying rumor that over 100 people had been carried to the hospital earlier, allegedly all injured by Su Ming, the captain of the Cake Hand squad. Whether it was true or not didn't matter. Seeing the pitiful state of those wounded, he had sworn that if he ever faced anyone from the expert squad, he would surrender immediately without hesitation. So he flashed Su Ming a friendly smile and hopped off the arena with light steps. Su Ming stood there completely bewildered, accepting this victory in a daze. The audience, however, erupted into chaos. What's going on? Why did he just surrender? Defeated before the battle even began. What's the relationship between this Su Ming and him? Is this a fixed match? Did money change hands behind the scenes? The judging panel should investigate thoroughly. The crowd in the stands erupted in chaos, and Su Ming was equally baffled by Tang Jian's behavior. But since his opponent had decisively conceded, what more could he ask for? He could only cup his hands and salute and walk down from the arena like a soul had been drained from his body. "Captain, congratulations. You won the first match without even drawing blood." Wu Qianjun hurried over with a beaming smile. Su Ming pointed dejectedly at his handsome face. "Qianjun, look at me. Is my face really that terrifying? The guy wouldn't even fight me." Wu Qianjun and the others nodded vigorously like bobbleheads, insisting that absolutely wasn't the case. On the other side, as soon as Tang Jian stepped down from the arena, he was surrounded by his teammates. He revealed the real reason for his surrender, and his teammates listened with their scalps tingling, collectively gasping in shock. The news spread like wildfire. "I'm only telling you. Don't tell anyone else." Yet practically the entire venue secretly took note of this incident. Thanks to this, Su Ming's team sailed smoothly forward, directly advancing to the top 50 showdown. Next match, Su Ming versus Lu Xian. Hearing the matchup announcement, Su Ming shot up with a bang, grabbed his spear, and jogged onto the stage. In the audience, a young man wearing black-rimmed glasses felt his heart skip a beat was none other than Lu Xian. "Damn luck, how did I run into this plague god?" he cursed silently. Lu Xian's ability, Laser Eyes, was theoretically unbeatable once his gaze locked onto a target. Escape was nearly impossible. The side effect was worsening nearsightedness. Of course, only he believed this explanation. He reluctantly stepped onto the arena, watching Su Ming excitedly flex his wrists across from him, and couldn't help recalling how his opponent had swept through everyone earlier. His confidence wavered further. "This guy is a crank investigator, and I'm just Drank. If I insist on fighting instead of surrendering, will I even survive?" The audience below began jeering. "Haha, finally we can watch the pretty boy get beaten up. Go glasses guy, take him down. No more rigged matches. If anyone else surrenders, I'm reporting the tournament committee." Su Ming raised his spear, the tip slightly angled upward, as the Yiksha mask suddenly covered his face. He secretly gathered his strength, waiting for the referee's signal to unleash malicious frenzy, tripling his speed for 30 seconds and defeating his opponent with one strike before they could even say surrender. However, Lu Xian walked straight to the edge of the arena and stuck one foot out. "Don't. Begin the match." Bang! Before Su Ming could even charge forward, Lu Xian had already jumped off the arena, shouting at the top of his lungs, "I surrender! I surrender!" He was terrified of being caught if he was even half a second too slow. Looking at that demon mask, his whole body trembled. Thank goodness he ran fast enough. Third singles match, Su Ming wins. The referee didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was the first time he'd officiated a match with zero participation, yet maximum efficiency. Su Ming was seething with frustration. How was this competition supposed to continue? No one was willing to fight him, so he had no chance to show off even if he wanted to. While being underhanded was pretty satisfying, the audience was about to riot. "R&M, refund our money." "Oh wait, I didn't pay anything, never mind. Report this rigged match." The organizing committee took bribes. The Sow screams miserably at midnight. It must be Su Ming not sleeping. Curses rose and fell in waves. Su Ming rubbed his temples and could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Bang! Boom! Massive collision sounds came from the neighboring arena. Remembering that the person on the neighboring arena seemed to be Mei Wanma, Su Ming quickly turned his head to look. "Brother Mei, you're so lucky to still have a fight." Before he could finish his words, his eyes blazed with fury. Mei Wanma's opponent was actually Han Juyo. The moment the two made contact, Mei Wanma was forced into a frantic scramble. Frigid air exploded from Han Juyo's fists, instantly freezing his hands into transparent blocks of ice, his knuckles so stiff he couldn't grip his blade. The solid ground beneath his feet formed a mirror-like ice film in the blink of an eye. His signature swift wind step slipped and lost balance the moment he activated it, while Han Juyo moved across the ice as if on solid ground. Han Jiuyo suddenly accelerated, his figure leaving afterimages in the cold mist as a vicious right hook smashed into Mei Wanma's face, sending him flying. Immediately after, a whip kick sent Mei Wanma sliding across the ice surface. Four ice walls simultaneously rose from the arena's corners, forcibly sealing the fleeing figure into a prison bang. Mei Wanma's spine slammed against the ice wall, fresh blood trickling down the icy surface. Is this all you've got? With this level of skill, you made it to the second round? Color me impressed. Could it be? You got here by riding coattails. Han Jiuyo's voice carried laughter, yet each word cut like a blade. Mei Wanma gritted his teeth and staggered to his feet, blood foam flying from the corner of his mouth. What? Jealous that we took your first place? You must be that runner-up, right? Sorry, runner-up. Big brother didn't let you have your moment. What's wrong? Need to console yourself? Amid wild laughter, he held his head high like a victor. Han Jiuyo's expression instantly darkened, killing intent flashing briefly. He turned toward the referee. This guy won't surrender. I can continue, right? The referee quickly reviewed the rules. Not fallen from the arena, not unconscious, not conceded, technically still able to fight. Yes, but you need to watch your. Before he could finish, Han Jiuyo had vanished from his original position. Alarm bells rang in Mei Wanma's mind as he searched frantically. The next moment, Han Jiuyo emerged ghost-like from the ice beneath his feet, coldly smiling as he struck with a hand blade toward the back of his neck. The force wasn't heavy, but it made Mei Wanma stumble. When he tried to turn and continue his trash talk, his throat couldn't produce a sound. He reached up to feel, an ice crystal ring tightly locked around his neck, the freezing air sealing his vocal cords. Even a Drank Awakener's arm strength couldn't break this layer of ice, and he instantly understood Han Jiuyo's true intention. Let's see how you run now. Play with me properly. Han Jiuyo said, casually flicking out 3 ice spikes aimed at Mei Wanma's legs. Mei Wanma desperately lunged forward and rolled, managing to avoid 2 spikes, but felt a chill at his heel followed by searing pain shooting to his skull bang. He lost control and fell again, crimson blood rapidly spreading across the ice. TSK. Resting carelessly isn't a good habit. I didn't give you permission to stop, keep running. Han Jiuyo conjured 3 more ice spikes, this time targeting the heart. Mei Wanma desperately pushed his legs to move, but 3 deadly threats blocked all escape routes. Pucci. An ice spike pierced through his left shoulder blade. As another aimed for his vital point, he desperately blocked with his right palm, which was instantly punctured. Clap, clap, clap. Not bad, not bad, quite quick reflexes. How about another round? Han Jiuyo excitedly applauded, like he was playing a Catan mouse game. Mei Wanma's chest heaved like a bellows, wheezing heavily as blood continued streaming from his wounds. Forfeit? Why won't you forfeit? This Han Jiuyo is clearly out of your league. Wu Qianjun frowned deeply, standing below the stage and shouting urgently, his voice filled with anxiety. Watching his good brother get beaten to a pulp, no one felt worse than him. Something's definitely wrong. Zhao Wulong spoke in a low voice, his sharp gaze sweeping back and forth over Mei Wanma. In this situation, there's absolutely no need for him to tough it out. At that moment, Mei Wanma felt as if he were trapped in an ice cave. The frozen ring around his neck had numbed his vocal cords, and the bitter cold crept down his windpipe into his lungs. Every breath felt like needles piercing him. If this dragged on much longer, he might even die from suffocation. He tried to raise his injured right arm to signal surrender, but an ice spike suddenly shot toward him, forcing him to stumble aside in evasion. Even his chance to forfeit had been cut off. Han Jiuyo's intentions were crystal clear. Give Mei Wanma no possibility of surrender, then toy with him slowly. Don't hold it against me, kid. Han Jiuyo tossed an ice spike up and down on his fingertips, smiling coldly. If you want to blame someone, blame that captain of yours. He's too arrogant, and people actually dare to compare him to me. The audience erupted in chatter. Damn, this guy's being way too brutal. It hurts just watching. He's already this injured. Why won't he surrender? Who knows? Maybe he's saving up for some ultimate move. The rules are clear, his opponent wouldn't dare actually kill him. Maybe he's planning a comeback. A comeback? Of course Mei Wanma had considered it. Whether Han Jiuyo was acting out of jealousy toward his captain or for some other reason, since his opponent had brutalized him like this, the grudge was already set. But what could he possibly use to turn the tables? Among all his trump cards, the only truly special one was swift wind step. But on this icy surface, even if he were completely uninjured, he couldn't catch up to Han Jiuyo, let alone now. Just as he was desperately searching for a strategy, a familiar roar came from below the stage. Old horse. Damn it, toughen up. That bastard's playing dirty, so take him down. Wu Qianjun gestured wildly, shouting himself hoarse to encourage his brother had already seen through Han Jiuyo's underhanded tactics. Mei Wanma had originally wanted to turn and shout back, but his mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. When Wu Qianjun treated him like a horse, it could trigger human-horse unity. So what about me? Since 2 human legs can't catch up to Han Jiuyo and keep slipping on this ice, if I stop thinking of myself as human, might I be able to chase down that bastard? With this thought emerging, he decided to mentally label Han Jiuyo as that bastard as well. Without further hesitation, Mei Wanma grabbed the ice spike still embedded in his body, hindering his movements, and yanked it out with force. Splurt as the ice spike came free, blood gushed out, but his expression remained unchanged. He pressed his bleeding palm against the icy surface, and in the next second, the blood froze solid, sealing the wound. A flicker of surprise crossed Han Jiuyo's eyes, followed immediately by slow, mocking applause. Impressive, truly impressive. I have to hand it to you for coming up with such a twisted idea. I'm almost reluctant to toy with you now. A cold smile curved Han Jiuyo's lips as his mocking voice echoed across the frozen arena. Mei Wanma crouched like a startled beast, limbs pressed to the ground, heavy breathing exploding in his chest. He recalled Wu Qianjuan's description of that mystical feeling of treating yourself as a mount. Since there was no horse, he would ride himself. He needed greater speed, stronger endurance, and explosive power to fully unleash his ability. So he was no longer human, but a warhorse. Gale leap. Howling winds erupted instantly across Panlong Plaza. This was an enclosed underground space that should have had its airflow controlled by ventilation systems. Yet the wind pressure now swept wildly out of control. Han Jiuyo narrowed his eyes, calmly observing Mei Wanma's transformation. Mei Wanma tried to push himself up, but his palms were stuck fast to the ice through extreme cold, had frozen his torn wounds, and glued his flesh firmly to the surface. Doesn't matter, he growled through gritted teeth. Whoosh. The figure vanished instantly, leaving only a patch of torn palm skin behind, blood threads rapidly freezing into dark red patterns on the ice. In the blink of an eye, he had used the gale's power to flash to within a meter of Han Jiu, appearing as if from thin air, without any trace of movement. Got you. Boom. A fist the size of a sandbag, carrying violent winds, smashed toward Han Jiuyo's face. Bang. Han Jiuyo's body was sent flying, spinning through the air before crashing through the ice walls surrounding the arena and falling outside, immediately losing consciousness. The scene fell into stunned silence, while Mei Wanma could no longer contain himself, raising both arms high and roaring at the sky. All the frustration from being suppressed throughout the match now exploded forth. What are you celebrating? Think you've won? A ghostly whisper brushed against his ear. Mei Wanma's eyes widened in shock as he stiffly turned around. Han Jiuyo had somehow appeared behind him, sneering as he wrapped an arm around his neck, a transparent ice blade piercing his lower back without warning. Splurt blood sprayed out. His throat turned sweet as he coughed violently, his momentum instantly dissipating. Han Jiuyo's arm locked around him like an iron clamp, making it impossible for him even to call for help. Not far away, the Han Jiuyo, lying on the ground, began losing its human coloring, rapidly fading into a crystal-clear ice sculpturian ice double. I told you, this is just a game to me. Han Jiuyo whispered against his ear, his voice gentle as a lover's. With your level of skill, you couldn't touch me even if you trained for 8 lifetimes. Just die slowly like this. Don't struggle, and don't count on the referee. When you're dead, I'll put on quite the performance, accidentally killing my respected opponent. How pitiable that will be. Bone-deep cold seeped through him. The ice's properties cut off blood and flesh from air, slowing cellular death. Mei Wanma's thinking speed froze like grinding gears, his entire being sealed in a low-temperature chamber, gradually losing consciousness. Han Jiuyo's smile grew ever brighter as he leaned against Mei Wanma's ear, preparing to continue his victor's trash talk and savor the despair in his prey's eyes. Damn it, finally got you. Finally caught you. A cold gleam flashed in Mei Wanma's eyes as he suddenly grabbed Han Jiuyo's arm wrapped around his neck and slammed his head backward. Bang. Excruciating pain exploded through his skull, but he couldn't afford to care. He forced his center of gravity down, letting the sharp ice blade twist in his lower back. Blood stained his clothes as Mei Wanma mustered his remaining strength, his arms exploding with power to hurl Han Jiuyo off his shoulders. Explosive, over-thresholder throw. Boom. The thick ice shattered instantly, spiderweb cracks spread across the concrete platform, shockwaves rippled outward, and all 4 ice walls collapsed. Han Jiuyo crashed like a cannonball, creating a human-shaped crater as fissures spread toward the arena's edge, dust and ice fragments swirling through the air. Whoa, incredible. He actually turned it around. Holy shit, this kid. The stands erupted as spectators rose to their feet, cheering wildly for Mei Wanma. Who doesn't love an underdog dragon slayer? At the arena's center, Mei Wanma's knees buckled as he collapsed, blood dripping from his side, yet his eyes remained fixed on the still-smoking crater. This was his only chance. Han Jiuyo controlled ice and held every advantage. A direct confrontation would be impossible. Only by risking everything, luring him into complacency, could he strike like lightning and turn the tables. On the main platform, Shang Jing stroked his beard with a smile. Excellent, excellent. This boy has the bearing of a great general. Little Tang, take this promising talent under your wing after the match. No problem, director. Leave him to me. Tang Hongxiao readily agreed. I'll get him to rank within 3 years. She too valued Mei Wanma's fighting spirit. The atmosphere was jubilant, but the arena suddenly shifted. Mei Wanma's brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Crack. A pale hand emerged from the crater, fingers digging into the platform. Han Jiuyo slowly rose. White ice crystals cascading from his form was virtually unharmed. The impact that should have shattered ice walls had left only a thin cut on his forehead. Tisk. Han Jiuyo pressed his temple, his expression filled with irritation. Mei Wanma's head but had indeed hurt him, but nowhere near enough for victory. Mei Wanma sighed quietly. Even stunning you first, and then throwing you wasn't enough. What a shame. Referee I. Before he could finish, bone-chilling cold shot up from his feet to his spine. Ice magic absolute zero prison. Pale blue crystals erupted outward, sealing Mei Wanma in a translucent cage where even his breath froze. Ice magic spear of finality. Han Jiuyo raised his hand, conjuring a gleaming spear of ice. His arm drew back like a fully drawn bow, targeting the imprisoned Mei Wanma before hurling it forward. Whoosh! The spear shrieked through the air, tearing through space. No one expected him to deliver a killing blow to a helpless opponent. Stop! The referee cried out, desperately rushing toward Mei Wanma, but stumbling on the slippery ice. On the main platform, Tang Hongxiao shot to her feet, fists clenched, anxious but powerless to intervene. The audience fell silent, countless people holding their breath as if witnessing a rising star's fall. Lin Xiran, Wu Qianjun, and Jia Wulong charged toward the arena with everything they had. But they were still one step too late. In the instant before the spear could skewer Mei Wanma, a figure strode in straddling the realms of yin and yang. Su Ming triggered a yin-yang shift, half-phasing into the void, then snapped into place before Mei Wanma a heartbeat later. He swept his lance across, wrenching the spear of annihilation off its lethal line. The weapon carved a blazing arc and smashed through the ceiling. A thunderous boom followed. A hole 10 meters wide blew open, and rebar and concrete cascaded like a storm. Debris rattled across the arena as dust billowed. Su Ming's black clothes snapped in the wind as he stared coldly at Han Jiuyo across the ring. Han Jiuyo didn't bother to hide the murder in his eyes, as if he were appraising two corpses already cooling on the floor. What's this, then? Since when does a 1v1 allow backup? His voice was icy, still nitpicking the rules. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures dropped onto the ring: the referee, Tang Hongxiao, and Wu Qianjun. Wu Qianjun clutched a massive block of ice and wailed, "Old Ma. Old Ma." He hugged the ice to his chest and shook violently from the cold. Move. Don't get in the way. Tang Hongxiao kicked him aside in a blur. Muscles surged along her arms as bestial patterns crawled over her skin. A single tap of her razor-sharp nails, and the thick ice fractured like glass. Crack. The ice fell away, and Mei Wanma's bluish-purple body slumped, unsupported. Wu Qianjun scrambled to catch him again, only for the marrow-deep chill to lance his arms with pain, as if he were holding iron chilled to dozens of degrees below zero. Tang Hongxiao checked his breath, her brows knitting tight. Hurry. Call the med corps and any awakened with healing abilities. Wu Qianjun's eyes were vacant as he howled, still clutching Mei Wanma. Old Ma, you can't die. Without you without my ma again. A deep, familiar voice cut in. Big sis, let me try. I can save him. Everyone turned toward the sound. It was Jia Wulong, and a rank awakened. Tang Hongxiao's gaze was complicated. You? An rank can pull him back from this sign of death? I can. Jia Wulong said only one word, and it landed like iron. He knelt beside Mei Wanma and produced an ancient soul-guiding lamp. He stepped the 7 stars, the blue flame wavering, and chanted the heavenly gang formula. Heaven's boon, 7 stars, restore life. Huh. In an instant, countless motes of light sifted down from the dome over Panlong Plaza, as if stardust had been dragged from the night sky to the mortal world, and every point of light sank into Mei Wanma's body. Starlight flowed. The temperature over the ring climbed rapidly. Even Su Ming felt his true chi circulate a shade faster. Han Jiyu's sinister voice slid out again. No call from the refs? Outside interference in a ring match by the rules, that's a ban, isn't it? The referees looked at one another. By the book, Su Ming had disrupted the match and should be banned. But the crowd was a boiling tide, condemning Han Jiyu's lethal strike. Punish the rescuers now, and the scene could spiral out of control. Seeing Mei Wanma's pulse steady, Tang Hongxiao delivered her ruling, voice firm. Su Ming acted in an emergency to save a life, and the outcome was already decided. No penalty, no reward. We end it here. Han Jiuyo, drop it, or he'll pursue attempted murder. Han Jiuyo sneered, still playing the upper hand. Su Ming, I hear you're strong. Righteous, too. Funny, so am I. See you in the finals if you can make it that far. You're a grade A jerk. They'll kill you in the finals, you idiot. Su Ming spat. Han Jiyu's neck flushed red. He jabbed a finger at Su Ming, but no words came out. The severely injured Mei Wanma was helped down from the arena. His body was covered in extensive frostbite, and his vocal cords were so damaged he couldn't make a sound, but at least he had managed to keep his life. Such an absurd miracle left even the emergency medical staff in disbelief. They grabbed Zhao Wulong, who was about to leave, and asked nervously, "Comrade, what's the principle behind your ability? How does it have such miraculous effects?" At this moment, Zhao Wulong's face was deathly pale, his eyes bloodshot. The soul guiding lamp he had used earlier to save the man had disappeared somewhere. Principle? I have no idea. If I understood it, would I still be a rank? He held his forehead, frowning repeatedly. Ugh, my head hurts so much, feels like I'm overloaded. Help me. Doctor, before he could finish speaking, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed on the spot. Ah, he's passed out. Quick, save him, get a stretcher. Does this ability have side effects? After a chaotic scramble, the farce finally came to an end. From the audience's perspective, what had just happened was simply Han Jiuyo severely injuring someone, then having a brief argument with Su Ming. While entertaining enough, it paled in comparison to the upcoming match because Lin Xiaoran, this great beauty, was about to show her power. Entering the round of 24, Lin Xiaoran faced a crank natural-type awakener. Her opponent had wood attributes and could instantly summon wooden dragons, wooden horses, and wooden puppet swarms for group attacks theoretically strong enough to challenge for the top 10. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xiaoran. As everyone knew, metal conquers wood. When the awakener controlled a wooden mecha, over 10 meters tall, and raised his blade to strike Lin Xiaoran down, she quietly pressed her palms together. The sharpness of metal can cut through all things without dulling. Brilliant golden sharp energy burst from her palms like blazing summer sun. The wood-type awakener only had time to see the blinding light rapidly expanding before his eyes. Crack! The wooden mecha was split in half, and he fell onto the arena in shock, staring blankly at Lin Xiaoran. So strong. Lin Xiaoran versus Jiang Xian. Lin Xiaoran wins, the referee announced loudly. Lin Xiaoran casually tucked her bangs behind her ear, the fighting spirit in her eyes subsiding as she turned to walk down from the arena. Lin Xiaoran. Wait. Jiang Xian scrambled to her feet and blocked her path. What? Are you still not convinced? Lin Xiaoran's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her aura rising again. No, that's not it. Jiang Xian waved her hands frantically, shaking her head like a rattle drum, afraid of being misunderstood. I wanted to ask if you could add me on Green Bubble. I'd like to exchange ideas about ability cultivation with you. Her face turned bright red, and by the end, she had almost buried her head in her chest. Oh, sorry, I don't use Green Bubble. Lin Xiaoran's tone was flat as she walked around her, heading straight towards Su Ming. Jiang Xian stood stunned, then quickly caught up. What about Dolphin? Or Flying Donkey, ICQ? Her voice faded into the distance. The competition pace quickened. Su Ming faced Wu Qianjun in the same round, who graciously conceded, saving Su Ming's strength for his upcoming match against Han Jiuyo. Combined with several contestants withdrawing due to serious injuries, the tournament proceeded directly to the round of 8. Fortunately, Su Ming and Han Jiuyo were placed in different halves of the bracket. If all went smoothly, they would meet in the finals. However, Su Ming first had to get past his current obstacle Lin Xiaoran versus Su Ming. The audience was already in an uproar. Go Lin Xiaoran. I want to have your babies. Xiaoran girl, don't hold back, that scumbag isn't worth it. The stands erupted with waves of cheering and encouragement. Glow sticks waved frantically and deafening shouts filled the air, but all the cheers were directed at Lin Qianthi, beautiful warrior goddess, who possessed both stunning looks and formidable strength, had already won over the entire audience. On the other end, Su Ming was labeled with tags like opportunist, match fixer, and cheated his way to advancement. Some even said sarcastically, I really envy him, actually gets to be personally beaten up by Lin Xiaoran. At the center of the arena, the two faced each other from opposite ends. Lin Xiaoran's gaze was calm as she quietly asked first, Su Ming, do you know anything about Han Jiuyo? 2 question marks immediately popped up in Su Ming's mind. I'm trying to figure out how to have a good fight, and this girl suddenly brings this up for what? I don't know him. I only know that guy has an arrogant face and is particularly annoying. I'm planning to give him a good beating. Lin Xiaoran had expected this response and simply shook her head gently. Han Jiuyo is the only son of Jin City's Lord Hanbing. He was born with awakened frost and ice magic, a natural element type. The Han family is a branch of an ancient clan, and all their children awaken the same ability when they come of age. Huh? Abilities can be inherited? Su Ming blinked, clearly knowing nothing about these inside details. Lin Xiaoran's voice grew more serious. What I'm trying to tell you is that Han Jiuyo is definitely stronger than any level awakener you've ever encountered. Rankings are just markers of mission completion. Some people's true combat power has long been restricted by the system. Don't be fooled by his appearance. When he fought Mei Wanma, he didn't even use 1/10 of his strength. If you clash with him head-on, you could die. You could die. Those 2 consecutive, you could die, sent chills down his spine. But Su Ming grinned broadly, showing no fear. So what? If he wants to kill me, he'll definitely be the one who dies. Hurting my brother and bullying the weak, what kind of man is that? I see him as nothing more than a paper tiger. Borrowing from the legendary General Guan's famous words, Su Ming responded with defiance. No matter how strong the opponent, he couldn't retreat. Being publicly humiliated like this was something he couldn't swallow. Seeing his fighting spirit burning bright, Lin Xiaoran finally smiled. In that case, very good. The match begins. The moment the referee finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran raised her hand without hesitation. I forfeit. Lin Xiaoran forfeits. Su Ming wins. The venue exploded. Is there really match fixing? Lin Xiaoran is forfeiting too. What's their relationship? Obviously Lin Xiaoran is stronger. The top 3 prizes are personally awarded by headquarters. Is the director going to intervene? Maybe the biggest fix involves the director himself, trying to guarantee Su Ming's advancement. Holy crap, I'm betting everything on Su Ming. Su Ming took a deep breath and gave Lin Xiaoran a victory gesture. He understood her intention. She was giving him the chance to avenge Mei Wanma, and he absolutely couldn't let her down. Just as he was about to leave the stage, a rotten egg suddenly flew toward him. Su Ming instinctively ducked, and the egg grazed past his head, tracing an arc before landing in the audience section. There, a girl holding a cupcake and preparing to enjoy her treat got hit. Splat! Egg liquid splattered everywhere, mixing cream with the foul smell. Cece stood there stunned, nearly throwing up her lunch. Why am I so unlucky? Everyone's bullying me. The little girl broke down crying, shot Su Ming a timid glare, then ran away clutching her cupcake. On stage, Su Ming scratched the back of his head, looking completely innocent. Below, Zhang Xian was furious, glaring at him fiercely. Su Ming cursed silently to himself. Can someone please tell me what the hell is going on here? To make a long story short, Su Ming's path to advancement was ridiculously smooth. In the following matches, his opponents either mysteriously forfeited or withdrew due to pre-match injuries. Without throwing a single punch, he found himself standing triumphantly on the final stage. The audience immediately erupted. Rigged. Absolutely rigged. I saw it coming. Demand an investigation. I suspect the director placed bets. Strip Su Ming of his finals qualification and clear Lin Xiaoran's name. The cacophony rose and fell like waves, with contemptuous emotions rolling like heat waves. Yet Su Ming seemed to have his heart sunk to the ocean floor, completely indifferent to the external noise. His entire attention was focused on the upcoming final showdown. At the center of the arena, Su Ming and Han Juyo stood facing each other across the space. The moment their eyes met, undisguised killing intent exploded between them, like 2 sharp blades clashing in midair. The originally noisy Panlong Plaza was soon silenced by this tense atmosphere, forcing the audience to unconsciously lower their voices. Hiss, why do these two look like they have a blood feud? Hey, now this is getting interesting. A real fight can't be rigged, right? Hope Han Juyo finishes Su Ming in one move. Who doesn't support Han Juyo? Han Juyo raised his hand to wipe his nose bridge, his tone mocking. Didn't expect I'd have to deal with you personally in the finals. Su Ming, you're more capable than I anticipated. Too bad meeting me is already the peak of your life. That is, if you can still walk off this stage alive. The pre-fight trash talk segment. Su Ming was all too familiar with Tease in his previous life watching boxing matches. He loved seeing fighters roast each other before the bout. He picked his ear and fired back without courtesy. Can you shut up? Did your dad give you a mouth just to fart with? That single sentence left Han Juyo frozen in place. It was his first time encountering an opponent who opened with profanity and showed such lack of refinement. Su Ming, stop with your sharp tongue. Let's settle this with our fists. No, no, no. The sharpest tongue belongs to young Master Han. I can't compare. Su Ming's voice was loud enough for the entire venue to hear clearly. Part of the audience instantly caught the underlying meaning, and thunderous laughter swept across the arena. Ahahathi, Su Ming is too good at roasting. Seeking apprenticeship online, can pay with game currency. Han Juyo's face alternated between green and white before he finally exploded in rage, seeking death. He stomped the ground forcefully, and his frost ice magic domain burst forth. In an instant, the arena surface crystallized with a layer of transparent ice, shell thin, yet hard as steel. Mind you, this finals arena was much larger than before, roughly the size of 4 football fields side by side, yet now it was completely covered in ice blue, demonstrating Han Juyo's formidable magical power. Su Ming held his spear single-handedly, not immediately activating his Nuo mask, only pointing the long spear diagonally at Han Juyo, the spear tip's cold gleam flowing like water into the night sky. Come at me. Han Juyo was provoked into burning rage. He leaped and glided across the smooth ice surface, his speed reaching its peak. Simultaneously, cold air rapidly condensed in his palm, forming a pale blue long blade that flickered with ghostly light. The blade's edge tore through the air with sharp whistling sounds, striking directly at Su Ming's vital points. Against anyone else, on such slippery ground facing such fierce consecutive attacks, they probably wouldn't even have a chance to parry before being sent flying by a single strike. But Su Ming stood steady as a rock, his feet seemingly rooted to the ice surface, his long spear like a silver dragon breaking through water. Power surged from his feet, coursed through his waist and spine into his arms, and the spear shaft erupted with a sharp sonic boom crack. With a tremendous sound, the spear tip struck hard against Han Jiuyo's ice blade. Ha ha! Han Jiuyo's lips suddenly curved upward. You fell for it. Die now, bastard. The scattered fragments of the ice blade shot towards Su Ming's face like darts. It would be utterly foolish not to dodge this attack. Su Ming pushed off with his feet, as if riding the wind itself, and with a single backstep, he glided back more than 10 meters. How can you run on the ice surface? Han Jiuyo exclaimed in disbelief. This was the second time he had witnessed someone move freely within his ice domain. The first had been Mei Wanma. Oh, you're asking about that? It's quite simple actually. Su Ming chuckled and lifted one foot, revealing a sole bristling with steel spikes. I'm wearing ice cleats. Ice cleat shoes with spikes embedded in the soles, originally designed to prevent slipping on icy and snowy surfaces. Su Ming's version wasn't as elaborate as those used for mountain climbing. He had simply asked Zhao Wulong to add a steel plate to the soles and cover them with fine, sharp protrusions, which was enough to counter Han Jiuyo's ice domain. This was intelligence warfare between investigators. With battle data readily available, only a fool would fight without preparation. On the main platform, Shang Jing laughed heartily. Huh? What a clever kid, full of tricks. Your Zhensheng has produced quite a few promising talents this time. You flatter us, director. These young people are just fooling around. Yin Dingtian replied politely. Su Ming's constant antics had already given him endless headaches, yet he still had to remain humble. At the center of the arena, Han Jiuyo snorted coldly. Petty tricks, showing off before an expert. As his words fell, his entire body slowly sank into the ice beneath his feet. In an instant, hundreds of ice walls appeared simultaneously, encasing Su Ming in layers. Han Jiuyo's figure was reflected in each ice barrier. Ice technique mirror ice walls. Tisk, are you copying League of Legends here? Su Ming complained, though Han Jiuyo couldn't understand the reference. From within the ice walls, Han Jiuyo raised his hand, 3 ice spikes held between his fingers, and casually threw them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless ice spikes thrust from all directions simultaneously, blocking every escape route. Su Ming's brow furrowed as the Yiksha mask appeared on his face, his speed exploding as he forcefully broke through to one side. Thud. Even so, one ice spike still grazed his calf, leaving a vicious bloody gash. Hiss. He stopped, glanced at the wound, and only relaxed after confirming it wouldn't affect his movement. Han Jiuyo, believing victory was within his grasp, let his cold laughter echo through the ice walls. These mirror ice walls are just a random technique from my Han family's ice arts manual, yet they're enough to toy with you to death. How dare you oppose my Han family in Zhensheng? Oppose? Su Ming straightened up, leaning on his spear, and casually removed the mask from his face, storing it in his system space. So it's about Zhao Shuai's matter. I was wondering who I'd offended. Turns out you're the one holding a grudge, you bastard. Han Jiuyo remained silent, only staring at him coldly, admitting his motives wouldn't be a wise move. It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. Su Ming's lips curved slightly. You and your pathetic technique are both full of holes. I've already seen through everything. Trash. On the final championship arena, countless ice walls layered upon each other, sealing Su Ming inside and leaving him no chance of escape. The audience stands erupted with rolling waves of heat and thunderous shouts. Han Jiuyo, kill him. Make him pay for match fixing. Su Ming, you'll pay back what you owe Lin Xiaoran sooner or later. Cheers and curses intertwined, creating chaos like oil splattering in boiling water. Wu Qianjun suddenly burst out with a shout completely at odds with his surroundings. Go Captain! Captain will win! His voice was like a duck's quack in a chicken coop, instantly drawing countless piercing stares. Qianjun, what are you yelling about? Everyone here is cheering for Han Jiuyo. Zhao Wulong quickly pulled him down, lowering his voice in warning. Watch out, or you'll get beaten up. Wu Qianjun shook off his arm and snorted disdainfully. Like hell I'm scared. If I don't shout my lungs out, how will people know I didn't fix the match? Besides, that Han Jiuyo hurt my brother deserves to be cursed. He took a deep breath and shouted even louder. Go Su Ming. Beat Han Jiuyo to death, that blind bastard. Old Jia, shout with me. A flash of understanding struck Zhao Wulong's mind, and he immediately caught on, bellowing at the top of his lungs. Go Captain. Kill Han Jiuyo. Han Jiuyo, screw you and your whole family. Their roaring was like a bomb exploding, instantly scattering the surrounding audience, who silently moved away to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. On the other side of the stands, Lin Xiaoran pushed away Jiang Exine, who was pressed close beside her, her face expressionless. The match is over. Why are you still following me around? Jiang Exine's cheeks flushed red with urgency, her eyes filled with confusion. Xiaoran, why did you deliberately lose? You're so strong. You could have won the championship. What do you know? Only Su Ming can beat that lunatic. Lin Xiaoran raised an eyebrow, her tone cold. Besides, how is my decision any of your business? I just wanted to help you. Jiang Exine's words caught in her throat, and she awkwardly looked down and stomped her feet. Lin Xiaoran shrugged and turned her gaze back to the arena. If Su Ming were present at this moment, his jaw would probably drop. This Jiang Xian clearly had romantic feelings for Lin Qian. Big trouble. Lin Xiaoran was in danger. Back to the arena. Being publicly called trash by Su Ming, Han Jiuyo's fury erupted instantly. Cold light shot from his fingertips, and as the ice walls flickered, another round of ice spikes flew out. Su Ming remained calm and unhurried, raising his hand to put on his ritual mask and snapping his fingers lightly. A gray-white mist rose from beneath his feet, spreading rapidly and swallowing the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Wind summoning and mist riding. Active, creating a fog within a specific area that only affected others while leaving the caster unimpaired. In the churning thick fog, Su Ming's figure completely disappeared. Bang, bang, bang. 3 ice spikes embedded into the ground, sending fragments flying this time. Su Ming easily dodged them. The smugness on Han Jiuyo's face instantly froze. He had heard of Su Ming's skill, which could completely obscure vision without affecting the caster himself, a perfect weapon for Oni against mini battles. Even his prized mirror ice walls couldn't capture Su Ming's position. If only he could shoot real ice spikes from within the ice walls every time, he might have a chance to force Su Ming out, but unfortunately, he couldn't manage that. Even so, Han Jiuyo wasn't panicking. Hidden behind layers of ice walls, Su Ming would equally struggle to determine his location. Once the ice walls were formed, they required only a small amount of true qi to maintain, while Su Ming couldn't sustain the fog indefinitely. Dragging this out would ultimately become a war of attrition. With this thought, Han Jiuyo waved his hand and sent out 3 more ice spikes. The ice spike had just burst through the ice wall when a pair of pale, yet sturdy hands caught it firmly. Ha ha ha, found you. Behind the lion-nosed, leopard-faced mask, 2 piercing eyes stared straight at the ice wall. Su Ming gripped his silver spear and stepped out from the swirling mist. The spear shaft whistled through the air as he gathered all his strength, preparing to strike and reveal Han Jiuyo's true form. The spear crashed violently into the ice wall, and crisp cracking sounds erupted in succession. The translucent ice-blue figure was shaken from the wall's surface, covered in fractures. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply behind the ice wall. Was only Han Jiuyo's ice decoy. When did he switch it out? He had clearly used the mist to sense his surroundings and confirmed that the ice spike shot from the wall was real before sneaking here for a surprise attack. Yet Han Jiuyo seemed to have known his position in advance and had already hidden his true form. Haha, it's too late to be surprised now. A mocking voice came from behind him. A reflection appeared on the ice wall's surface, suddenly condensing into a water-blue ice spear. Han Jiuyo emerged from the wall holding the spear, and the moment his toes touched the ground, he explosively launched forward, the ice spear aimed directly at Su Ming's back. In truth, the mist was merely a trap he had laid. Ice magic covered the entire arena, not only restricting his opponent's movement, but also allowing him to move stealthily beneath the ice surface and sense anyone's position on it in real time. Su Ming's approaching trajectory had been completely exposed, and the decoy had served its purpose perfectly. Haha, this time I've really caught you. Su Ming sneered coldly, suddenly turning his head as a vermilion mouth opened wide. Huh. Beast roar technique active. Sound waves burst violently from his mouth, capable of stunning souls and particularly effective against charm types. The sonic attack hit Han Jiuyo directly, his eyes instantly becoming dazed as the ice spear in his hand thrust forward purely on instinct. Mask switch activated. The mist suddenly dispersed as the Xiongbo mask was replaced by the Qiyu mask, killing intent surging forth. Clang. The ice-blue spear struck Su Ming's chest with a crisp sound, then snapped with a crack. Bronze iron body passive. Su Ming's flesh was as hard as red copper, capable of withstanding most physical impacts. His earlier feints of dodging the ice spikes had all been for this moment to deliver a brutal counterattack to Han Jiuyo. Take this. Weapon Master's Forge active. The power of Julie metal gathered as the long spear was reforged into a red copper halberd. Su Ming's arms bulged with veins as he raised it high, not to slash, not to thrust, but to bring the great halberd down like a massive hammer. Boom. The air exploded with a tremendous roar as ice fragments scattered in all directions. A figure was smashed flat against the ground, sending up a large spray of ice shards. The thunderous roar from the arena left the audience completely stunned. What just happened? How did Han Jiuyo get sent flying the moment the mist appeared? Am I dreaming? Is that mist also a supernatural ability? Voices of discussion rose one after another, everyone seeking the same answer. Could Su Ming really be this powerful? In an instant, shouts of "Holy crap! God Su is amazing! You're the best!" nearly brought down the stands. While everyone marveled, many eyes turned in unison to Wu Qianjun and Zhao Wulong, as if saying, "Your judgment was indeed sharp." Wu Qianjun excitedly stood on his chair, pumping his fists like he was celebrating backing a championship team. In contrast, Zhao Wulong remained calmly seated until Wu Qianjun simply grabbed him up, threw an arm around his shoulders, and shouted to the still-dazed crowd. "Buddy, say something." While the audience section buzzed with noise, Su Ming at the center of the arena didn't dare relax for a moment. That strike he'd just delivered felt wrong. Clear finger indentations had pressed into the halberd shaft. If not for his steel body protecting his grip, his hands would have split open instantly. Sure enough, before long, Han Jiuyo staggered to his feet. Shattered ice crystals fell from his face like a snake shedding its scales. His dark gaze locked onto Su Ming as he growled in a suppressed voice. "Su Ming, you're the first person who dares to toy with me." Wisps of sinister energy seeped from his body, though no one noticed. Do you know why the Han family can maintain their position among the 5 great families? Today I'll show you why elemental abilities are the strongest among all supernatural powers. As Han Jiuyo's words fell, he shouted, "Frost Ice Magic!" The next second, his entire body rapidly turned ice blue from inside out, as if he'd been instantly cast in ice, even his pupils becoming transparent. Howling cold winds swirled as he raised his hand with a light gesture, and a massive ice mammoth burst from the frozen arena floor. Following closely, ice saber-toothed tigers, ice snow leopards, and ice wolves emerged in groups, their steps cracking the ice surface. An ice crown had somehow formed above Han Jiuyo's head, and gripping an ornately carved ice staff, he stood proudly atop the mammoth, looking down at Su Ming. Though shocked inside, Su Ming refused to show weakness. "Oh, running a zoo now? Summoning so many ice chunks at once, what a shame the ice and snow world didn't hire you." Han Jiuyo's voice was cold as metal. "From now on, if you can even touch me, I'll consider it your victory." Seeing more and more ice beasts appearing, Su Ming stopped wasting words. His feet pressed down, his pupils flashed with cold light, and in that instant, he vanished from his position. Buzz. Killing intent exploded across the arena like a physical force, the remaining shockwaves alone carving white marks into the ground. The charging Su Ming seemed to transform into a spear itself, cold light flashing wherever he struck. Every ice beast that lunged at him was pierced through vital points by his long spear. He immediately recognized these ice chunks had no life, so all his attacks precisely severed their limb joints. Though the fallen ice beasts rapidly self-repaired, Su Ming never delivered finishing blow. She had only one target. Han Jiuyo. Boom, boom, boom. This was the direct collision of steel flesh against solid ice. The long spear tore through frost. Iron fists smashed the creature's skulls. Su Ming fought like a tireless god of death, brutal and fearless, relying on sheer momentum to close in on Han Jiuyo step by step. Below the arena, a deathly silence fell. The clash between these two had long surpassed the audience's comprehension. This was no longer a gap between genius and ordinary, but a battle that defied common sense itself. "Do these two even look like crank?" someone whispered in the crowd. "This is terrifying. I've never seen fighting like this before. What an eye-opener. Are these really item-type awakeners? Can someone tell me how many masks Su Ming has switched through? Just how many awakened items does he have?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd, all kept deliberately low, afraid to disturb the battlefield of carnage above. Jiang Xian stared blankly at Su Ming's figure as he dominated the arena. Once upon a time, she too had been hailed as a generational genius, blessed with family resources and shining as the brightest star since childhood. But now she realized that the trump cards she desperately saved were merely routine skills in others' eyes. Han Jiuyo is already monstrous enough, but at least he's a natural type with family guidance, she thought bitterly. What's the deal with Su Ming? Only a month on the job, raised in an orphanage since childhood? Do people really awaken with such terrifying combat power? The ice sculpture clearly displayed crank power, yet Su Ming, merely a drank investigator, had shattered it with one punch. Such a disparity sent chills down her spine. "So, do you still think I shouldn't have surrendered?" Lin Qiron's voice drifted over softly. Jiang Xian swallowed hard and answered honestly. "You should have. Fighting a maniac like that, I'd worry about you getting hurt. But I still feel like this isn't Han Jiuyo's limit." She wasn't alone in this suspicion. On the main platform, Shang Jing stroked his beard with a slight smile. "Little Tang, you also sense that Han Jiuyo hasn't gone all out?" All the experts present knew Han Jiuyo was holding back, but being called out by leadership, one had to provide reasoning. Tang Hongxiao cleared her throat and analyzed seriously. Han Jiuyo's ability development has clearly reached Brank fusion realm, allowing him to merge his powers with himself for creative applications. But no matter how creative, total energy is limited. These ice constructs can't exist without a source. I suspect their energy all comes from that ice crown above his head. Judging by the crown's reserves, if released all at once, it could boost Han Jiuyo by an entire tier. Shang Jing and Yun Dingtian exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Tang Hongxiao truly deserved her reputation as a veteran Brank awakener. The battle had reached fever pitch. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot, yet he remained coldly rational, cutting through ice beasts until he finally reached beneath the massive ice mammoth. "Come down and fight, you coward. What's the point of hiding up there?" he taunted upward. Han Jiuyo remained silent, pointing his ice staff. Beyond, the ice mammoth lifted its massive foot and stomped down towards Su Ming. This was no ordinary elephant nearly 3 stories tall, with just its raised sole larger than a small car. Crash! The giant foot slammed down, pinning Su Ming beneath as he could only brace with both arms, flesh and blood against frost. Su Ming, forcing me to show my true power, you can at least die with honor, Han Jiuyo declared coldly. Crack! The ice crown shattered instantly, releasing a surge of blue energy that rushed down through the arena's icy surface, frost slowly creeping up Su Ming's calves. During Su Ming's week-long intensive training with Yundingtian, one core principle was drilled into him: repeatedly learn to completely master his own supernatural abilities. The reason why ability users aren't measured by direct levels like in games, but instead borrow the classification systems of investigators and martial arts realms, is precisely because development and mastery are nearly impossible to quantify accurately. Take natural ice-type abilities as an example. Even awakeners at the same level can show vastly different capabilities. 1. Ordinary ice-type awakeners can only form ice spikes, ice spears, and ice swords for close combat or restraint. 2. Slightly stronger ones actively reshape the battlefield environment, placing enemies under debuffs like slowness and paralysis. 3. The truly advanced ones, like Han Jiuyo, can create living beings out of thin air and even transform their own bodies directly into ice. Therefore, deep development of abilities remains the toughest challenge for high-level awakeners. By this standard, Su Ming currently held no advantage. His abilities belong to the universally recognized lowest ceiling item class. However, no one could measure someone wielding a golden finger by conventional standards. At this moment, Su Ming's feet were firmly sealed in ice, his arms overhead desperately holding back the foot of that frost mammoth. 40 tons of weight pressed down heavily, couldn't push it away, nor could he escape. Han Jiuyo had chosen the most domineering, brutally simple strategy, using absolute tonnage and extreme cold to lock down his opponent. This mammoth weighs 40 tons. You cannot escape from beneath its foot. Iceman Han Jiuyo's voice carried the metallic scraping sound of bitter cold. Su Ming, you have already lost. After transforming into a blue ice sculpture, not a trace of emotion could be heard in his voice. Yun Dingtian had once warned that when overwhelmingly powerful forces exceed one's control, the first backlash is emotional freezing. Su Ming nodded inwardly but remained stubborn. Lost? You haven't even killed me, yet you dare claim I've lost? Who gave you such courage? Seeking death. Han Jiuyo's pride explodida couldn't tolerate anything suggesting weakness. With his roar, the frost clinging to Su Ming's calves frantically climbed upward, threatening to seal him into an ice pillar in the blink of an eye. At this critical moment, the mask patterns on Su Ming's face shifted, and his figure suddenly vanished into a black and white interlaced fisher-wreath. Yin-Yang transition actively triggered, allowing him to step into the gap between the Yin and Yang realms at will. After Su Ming disappeared, the cold air slowly retreated back to the ice surface, having lost its target, and the ice patterns beneath the mammoth's feet stabilized. Simultaneously, the ice crown atop Han Jiuyo's head twisted slightly before returning to its original complete form. Standing in the crevice between the Yin and Yang realms, Su Ming observed the Yang world as if through one-way glass. Han Jiuyo vigilantly rotated his ice-blue gaze, ready to deliver a fatal blow the instant Su Ming reappeared. Inside the fissure, Su Ming knelt on one knee. His calves remained covered in thin ice, his skin numb as stone. What a domineering ability. He frowned, looking self-mockingly at his Julie bloodline flesh, whose recovery had been slowed. Even my constitution heals this slowly. He admitted that, stubbornness aside, he truly had no way to deal with that 40-ton mammoth. Even if he summoned the Chiyu mask and activated 10 seconds of demon god invincibility with explosive output, it wouldn't be enough to kill a legendary creature in such a short time. However, if he couldn't solve the problem, he could always solve the person who created the problem. Su Ming, with his ability to traverse between the Yin and Yang realms, could easily launch a sneak attack on Han Jiuyo and give him quite a surprise. Without hesitation, he put his plan into action. The judge mask slowly rotated, drawing Su Ming to a position less than 10 feet behind Han Jiuyo. As the mask flipped again, his figure suddenly materialized. The Yikshan mask covered his face as malevolent thoughts erupted in a frenzy. His speed instantly tripled for 30 seconds. He leaped from the Yin-Yang rift, switching to the Chiyu mask as the 9-Li blood rage ignited his bloodline, and the demon god's dominating body took form. For 10 seconds, he would be invincible, his protective hardness locked at its peak. Without any hesitation, Su Ming unleashed black, demonic energy that surged from his body like a fountain. He raised his fist and launched it like a cannonball toward the back of Han Jiuyo's head. Waves of resentment and fury rippled from the Yikshan mask, making him look more like an Azura from the abyss. Outside the arena, the crowd fell into deathly silence before breaking into hushed whispers. I've only seen this kind of energy fluctuation from supernatural entities. Could he be from some evil cult? This is terrifying. Who would dare believe he's one of the good guys? Even with all the strange and varied awakened abilities they'd witnessed, no one had ever seen such horrifying ghost-controlling techniques. On the main platform, Shang Jing appeared relaxed. Impressive. To maintain his rationality while concentrating so much malevolent energy. Dingtian, you've taught him well. Yun Dingtian shook his head. You flatter me, director. Su Ming figured all this out on his own. These past days, he'd grown numb to Su Ming's various, devilish tricks. In the center of the arena, the violent, malevolent energy made Han Jiuyo's hair stand on end. He didn't even bother turning around. The ice crown's light exploded as he spun and threw a counterpunch. Malevolent energy and freezing cold clashed violently at the point where their fists met, splitting the arena floor with a crack that ran clear across the entire stage. Energy surged toward the spectator stands. Half the audience became emotionally detached, as if nothing in the world mattered anymore, while the other half grew irritable and violent. Two brawls broke out over nothing more than someone asking, "What are you looking at?" Boom. The delayed sound of impact finally reached everyone's ears, and many spectators snapped back to awareness as if waking from a dream, feeling as though they'd lost a piece of their memory. Su Ming knew the demon god's dominating body would only maintain peak hardness for 10 seconds, and once that time passed, he'd be no match for Han Jiuyo. So he accelerated his punches, the thunderous impacts echoing with deafening booms. Han Jiuyo gritted his teeth, forced into continuous retreat. Only now did he truly realize the shocking truth. Su Ming's strength actually exceeded his own. Once the Ice Crown's energy was depleted, he might actually lose. Su Ming's current power had indeed surpassed his, and if the energy within the Ice Crown ran out, he might truly face defeat. The Ice Crown shattered silently, and the frozen surface across the entire arena began to melt. The fallen ice constructs instantly dissolved into white mist. Even the towering mammoth over 4 meters tall crumbled piece by piece through the cracks. Han Jiuyo curved his 5 fingers slightly, trapping the bone-chilling frost within his palm, as if an invisible core was rapidly compressing the frigid energy. Deep within Panlong Plaza, dark clouds suddenly appeared across what should have been an eternally dark dome, and heavy snow poured down from the invisible sky above. Goose feather-sized snowflakes tumbled and spiraled downward, gleaming with cold white light under the illumination. Su Ming looked up to see a vortex forming in Han Jiuyo's palm, devouring the surrounding temperature. Ice dust swirled backward, heat was stripped away, and the air let out brittle, mournful cries. Han Jiuyo roared, "Su Ming, today you will die." The ice form had been dispelled at some point. Han Jiuyo's chest heaved, his cheeks swollen from Su Ming's relentless iron fists, yet his steps continued to advance menacingly. That extremely dangerous chill felt like ice picks stabbing into his back, setting off alarm bells in Su Ming's mind. He glanced at Han Jiuyo's slow but terrifying charging motion and decisively made his choice run. He raised his hand to don the judge's mask, planning to cross between the realms of Yin and Yang to escape, but suddenly discovered the entire space seemed frozen in time. Snowflakes hung suspended in midair, while the audience outside the arena remained locked in poses of shocked exclamation like statues. On the main platform, Yun Dingtian and Tang Hongxiao's faces turned deathly pale as they rose and rushed toward him, but were slowed by invisible resistance into an extremely slow slideshow. There was no escape. Han Jiuyo had sealed off every retreat, leaving only a direct confrontation. Han Jiuyo sneered wickedly. "Let me show you the difference between genius and ordinary mortals." He slowly pushed out his right palm, and wherever it passed, space wrinkled like fabric. Supreme ice arts, entropy silence. At the center of the wrinkles, the falling snow suddenly condensed into a dense matrix of ice spikes. Tang Hongxiao froze mid-stride with shock written across her face. Yun Dingtian swept his long spear horizontally, his dominating aura still present, but slowed to a crawl where every inch was visible. Everything was frozen. Everything returned to deathly silence. Han Jiuyo's supernatural ability had clearly touched upon conceptual levels power, far beyond what someone at his stage should possess. This is completely wrong. Shang Jingxin, the only one on the main platform who could barely move his eyes, felt his heart skip a beat. Crank? No, even a rank peak couldn't possibly touch this kind of domain. Just who was this guy? At the moment between life and death, Su Ming's knuckles gripped the edge of the mask and tore it off violently. With 5 fingers pressed against his cheek, he called out in a low voice, "Please." Southern Fire Virtue, Star Lording Hua. Crimson flames burst forth from the void as vermilion bone patterns ignited along both arms. The instant Han Jiuyo's palm strike descended, Su Ming's entire being transformed into a semi-transparent fire spirit. Entropy flame returned to void. Ember annihilation. Boom. The underground space erupted with the sharp shriek of shattering glass. The time freeze was torn open, and the audience regained consciousness but remained paralyzed by the cold wave, their muscles stiff. Tang Hongxiao and the others endured the bone-piercing cold as they rushed forward, trying to stop the match. The energy level of these two colliding had long exceeded the venue's limits. Having failed to eliminate Su Ming with one palm strike, Han Jiuyo's face contorted as he pointed at him hysterically. Impossible. How could you withstand my ultimate technique? I will not be defeated. I absolutely will not lose to you, ordinary mortals. Suddenly, as if grasping at a lifeline, he began praying frantically, his voice shrill and piercing. That's right, evil god my lord. I still have the evil god my lord. Please grant me power. Evil god my lord, your plan can begin now. Suddenly, Han Jiuyo pulled out a black lotus flower and pressed it against his heart without hesitation. The lotus petals withered rapidly as if soaked in ink, and an extremely corrupt, dark, and twisted aura instantly exploded from within his body. Ah, I am invincible. Everyone is inferior to me. His maniacal laughter cut through the air like a blade. Especially you. Su Ming, a mere insect, dares to compare himself to me? In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black crown silently materialized above Han Jiuyo's head. He rose into the air, overlooking the arena like a dark sovereign on a frozen throne. As his aura surged, entropy quietly activated. Once more light froze, sound ceased, and everything outside the arena was isolated into a deathly still tableau. Meanwhile, Su Ming stood frozen in the center of the arena as system notifications blared like alarms in his mind. Ding! Zhurong, the Southern Fire Virtue Star Lord of Mars, has heard your call. Detection. Host cannot withstand Zhurong's consciousness descent. Soul is collapsing. Zhurong has chosen to depart, leaving behind a trace of divine thought. Congratulations. Host has obtained National Nuo Divine Thought Mask. Zhurong Nuo Mask X1. Zhurong Nuo Mask skills unlocked. 1. Mars Tribulation Fire. Starfall active. Sprinkle tongue-tip blood on the Mars crystal to resonate with the Mars star above, summoning meteor fireballs for attack. Each use causes starfire backlash to the Zhurong Nuo Mask, adding 1 irreparable crack. 2. Fire Virtue Warlord. Forge blade active. Take any limb from your body and forge it with fierce flames into the Prairie Fire Lance. When the Prairie Fire Lance emerges, all 8 directions burn. If the limb is completely consumed, the 9 infants heaven-burning halberd can be smelted. 3. Entropy Flame Return to Void. Ash Extinction active. Use life essence blood to activate the burning body heaven sacrifice technique, transforming into a fire spirit that can freely manipulate karmic flames, but will lose the Zhurong Nuo Mask. 4. Triple X passive, cannot be examined. 5. Triple X active, cannot be examined. The mask displayed a gilded red copper base with burning red gold tassels adorning its edges, and a deep red crystal engraved with Mars star patterns embedded in the forehead. The entire piece was as mystical as a divine miracle. Su Ming stared in amazement. This Nuo mask possessed far more divinity and divine power than any Zhurong Nuo mask he had ever seen. Tragically, it seemed the great Zhurong had originally intended to descend personally, casually placing the fire spirit transformation skill, Entropy Flame Return to Void, Ash Extinction, in the most prominent position, effectively turning the Nuo mask into a one-time experience card. In other words, after one use, it would have to be returned. At this thought, Su Ming's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Han Jiuyo without any attempt to conceal his intent. Han Jiuyo's heart suddenly trembled. Su Ming's hollow pupils now blazed with 9 spiral fire patterns, like magma rolling in the depths of his eyes, inexplicably chilling him. What kind of monster are you? How did you master natural elemental power? Even with evil god power coursing through his body, Han Jiuyo couldn't help but be surprised in his understanding. Natural elements had always been superior. Su Ming's acquisition of fire elements, which directly opposed his own attributes, was enough to earn his serious attention. I guess. Su Ming sneered coldly, the nameless fire in his chest burning ever fiercer. If Han Jiuyo hadn't interfered, he might have obtained a genuine 5 elements orthodox god Nuo mask. How powerful would that have been? Now he was left with only a one-time experience card of unknown duration. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and he decided to unleash his fury. It seemed that wearing the Zhurong Nuo mask amplified his impulse to lose his temper under Zhurong's influence. Su Ming raised his hand and tore open his mouth, a golden red drop of blood blooming on his tongue tip. He bit down hard, spilling the scalding blood onto the Mars crystal on his forehead. Hiss! The golden red blood instantly ignited, flames climbing across the mask. In the next second, the center of the Nuo mask seemed to open a vertical fire pupil, red light illuminating half of Su Ming's face. As the blood burst into sudden flames, it was as if a fire eye had opened on Su Ming's Nuo mask. Kyoto was in its golden nighttime hours. Countless men and women rushed between bars and nightclubs, releasing the day's stress and their restless hormones. Nana, believe me, I truly love you. In the back alley of a bar, a girl in a JK uniform stumbled out through the rear exit, with a blonde-haired young man chasing after her. Love me? You love me so much that you slept with my best friend. Blocked from escaping, the girl called Nana put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "That was just an accident. We were both drunk that night, and she kept saying she liked me. I couldn't control myself for a moment. Nana, believe me, you're the woman I love most. I'd do anything for you." Huh? The JK girl snorted coldly. "Anything? Then go pluck the stars from the sky and give them to me. If you can do that, I'll believe you." You? The blonde man flew into a rage, having planned to have his way with this woman again tonight. But it seemed that plan was ruined. Just then, a flash of red firelight suddenly appeared in Nana's eyes. "Ah, is that a shooting star?" Hearing the girl's exclamation, the man turned around in bewilderment. A meteorite burning with crimson flames was descending from the sky, hurtling rapidly toward them. "Holy shit!" the blonde man screamed as the meteorite streaked over their heads. The rolling heat, in just an instant, burned his beautiful hair into charcoal. "Ah, a ghost!" Now black and bald, the girl shouted, "Get away from me! Who would believe your lies now?" The JK girl turned and ran, leaving only the blonde guy. No, wait. Leaving only the bald guy standing there in confusion. Inside Panlong Plaza, as flames burned on the Inghua crystal, the Zhurong mask suddenly cracked with a sinister fissure. Han Jiuyo, seated on his frozen throne, mocked. "Trying to borrow the power of nature and suffering backlash, eh? Su Ming, you're a decent opponent, just too naive." He stood up from the frozen throne, raised his right hand, and an ice sword composed of frost appeared in his grasp. "The evil god who controls magnificent power is the only true god in this world. Just granting me a trace of ice mastery has made me this powerful. Su Ming, why not join me in embracing the evil god? Since you can control flames, perhaps the evil god would be willing to accept you." Black ice slowly covered the frost sword, making it dark and eerie. Han Jiuyo raised both hands, praying devoutly. "Fall together into the filthy abyss, bathe in bones, and rejoice. Su Ming, come, sink with me and embrace my god." Han Jiuyo grew increasingly fanatical. If at first he had been a devout believer and rational preacher, now, after fully accepting corruption, he had become a fanatic and absolute madman. "Idiot, you've been brainwashed." The touching speech seemed to have no effect on Su Ming whatsoever. He cursed, extended one finger, and pointed downward. "Here's a fireball for you, didn't mention it." Huosha burning meteorite seemed to transcend spatial barriers, suddenly appearing in the sky above the underground space. The blazing flames painted the sky red, the underground lighting systems exploded one after another, and the only remaining light source in the entire space was this fireball. Without hesitation, the fireball plummeted rapidly in the direction of Su Ming's finger. The space along its path was burned and twisted, torn apart, completely breaking through Han Jiuyo's entropy field. The extreme cold of entropy silence collided with the karmic flames of Mars, yet the flames devoured and incinerated the cold like maggots clinging to bone. Mars tribulation fire meteor fall. With Su Ming's deep chant, the night sky was torn open, and a massive meteor burning with crimson flames came crashing down, aimed directly at Han Jiuyo. Scorching heat waves swept across the plaza, instantly cracking the stone slabs. Locked in place by the flame's aura, Han Jiuyo knew he couldn't dodge. He raised his black ice greatsword with a ferocious expression, his heels sinking deep into the ground. Beyond, the sword edge collided heat-in with the meteor, sparks flying as the meteor was split cleanly in half, whistling past his head and crashing to either side. Seeing this, he threw back his head and laughed maniacally. "Ha! Is that all? The evil god is truly invincible. My power is limitless." Before his laughter faded, the two meteor fragments in midair transformed with a pop into rolling magma, pouncing on him like liquid beasts. The moment the magma engulfed his body, Su Ming spoke again. "Meteor annihilation. This technique wasn't mere impact, but flame entities that devoured all moisture." Ah! Under the searing flames, Han Jiuyo's protective ice armor actually began to burn fiercely. Steam rose from his entire body as if he'd been thrown into boiling springs, and he could only roar in anguish. "Why? Why can you summon such powerful forces? Who are you really? How could you become this strong in just 1 month?" Pain and regret flickered in his pupils. He cursed his own arrogance. He could have eliminated Su Ming in secret, yet chose the most foolish villain's approach: contempt and fairness. He could have used his father's influence to make Su Ming's life impossible, or hired assassins, yet insisted on an honorable duel. Now regret came too late. As the entropy silence broke, the surrounding crowd regained movement. Two figures, Tang Hongxiao and Yun Dingshan, flashed to Su Ming's front, protecting him. "Are you alright? You did all this." Tang Hongxiao had meant to show concern, but the scene before her left her voice trembling. Such pure and terrifying fire elements. Energy fluctuations far beyond her understanding from a drank investigator? What had happened during the entropy silence? What being had Su Ming summoned? Yun Dingtian was much calmer by comparison. He stroked his beard, accidentally pulling out a tuft which he casually discarded, then declared sternly, Han Jiuyo, I suspect you've contacted the evil god cult and been corrupted. Please cooperate and surrender immediately. In the magma, Han Jiuyo hung his head in silence, as if dead. Tang Hongxiao called out uneasily, Han Jiuyo, are you still alive? She stepped closer. Danger! Su Ming detected the magma's temperature dropping rapidly and shouted a warning. Tang Hongxiao's nerves tensed as she immediately retreated. The next second, a massive wave of malice erupted like a tide from Han Jiuyo's body, spreading toward the three of them and across the entire plaza. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For black shadows silently materialized, surrounding the main platform. They all emanated corrupted auras, clearly fellow cultists of the evil god. What are you doing? An instructor maintaining order roared angrily. However, a black flash occurred, and a pitch-black longsword pierced straight through his throat. Blood sprayed as the instructor's body was kicked aside before it could even fall. The bespectacled man's eyes leaked inky black mist as he drew his sword, coldly surveying the crowd with a hoarse, fanatical voice. Begin the operation. Fall together into the filthy abyss, bathe in bone, and revel. The four pressed their palms together and prayed in unison. Together we fall into the abyss of corruption, bathing our bones in joy. In the next instant, pitch-black walls thundered up from all sides, sealing the platform completely. The meteorite's molten shell cracked inch by inch as Han Jiuyo stepped out from the flames and lava, his clothes intact, but his entire body wrapped in spiraling black-red patterns that resembled a three-dimensional topographic map. Useless Han Jiuyo, completely worthless. I have to clean up this mess myself, he sneered, looking up at the sky. Let the games begin, Lord Evil God. Crack, crack, crack. Su Ming's mask began to fracture with sharp sounds as spiderweb cracks spread across the Zhurong demon mask. Simultaneously, dozens of Mars meteorites transformed into blazing fireballs, silently gathering in the sky before thundering down toward Han Jiuyo. Looking at that malevolent face, Su Ming licked his molars and muttered under his breath, Boss lady, this guy's obviously bad news. I won't get in trouble for killing him, right? Tang Hongxiao was speechless, only able to stare in stunned silence at the rain of fire pouring from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. The reinforced arena was instantly smashed into a crater, with molten lava pooling into a scalding lake. With a final crisp sound, the Zhurong mask shattered into golden fragments that fell to the ground and slowly dissolved. Su Ming knew the mask's remaining time was nearly up, so he decided to unleash all his power at once, incidentally renovating Panlong Plaza with a new attraction. In the audience stands, everyone had been petrified since the first meteorite fell. Affected by the entropy freeze, they only felt like disaster had struck from heaven without noticing the culprit. Now, witnessing Su Ming summon the fire rain, everyone instantly turned into prairie dogs. What? He's at our level? He's only 19? 1 month on the job? I'd believe it if you said he was the director. Jiang Xin was the most shocked, her sense of crisis skyrocketing. She turned woodenly and gripped Lin Xiaoran's hand tightly. Xiaoran, did you know Su Ming was this strong all along? You're just friends, right? Lin Xiaoran calmly withdrew her hand, helplessly dealing with this clingy colleague as usual. At that moment, dense bubbles suddenly emerged from the giant crater that had been smashed into a lava lake. Yun Dingtian raised an eyebrow, his chi surging as his arm swelled like it was being inflated. He hurled his spear with tremendous force, the shaft creating howling winds as it spun like a drill bit into the churning lava. Boom! Before the sound of the spear hitting the lava had faded, the molten rock began boiling violently, with a series of explosions sending flames shooting skyward. A figure leaped out from the lava and landed with a thud, casually brushing sparks from his hair. Whoosh! The audience gasped in shock, with female spectators covering their eyes and cursing him as a pervert. There stood Han Jiuyo, completely naked in broad daylight before the crowd, with nothing but a tiny appendage dangling between his legs, swaying in the wind. Humph! What a bunch of country bumpkins. I'm done playing with you, time to get down to business. Han Jiuyo arrogantly lifted his chin, thrust out his hips, and swept his gaze across the solid black wall that had formed beside the main platform. With a casual flick of his right hand, a crisp snap cut through the air. Ladies and gentlemen, have a nice long sleep. When you wake up, if you ever do, I'll have a surprise waiting for you. From the cracks between the plaza's tiles, the shadows of statues, the bases of lamp posts, and even the gaps between people in the crowd, countless wisps of inky mist suddenly burst forth. Like a pack of snakes catching the scent of prey, they scattered wildly, yet selectively chose their hosts, instantly penetrating one spectator after another. In midair, a black-robed, ghostly figure silently materialized. Its withered, ashen skin clung tightly to bone, and on its bloodless face, 2 hollow eye sockets gaped like pitch-black wells. It opened its mouth in a massive yawn, releasing an even denser, more violent stream of black vapor. Several experienced investigators immediately sensed something was wrong and leaped to intercept, But the black mist passed unhindered through walls, shields, and energy barriers, drilling into the nostrils and ear canals of the living. Thud, thud. Anyone invaded by the mist buckled at the knees and fell into deep slumber on the spot. Companions around them shook and shouted, only to be answered by a chorus of snores, while those who made physical contact were infected, in turn, and collapsed as well. Something's wrong. Capture him quickly and let him escape. Su Ming and the others spun around, killing intent blazing in their eyes. But Han Juyo merely curled his lips in a sinister grin, snapped his fingers again, and his form vanished like it had been erased, leaving only faint traces of black shadow. Where did he go? Tang Hongxiao looked around warily, but found nothing in any direction. Damn it, he's a spatial ability user. Yun Dingtian's face went pale as a chill shot up his spine. Deep down, he understood the Special Fifth Bureau had walked straight into a carefully laid trap. Xiao Tang, Su Ming, contact all the regional branches. All nearby investigators must return immediately and enter maximum alert. Before he could finish, Yun Dingtian's vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, snoring instantly. Tang Hongxiao likewise fell silently, sleeping so deeply that drool ran down her face. In the center of the plaza, only Su Ming remained standing, his face full of bewilderment. Why am I not sleepy? Why am I the only one not affected? Are you seriously dumping this whole mess on me? Fine. You want me to work overtime? Overtime, my ass. He had just finished a life-or-death battle and had hoped to catch his breath under the protection of his elders and superiors, only to find himself alone when crisis struck as everyone else fell into deep sleep. The ghostly figure overhead led the chorus with its hoo-hoo snoring, while snores rose and fell throughout the area. Some people's faces suddenly contorted in pain as if struggling with nightmares, while others' breathing became labored, their faces turning ashen. All of this was almost identical to the bizarre scene on the plane when Su Ming had traveled to the capital. That time, his nightmares had been devoured by the Burge bird, making him immune. Now he truly was the last man standing in the Special Fifth Bureau. He turned to look at the main platform sealed off by the black wall, knowing the Director General's fate inside was uncertain. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "If even the Director General can't handle this, I'm out of my league. I'll just do what I can." Suddenly, inspiration struck. Wasn't fighting alone. Su Ming's eyes lit up as he pulled out his tactical eyepiece from his inner pocket and fitted it over his nose after so long. The indicator lights on both sides of the frame lit up. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the side button and activated the communication device. Within the black walls, Shang Jing sat alone on the empty podium, surrounded by pitch-black walls that pressed down on his vision like blocks of ink. Unhurriedly, he lifted a large white enamel mug printed with Chairman Mao's quotations, blew gently on it, watched the steam disperse, and took a light sip. The walls trembled slightly as spatial ripples twisted into a vortex. Han Juyo tumbled out of the swirling portal, stark naked as he crashed to the ground, completely bare from head to toe. He muttered, "These youngsters nowadays are really troublesome, but fortunately this old man runs fast, hee." Despite his playful tone, his gaze remained fixed on the elderly man on the platform. The lighting cast Shang Jing's profile in sharp relief, salt and pepper hair meticulously combed, eyes still sharp beneath reading glasses. His tailored suit emphasized his straight posture, with his tie knot positioned precisely below his Adam's apple, the only incongruous element being the casual blue slippers on his feet. This seemingly contradictory ensemble embodied the complete authority of the highest leader among Daxia's supernatural ability users. Han Juyo dropped his playful smile and bowed respectfully. "Director General, it's been a long time. Are you still in good health?" Shang Jing looked up as if emerging from memories, studying him carefully. "You are? Little Huang? So you know to come back." The two were clearly old acquaintances. Han Juyo nodded but couldn't form complete words. Shang Jing said indifferently, "He sent you, didn't he? These old bones can still manage some trouble, so proceed with your plan." He then lowered his eyes again. Han Juyo sighed deeply, knowing he couldn't resist that person's will, and could only press his palms together, quietly activating his ability. Phase fold. Transition. The space beside him compressed to paper thin, the surface revealing another deep night sky. With a crisp pop, two figures, one tall, one short, tumbled into the black walls. The shorter figure wore a black coat with the hood pulled extremely low, half his face buried in the collar, his entire form hunched and withdrawn. The taller one wore red and black robes, his disheveled hair framing a face that perpetually wore a mocking smile. "Teacher, it's been a long time. I've come again," said the figure in red and black robes. As the ripples subsided, the three arranged themselves silently in a line, confronting Shang Jing, the air seeming to thicken. Shang Jing shook his head with a light sigh. "Hee Wu Yue, it really is you. After all these years, you still won't give up?" His tone was like that of scolding a stubborn child. Yi Wu Yue leaned forward slightly. "Give up? Absolutely impossible. Only by eliminating you can our ideals have any chance of realization, and only then will the evil god truly favor us." "Teacher, I've prepared for a long time for this. You and your life's work will all go up in flames today. His expression gradually turned cold, without a trace of jest. Shang Jing slowly reached for the ebony walking stick behind him, his movements deliberate yet steady. Just the three of you can't kill this old man. This has nothing to do with strength. I was born to be your nemesis. The powers you worship have no effect on me. Yi Weiyue showed no anger, only nodded confidently to his two companions. With space, time, and elements all gathered here, we'll surely find a way to kill you. As his words fell, the elemental aura around him suddenly materialized. Earth, wind, water, fire, along with metal, wood, light, and darkness, as if the elements of the entire world had been drawn away by him, swirling around his body, awaiting commands. Supernatural ability elemental magistrate. Energy surged as what Yi Weiyue casually threw out was equivalent to others' ultimate techniques. A surge of black flames erupted from his hand, expanding as they moved and feeding on space itself as nourishment. The black fire blazed forth, tearing scorched marks through the air as it pounced toward Shang Jing like a ferocious beast. At the same time, Han Jiuyo pressed his palms together once more, a brilliant light suddenly flashing between them as he struck out fiercely at Shang Jing. Ability dimensional prison. Space crumpled like a wrinkled canvas, layers of folds locking toward the center. Caught between these two violent energies, the diminutive Yi Weiyue merely leisurely pulled out a silver pocket watch and clicked the mechanism with a snap, causing time to freeze instantly like thin ice. Black flames burning, space trembling, time frozen, three forces combined to bombard Shang Jing. Yet Shang Jing remained completely motionless. Not even a corner of his clothing stirred. He simply raised his hand to pat his new suit and complained in a low voice. How impatient. This is a new suit my old lady just bought. Needn't go burning it up. As his words fell, all the energy vanished as if erased by an invisible giant hand. The black flames extinguished, space snapped back, time resumed its normal flow, as if nothing had ever happened. Ability nullification, Shang Jing added casually. The violent forces simply dissipated into thin air. Han Jiuyo's Adam's apple bobbed as he stiffly turned to Yi Weiyue. Are you really sure we can kill him? This already violates the law of conservation of energy, doesn't it? Su Ming, outside the black wall, naturally knew nothing of what was happening within. He had just connected to an encrypted channel with by Xiao Xiao, sharing all the intelligence from the scene. Xiao Xiao, time is running short. Based on my experience, people trapped in nightmare loops find it very difficult to notice anomalies. How should I tell these sleeping people that the real anomaly is themselves? Su Ming lowered his voice urgently. In the dormitory at the Jinsheng branch office, Bai Xiao Xiao's hands danced across three keyboards, her fingertips clicking rapidly. A thick optical cable extended from behind her computer through the wall, synchronizing data with the supercomputer at Special Unit 5. Su Ming, don't panic, she said, eyes fixed on the screen. I'm running simulations based on your previous encounter. According to the available information, the entity you've encountered is very likely the legendary nightmare. However, this is my first time seeing a nightmare manifested in reality. Can you confirm that you're not dreaming? The question stopped Su Ming cold. Right, what if he was also trapped in a dream? Then who would he be saving? But how could he verify whether he was dreaming or not? Bai Xiao Xiao had no idea that her casual question had set Su Ming seriously pondering this problem. After a moment, he suddenly thought of a solution. He quickly put on the judge's mask, drew out the arrogance record and goat hair brush, and wrote on the latest page. Su Ming destroys flowers and plants, lifespan reduced by 1 day. As the brush stroke settled, Su Ming suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over his body, as if his cells were collectively aging. Though it lasted only an instant, it was distinctly perceptible. Simultaneously, the judgment in the arrogance record transformed into ghostly light and disappeared, carrying the verdict toward the underworld. This feeling of losing lifespan. I never imagined it would be like this. Xiao Xiao, I shouldn't be dreaming. Su Ming took a deep breath. This verification method was ingeniously clever. Dreams originate from subjective subconsciousness, and Su Ming's subconscious had never experienced the sensation of losing lifespan. Since he couldn't imagine it, he couldn't fabricate it from nothing in a dream. That momentary, genuine feeling of aging was a completely new experience absent from his previous memory bank, sufficient proof that this moment was real. It was like eating excrement stinks, but you've never actually chewed it, so you can't recreate its taste from nothing. You might imagine countless textures, but ultimately they're just crude patchwork based on past experiences. But when you actually take a bite, if that taste shocks you and makes your brain release unprecedented dopamine, you know for certain. This is indeed a mouthful of excrement, not an illusion. This was Su Ming's excrement theory, the simplest and most direct method of dream verification. It's just that actually tasting excrement was far too extreme. Aside from no one would enjoy it. So he chose to sacrifice a day of lifespan instead. Outside the black wall, Su Ming was brainstorming with Bai Xiao Xiao, trying to come up with a strategy. Inside the black wall lay a scene of utter devastation, ruins and rubble scattered across a battlefield where scorched earth mingled with bloodstains. Twisted steel beams lay scattered in all directions, the ground torn apart by blast craters, while the air still carried the acrid smell of superheated metal. The ability, Nullification, Director Xiansheng's signature power and the source of this carnage. Any supernatural ability that targeted Xiansheng as its object of attack would instantly vanish into nothingness. No matter how bizarre the power or how reality-bending the concept, the result was always the same: complete failure. If that were all, it might still be manageable after all. One could still rely on martial arts when abilities failed. But Xiansheng was also a ninth-tier martial artist, widely acknowledged as the strongest of his generation. He had risen to fame in his youth, breaking cultivation records and reaching the pinnacle of the ninth tier faster than anyone before him. He collected martial arts manuals scattered across nations, compiled visualization diagrams, and created a universal cultivation method for Special Division 5. His entire life had been an unstoppable march of dominance. With his nullification ability and supreme martial prowess, he had established Special Division 5 as the supreme authority controlling all ability users in Great Xia. If not for the ravages of time, Yi Weiyue would never have dared oppose him. But their conflicting ideologies had proven irreconcilable. Bang! A blurred shadow shot forward like lightning. Han Jiuyo didn't even have time to consider altering Yi Weiyue's three-dimensional coordinates before Xiansheng's fist punched through the air, and Yi Weiyue's head exploded like fragile crystal, spraying red and white matter everywhere. Ding! The small figure in black robes flicked open a pocket watch and violently spun the hands back, brutally rewinding time by exactly 5 minutes. A streak of tearing light swept across the battlefield, reversing all destruction and death. In the next instant, Yi Weiyue stood unharmed in his original position, as if his gruesome death had been nothing more than a glitch. "Few little mirror, thank goodness for you." Han Jiuyo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice still trembling. "Whatever you do, don't attack Xiansheng directly. If he nullifies you, we're all truly dead." The black-robed girl called Little Mirror nodded in response. Her outline wavered and distorted in the air, as if she existed in the gap between two timelines, making it impossible to pinpoint her exact coordinates. This was the strategy Yi Weiyue had devised. Have Huang Xiang, currently residing within Han Jiuyo's body, use spatial abilities to hide Little Mirror's three-dimensional coordinates, while Little Mirror used her broken pocket watch to anchor time itself. As long as Little Mirror wasn't killed instantly, they had unlimited chances to reset. As for Xiansheng's nullification, that was its only weakness. It only affected attacks directed at him, not all abilities. Cough, cough. Xiansheng leaned on his ebony walking stick, low coughs rumbling from his throat. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice hoarse but steady. "Well then, you still can't kill this old man. Leave now, and I'll let you go." "Ah, teacher, you're still so merciful." Yi Weiyue's face was pale, but cold fire burned in his eyes. "We've already tried to kill you, and you're still willing to let us walk away? Or is it that you can no longer stop us?" Though time could restore his physical body, it couldn't erase the memory of having his head blown apart. The agony of that death still thundered in Yi Weiyue's mind, and his cold laughter carried an instinctive tremor. Xiansheng sighed softly. "Ah, not a single one of you children from that batch is willing to listen to reason." He raised his walking stick and tapped it lightly against his palm, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. "Very well then, let this old man properly educate you about what it means to respect your elders." Xiansheng seemed genuinely angry now. He released his grip, letting his cane clatter to the ground. He methodically removed his elegant suit tie, shirt, and sunglasses, folding each piece neatly. His mountainous, weathered muscles were exposed to the air. Crack, crack twisted his neck, his dark gaze locking onto Yi Weiyue and the others. "Weiyue, watch out!" Huang Zihang shouted urgently, immediately activating his phase shift. His entire form became like a refracted phantom, instantly retreating. He absolutely could not die. If he died, Xiaojing's coordinates would be exposed, and their chance for infinite resurrection would be lost forever. Xiansheng lunged forward, but Yi Weiyue's face remained as cold and unmoved as frost. Without the ability nullification, he wouldn't fear Xiansheng. With a mere thought, the surrounding elements erupted violently, unleashing techniques even more devastating than Zhurong Demon Mask. Inghui, Tribulation Fire, Meteor Fall. Earth Element. Deathrock, Curse Coffin. The ground shattered as death energy and black liquid surged toward Xiansheng. Water Element. Dead Sea Assimilation. A Dead Sea domain descended, making Xiansheng appear to run on water that could corrode everything. Fire Element. Scorched Earth Sacred Body. The ground beneath turned to scorched earth as Yi Weiyue transformed into a fire spirit, his speed exploding. Wind Element. Vacuum Divine Domain. The air around Xiansheng was sucked away, his lungs instantly fibrosed as suffocation closed in. These elemental techniques that countless awakeners could only dream of had been developed to their ultimate potential by Yi Weiyue. Yet they all shattered after Shang Jing quietly murmured, "Ability nullification pop." Like bursting balloons, the magnificent powers dissipated entirely. Shang Jing had already flashed before him, seemingly ready to crush his skull once again. Yi Weiyue appeared to be in his death throes when he suddenly roared. Elemental sacrifice. Final requiem. Earth, water, fire, and wind elements detonated simultaneously as he sacrificed half of his elemental abilities. Shang Jing merely glanced indifferently at the terrifying spectacle and activated ability nullification once more. However, boom, 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 boom. Four deafening explosions rang out as Shang Jing was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the black wall with a thunderous impact. Success! Huang Ziheng shouted excitedly, flashing forward to catch Xiao Jing, who held the hidden three-dimensional coordinates. Uffed! Yi Weiyue pressed his mouth as blood spilled out. Sacrificing the four elemental systems was almost equivalent to destroying his own abilities, but removing this major thorn that was Shang Jing meant he no longer had any concerns about the great Xia. Xiao Jing, well done. The plan succeeded. He praised the small girl with affection. The praised Xiao Jing blushed, fidgeting shyly before voluntarily removing her hood, revealing a head larger than an adult's mounted on her tiny body, creating a jarring yet shocking sight. Psychic type ability user Xiao Jing. Ability Lie Realm Weaver. Shang Jing never expected that Xiao Jing, who had always appeared to be a time-based ability user, was actually an extremely formidable psychic type ability user. A deception weaver, one who uses lies and suggestions to subvert others' perceptions. Weak in direct combat, yet nearly impossible to counter. You can never tell if the enemy before you is real or fake, nor can you determine whether the next attack is illusion or reality. This is how Shang Jing was lured into the trap by Yi Weiyue and her group. It all began with that seemingly casual warning. With spatial, temporal, and elemental abilities all gathered here, we will eventually find a way to kill you. From that moment, Xiao Jing's deception began operating silently. The shattered pocket watch, the anchored temporal coordinates, the time regression after death, all were carefully woven illusions. Yi Weiyue had never truly died. The heads that Shang Jing had repeatedly shattered were merely cult fanatic body doubles teleported in by Huang Ziheng through spatial displacement. Only that final elemental sacrifice was Yi Weiyue's actual attack, and by then Shang Jing's perception had been completely manipulated, believe he had activated ability nullification. But in reality, he had done nothing. Yi Weiyue's plan began with falsehood and ended with deception. Such psychic power had actually fooled a 9th-tier warrior and the Director General of Special Division 5. Only now did all the false illusions finally collapse. Within the black walls lay utter devastation. The ground was littered with countless corpses, black contour patterns covering the remains, their bodies still maintaining the fanatical poses of embracing the evil god, even in death. A bit further away, only one broken body lay alone in a pool of blood. Gravity chaos, blood boiling water, phosphorus bone combustion fire, lung rupture wind, four elemental sacrifices layered upon each other, plus countless debuffs, yet still failed to claim the old man's life. Shang Jing had only his left arm remaining. He struggled to sit up, and before he could dispel the negative effects, a mouthful of pitch-black blood suddenly sprayed onto the rubble. Cough, cough, cough. Ability nullification slowly activated, an invisible force coursing through his body, erasing the four lethal debuffs one by one. Clap, clap, clap. Applause suddenly rang out. Yi Weiyue stood not far away on higher ground, looking down and nodding slightly. Teacher, you truly deserve the title of strongest. Even the four elemental sacrifice couldn't kill you. Perhaps the only thing that can defeat you is time. By time, she didn't mean temporal abilities, but the erosion of years. Shang Jing shook his head wearily. Hatred? It had long since faded. Having lived this long, he understood that everything would eventually be claimed by time. If so, what room was there for resentment? Even if the future brought destruction, what did it matter to him, already at death's door? Moreover, these people before him were all his students. She knew the ideals in their hearts. With conflicting philosophies, if he were to die by their hands to aid their cause, he couldn't say he hated them. His only regret was failing to guide them to the true righteous path. But was this really the case? His cloudy eyes gazed beyond the black wall. Even though darkness lay beyond that barrier, Shang Jing seemed to still see those young faces, the investigators fighting to protect the lives and property of the people. Isn't the purpose of us veterans to shield these kids from the storm? He whispered to himself. This old man still needs to clear away more obstacles for them. His cold gaze pierced through Yi Weiyue and finally locked onto Xiao Jing. This psychic awakener was more troublesome than any enemy. Thud, thud. Shang Jing's remaining arms supported his broken body as he crawled painfully across the ground. Blood gushed from his severed limb, leaving a crimson trail, yet he never deviated from his target. Xiao Jing. He's still not dead? Huang Ziheng's face changed drastically as he exchanged glances with Yi Weiyue. Pressing his palms together, two-dimensional fold, teleportation. Space tore open, and countless cultist assassins tumbled out of the pitch-black portal, fall together into the filthy abyss, bathe in bones, and rejoice. To spread our evil god's will, kill every impious living thing before us. At Huang Ziheng's command, swarms of fanatics shrieked as they charged toward Shangjing. Black contour patterns crawled across their skin, marking them as already lost. Ziheng, take Xiao Jing and go first. Shangjing won't last much longer, leave the rest to me. Yi Weiyue dared not underestimate this dying old man's final burst. Huang Ziheng nodded. With his spatial mobility, there was no need to keep Xiao Jing in danger any longer. Besides, she had already attacked Shangjing, so staying served no purpose. He snapped his fingers and flashed to Xiao Jing's side, grasping her wrist to prepare for teleportation. A putrid stench invaded his nostrils. Ziheng, watch out! Yi Weiyue cried in alarm, but it was too late. Bloodshot eyes blazing, Shangjing clenched a section of red and white trachea between his teeth, using his broken body's explosive speed to instantly close in on Xiao Jing. Teacher, before Huang Ziheng could finish, a fist the size of a sandbag was already smashing toward his face. Spatial teleportation. He desperately tried to escape, but suddenly felt something sticky around his waist. Bloody intestines had wrapped around him, completely nullifying all his abilities. You've been in contact with me this whole time. How can you escape ability nullification? Shangjing released his bite, the trachea dropping to the ground with a wet sound, his face showing the innocent smile of a successful schemer. Bang! Huang Ziheng was sent flying by the punch, blood misting through the air as Shangjing's intestines were yanked high. His face turned ashen instantly, but he paid no heed, reaching out with his palm toward the girl before him. Xiao Jing was completely terrified, standing frozen in place, frantically trying to activate her psychic abilities to no effect. Slop, a bloodstained hand gently covered her face. The expected agony never came. Xiao Jing looked up in confusion, only to discover that all life had already left the old man's features. Dark element, shadow devour. Yi Weiyue waved his hand, dark energy swirling up like a whirlpool, consuming Shangjing's broken body like a torn rag. After confirming no life remained, he coldly cast it aside. Xiao Jing, are you alright? Yi Weiyue rushed over, secretly relieved. Fortunately, Shangjing had died from exhaustion, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. However, when he saw Xiao Jing's face clearly, he froze completely. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Xiao Jing asked in bewilderment. Yi Weiyue could hardly believe it as he replied, your head is smaller. Xiao Jing, you've returned to normal. While the battle raged fiercely within the black walls, Ming was equally overwhelmed with his own struggle. He gripped the heavy Guan Gong broadsword with both hands, cold light flowing along the blade's edge as he struck twice at the nightmare, floating in midair with thunderous crashes that rang like metal striking metal, making eardrums ache. However, the floating, shadowy nightmare was wrapped in a layer of pitch-black protective film, and the blade left not even the slightest mark upon it. Ming panted heavily, his chest heaving violently as he gasped, huff, huff. With sweat dripping from his chin, all his efforts proving utterly futile. Ming, stop wasting your energy. Bai Xiaoxiao's belated warning crackled through his earpiece. I just found the information. As long as nightmares remain in their dream state, they form a protective membrane. Unless you're an Shrank investigator, almost no one can break through it. Ming rolled his eyes and muttered, damn, so that's how it is. Nearly worked myself to death. Sorry, I'm so useless. Bai Xiaoxiao's apologetic voice came through. Ming immediately comforted her. Not at all. You've done amazingly well finding all this information on your own. What I'm worried about now is what to do next. After a moment of silence, Bai Xiaoxiao hesitated. There is one method, but it's extremely risky. Risk? If I don't save them now, the risk is already enormous. Tell me. Ming held his broadsword horizontally in front of him, eyes fixed on the nightmare. She added in a low voice, if thousands of people in this plaza all die and only you survive, the great Xia dynasty will definitely suspect you're in league with the evil god cult. Bai Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. When nightmares enter dreams, they need a sleeping person as a host. Among the investigators present, someone must have an exceptionally unique nightmare that it has already invaded. If that person can repel the nightmare through their own willpower, we just need to wait for it to escape and then kill it. But if they can't, she paused, pressing her lips together before continuing. If they can't, then you'll have to enter their nightmare and actively seek out the nightmare yourself. As her words settled, Ming fell silent. He didn't know if he could find the nightmare within a dream, let alone among the thousands of people in Panlong Plaza. How could he determine whose nightmare was the most unique? Bai Xiaoxiao urged anxiously. Ming, entering someone else's nightmare is completely different from entering your own. You never know what they might conjure up. Maybe in their dream, everyone is floating in space, and you'd suffocate from lack of oxygen the moment you enter. You don't need to take this risk. With my testimony, even if everyone else perishes, I'll help clear your name. The girl chattered incessantly through the earpiece, But Su Ming unusually didn't feel impatient. Instead, his heart warmed slightly. Xiao Xiao, I also have reasons why I must go. There are many good people here who don't deserve to die. If she were beside him right now, he really wanted to reach out and pat her head, and could only imagine how it would feel. Tell me how to enter someone else's dream. Su Ming's eyes sharpened with determination. I've thought of someone. If the nightmare wants to select the most unique dreamscape, it would most likely be her. Like lightning flashing through his mind, he locked onto that most unfortunate figure, the one most likely to be chosen and currently experiencing the highest difficulty nightmare, Husisi. This unlucky girl had looked utterly miserable from the very first encounter, and sure enough, things went exactly as expected. Despite being crank, she ran into Jiang Xin in the second round and got eliminated instantly in a single move, walking away with absolutely nothing. Later, while watching from the audience, she managed to drop her snacks on the ground even while just sitting there eating. When weapons got knocked out of fighters' hands on stage, they somehow always seemed to fly straight toward Husisi. And when it came to placing bets on the matches, she never won a single one. Her bad luck was truly outrageous. Su Ming didn't know all the details, but he knew this much. The girl's luck was impossibly bad, while his own was remarkably good. Two opposing forces of fate, perhaps they could balance each other out. So he decisively chose her. In a corner of the audience seating, Husisi lay curled up asleep. Pain and fear twisted across her delicate features, clearly trapped in a terrible nightmare. The dream entering technique required them to share a pillow, so he grabbed some discarded cardboard boxes to fashion a makeshift one. Following by Xiao Xiao's instructions, he positioned the sleeping girl on her side and lay down facing her. Looking at that flawless little face, Su Ming suddenly felt absurd. Wouldn't this make him look like some kind of pervert? Sneaking into a girl's dorm in the middle of the night to share a bed with a young woman? Damn it, send me that link. Before he could finish his internal complaints, melodious piano music began flowing through his earpiece, its hypnotic effects washing over him like a tide. Drowsiness overwhelmed him, and Su Ming's vision went black as he sank into the dream. Hidden in the shadows, Bai Xiao Xiao turned off the music and sighed deeply. Su Ming, you must come back alive. His vision was dim, his head throbbing. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes to find himself in a completely sealed two-bedroom apartment with a living room, kitchen, and bathroom. All the doors stood wide open, and he stood in the center of the living room looking around, but there wasn't a soul in sight. Husisi's nightmare was clearly different from his own. Where was she? What was the anomaly in this dream? Questions swirled as he tried summoning his system masks. Guangong, Yiksha, Chiyu, all of them failed. More precisely, all his abilities were sealed, and he couldn't even open the system menu. Fortunately, his martial arts cultivation remained intact. After confirming he was temporarily safe, he began searching for clues. The apartment was well decorated but somewhat dated, with an old-fashioned wall clock hanging on the wall. The rooms were dark except for the ticking hands, currently stopped at 2:30 a.m. On the TV stand sat a framed photo of a family of three, with a 7 or 8-year-old girl in the center who was unmistakably Husisi. Apparently, this dream stemmed from her childhood. After noting the time, he entered the bedroom. Pink bedsheets, piles of stuffed animals, and a closet packed with clothes. Everything indicated this was Husisi's personal space. The computer's LED lights blinked and its fan whirred loudly, particularly jarring in the silence. He walked over and moved the mouse, causing the screen to suddenly light up, its cold glow making his face look ghastly pale. A forum page appeared before him. Husisi's plea for help. I'm very lonely, always alone. My parents and relatives all think I'm bad luck, and no one wants to be my friend. How can I make friends? Countless suggestions filled the replies below, yet none could solve her predicament. She mocked herself as a jinx who would spread her bad luck to others who would want to associate with her. Then at 2:30 a.m., the latest reply appeared at the bottom of the thread. Actually, you've always had many friends. They're right there beside you. You just can't see them. I have a way to let you see them and play a game together. This game was called Hide and Seek Alone. In the dimly lit room, the computer screen cast a lonely glow across Su Ming's pale face. The forum window kept refreshing continuously, and a new reply caught his eye, immediately causing his brow to furrow as an ominous feeling washed over him. The post was extremely detailed, even listing the items needed for the game. 1. A stuffed doll with arms and legs. 2. A bowl of rice sufficient to fill the doll. 3. Needle and red thread, along with fingernails, scissors, or other sharp objects. 4. A cup of salt water. The procedure was also spelled out step by step. First, cut open the doll and remove all the stuffing. Trim your own fingernails, mix them with the rice, and stuff the mixture back into the doll. Carefully sew it up with red thread, wrapping any excess thread around the outside. Once finished, give it a name, but never use your own name or that of anyone you know. Second, wait until 3 a.m., take the doll into the bathroom, and repeat, I am a ghost, 3 times to it. Then submerge the doll in a bathtub filled with water. Leave the bathroom, turn off all lights in the house except the TV, and tune it to static. Close your eyes, count from 1 to 10, Then return to the bathroom with a knife or other sharp object if the doll is still in its original position. Say doll's name. I found you 3 times, then stab it with the knife and say doll's name is now a ghost. Third, take only the salt water and quickly find a hiding place. During this time, you cannot make any sound, must keep the salt water in your mouth, and cannot leave the house. Within 2 hours, your friend will come looking for you. Regardless of what happens, once the 2 hours are up, you must take the cup of salt water, leave your hiding spot, and search for the doll it may have already moved. Once found, first splash the salt water from the cup onto the doll, then spit the salt water from your mouth onto it, and say, I won 3 times. Finally, dry and burn the doll to complete the ritual. Reading this, Ming felt a chill run down his spine. This wasn't a game, it was a complete spirit summoning ritual. Fingernails symbolized the soul, rice served as flesh and blood, red threads stitched together like blood vessels, clearly creating a body double. As for what this friend might be, no one could say for certain, but if something was actually summoned, it would likely possess the substitute and play with the participant. From his previous life's experience, he knew such spiritual rituals most likely wouldn't summon anything at all. The confined environment, prolonged darkness, and psychological suggestion would plunge people into intense fear, amplifying every tiny sound, and few could last the full 2 hours. However, if someone did manage to endure it, the consequences were unpredictable. A name suddenly surfaced in Ming's mind, Cece. She was usually timid and withdrawn, seemingly cowardly. No one would connect her with such a crazy ritual. Yet there in the latest reply was her response. Thank you. I'll give it a try. She actually tried it. Ming let out a long sigh. He hadn't expected that Cece, who appeared so meek and submissive, would have such courage as a child. Perhaps she was too lonely and hadn't noticed the dangerous aspects of this game. The stuffed doll filled with her own fingernails could serve as a soul vessel. Rice as the grain of sustenance could represent flesh and blood, and red thread resembled blood vessels. This wasn't a game prop at Alit was clearly creating a substitute of herself. And what would the summoned entity be? Occupying her substitute, playing games with Cece? The thought was terrifying. Although based on his previous life's experience, such spirit summoning games most likely wouldn't actually summon anything, because the confined hiding environment, combined with psychological and environmental suggestion, would create a special kind of fear in people during the waiting period. This fear would amplify and magnify every normal sound, making it difficult for anyone to persist for 2 hours. So basically no one would succeed. But what if Cece was truly too lonely? Ming didn't dare to dwell on his thoughts and quickly left the bedroom to check the other rooms. In the living room, the hands of an old-fashioned clock had stopped precisely at 2:45, its second hand ticking steadily, reminding him that time continued to flow even within this dream. Only 15 minutes remained until 3 a.m., and this realization pressed down on him like a massive stone. What would happen if he didn't participate in that seance game? He couldn't be sure. The kitchen was dim, with curtains half drawn, allowing moonlight to slice through the gaps into several grayish-white streaks. On the cutting board lay a rabbit doll nearly half his height. Its belly had been brutally cut open, with cotton stuffing scattered around like disemboweled organs. Beside it were neatly arranged a fruit knife, red thread, and a stainless steel bowl filled with salt water. Clearly, Cece had already made up her mind. Ming's heart sank. The little girl actually dared to play this kind of supernatural game. But he had no choice. Having intruded into this dream as an outsider, if he didn't follow the process, how would he find the anomaly? Could he even start over? The thought flashed through his mind, and he hesitated no longer. Walking to the cutting board, he plunged both hands into the rabbit's belly cavity. The cotton stuffing was dense and abundant, like wet, cold snowballs packed tightly into the space. It took him a full 5 minutes to hollow out all the filling. Without its support, the rabbit doll immediately collapsed into a heap, its torn fabric opening looking cruelly stark in the moonlight. Pop! Perhaps his movements were too forceful, as the black button serving as the left eye fell off, rolling across the floor in an arc before disappearing into the gap between the cabinet and refrigerator. With no lights on in the room and shadows layered everywhere, Ming bent down to search, but couldn't see clearly, so he had to lie flat on the floor and reach his hand into the space beneath the cabinet. His fingertips touched something cold, slippery, and round its soft, greasy texture was nauseating. Just as he was about to retrieve the object, a cold gleam suddenly flashed. Swoosh! The fruit knife slashed past his arm and struck the floor, carving a palm-length crack in the hardwood. Ming jerked his hand back, his heartbeat pounding in his ears. Phew, that was close. He patted his chest before looking down at what lay in his palm. It wasn't a button, but a grayish-white disc covered in mucus, slightly harder than an ordinary button, but just the right size to serve as a doll's eye. However, no one would sew such a thing onto a toy. It was the corneal scara from the outer layer of a fish eye. Bringing it to his nose, a faint fishy smell wafted up. Finding this in an 8 or 9-year-old girl's home seemed bizarre, though it could still be explained. Perhaps Cece's parents occasionally came home to cook fish. Su Ming could only comfort himself with this thought. Glancing up at the clock, the hands now pointed to 2:55. If he delayed any longer, he might miss the designated time. Unable to find the original button, he decided to use this fish scara as a substitute. He clipped off a piece of his fingernail with nail scissors, mixed it with rice, and stuffed the mixture into the empty rabbit belly. Then, gripping the red thread, the needle's tip flashed coldly as he roughly stitched the opening closed, stitch by stitch, before wrapping the remaining red thread tightly around the entire body. Finally, he sewed the fish scara and the other black button onto opposite sides. Thus, a horrifying doll with a roughly stitched chest, one black eye and one white eye, and red thread wound all around its body was complete. Time was running short. Su Ming carried the sewn rabbit doll and a cup of salt water into the bathroom. Fortunately, Sisi had filled the bathtub with water in advance. Otherwise, he couldn't guarantee completing the ritual before 3 a.m. Su Ming placed the salt water cup on the sink counter and was about to put the doll into the bathtub when his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This bathroom had no mirror? Splash! The sudden sound of water interrupted his thoughts. The salt water cup had toppled over in the sink, still dripping from its rim. Su Ming quickly uprighted the cup and roughly estimated that about 1/3 of the salt water remained at the bottom. Since the post hadn't specified the salt concentration, he simply added some tap water to refill the cup. This time he dared not let his mind wander. Holding the water cup in his left hand and gripping the rabbit's long ears with his right, he approached the bathtub and whispered 3 times to the doll, "I am a ghost. I am a ghost. I am a ghost." As the last word fell, he dropped the rabbit doll into the water. Stuffed with rice, the doll's body immediately sank to the bottom, but the filling in its ears provided buoyancy, causing the rabbit's lower half to submerge while its head remained suspended just below the surface, appearing to stand upright in the water. After confirming everything was correct, Su Ming shook his head to clear his thoughts and returned to the living room. The house lights had long been turned off. Only the television needed to be switched on. Su Ming sat on the sofa and pressed the red power button on the remote. The cold white screen light illuminated his tense face, and just as the startup logo flashed by, a program began playing. In the black and white footage, a familiar childhood Mickey Mouse appeared, but without his signature smile. With his hands behind his back, he walked silently through city streets, moving forward endlessly, occasionally glancing left and right. The soundtrack didn't resemble music, but rather someone randomly mashing piano keys, harsh and chaotic. Su Ming felt a tightness in his chest and instinctively sat up straight, raising his hand to change the channel. Just then, the music suddenly shifted. The chaotic piano sounds descended into low mumbling that resembled no recognizable language, more like some creature crying. As the sound grew increasingly mournful, the screen began to distort. The streets stretched like rubber bands, and Mickey's expression twisted along with them, revealing an eerie, foolish grin. The mumbling suddenly escalated into piercing screams, as if he were enduring excruciating pain. The television emitted low moans as Mickey's face was violently torn into 4 pieces, his glass bead eyes dropping with a plop. The city buildings slowly rose higher, the twisted roads continued extending, and Mickey's agonized screams grew sharper and more piercing. Bang! Su Ming slammed the power button. The screen instantly went dark, and the living room fell into deathly silence. Cold sweat had already soaked through his back. He hadn't expected that the dreams of a young girl like Sisi could be so terrifying. Urban legends, seances, and eerie Mickey Mouse cartoons. Under such psychological pressure, even with the ability to restart in dreams, how many times could Sisi endure this? Dong dong dong. The grandfather clock's deep chimes pierced the silence, its hands settling firmly on 3 in the morning. Su Ming's heart sank. This was the agreed signal for the game to begin. He took a deep breath and pressed the TV's power button, light instantly dispelling the darkness. The screen didn't show that disturbing Mickey Mouse cartoon again, only monotonous static flickering. The surroundings plunged into deeper shadows, even the corners becoming indiscernible, forcing Su Ming's attention to lock onto the narrow space in front of the television. Conducting a seance with eyes closed in such pitch-black darkness, whoever came up with this twisted idea was truly demented. He gripped the fruit knife tightly, closed his eyes, and began counting silently. 1, 2. His hearing became infinitely amplified. Even his own racing heartbeat seemed deafeningly loud. 3, 4. Splashwater sounds came from the bathroom, like a bathtub suddenly overflowing, water cascading down tiles to the floor. Su Ming's throat tightened. If that thing really came back to life and crawled out, would it head to the kitchen first, the bedroom, or come looking for him? 5, 6. Splat, splat. Wet footsteps echoed in the living room, like a rabbit's soft paws treading on the waterlogged floor. The sounds grew closer and closer, finally stopping right behind him. Intense unease tore at his nerves. His palms slick with cold sweat. Should he open his eyes now and stab it? 7, 8. The footsteps moved toward the kitchen, followed by a series of crashes, as if things were being knocked over. Su Ming clenched his molars, desperately suppressing the urge to open his eyes. He had no idea what consequences breaking the rules might bring in this nightmarish game could only endure. 9, 10. The countdown ended, and the world fell silent. Su Ming's eyes snapped open, bracing himself to face a rabbit's visage at any moment. The room still showed only the flickering white static, nothing else. He exhaled deeply, grabbed the fruit knife and salt water, and headed straight for the bathroom, trying to convince himself. Maybe it was just auditory hallucinations. This game's psychological torment was beyond what ordinary people could bear. He pushed the door open. The water surface in the white porcelain bathtub rippled slightly, the rabbit doll submerged at the bottom. Its long ears, waterlogged, seemed to weigh it down even deeper. Just as he thought been scaring himself. Su Ming reached in to fish out the doll, but just as the knife tip was about to pierce it, cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. The rabbit's eyes had returned. That once adorable stuffed face now bore two jet-black orbs, gleaming as if freshly oiled. Red thread still clung to where the whites should have been, not completely cleaned away. As their gazes met, he could swear the doll was smiling at him, its mouth corners curved in an elusive grin. Damn it! The fruit knife plunged into the doll's chest without hesitation. He pulled it out, then stabbed the neck, abdomen, and sides. Each thrust was solid and deliberate, continuing until he was certain even a real rabbit would be thoroughly dead. Only then did he release his grip, driving the blade straight through the doll's head before tossing it back into the bathtub. White rice grains spilled from the torn seams, resembling exposed bones, while the waterlogged fabric twisted into grotesque shapes. Su Ming glanced at it and cursed inwardly. Now the rice could play ghost too. Having casually given the rabbit doll a nickname, Su Ming didn't want to linger another moment. He turned and left the bathroom with the salt water. Turning back to the living room and facing the glow from the television, Su Ming finally noticed a trail of wet footprints leading from the bathroom all the way to the kitchen. It seemed the doll that had been submerged in the bathtub had indeed moved. Su Ming shook his head, trying to banish these terrifying thoughts. She had entered this dream to find anomalies, but now the entire dreamscape felt eerily wrong. This spirit summoning game seemed off no matter how he looked at it. Had Cece really played such things as a child? If she had, then was this resurrected rabbit even considered an anomaly? With no clear answers, he could only steel himself and continue following the game's rules. The apartment was small, with limited hiding places, especially for a grown man like him. The refrigerator? No good. Once the door closed, forget about whether the rabbit could find him. Wasn't even sure he could survive 2 hours in there. Behind the curtains? The window showed nothing but pitch darkness, and if something suddenly appeared pressed against the glass, he didn't dare think about it. After eliminating other options, only the bedroom remained. Su Ming put himself in the shoes of a 7 or 8-year-old girl who Cece would have likely hidden there too. He walked past the static-filled television and returned to the small room with the computer. The computer had gone completely black from being idle too long, leaving the room dim with only a faint glow filtering in from the living room. After quickly scanning the space, he settled on the double-door wardrobe. It was packed with girls' clothing and stuffed with 2 winter comforters. The clothes were brightly colored, but the comforters reeked of old mustiness. Estimating the dimensions, the wardrobe could barely fit him. He first moved all the clothes and comforters onto the bed, then left the wardrobe doors slightly ajar, deliberately creating the illusion that someone was hiding inside. His real hiding spot would be under the bed. Su Ming crawled underneath, straightening the hanging bedsheet to conceal his body while leaving a narrow gap at floor level for observation. If I were the rabbit, I'd definitely check the wardrobe first. That way, when it had its back turned to him, he could use the salt water to end the game. He raised the cup and took a sip of salt water. Bitter, fishy, and salty flavors combined into an astringent taste that, despite being diluted once, still left his tongue numb and wooden. The apartment gradually fell silent. The space under the bed was cramped and low, so dark he could barely see his hand in front of his face, with only the constantly flickering white noise from the living room television visible. The static screen, the pitch-black room, the narrow viewing gap behind the bedsheet, and the missing rabbit doll, everything reminded him that danger was lurking nearby. About 10 minutes passed, and the oppressive atmosphere began to multiply exponentially. In the silence, he could hear his own rapid heartbeat and every breath he took. Without a watch or any electronic devices, he could only rely on his instincts to estimate how long he had been hiding. Su Ming tried to track time by counting his heartbeats, but as his pulse and breathing quickened together, the rhythm quickly became unreliable. He estimated that roughly another half-hour had passed. Suddenly, he drowsily caught the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom direction. Did I not turn off the faucet properly? His first instinct was to deny it if he truly hadn't turned it off. Why had there been no sound before? Then it could only mean it had come out. His pupils dilated suddenly as he slowly bent down, pressing his face against the floor and peering toward the bathroom through the gap beneath the bed skirt. Cece's apartment had an odd layout to begin with. The bedroom door faced directly opposite the bathroom door. According to feng shui, negative energy would flow straight into the bedroom, disrupting the occupants' yin and yang balance. At this moment, however, it provided Su Ming with a perfect vantage point. The cold light from the television static screen in the living room cast diagonal shadows on the bathroom door, creating patches of shifting brightness and darkness that seemed perfectly normal. Su Ming exhaled quietly, thinking he was probably just being paranoid. But before he could relax, he spotted a pair of rabbit ears that had somehow emerged from the edge of the bathtub, with two bright red plastic eyeballs staring fixedly toward the bed. Have I been discovered? Su Ming's chest pounded as he involuntarily swallowed a small mouthful of the salt water he'd been holding in his mouth. The game instructed players to hold salt water to ward off evil, but it only added to the suffocating sense of pressure. The sound of water created ripples. The rabbit doll seemed to defy gravity as it rose straight up from the bathtub. The rice inside had swollen from absorbing water, while the outer synthetic skin contracted tightly, with hastily sewn red thread straining to hold the seams together. In contrast, the tears Su Ming had made earlier continued to leak thick, white rice paste both eerie and spine-chilling. A stuffed animal filled with raw rice that could float back up after sinking had completely defied common sense. Su Ming held his breath, huddled deep under the bed, struggling to maintain his line of sight. After floating to the surface, the doll stepped onto the edge of the bathtub, its round head slowly scanning the surroundings before finally fixing its gaze on him. Squelch! The doll suddenly yanked out the fruit knife stuck in its head. The blade dripped with white rice paste that splattered onto those bright red fake eyes, creating flashes of cold light. Snap! The living room television suddenly went dark, plunging the entire room into pitch blackness. Is it coming for me? Su Ming's throat tightened as adrenaline surged through his limbs. In the game, he had stabbed the rabbit 5 times if caught. Would it return the favor in the same manner? He retreated another inch deeper under the bed, his gaze still locked on the bathroom direction, praying for just a bit of light to see the creature's position. In less than a minute, the television's static screen flickered back to life. The pale light was so harsh it made his eyes ache. Just as Su Ming was about to relax, his pupils contracted sharply once again. The rabbit doll had somehow crawled to the bathroom doorway. Su Ming's head was nearly severed at the neck, now hanging limply to one side. Those bright red but lifeless eyes stared unblinkingly at Su Ming in the darkness, as if they had pinpointed his exact hiding spot. A winding trail of moisture stretched from the bathtub's edge to the bathroom doorway. The water mixed with thick white fluid it had crawled out following this very path, proving it was truly alive. Su Ming's face turned ashen. His earlier doubts about supernatural events were completely shattered. This game really could summon ghosts. What would it do next? Find him? Then kill him? Should he end the game immediately? As he pondered, the living room TV suddenly clicked off with a sharp pop, plunging the room into even deeper darkness. Oh, come on, not again, Su Ming grumbled internally, though his body instinctively shrank deeper under the bed, trying to stay as far as possible from the narrow gap beneath the bed skirt. In the game? Now was definitely not the time. The pitch darkness would only give the rabbit doll more opportunities. As long as the game wasn't over, it might not find him immediately. The entire house was shrouded in darkness. Su Ming held his breath and heightened all his senses to the extreme. From the living room came the faint sound of wet footsteps splat, 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 like some soft-bodied creature crawling across the floor. He gripped the cup filled with salt water, ready to rush out and splash it the moment light returned, ending this nightmare. Bang! The TV flickered back to life. Static-filled light suddenly flooded into the bedroom. Su Ming quickly peered through the gap in the bedskirt, searching for the rabbit doll's shadow. With just one glance, his spine felt like it had plunged into an icy pond. The rabbit doll was crouched at the bedroom doorway, barely 3 meters away. Both were lying prone on the ground. Through that narrow gap, they could see each other clearly. The rabbit's head was tilted at an odd angle, red thread tangled in a mess. Its fabric body was deflated, as if most of the stuffing had leaked out. Its entire face was twisted and collapsed, with only those eerie red eyes staring in a way that made one's heart race. Su Ming gripped the bedskirt with one hand, ready to throw back the fabric and rush out at any moment. Just then, the TV, which had been showing nothing but static, suddenly made a sound. Mumbling, the black and white animation began playing again. Mickey Mouse walked with his head down along an endless street, constantly looking left and right, showing clear signs of exhaustion, sighing repeatedly. As the background music grew increasingly somber, Mickey's image began to distort, slowly transforming into a human figure. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply. He might not recognize other characters, but this cartoon person, he would never mistake what appeared on screen was a two-dimensional version of Su Ming himself. This figure replaced Mickey, continuing the lonely journey down the endless street. The street gradually twisted, and cartoon Su Ming's limbs and face suddenly split open, with thick white substance gushing out frantically. A piercing scream burst from the television. Ah! Su Ming's entire body went rigid, his heart pounding wildly against his chest, his breathing nearly stopping. The arm reaching toward the bed skirt bulged with veins, his whole body frozen solid for 3 seconds by that scream. Pop! As if afraid he might end the game while there was light, the TV quickly shut off, once again plunging the room into deathly silence. The long darkness descended once more. Su Ming cautiously took another sip of salt water. I absolutely cannot let it find me first. Su Ming repeatedly warned himself in his mind the next time the TV turned on, no matter where that rabbit doll appeared, he had to rush out. If it got to him first, he'd probably end up tasting the blade piercing through his heart too. Thud, thud heavy footsteps circled around the narrow bedroom in an eerie arc, as if closing in on Su Ming at the center. The sound approached the wardrobe and suddenly stopped. Bang, bang. The cold blade repeatedly stabbed through the wooden door, making the panels buzz and vibrate. Then came a creaking sound as the old hinges were roughly yanked, and the wardrobe door slowly opened with sharp scraping noises that made one's scalp tingle. Su Ming felt a surge of hope. Maybe the decoy worked? But this relief lasted less than a second. Bang! The wardrobe door was slammed shut violently, the wooden panels trembling, and the room immediately fell into a terrifying silence, as if even the air had been sucked away. For a long, long time, no footsteps could be heard. Gone. Just as Su Ming was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he suddenly turned his head toward the gap on the other side of the bed, his face instantly turning deathly pale. The rabbit doll had somehow crawled to the edge of the bed, its head hanging upside down under the bed, staring directly at Su Ming. The tattered fabric barely held the head together with remnants of fur, red threads trailing to the floor, and several drops of thick, milky white liquid dripped down the threads, reeking with a fishy stench. Holy shit! The sudden shock exploded through his nerves. Su Ming forgot about the rules and kicked the entire bedboard, sending it flying as he scrambled out from underneath. Snap! The TV lit up, its dim yellow glow dispelling the darkness momentarily. He quickly filled his mouth with salt water to replace what he'd swallowed when cursing, then kicked aside the clothes on the bed, frantically searching for the doll. The game rules were etched clearly in his mind. Find the doll first, splash it with salt water from the cup, spray it with salt water from his mouth, repeat, I won 3 times to it. And then he could burn it, and end this nightmare once and for all. As long as he could catch it, he could survive. He searched through all the clothes on the floor, shaking every sleeve and pant leg, turning the sheets, covers, and pillows into complete chaos. But the red rabbit was nowhere to be found. Could it still be in the bathtub? Am I hallucinating? Doubt flickered through his mind, but the answer tore through his abdomen the next second. Splash! A fruit knife suddenly pierced through Su Ming's belly, blood mixed with salt spraying out. He looked down to see the sharp blade dripping with blood, his heart sinking. The doll had crawled inside his body? His answer came as the rabbit went on a stabbing frenzy inside him. The blade struck twice more, puncturing his kidney and stomach. Greenish-yellow gastric fluid mixed with blood poured out, his belly rapidly swelling, the bloating pain and suffocation nearly rendering him speechless. You little bastard, causing havoc in my stomach? Su Ming's eyes turned vicious. If he let it continue, death was certain. He suddenly grabbed the wound with both hands and yanked outward with gritted teeth. The sound of tearing flesh accompanied by excruciating pain exploded splat, splat. A large mass of indistinguishable bloody flesh and gastric fluid scattered across the floor, with a blood-red rabbit doll clearly visible in the center. A cold wind rose from nowhere, as if someone in the shadows was stirring up murderous intent. Su Ming seized that moment of vulnerability and kicked the rabbit doll hard, sending it flying into the wardrobe. Clatter! The fruit knife hit the floor as Su Ming grabbed it and jammed the blade diagonally into the wardrobe door handle, forcibly locking out his pursuers. Excruciating pain surged through him as he pressed his left hand desperately against the gaping wound in his abdomen, blood spraying from his throat with violent coughs. Cutting himself open was indeed madness, but he could feel his strength draining away like a burst dam needed to break free immediately. But where exactly was the anomaly hidden in this nightmare? While the rabbit doll remained trapped in the wardrobe, he stumbled into the bathroom. Something had felt wrong about this place from the very beginning, but what exactly was it? The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a sharp crack echoed behind him. The wardrobe's wooden panels were being torn apart as the doll broke free from its restraints. It picked up the fruit knife, its head tilting grotesquely to one side as it crawled along the ground like a vengeful abandoned infant. White cotton stuffing mixed with grains of rice poured from its torn seams, writhing like clusters of maggots, soon dragging a long trail as it burst into the living room. Bang! The bathroom door slammed shut. Su Ming leaned against the wooden panel, gasping heavily as dark red bloodstains rapidly spread across the tiles. He estimated he had less than 3 minutes left. Yet the closer death approached, the clearer his pupils became. He quickly scanned his surroundings and suddenly caught sight of something strange he had previously overlooked. There were no mirrors here. He had felt uneasy when first drawing water, and now upon reflection, this entire apartment contained not a single reflective surface. The perpetual darkness, The prohibition against turning on lights, the pressing time constraints, everything seemed designed to make him overlook this inconsistency. What was the purpose of hiding mirrors? Was the rabbit afraid of reflections? Did Husisi never look in mirrors? Or perhaps a bold idea flashed through his mind. Maybe this explained why even his supernatural abilities were sealed in this dream. Thud! The sharp knife tip pierced through the wooden panel. The rabbit doll had reached the door. But puzzles remained unsolved. If he was Husisi, then what was the rabbit? Did it want to kill Husisi, or did it want to kill him? Bang! The door was split in half by a single slash, wood fragments flying. The rabbit floated in midair, slowly gliding into the bathroom. Its power growing increasingly terrifying. If it locked onto him again, it might truly be the end. Bloodstains snaked across the floor, leading to the bathtub. The doll's red eyes flickered with mockery as it flicked its wrist, sending the fruit knife whistling through the air to pierce straight through the tub. Clear water gushed out, yet not a single drop of blood mixed with it. Its expression froze. The next moment, a drop of crimson fell from the doorway. The doll looked up following the trail. Ming was pressed against the narrow gap between the door frame and ceiling, holding his breath. Mimi, do you really want to kill me? I'm Husisi. His words carried a strange magic, and the rabbit instantly became dazed. Taking advantage of its momentary confusion, Ming leaped down from the ceiling and ran toward the living room. This time he didn't linger in the living room, but rushed straight toward the other bedroom. When Ming first stepped into this two-bedroom, one living room apartment with kitchen and bathroom, he had assumed the tightly shut door was reserved for Husisi's parents. But now, thinking back, how could a 7 or 80-year-old girl play such a terrifying game of hide and seek alone, at home under her parents' noses without being discovered? The answer was obvious. That bedroom wasn't meant for parents at all. He burst through the door. What greeted his eyes was a room almost identical to Husisi's bedroom. The same pink and white wallpaper, matching desk. Even the curtain folds were exactly the same. The only difference lay in the small bed. The sheets were rumpled, scattered with over a dozen damaged rabbit dolls, cotton stuffing spilling out, stitching uneven. Clearly, Husisi had played hide and seek alone more than once. The first 99 times, she failed to find her friend, but on the 100th try, she succeeded, accidentally awakening her supernatural ability in the process. Ming turned around to see a rabbit doll wielding a fruit knife, floating through the air toward him. Already having a plan, he said calmly. So you're trying to protect Husisi, aren't you? To the master of this dream, I'm the invader occupying her body. The rabbit doll hung suspended in midair, its red cloth ears trembling slightly. After several seconds of silence, it spoke in a hoarse child's voice. Forever, forever protect Husisi. Before the words finished, all the rabbits in the bedroom simultaneously rose from the bed, red threads streaming from their torn seams like a tide, reaching towards Ming. His expression remained unchanged since he was certain they wouldn't harm Husisi. He decided to gamble. This body belonged to Husisi herself. He, Ming, was the coercer. Gathering his inner energy at his fingertips, he pressed his hand against his own chest. Strangely enough, despite the nightmare's bizarre methods, Ming couldn't detect any physiological difference between this body and his own. As his energy surged, blood droplets emerged, staining his fingers red. Instantly, all the rabbits in midair froze in place, not daring to move. Don't move, Ming's voice was low. Take one more step, and I'll kill myself. The threat sounded awkward, but proved effective. Most of these rabbits operated on protective instincts alone, except for the one that had played games with him earlier. It retained some language ability. It stammered out a few syllables. Let her go. Ming sneered, slowly advancing. Mimi, give me the knife. You don't want Husisi to die either, do you? He felt like the big bad wolf tricking little rabbits, even having to steal a child's toys. The rabbit, Mimi, hesitated for a moment before finally surrendering, tossing the fruit knife to him. That's better. Now, let me help you rescue your master. Ming tossed the knife in his hand, then suddenly turned and flicked his wrist, hurling the blade toward the television in the living room. Stop fucking pretending and watching the show. You've seen enough. Bang! The television exploded with a thunderous crash, thick black smoke billowing out from within. The violent blast echoed like muffled thunder, reverberating through the cramped living room. Since the dream began, this old tube television had been a constant presence, like a cold-eyed monster watching Ming's every moment of terror. The screen first displayed eerie cartoons with exaggerated smiling faces magnified endlessly, then rapidly switched between black and white images, with harsh light and shadow alternating so quickly that Ming couldn't distinguish what role he was supposed to be playing. On the TV stand sat a photograph, Husisi, abandoned by her parents, her innocent face pressed against the glass frame, smiling stiffly as if playing an endless game of hide and seek alone. Every day she placed this family photo in the most prominent spot, wiping it repeatedly. It was her obsession and the nightmare's bait. Ming muttered to himself that if it were him, he would never keep such painful reminders in plain sight. Given this, the dream clearly had plenty of flaws. The black smoke grew thicker, seeming alive as it drifted through window cracks to the outside. The entire apartment suddenly shook, wall plaster crumbling and falling like dust. Su Ming's vision blurred, and looking down, he noticed his hands gradually becoming transparent. Was the dream ending? Big brother? A timid child's voice came from where the shattered television stood. Su Ming looked up to see Hu Cece standing there unharmed, clutching a brown rabbit plushie tightly in her arms. Oh, you're out? How do you feel? Su Ming waved in greeting. They had only met a few times, but at this moment, he might be the person who understood Hu Cece's heart best. Hu Cece pressed her lips together, hugging the plushie even tighter as her eyes uncontrollably reddened. Woo woo woo. Big brother, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Mimi didn't mean to. Please don't beat us up when you get out. She spoke while choking back tears, her timidity and softness blending seamlessly, making Su Ming's forehead crease with exasperation. Hey, enough, enough. I'm not blaming you, I chose to come in myself. He waved his hand casually, indicating she shouldn't overthink it. You're unlucky enough as it is, with a nightmare picking you out of so many people. Lucky for me, I got chosen on the first draw. Su Ming added with a chuckle, not realizing the tremendous impact these words would have on Hu Cece. You mean, being with me you still feel lucky? The little girl stared with wide, watery eyes, her rosy lips slightly parted, her face full of disbelief. Of course, my luck has always been pretty good. Su Ming answered offhandedly, but finally sensed her real concern. Cece, I'll call you that from now on. His tone shifted as he became serious. There's a saying from my hometown. Fortune turns with time. Maybe meeting me is your moment of turning. Bad luck is just a loser's self-consolation. The strong always wait for opportunities. When ice melts, it doesn't rely on spring wind's charity of warmth, but on underground fires burning day and night at the riverbed, scorching the ice until frozen blades become spring water. Real turning points are always held by those who dare to use misfortune as kindling. These words swept over her like warm wind, igniting the ashes in Hu Cece's heart. She blinked away her tears and straightened her back again. Seeing her rally, Su Ming felt secretly pleased. My persuasion skills are still intact. All right, time to go out. There's still trouble waiting for us to solve outside. Cece, can you help me? Yes. Her little head nodded like a pecking chick, answering decisively. Blinding white light poured down from the ceiling as Su Ming, wearing a gentle smile, gradually faded from Hu Cece's dream. Covering her flushed cheeks, Hu Cece whispered to the plushie in her arms. Mimi, was I blushing just now? Su Ming didn't see it, did he? The rabbit doll no longer looked menacing as it had moments before, but rather adorable and cute, making one want to feed it a carrot. Seeing this, Mimi teased, Cece, your face is redder than my eyeballs, and Su Ming definitely saw it. But don't worry about it, seen this kind of thing plenty of times. Remember, you must be careful around men like him who flirt with everyone, got it? But Hu Cece couldn't hear a word, her cheeks flushed crimson, even her breath coming out hot. Su Ming, he's practically an arsonist. I'm burning up. The brief dizziness passed, and consciousness suddenly returned. Whoosh, Su Ming sprang up from the ground, his gaze locking onto the nightmare in the sky. The black-robed nightmare finally opened its hollow eyes, with dark mist rolling from its mouth and nose. Su Ming, you're back. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice exploded through the earpiece, warmth instantly flooding Su Ming's heart. Yeah, I forced the nightmare out, but it's floating in the sky. How am I supposed to kill it? Nightmares aren't actually that strong in combat. I recommend using the Guangong Nuo mask, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly suggested. System analysis shows this mask can suppress evil thoughts, enough to resist the nightmare's negative influence. The grade will suffice. The problem is I can't fly, and the other Nuo masks don't have flight capabilities either, Su Ming frowned. I can take you flying. Hu Cece's timid voice spoke up nearby. Su Ming had a flash of inspiration, right? Cece, your rabbit can fly. Quick, take me up there. Let's kill that nightmare. Hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao immediately accessed the database, organizing the information in seconds. Hu Cece, Crate Investigator from Longqing Branch, ability conjugate twin souls. One body, two souls, possessing a spirit body similar to a clone. The spirit body has unique abilities while the main body specializes in martial arts. Cece, Paratrooper number 1 Su Ming ready for takeoff. Su Ming formally extended the invitation. Hu Cece's ears turned even redder as she clapped her hands, and an explosively cute rabbit doll appeared from nowhere. Paratrooper number 2 Mimi ready for takeoff. Captain, shall we take off? Mimi stood on her shoulder, responding loudly. Take off. Hu Cece grabbed Su Ming's hand, with Mimi sitting steadily on her shoulder. A mysterious energy instantly enveloped all three. Whoosh. They shot straight into the sky. Holy crap, this speed. Su Ming was startled. This aerial flight was faster than most crade martial artists running at full speed on the ground. Hu Cece quickly explained. Mimi's ability is mental unity. The more clones there are, the stronger the psychic power. She appeared calm on the surface, but her palms were sweating every flight, wrist crashing. She worried about dragging Su Ming down, and even more about letting the nightmare escape. Seeing this, Su Ming continued his psychological therapy. No wonder you always play hide and seek alone. Cece, you're really amazing, stronger than most people at the exchange meeting. Encouraged by this praise, the little flame in Cece's heart burned even brighter, and their flight speed increased a few notches. In the sky, two people and one rabbit rapidly closed in on the floating specter. Perhaps because his feet were planted firmly on solid supernatural airflow, Su Ming felt more secure this time and showed no signs of motion sickness. Instead, his spirits were more exhilarated than ever before. As the distance continued to shrink, he lowered his voice. Cece, throw me out. A flicker of hesitation crossed Cece's eyes, but her inexplicable trust in Su Ming made her nod immediately. The next second, Mimi suddenly accelerated, and with a powerful tail swing combined with Cece's boost, Su Ming shot out like a cannonball whoosh. Wild winds howled as the light on his mask flashed across his face, and instantly a fierce-browed, glaring Guangdong opera mask snapped into place. Su Ming raised his long spear high, green light surging as the weapon transformed into a green dragon crescent blade, its cold edge reflecting an icy arc of light. His arms bulged with power as the long blade spun like a windmill, locking onto the nightmare and striking down with all his might. In that life-or-death moment, the gaunt nightmare didn't flee but instead threw back its head and howled. A rolling black mist sprayed from its throat, plummeting toward Panlong Plaza below, rushing straight at the people still deep in slumber. In an instant, the plaza fell deathly silent. Even the snoring stopped abruptly. Just as the blade was about to strike, a figure suddenly leaped up from the ground. Clang! Metal clashed against metal, and the tremendous force transmitted through the blade sent Su Ming flying backward. Cece quickly moved to catch him, holding him steady. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Both of them stared wide-eyed, recognizing Tang Hongxiao standing guard in front of the nightmare. At this moment, Tang Hongxiao's eyes were tightly closed, her breathing steady, but her brow was furrowed in concentration as she maintained a combat stance, clearly fighting someone in her dreams. She's fighting you while asleep. The nightmare is controlling those still trapped in dreams. By Xiaoxiao's anxious voice came through their earpieces. This nightmare's abilities far exceed what's recorded in our database. It can do that. Su Ming clicked his tongue in amazement as the situation instantly became more complicated. If it were just Tang Hongxiao, he could still manage, but if there were more. Before he could finish the thought, the worst-case scenario unfolded. One by one, investigators with flight abilities floated upward, forming a defensive line that blocked Su Ming's path to the nightmare. Fortunately, Tang Hongxiao didn't continue her assault, her figure slowly descending due to insufficient jumping power. I can still handle these. Su Ming had barely gotten the words out when a golden sword beam whistled past his nose and crashed thunderously into the ceiling. The deafening roar shook everything as debris and chunks of earth rained down like hailstones. Covered in dust, he looked down to see Lin Xiran pointing her sword at him, golden sharp energy already gathering for another strike. Holy crap, anti-aircraft artillery. Cece reacted lightning fast, pulling Su Ming into zigzag evasive maneuvers, barely dodging several consecutive slashing attacks. But Lin Xiran wasn't the only long-range attacker. Just as the two caught their breath, a towering giant tree suddenly burst from the ground, blocking their retreat path. Behind them, metallic energy blades, fireballs, and lightning bolts pursued relentlessly. Blazing fireballs streaked across the night sky with glowing tails, golden blade auras sliced through the air like spinning daggers, and purple-blue lightning serpents crackled as they closed in instantly. In this critical moment, Cece's expression turned stern as she shouted, "Mimi!" Hearing the call, the small rabbit doll perched on her shoulder suddenly raised its head. In the next second, it broke away from its master, shooting toward the dense rain of supernatural energy beams like a white meteor. As Mimi approached, transparent ripples spread outward from within its body, pushing away layer by layer like expanding bubbles. Its ears stood tall, and its crimson eyes blazed with blinding intensity. "Mind unity," Cece whispered in response. Instantly, countless translucent rabbit shadows appeared behind Mimi, all leaping forward in unison as invisible telekinetic force transformed into a visible shockwave that exploded thunderously. Boons pursuing metallic energy, fireballs, and lightning were completely obliterated, leaving not even a trace behind. Squeak! With its telekinetic power exhausted, Mimi weakly fell back onto Cece's shoulder. Without time to feel sorry for it, Cece continued flying swiftly while holding Su Ming, weaving around a towering ancient tree. Bang! 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 Su Ming's twin blades flashed as he forced back several investigators who had closed in, but his brow remained furrowed. "This won't work. If we keep this up, we'll have to fight on the ground. In the air, I can't unleash my full strength." Mimi's flying speed was clearly decreasing, yet they dared not stop. The moment they dropped below the tree canopy, the anti-air abilities of the ground forces would rain down on them like there was no tomorrow. Meanwhile, at the Jinsheng branch office, Bai Xiaoxiao sat alone before 3 supercomputers, her fingers dancing in blurred motion across the keyboards, sweat already beading on her forehead. I'm, I'm sorry, Su Ming. I really can't find a way to crack the nightmare's data. According to my analysis, if you stay any longer, your survival probability will approach 0. On the other end of the communication, Su Ming clenched his fist in silence. Retreat? He couldn't. Lin Xiran, Zhao Wulong, Wu Qianjun were still there, along with dozens of investigators, and even his newly acknowledged master. If he fled now, his conscience wouldn't allow it, and he feared the backlash from the ritual mask he wore. There had to be a way his luck had never led him to a dead end. Recalling the last time, he had first broken the looping dream. Then the dark energy escaped the cabin and was devoured by the Bochi bird outside. Yes, Bochi, the nemesis of all nightmares. A spark of hope ignited in his eyes as he suddenly gripped Hu Cici's arm. Cici, help me hold them off for 30 seconds. I have a plan. Hu Cici winced from the pain and looked back, only to see Su Ming's confident and determined gaze without the slightest hesitation. She envied it and yearned for it too. Su Ming, I won't be counting the time, she said quietly. If you want to get through, you'll have to step over my corpse. I believe in you. She released her intertwined fingers from Su Ming's, and a newly split rabbit clone nimbly jumped onto Su Ming's shoulder. Unlike Mimi, this doll had no intelligence but could provide Su Ming with brief aerial support. Thank you. Su Ming spoke solemnly. He knew that Hu Cici had no attachments in this world, and her decision to stay and risk her life was entirely for him. He would remember this debt. But more pressing now was how to summon Bochi. The divine beast had taken physical form and wouldn't simply appear at his call. He thought of system resonance, but had no idea what Bochi's resonance conditions were. Suddenly, like lightning flashing through his mind, he caught a glimmer of inspiration. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him as he recalled a method recorded in ancient texts. According to ancient records of Nuo culture, particularly from the Shang dynasty onward, Nuo took many forms. Nuo masks, Nuo opera, Nuo techniques, and Nuo rituals emerged endlessly, as the ancients found it extremely difficult to borrow divine power and thus evolved these methods. Su Ming patted his head. Ever since he obtained the system, he had been fixated on using it to resonate with Nuo masks and summon divine favor, forgetting that he himself was a legitimate inheritor of orthodox Nuo culture. A Nuo practitioner could assume the appearance of deities, impersonate heavenly gods, and thereby channel that strand of divine power between heaven and earth. This was the fundamental principle. With this realization, he decisively sliced open his palm, crimson blood flowing freely, but first removed the Guangong Nuo mask from his face. Then he raised his voice in proclamation. Descendant Su Ming humbly announces, the Su lineage spans 1,000 sacrifices, with only this bloodline remaining. Today I offer my cut palm as sacrifice, burning Artemisia to honor the spirit. Though the ritual is simple, I humbly pray that Lord Boki will forgive its inadequacy. May the spirit feast fully at the altar. Though my body be ground to dust, I swear to feel no fear. As his words ended, he cast the blade in his hand to the ground, showing reverence. Su Ming dipped his right hand in blood and touched his brow, his fingertips tracing blood marks that outlined a face with leopard nose and tiger ears, protruding eyes and dog-like Hyran expression between sorrow and joy. Though the ritual had no props, he stepped in the Tiangang pattern, his shoulders and hips turning with perfect precision. Crack bit through his tongue tip and sprayed a mouthful of vital blood into his palm, his face instantly turning deathly pale. Cupping the blood in one hand, he whispered an incantation. Spirit return, above the vast heavens. Boki bears arrows, devouring dreams in all directions. The vital blood immediately ignited, rising in golden flames. Simultaneously, mysterious forces of heaven and earth rippled outward with him at the center, searching for Boki's unknown location. Bang! On the other side, Hu Cici was ambushed by Tang Hongxiao, her right arm severed instantly as she plummeted toward the ground like a broken kite. Cici! Mimi shrieked, fury erupting as white viscous matter surged from her sutured wounds, red silk threads spreading in a net pattern, binding Tang Hongxiao. Tang Hongxiao, trapped in her dream's instinctive form, retained only 30% of her level strength and was caught off guard by the restraints. No one can hurt Cici, I mean it. The rabbit's eyes turned from red to purple, its psychic power surging wildly as it transformed again into that terrifying form, manipulating a gleaming fruit knife aimed straight at Tang Hongxiao's heart. Whoosh! The bone flute's piercing shriek like tearing silk echoed across Panlong Plaza, and all those trapped in nightmares froze instantly. Su Ming, his face painted with blood, appearing to cry and laugh with mixed sorrow and joy, gazed toward the distant gate and proclaimed, Lord Boki, swallow nightmares and transform evil, illuminate the 8 extremes. Whoosh! A divine bird with dog-like fur, stars scattered across its back, and reddish-brown tail feathers burst through the air. Upon appearing, its dark brown eyes locked onto the nightmare demon, killing intent and appetite churning. With another clear cry, Boki circled the plaza once before landing beside Su Ming. Su Ming quietly observed the divine bird so close at hand, without harboring thoughts like Xiongbo of killing it to obtain a Nuo mask. People say Boki's heart is like a clear mirror, able to distinguish right from wrong. You came because of me, so you must understand the reasons behind all this. As a Nuo mask, it must protect mortals. Boki tilted its bird head, first looking at Su Ming, then glancing toward the nightmare lurking nearby. It seemed to be weighing its own strength, and after just a few breaths, it finally nodded. Thank you. Su Ming clasped his fists, his expression solemn. Whoosh, the bone flute's piercing shriek tore through the sky like ripping silk. Boki spread its wings and soared upward, then exploded in the next moment, transforming into a shower of golden rain. Golden droplets drifted down slowly, like warm blood and flesh, yet resembling sacred radiance. In midair, one of Mimi's avatars hung suspended with Husisi. The girl raised her palm, and as a few raindrops fell into it, her wounds visibly healed. Su Ming looked down to find his face now covered by a brand new Nuo mask, the Boki Nuo mask. Ding system notification. Successfully completed the Nuo ritual, obtained Great Nuo mask, Boki X1. Boki Nuo mask skills. Great Nuo. Weaving dreams into prison active. Using dreams as warp and nightmares as weft. Creates mirages using real-world scenes to confuse enemies. Clear as a mirror passive, when worn, allows the wearer to see through lies. Great devouring technique active. Secret transmission of the 12 divine beasts. Devours the soul of a designated creature to enhance oneself. Finally got my trump card. Su Ming slowly raised his eyes, looking at the nightmare as if staring at a corpse. Though the floating ghostly shadow lacked complete consciousness, it was seized by instinctive terror. With a whimper, it defied logic by turning and fleeing as black mist. Wanna run? Not so easy. Su Ming formed his fingers into claws and grasped at the air. Great devouring technique. An invisible tremendous force suddenly appeared. The dust remained still, yet it precisely locked onto the nightmare and the nightmare energy it emanated. The ghostly shadow was forcibly frozen, then flew backward towards Su Ming. From the surfaces of the crowd trapped in dream loops at Panlong Plaza, wisps of black chi continuously escaped, converging into a rushing dark current. Gulp, gulp, gulp. All the nightmare's black chi was refined by the devouring technique into pure spiritual power that poured into Su Ming's body. Fatigue vanished instantly, his depleted essence and blood were quickly replenished, and his martial arts realm stepped across the threshold into the 5th stage in ancient times. This would already be a young hero renowned throughout the martial world. On the other side, Tang Hongxiao raised her hand and struck, deflecting the dagger Mimi had thrown. Her internal energy exploded around her as she broke free from the red threads binding her. You little rabbit, you strike quite ruthlessly. I didn't hurt your master on purpose. With the nightmare's source of calamity eliminated, the crowd in the plaza gradually awakened. They looked at each other with confusion written in many of their eyes in that endless loop of failures. Parts of their memories had been permanently worn away. Are you all okay? Su Ming landed beside Lin Xiran and the others. Lin Xiran shrugged. I'm fine. I had actually found the flaw in the dream loop, but I didn't expect you to rescue us first. We're fine too. The others agreed, though they vaguely felt an emptiness in their hearts. Boom. Like a great bell thundering in their ears, a tremendous crash suddenly erupted. Everyone turned in unison toward the pitch-black wall surrounding the main platform. There stood Yun Dingtian wielding a hegemon spear, like raging waves, striking the black wall again and again with his spear. Commander! Tang Hongxiao cried out in alarm, leaping toward the black wall. Su Ming and the others' faces changed simultaneously. Their side had just finished fighting, but there was complete silence from the commander's direction. Following Tang Hongxiao's footsteps, several people rushed to the black wall, keeping their breathing extremely low. The black wall had developed spiderweb cracks under Yun Dingtian's relentless bombardment, yet its surface remained solid like stubborn stone. Those outside could only watch helplessly, their vision blocked by the pitch darkness, unable to see anything inside. Damn it! What's happening in there? Evil god cult, if you have the guts, let us in. Tang Hongxiao pounded her fists against the black wall, the dull echoes reverberating. She cursed continuously, unable to hide the anxiety in her eyes. Yun Dingtian lowered his fists, his brow furrowing deeper. Are there any spatial awakeners at headquarters for this exchange meeting? I'm afraid only spatial teleportation could get us inside. As he spoke, his clenched knuckles revealed his urgency. No, someone shook their head. Spatial types are rare to begin with, and young ones are even rarer. Then we're in trouble. While everyone was at a loss, Su Ming walked around the black wall in a circle, lowering his head in thought for several moments before suddenly looking up. I have a Nuo mask with effects similar to spatial abilities. Should I try going in? As soon as he spoke, all eyes turned to him. Right, Captain? That ability of yours where you just whoosh and disappear, is that spatial? Amazing. Wu Qianjun reacted quickly, instantly connecting it to Su Ming's skill source. Su Ming, are you certain? The situation is critical. You can only rely on you. Tang Hongxiao's expression was serious as she instinctively gripped his arm. Big sister, I can't guarantee anything, but I'll do my best. Don't worry. Su Ming winced from her grip, but kept his tone gentle. The next second, white light flashed across his face as a judge's Nuo mask covered his features. Su Ming stepped forward and activated Yin-Yang transition, his form instantly vanishing into the darkness. Tap, tap in the Yin realm. The black wall dissolved like a mirage. Su Ming walked through the empty corridor and reached the main platform in just a few steps. Someone else is here. On the platform sat a slightly hunched figure, holding an old enamel tea mug. The faint tea fragrance seemed particularly real in the Yin realm. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around, his face breaking into a kind smile. Oh, I remember Yuri, that quite capable young man, called. What was it again? Due to his advanced age, Shang Jing couldn't recall the name immediately. Su Ming scratched the back of his head, feeling like a child caught at an arcade outside school by the principal. Commander, I'm Su Ming. Right, Su Ming. Shang Jing smiled with squinted eyes. To stand out at such a young age, this old man is very pleased. His tone was like chatting with a familiar junior. Su Ming suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, Commander, this is the Yin realm. How can you be here? Shang Jing set down his large tea mug and casually picked at his ear, his smile serene. Me? I died, of course. Hey, who would have thought I could still chat with people after death? Your ability is quite something. He spoke lightly, but Su Ming couldn't smile. You said you died? How is that possible? Who could kill you? Shang Jing simply looked quietly at Su Ming, watching his disbelieving expression, but said nothing, giving Su Ming time to process. After a moment, Su Ming finally accepted this reality and couldn't help but hold his forehead. Oh no, Director. Everything outside is in complete chaos right now. You have no idea how frantic Tang Hongxiao is. If news of your death gets out, the entire Special Fifth Bureau will probably explode. By the way, have those people who killed you left? They're not still here, are they? Damn, that would make me pretty dangerous. He rambled on, but in reality he was covering up his shock. The man he had always believed to be invincible had suddenly died, yet now that person's ghost was standing right in front of him. Shang Jing replied calmly. They probably haven't left yet. If you return to the mortal realm now, you'll most likely run into them. This casual remark scared Su Ming into violent trembling. What? They really haven't left? Then Director, let me go out first to inform Tang Hongxiao and the others. Tell everyone to flee, and I'll come back to chat with you later. Before he finished speaking, he tried to get up, but Shang Jing pressed him back into the chair with one palm. Only then did Su Ming realize that not only could the other party touch him, but his strength was even more domineering than when he was alive. Most people's souls after death are largely unconscious, let alone capable of physical action, but Shang Jing was clearly an exception. I'm staying here to find someone to deliver a message. Once I'm done, I'll go reincarnate. Shang Jing stroked his beard, keeping Su Ming pinned down, unable to move. Don't worry, those people have achieved their goal and won't attack you again. Su Ming looked speechless. With all that fighting going on outside, this old man still had the leisure to pin people down? What could possibly be more urgent than escaping? I knew I would die 3 months ago. Shang Jing's words were shocking. What? You knew you'd die, but didn't run? Su Ming blurted out. Shang Jing gave him a look. Run? Fate is what at ice running would just be dying for nothing. Don't interrupt. I'm old, and if you keep cutting me off I'll forget where I was. He cleared his throat and continued. A prophecy-type awakener determined that I must die. I decided to use this to my advantage and resolve a major concern before dying. I'm old and don't have the strength to eliminate all threats for you, so I could only cut down the biggest trouble first. The rest is up to you young people. Su Ming listened with wide eyes, completely clueless about what the other party was talking about. Shang Jing didn't mind his confusion. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, just relay what I said to Little Tang and Ding Tian. Now for this next part, I'm asking you specifically. His gaze swept over Su Ming. I've been observing you for a long time. Your awakening ability is unusual. It seems different from our usual methods. How did you acquire it? Su Ming suddenly felt a chill down his spine. This was the first person to directly point out that his awakening method differed from others, and he asked, how did you acquire it rather than, how did you awaken? Director, that's not really convenient for me to say. A cold light flashed in Shang Jing's eyes as he stared intently at Su Ming. Are you unwilling to speak, or unable to? Shang Jing asked in a deep voice, his brow furrowing slightly, as if weighing Su Ming's true intentions. Su Ming gave an awkward laugh and was about to explain when a cold breeze swept across his palm. Shang Jing raised his hand to block his mouth, saying decisively, if it's inconvenient to say, then don't. Everyone has secrets. I'm already dead, and while I might have pressed for answers when alive, now I need to ask favors of you. I trust your character, so you don't need to lay everything bare for me. With that, The white-haired old man showed a kind smile, his gaze growing more appreciative. If you were older and stronger, you might truly be the right candidate. Unfortunately, I won't live to see that day. He shook his head slightly, regret evident in his expression, then lowered his voice. All right, I need to give you some private instructions. Those few words left Su Ming wide-eyed, his mind reeling. What? You really plan to do that? Isn't that improper? I understand how adults operate, but this can't be about seniority, can it? Su Ming scratched the back of his head, sucking air through his teeth with a troubled expression. Shang Jing's eyes flashed as he grabbed his cane threateningly. You brat, where did you learn all this bureaucratic nonsense? Seniority? There's no such thing at Special Division 5. But what you're asking me to do is still not quite right, especially when they haven't agreed. Before he could finish, the cane tapped his head not hard, but enough to make him see stars. Stop your whining. I won't let you work for nothing. Shang Jing withdrew his cane, his tone softening. All my insights into martial arts over the years, I'll pass them all to you. Being a ghost has its advantages. If I were alive and teaching, it would take you 50 years to learn. Another tap of the cane, and vast information flooded into his mind. Su Ming felt his very soul swelling from the influx, as if blessed by an immortal, leaving him dizzy. Burp, too much knowledge, I'm knowledge drunk. After a long moment, he came to his senses and dropped to his knees, kowtowing 3 times with loud thuds. I've never had parents in this life, but I remember everyone who's good to me. Once a teacher, always a father. Don't worry, after you die, I'll tend your grave. Burn paper servants and horses, mansions and luxury cars all for you. Do you like foreign beauties? I'll get you a couple. And some from Africa too. Bang. Shang Jing kicked him in the rear. Get lost. Who wants to be your father? Nothing else now, hurry up and go. I need to head down too. After scolding him, he added worriedly. Remember, tell them not to rush into revenge. Without 5 or 6 rank 9th Dan fighters working together, don't take them heeding. Survival is victory. I stayed Director General for so many years because I knew how to stay alive. Got it. Director General, rest in peace. I won't see you off. Su Ming waved and walked toward the exit of the underworld. A ghostly wind suddenly arose, and 2 figures with chilling auras materialized in the dark space. The figure on the left wore 7 treasure battle armor gleaming coldly, with stern features and a delicate pagoda in his right hand, surrounded by divine radiance. The figure on the right was clad in billowing black robes, eyes like lightning, an ancient dragon-slaying sword at his waist, emanating both killing intent and righteousness. Su Ming caught sight of them from the corner of his eye, his spine instantly chilling as he nearly bolted. Li Jing, Wei Zheng. These were 2 true gods who wielded authority over heaven and the underworld, genuine deities with divine positions who received faith and incense offerings. High-ranking divine beings indeed. Why are these 2 mighty deities here? Just how many good deeds did Shang Jing do in his lifetime? The crowd erupted in astonishment as 2 imposing figures emerged from the shadows. Li Jing and Wei Zheng arrived together, giving the onlookers barely any time to react before walking straight to Shang Jing's corpse. This mortal form has reached its end, and heaven's will cannot be defied. We act on behalf of heaven. Shang Jing, come with us to your rightful place. Li Jing's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an irresistible authority. Shang Jing had never imagined there truly was an underworld after death. His gray-white soul trembled slightly as Li Jing and his companion led him toward the dark depths. For the first time, he truly felt how laughably insignificant the power he had once prided himself on was before these 2 deities. Suddenly, as if remembering something urgent, he whipped around and shouted at Su Ming. Su, my boy, remember to burn me some foreign beauties but not the African kind. And throw in a couple extra mansions. Better burn a whole year's worth of newspapers at once. And also, realizing he could apparently still enjoy pleasures after death, he became instantly excited. All right, grilled kidneys. Offer me plenty. I've had high cholesterol for years and haven't eaten any. You dare forget. His voice grew fainter and fainter until it finally disappeared into the underworld. Su Ming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, standing there with an embarrassed expression. This old man was still thinking about grilled kidneys even after death, not afraid that the 2 deities might casually toss him into the 18th level of hell. Compared to the old man's absurdity, he was more worried about whether Wei Zheng might deal with him in passing. After all, he had recently scribbled on the book of life and death, randomly altering lifespans. Fortunately, Wei Zheng seemed uninterested, which finally allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. In that case, I should head out. There's a whole mess waiting for me to clean up. He sighed deeply and stepped forward. The realms of Yin and Yang switched in an instant, and Su Ming reappeared in everyone's view. Su Ming, how is it? What happened to the director? Everyone pressed forward. Just as Su Ming opened his mouth, the black wall behind him exploded with a thunderous crash, exposing the underworld scene to everyone's gaze. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, hundreds upon thousands of fanatic cultist bodies formed a river of blood leading to the abyss. The earth was shattered and riddled with holes. Three figures in blood-red robes stood proudly atop the mountain of corpses, and at their feet, an elderly figure knelt on both knees. It was Xiangjing. The timing is earlier than expected. Yi Weiyue spoke indifferently, turning to smile at Huang Ziheng. I thought few of them could break free from the nightmare, but this batch of investigators isn't bad. Huang Ziheng snorted softly. Only 2 or 3 are worth noticing. But there's a kid wearing a mask who's ruthless enough. His gaze pierced through the crowd and landed steadily on Su Ming's face. Being stared at by that gaze, Su Ming instinctively stepped half a pace back into the crowd. If the Zhurong mask hadn't been a one-time use, he really wanted to go beat up Han Jiuhao. Was this guy unkillable? Of course, he didn't know that Han Jiuhao had long been possessed, and Huang Ziheng wasn't at a level he could currently mess with. Director, Tang Hongxiao roared, like an enraged leopardess, suddenly shooting forward. Holy crap, big sister, calm down. The director is already. Don't be impulsive. Su Ming reacted quickly, grabbing Tang Hongxiao's suddenly appeared leopard tail. His feet plowed the ground, carving trenches several meters deep. Even with the Qiyu mask on, he could barely hold her back. Xiao Tang, calm down. Yun Dingtian blocked her path, using his stern voice to suppress her fury, while he himself looked up to study the 3 figures carefully. You are? Yi Weiyue. Yun Dingtian's spear blade trembled, his pupils contracting. So it's you. The evil god cult is actually connected to you? You treacherous, master-betraying scum, stay right there. Overlord spear technique, 1,000 tribulations, dragon's fury. The long spear shot skyward. A silver dragon roared, as if to tear apart the heavens. Space shattered. Spear shadows wrapped in a blood-colored tornado hurtled toward Yi Weiyue. The crimson tornado roared menacingly toward Yi Weiyue, who merely raised his hand with casual indifference. Metal element gung metal storm. The platform was instantly overturned, as if by tremendous force. Tables, chairs, railings, and even the steel reinforcement beneath the concrete surface were pulled up by invisible magnetic force, forming a surging torrent of steel that clashed head-on with the blood-red tornado. Holy crap! Magneto! Su Ming cursed aloud, grabbing his companion beside him as they retreated frantically. The aftershocks of this battle are already Brank level. Anyone below Brank isn't even qualified to watch. Boom! The 2 forces collided with a deafening explosion. Shattered metal scattered like raindrops, easily piercing through walls. Ivy wall. Seeing the shockwave approaching, Jiang Xian crossed her arms as gentle wood element energy flowed forth. A thick wooden wall covered in ivy rose before Su Ming and the others. Thud, 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 fragments embedded into the wooden wall with muffled sounds. Nice ability there, beautiful. Thanks, Su Ming said. Having been scared enough to nearly unleash his ultimate move, he now became cocky again, seeing everyone unharmed. Humph. Jiang Xian lifted her chin proudly, though her eyes secretly observed Lin Xiaoran. This is bad. Elder Yun is no match for him. Lin Xiaoran's face went pale as she stared intently at the battlefield. At that moment, Yun Dingtian's old strength was exhausted while new power had yet to emerge. Yi Weiyue had quietly used spatial movement to appear behind him, dark elements swirling and collapsing in his palm. Yun Dingtian, you delivered yourself to me and blame me for this. Dark element spear of darkness. A small black hole opened in his palm as a pitch-black spear shot forth with a whistle. Danger! Yun Dingtian's nerves tensed, yet an imperceptible smile crossed his lips. His overlord spear suddenly thrust backward in a reverse cavalry charge. 1,000 tribulations, dragon fury, returned dragon. The blood-red tornado that had seemingly collapsed reformed around the spear shaft, transforming into a thunderous dragon that instantly collided with the dark element spear. Crack! The spear of darkness shattered on contact. The overlord spear continued its momentum, pointing directly at Yi Weiyue's throat. Interesting. Yi Weiyue's expression remained unchanged as his right palm gently lifted, forcibly deflecting the overlord spear skyward. Crash! The ceiling was torn open as debris rained down on Panlong Plaza. The investigators scrambled for cover with their heads in their hands, hardly resembling awakened beings. See? This is your precious special 5th Bureau that you've built over a lifetime, just a bunch of green recruits who've barely seen real combat. Yi Weiyue sneered continuously. Damn it, let go of me. I'm going to kill him. Tang Hongxiao struggled desperately, like an enraged lioness. The people around her quickly joined forces to hold her down. Boss lady, calm down. Su Ming gripped her tail tightly. Even Elder Yin can't beat him. The enemy is at least a rank squad level. Going there would be suicide. In gaming terms, this is like the Calabash brothers trying to save Grandpa, except Grandpa's already dead. He was extremely anxious. Hadn't Xiangjing said the other party wouldn't attack them again? Why weren't they leaving yet? In the midst of battle, Yi Weiyue flashed back to his original position and reached down to grab Xiangjing's corpse from the ground. Forget it. I'm done playing with you all. Reinforcements will arrive soon anyway. Farewell, everyone. I'll be taking my teacher's body with me. I am sure the evil god will be delighted with the gift I bring him. With that, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Huang Ziheng. Understanding immediately, Huang Ziheng pressed his palms together and shouted, "Two-dimensional fold. Leap." The air seemed to fold upon itself as a pitch-black spatial gateway tore open with a thunderous roar. Yi Weiyue first pushed Xiao Jing through the portal, then turned back to survey the crowd with a smile playing at his lips, retreating step by step. "Goodbye, little ones. And you, the boy named Su Ming, I'll remember you." Huang Ziheng also waved with a smile, stepping through the folded gateway as casually as taking a stroll. No one could stop a spatial-type assault, and just like that, 3 top-tier awakened fighters made their leisurely escape. Yun Dingtian's face turned ashen, but he could only watch helplessly as they vanished. Ah! Tang Hongxiao finally broke free from her restraints and rushed onto the platform, frantically pounding her fists against the empty ground, her rage almost taking physical form. While Yi Weiyue had escaped, and Tang Hongxiao felt she'd gained nothing, Su Ming hadn't forgotten about the 4 subordinates of Han Jiuyo still lurking nearby. Su Ming whispered a few words to Lin Xiran and the others, and they immediately spread out. Within moments, they had indeed found the 4 bespectacled evil god cultists hidden deep in the ruins, all severely injured and unconscious. How ruthlessly they abandoned their pawns after use, Su Ming snorted coldly, dragging the prisoners before Tang Hongxiao. Judging by the fierce look in her eyes, these men would likely face a fate worse than death. Now that things have come to this, what should we do next? Zhao Wulong posed the soul-searching question. Before anyone could respond, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from outside Panlong Plaza. "Quickly! Headquarters is under attack. Provide immediate support. Where's the medical team? Go treat the wounded. All grade B and above investigators, assemble. Sweep the scene and arrest all evil god-related corrupted individuals. If they resist, kill them on sight." "Understood, Director." Amid the shouting, a middle-aged man wearing the white cloak of Special Investigation Unit 5 strode quickly towards Su Ming and the others. The man had stern features with 3 silver marks etched like knife cuts between his brows. A jade hairpin bound his waist-length black hair, and beneath his cloak was a silk robe with a peach blossom embroidered at the collar. Ornaments chimed softly as he walked, and a 3-foot tang sword in an ebony scabbard at his waist was particularly striking. "My apologies, I arrived too late." He surveyed the scene and seemed to understand everything at once. "Bai Zhou, the Director General has perished," Yin Dingtian reported in a low voice, struggling to contain his grief. Though he had been mentally prepared, hearing the confirmation still stirred waves in Bai Zhou's gaze. His hand on the sword trembled almost imperceptibly before he finally suppressed his sorrow. "I understand. I'll immediately notify the directors of all branch offices to come to headquarters. Hong Xiaomi condolences." Perhaps seeing reinforcements arrive, or perhaps having her defenses shattered by those words of condolence, the girl whom Shang Jing had once rescued from Vagrant Street finally broke down completely. She hugged herself tightly, kneeling among the corpses of fanatics scattered across the ground, and wailed in anguish. Most of the aftermath had little to do with Su Ming. The Special 5th Division continued operating according to established procedures, and the evil god cult's attack on headquarters was classified as a Blevel incident. The chaotic battle involving Yi Weiyue and others was deliberately excluded from this classification. For Su Ming, who still held a Blevel rank, his personal record of completed Blevel missions officially changed from 0 to 1. The staff had previously explained the promotion rules: 10 Blevel missions for a level promotion, 10 A-level missions for S-level promotion, and high-level missions could never be substituted with lower-level ones. In other words, lower ranks weren't necessarily weak, but higher ranks were absolutely formidable. This was the Special 5th Division's compromise when unable to uniformly measure various supernatural combat abilities. Soon after, his electronic file was updated. Name: Su Ming. Affiliation: Zhensheng Branch. Level: Martial Arts. Undisclosed. Investigator's discretion. Supernatural ability: Nuo God. Mission completions: D1, C1, B1, A0. Support personnel: by Xiao. Additionally, he was deemed the default champion of this Special 5th Division exchange meeting, which was classified as a clever achievement, and the reward was promptly delivered to his dormitory. "Su Ming, this is the first-place reward from the exchange meeting." Tang Hongxiao entered carrying a silver-gray briefcase, her eyes barely concealing her grief. "It should have been personally presented by the Director General, but now, I'm afraid there will never be another chance." "It's all right." Su Ming accepted the case and gently patted its lid. "I've already received the Director General's blessing." In his mind, the martial arts insights left behind by Shang Jing's lifetime remained as clear as yesterday. That was the truly priceless gift. After completing the handover, Tang Hongxiao hurriedly departed. With the Director General's death, branch directors from various locations were arriving one after another, leaving her with a mountain of affairs to handle. Su Ming closed and locked the door, then walked to his desk and opened the case latches. "Let me see how much headquarters bled for this." The lid sprang open, revealing only 3 items inside. At the top lay a deep purple wooden box. He lifted and opened the box, and a warm current mixed with medicinal fragrance and spiritual energy rushed toward him, as if it would cleanse his very lungs. Such pure spiritual energy. With just a shallow breath, he clearly felt the true chi within his body slowly expanding. A thin instruction manual was attached to the box's inner wall. This turned out to be a technological achievement of the special 5th Division primordial spirit pills. If placed in ancient times, these would qualify as 9th-grade spiritual pills. Now, with the aid of instruments for mass synthesis, though their efficacy was slightly reduced, they had become mass-produced supplements. 12 pills in total, each outer coating marked with the month of consumption. The instruction manual stated in black and white, for those below the 7th stage of martial arts, completing the 12-month regimen would guarantee at least one stage advancement. For those at the 7th stage and above, it would significantly strengthen their foundation and could only be taken once in a lifetime. Perfect for me. Su Ming was secretly delighted. He had always progressed slightly slower than his peers at the same level, and even occasional moments of unity between heaven and man were difficult to compensate for this. The primordial spirit pills were exactly what he needed. With a thought, he picked up one pill and immediately swallowed it. As the medicinal power entered his throat, heat instantly exploded through his meridians. He immediately sat cross-legged, formed hand seals, and began circulating the 1,000 transformations formless great method. After a moment, he opened his eyes in confusion. The ceiling above still bore the same familiar patterns, but only one complaint echoed in his mind. Could this medicine have expired? The flow of spiritual energy in his body was barely faster than when he practiced on his own. Of course, he had no idea that while others cultivated like carrying water with wooden ladles to fill a bathtub, his body was equipped with a pump, drawing water with extreme efficiency, but needing to fill an entire lake. The difference in speed was obvious at a glance. The other two prizes weren't too shabby. The first was a black card with a credit limit of 10 million daxia coins. For some family heirs, this might be mere pocket money, but for Su Ming, who lived solely on his salary, it was like timely assistance in a snowstorm. The second reward was a letter of introduction. Tearing open the craft paper seal, he saw several lines of names and contact numbers, contact information for captains of various special operations teams. These special operations teams specialized in handling high-difficulty or unclassified special incidents, with members mostly being rank or even a rank awakeners. In regional branches, a rank awakener could easily serve as a division chief. How could such teams recruit casually? Even if you were the exchange champion and the most brilliant newcomer in recent years, you'd still need to pass the captain's assessment first. This letter merely granted Su Ming the qualification to apply to join any team. He immediately understood. By the 5th Special Bureau's standards, rank missions were already so challenging that without cheating, who could single-handedly deal with monsters like nightmares? If special teams worked together, everything would make sense. Usually, investigators could only receive such invitations after advancing to rank, but he had the exceptional opportunity to obtain this chance early. He stuffed the envelope back into the drawer. He had no immediate plans to join a special team, but one name on the list caught his particular attention. Someone Shang Jing had mentioned to him. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Su Ming slipped on his slippers to answer it, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the crack. Lin Xiaoran had already freshened up, her slightly curled hair tips still carrying the sweet scent of shampoo, her eyes looking him up and down. What? Did you just wake up? Not at all. The boss lady just came and gave me the first place prize. By the way, Han Juyo was disqualified, so you got second place, right? Su Ming stepped aside, subtly blocking her view into the room. Yes, I received the second place reward. What are you blocking? Hiding someone in there? Lin Xiaoran frowned slightly, clearly displeased with his defensiveness. Nonsense. How can girls just waltz into guys' dorms? What if I hadn't put away my underwear? How embarrassing would that be? Su Ming spoke righteously, but his mind was on the clusters of tissues on the floor used for wiping his nose during his rhinitis flare-up. But it would be troublesome if misunderstood. Come on, I've seen it all in the nightmare anyway. She changed the subject. Whatever, come with me. Elder Yin wants us to attend a meeting. Wait, what exactly did you see in the nightmare? Why are you and I? Su Ming muttered while grabbing his shoes, but Lin Xiaoran had already turned and left. The two arrived at the conference room. Pushing the door open, they found Yinding Tian, Bai Zhou, and others already seated, and even Wei Qing from Jincheng had made the trip. You're here? Have a seat. We're all family here, so I'll fill you in on some important matters. Su Ming found an empty seat and sat down, exchanging a meaningful glance with Lin Xiaoran beside him. The large conference room was packed with people, and he whispered under his breath, "What's going on? So many people here." Lin Xiaoran rolled her eyes and gestured for him to listen carefully, signaling him to be quiet. Ahem. At the front row, Wei Qing cleared his throat, interlaced his fingers on the desk, and began in a deep voice. Most of you here are investigators from our Jincheng branch. Let me first introduce two guests. This is Director Bai Zhou from the Baiqing branch, and this lady you all know, Executive Secretary Tang Hanxiao from headquarters. Su Ming followed the voice and couldn't help but take a few extra looks at Bai Zhou. Sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, composed demeanor even younger than Director Wei? Both being directors, why would he stand with the Zhensheng branch? The question lingered in his mind. Wei Qing continued. Everyone has heard about what happened at headquarters these past few days, so I won't elaborate. He frowned as he spoke, seeming troubled. Yesterday, all 13 branch directors gathered, and we held a meeting to discuss subsequent affairs. The first item on our agenda was who should serve as the next Director General of Special Bureau 5. As his words fell, the conference room instantly fell silent. When one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. With someone's promotion, positions at headquarters and various branches would change in a chain reaction, and many people's eyes flashed with shrewd calculation. Only Su Ming quietly raised an eyebrow. Shouldn't they be discussing how to deal with the evil god cult right now? Wei Qing seemed to see through his thoughts and sighed. I suggested at the meeting that we postpone the election and focus on the evil god cult instead. After all, if even headquarters has been infiltrated, you can imagine the situation at the major branches. What was the result? Someone couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Rejected by 10 votes. Wei Qing spread his hands. Most directors still felt we should establish a leader first. 13 cities meant 13 votes, with 10 against, and 2 supporting Wei Qing. 1 vote came from Baiqing director Bai Zhou, but who cast the other? Su Ming secretly speculated. Tang Hongxiao? Bai Zhou suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but clear. Don't blame Director Wei for being ineffective. Originally, the meeting wanted to directly promote one of the 13 directors to replace the Director General, but Director Wei insisted on expanding the selection to all investigators, postponing the election to mid-next month, with everyone voting to decide. Bang! Tang Hongxiao slammed her palm on the table and stood up, cutting off whatever Wei Qing and Bai Zhou had prepared to say next. She looked around the room and spoke decisively. Enough. You 2 men are being too wishy-washy. Let me speak. She held up 2 fingers. I'll make just 2 points. Listen carefully and follow them. First, in a month's time, the main competitors will still be the 13 city directors. This period is the window for vote gathering and interest exchanges. Second, I, Director Bai, and everyone we can mobilize will unconditionally support Wei Qing. You Zhensheng people, bring your allies and cast all your votes for Wei Qing. As Tang Hongxiao spoke, her gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Su Ming. Especially those of you with lots of buddies and connections on the outside, who owe you favors. Use those connections to pull in more votes for your directors. Having Wei Qing take over as Director General would be the best outcome for both Jin City and the entire Special Bureau 5. Su Ming gently tapped his cheek, his heart skipping a beat. Tang Hongxiao's words sounded like she was calling him out specifically. All right, Hongxiao, that's going too far. He quickly tried to smooth things over. Our original intention is still democracy. Everyone should be free to choose. When voting day comes, leaders from other bureaus will also be observing. I'm confident the final result will be fair and democratic. Wei Qing nodded cooperatively beside him. He hadn't wanted to become Director General, but given how things had developed, he could only grit his teeth and push forward to honor his predecessor's legacy. Sir, I have a question. From the other end of the conference table, Lin Xiaoran suddenly raised her hand. Xiaoran, what's your question? Wei Qing composed his expression and gestured for her to speak. Why do I get the feeling you're all particularly worried about the Director General position being taken by directors from other bureaus? Aren't all Special Bureau 5 investigators one big family? Director Wei, you don't seem like someone with a strong appetite for power either. Su Ming secretly gave her a thumbs up. That was a sharp question that hit right at the heart of his own doubts. Yeah, he chimed in. When we joined, we were always told we're all one family, that we share all missions and must provide unconditional support when colleagues need help. But when it comes to dividing up benefits, why is everyone suddenly fighting to be in charge? Wei Qing smiled bitterly, his gaze sweeping over Bai Zhou before finally deciding to lay everything out. Fine, with your sharp instincts, I can't hide it anyway. He held up 3 fingers. Special Bureau 5 is far from as harmonious as you think internally. We're roughly divided into 3 factions. The first finger tapped lightly on the table. The martial arts faction advocates pure martial arts cultivation as primary. When recruiting, they don't require awakened abilities, but if someone is awakened, they must still prioritize martial arts. They represent 5 cities, including Zijing City and Xiantian City. Su Ming blinked, mentally noting this. Wu Qianjun and Mei Wanma were from Xiantian City. The second finger rose. The awakened faction only cares about supernatural abilities. They only recruit awakened investigators, and many completely ignore martial arts cultivation levels. They also represent 5 cities, including Dragon City and Eternal Night City. Snap! Su Ming slapped the table, suddenly understanding. No wonder Hu Cici's physical body was pathetically weak, while Mi was incredibly strong. They were from Dragon City. The third finger slowly lifted. Finally, there's the dual cultivation faction. Martial arts enhances abilities, and the 2 complement each other. Members must simultaneously practice martial arts to strengthen control over their awakened abilities. They represent only 3 cities: Jin City, by city, and the capital, the territories of the 3 directors sitting before you. As his words ended, the conference room fell into brief silence. Most faces showed surprise, while only a few seemed to already know this information, remaining calm. Ming took in everyone's expressions. It seemed this information was still at a level where, without deliberately investigating, it would be very difficult to know. So what if a director from another city gets elected? How would that even affect us? Lin Xiaoran fixed her gaze on Wei Qing across the conference table, her tone calm, yet cutting straight to the heart of the matter. Wei Qing's brow furrowed as he hesitated to respond. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze over, Bai Zhou cleared his throat softly and picked up the conversation. Let me start with the martial arts faction. Bai Zhou leaned forward slightly, adjusting his cuffs as he spoke. You might not know this, but the Great Xia has 4 ancient martial arts families: the Yuns, Beis, Jiangs, and Citus. That's right, I am from the Bai family. These 4 families control the vast majority of martial cultivators and can mobilize martial world forces at will. In the past, Special Division 5 has maintained a relationship of both cooperation and mutual restraint with them. If the next Director General falls into the hands of the martial arts faction, it would be a devastating blow to Special Division 5. Ming silently clicked his tongue in amazement. So the government actually acknowledged the coexistence of such colossal entities as the 4 great families. It seemed official authority was still quite limited. Bai Zhou raised another finger. As for the awakened faction, a bunch of lunatics who only care about supernatural abilities without regard for control. The slightest mistake and they'll fall into demonic madness and go berserk. Even if they're lucky, they're just glass cannons. Those few from the evil god cult. Bai Zhou, that's enough. Wei Qing suddenly interrupted in a low voice. Seeing the warning in his eyes, Bai Zhou swallowed his remaining words, merely pursing his lips slightly. Wei Qing rubbed his temples with his fingers, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. That's the situation, so I must compete for this position. Any other objections? Wait, I have an objection. Ming suddenly stood on his tiptoes and raised his hand, his voice exploding through the conference room. Ming, how dare you object? This is our director. If he becomes Director General, it'll only benefit you. Tang Hongxiao shot to her feet and chopped her palm towards Ming's head. Ming dodged to the side. Crash. The exquisite Wang Wallywood chair instantly exploded into splinters. Holy crap, boss lady, you're trying to murder me. I'm just raising an objection. Didn't you say we could speak freely? Ming retreated 2 steps, crossing his arms over his chest, feeling a chill down his spine. Hongxiao, sit down. Yun Dingtian pressed her back into her chair. Let him speak. He's one of us and has the right to choose. However, his gaze towards Ming was filled with disappointment. Ming waved his hands repeatedly. Don't get worked up. I'm just nominating someone who might be more suitable. Of course, the choice is yours. I don't even know her well. Bullshit. Tang Hongxiao put her hands on her hips. Who else besides Wei Qing? Those with more seniority aren't as smart as him, and those smarter than him aren't as strong. Are you trying to nominate yourself? Bai Qingqiu. Ming said flatly. Bai Qingqiu? What director is that? You. Wait, who did you say? Tang Hongxiao's eyes widened suddenly. Bai Qingqiu, username Bai, given name Qingqiu. Hey, same surname as Director Bai. Ming shrugged with an innocent expression. Bai Qingqiu. All the big shots fell silent simultaneously, as if savoring the implications behind that name. Ming was completely bewildered, as he didn't know the owner of this name or understand her story, so he felt far less shocked than Wei Qing and the others. That's right, Bai Qingqiu. How come none of us thought of her before? Bai Zhou was the first to react, his voice low but excited. Young? Inexperienced? Anyone who dares question her qualifications should first consider their own standing. Yunding Tian quickly chimed in. Strength, experience, wisdom, connections, she has it all. She's indeed the most suitable candidate at the moment, Tang Hongxiao said, tapping the table with her eyes gleaming. The 4 leaders huddled in a corner, whispering among themselves, completely abandoning the meeting agenda. Ming leisurely settled back into his chair, hands clasped behind his head, waiting for the outcome of their discussion. He had only been following Shang Jing's orders to drop the name Bai Qingqiu at the right moment, never expecting it to carry such weight. Who exactly is this person? Ming, how do you know Bai Qingqiu? Lin Xiaoran couldn't contain her curiosity and gently poked his ribs with her elbow. Ouch, please don't poke my tickles. Ming nearly jumped up. After complaining, he lowered his voice. I've only heard her mentioned. Oh right, I received an introduction letter from a special operations team with her name on it. I had Bai Xiao look her up, and we were stunned by her resume as a natural-born leader. His half-true explanation sounded reasonable enough. Lin Xiaoran nodded gently. If it's her, I'd be willing to support her too. Ming, your suggestion came at the perfect time. Clearly, she recognized the significance behind that name. After a brief discussion, the 4 returned to the table. Tang Hongxiao spoke first. This candidate is indeed perfect, but from what we know, she's unlikely to agree to run for Director General, so. No problem, I'll bring her back, Ming interrupted directly. If I really can't convince her, we can still nominate Director Wei later, right? The four exchanged glances and almost simultaneously showed approval. Agreed, the plan is approved. When are you planning to leave? Wei Qing asked. The sooner the better, of course. But leaders, this is official business, right? Can you reimburse my train ticket? Su Ming rubbed his palms together with a flattering expression. Wei Qing rolled his eyes, nearly amused by him. He casually pulled out a golden card and tossed it over. Su Ming caught it with quick reflexes and saw Special Service Bureau official card, emblazoned in large characters on the front, gleaming with gold. Go ahead. The card has unlimited overdraft as long as your expenses are reasonable, Wei Qing said, then turned to Lin Xiaoran. Xiaoran, go with Su Ming. I don't feel comfortable letting him go alone. If you can convince Bai Qingqiu, I'll credit both of you with completing a clever mission. With the decision finalized, Lin and Su returned to their rooms to pack. The city lights still blazed in the early morning hours as they pulled their suitcases, double-checked their documents and materials, and agreed to depart early the next day. That night, Su Ming took out the invitation letter and dialed the number on it. Ring. Hello, who's calling? Hello, who's calling? A crisp, cold female voice came through the phone, like spring water from a secluded valley clear, yet carrying a hint of chill. Hello, my name is Su Ming. I'm the champion of this special Division 5 exchange conference. Su Ming got straight to the point, knowing full well that girls with such aloof temperaments despised beating around the bush. Being direct was the only way to avoid being hung up on as a nuisance caller. The other end fell silent for 2 seconds, as if recalling something. Then her tone softened slightly. Oh, I remember now. You actually won the exchange conference. Congratulations. Her voice carried a familiar quality, as if she truly knew Su Ming. Immediately after, she shifted the conversation. Since you're calling me, you want to join my special operations team? Unfortunately, we're full. As the topic veered off course, Su Ming quickly interrupted. Miss Bai, let me call you Teacher Bai for now. You've misunderstood. I'm calling because I want to discuss something very important in person. Could you please give me your address? I'll head over as soon as possible. Hearing Su Ming's words, the woman named Bai Qingqiu was momentarily stunned. Apart from recruitment, she couldn't think of any other reason Su Ming would seek her out. Could it be related to Bai Xiaoxiao? Unlikely. But what if that girl was precocious? With this thought, Bai Qingqiu decided to meet him in person. If Su Ming dared harbor feelings for her sister, she wouldn't hesitate to use some force if necessary. Fine. I'm on a mission in Jiang City. When you arrive, head out of the city and find the largest ancient fortress outside. I'll wait for you there. After settling on the time and place, they hung up. Su Ming sat on the edge of his bed, muttering under his breath. Bai Qingqiu, Bai Xiaoxiao, Bai Zhou. These three couldn't really be family, could they? The next morning, he and Lin Xiaoran boarded a high-speed train to Jiang City. They chose not to fly simply for economic reasons. The business class seats were comfortable and spacious, and most importantly, free, unlike planes that made Su Ming airsick. He was quite satisfied with the arrangement. The journey took about 11 hours, so they decided to try the novel delivery to train service. When the attendant brought McDonald's to their seats, Su Ming suddenly felt a strange disconnect between his daily life and reality. Yesterday, he was on the phone with the head of a special operations team. Today, he was eating fast food on a high-speed train. This subtle comfort didn't last long before a discordant male voice shattered the peace. Hey kid, take your takeout to economy class. This is business class. You can only order the onboard meal sets here. From the adjacent compartment, a man in a suit stood up, covering his nose, casting a disgusted glance at Su Ming. Su Ming turned his head and rolled his eyes dismissively. I like eating McDonald's. There's no law saying you can't eat fast food in business class. You're being way too nosy, mister. Poor student trying to experience business class, breaking the rules, and still talking back. The suited man raised his voice and waved his hand, shouting, Attendant, come here. With that outburst, what had been an unnoticed minor conflict suddenly drew the attention of all the business class passengers. Lin Xiaoran pulled off her earphones, wiped the ketchup from the corner of her mouth, and frowned as she looked towards Su Ming. Su Ming gave her a gentle nod, his eyes conveying reassurance. Don't worry, I've got this. Inside the high-speed train car, a conductor in a bright red uniform hurried down the aisle and stopped in front of a man in a business suit, speaking politely yet professionally. Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with? This person is eating smelly takeout in business class, and I demand he go eat in the dining car. The suited man pointed at Su Ming, raising his voice to ensure everyone could hear. The smell of takeout makes me nauseous. He even cursed at me. I demand you remove him immediately. His tone was condescending, as if he were commanding the world. The conductor patiently explained, Sir, there are no regulations prohibiting takeout consumption in business class on high-speed trains. Moreover, this gentleman is eating McDonald's, which doesn't have a strong odor. As long as it's not something with an intense smell like spicy noodles, stinky tofu, or other pungent foods, it's generally acceptable. She added that the train itself sells fast food, so they couldn't very well restrict passengers to only eating onboard meals. The suited man's expression darkened further. Fine, fine, so you won't do anything about it? He suddenly pulled out a selfie stick from beside his seat, been live streaming the whole time. Brothers and sisters, do you see this? How uncouth this person is. The chat exploded with comments. Holy crap, someone actually dares to ignore Brother Foam? Let me see who's this bold. Just some punk kid? Don't worry, Brother Foam. I'll dox him and put him on blast online. Probably some college student who stole money from home to experience business class. He'll probably get off in 5 minutes at the next station. Still eating McDonald's? Junk food. Hey now, I won't let you insult McDonald's like that. Su Ming glanced at the screen and even caught sight of a luxury car. Gift flying by. This guy really was a major streamer. The suited man sneered. Kid, you can still go to the dining car now if you want. Otherwise, when my 100,000 followers get angry, you're in for it. He held up his phone as if wielding the truth itself. The conductor quietly advised Su Ming. Sir, perhaps you could change seats? There's no need to stoop to this person's level. I can have the dining car send you some complimentary snacks. She wasn't taking the suited man's side, but dealing with these internet streamers was troublesome. They wouldn't give you any leverage if things escalated, and would just incite their fans to cyberbully instead. Su Ming calmly dipped his fries, his posture completely steady, and looked up at her with a gentle smile. It's fine, I don't need to change seats. The conductor was momentarily speechless and was about to try persuading him again when the suited man started shouting. What is this flight attendant doing? Don't think I can't hear you whispering. Are you talking behind my back? Oh, I get it now. You must be having an affair with this kid, some train play? Ha ha ha. Brothers, I've caught the cheating female lead. The man in the suit spouted baseless nonsense while the live stream chat exploded with activity, comments flooding the screen like a waterfall, turning the flight attendant's face pale with anger. All right, enough games. We're all eating fast food here, and that girl is eating too. Why aren't you bothering her? Su Ming wiped the ketchup from his mouth and pointed to Lin Xiaoran, who had just closed her meal box beside him. They had ordered takeout at the same time, and French fry bags, drink cups, and burger wrappers filled the small tray table in front of their seats. Yet the suited man only targeted him. Huh, she's a girl, she eats less, just tasting it. The problem is you classless piece of trash. The man sneered coldly, keeping his camera locked on Su Ming. Lin Xiaoran stared at the mountain of packaging in front of her, stunned she ate less. As a martial artist, her energy consumption was enormous, and having not had McDonald's in ages, she had actually eaten more thoroughly than Su Ming. Exposed for his double standards, the suited man looked embarrassed and started shouting frantically, yet refused to move his phone even an inch toward Lin Xiaoran. The chat immediately erupted. Streamer, that girl next to him is also eating takeout. Why aren't you going after her? If you don't target her, I'm unsubscribing. Ultimate double standard moment. Turn the camera, or we'll cyberbully you. The suited man's scheme wasn't hard to figure out. Attracted by Lin Xiaoran's looks and assuming they were just students, he deliberately targeted Su Ming, hoping to force the girl to plead for mercy. But one person completely ignored the drama while the other wasn't afraid of online harassment at all. His usual winning strategy had completely backfired. Fine, fine, fine. Since you want to die, don't blame me. His face darkened as he suddenly twisted his phone, preparing to frame Lin Xiaoran in the shot too, making both of them bear the brunt of public opinion. In live streaming, as long as you controlled the narrative with a bunch of mindless fans, streamers wielded an invisible blade that could easily make ordinary people's lives miserable. Except this time, he had clearly kicked an iron plate. Huh? Can't find this guy's information, only shows college student from basement university? He's 80 years old? Must be fake data. Who messed with the database? The next second, the chat exploded. Bang bang bang. Someone's knocking on my door. But I'm abroad, how can Dasha reach me? FBI, open the door. Simultaneously, trolls across the country let out blood-curdling screams, and the chat fell instantly silent. The suited man's eyes widened as he looked at the red text at the top of his screen. Violation detected in live stream content. Streamer permanently banned. Ban duration, 1,000 years. What? What did you do? You got my stream banned. He froze for a beat, then lunged at Su Ming, reaching for his collar. Bang. Su Ming smiled as he caught the man's hand, shifted his stance slightly, and executed a clean joint lock that pinned him down, followed by a sharp crack as he dislocated the man's arm. Ah, murder. Help. Where's the conductor? Someone's killing people. The suited man's screams shattered the quiet, and business class passengers all stood up in unison, retreating to corners and staring at Su Ming in terror. Everyone stay calm. Special Investigation Bureau conducting an operation. This man is our target suspect, and we're closing the net now. Lin Xiaoran skillfully pulled out her fake Secret Service credentials and showed them to the crowd, as if she was well practiced in this kind of deception. Through her earpiece, Bai Xiao calmly advised, everything's been recorded. Handle it with confidence. Su Ming slowly got up and handed his own credentials to the approaching train conductor. What are you doing? How dare you hit someone up? The conductor instinctively scolded, but before he could finish, he caught sight of the words Secret Service on the badge and immediately changed his tone. Sir, The man in the suit on the floor was completely stunned. They were working together, and he had really kicked the hornet's nest this time. Su Ming smiled and nodded to the trained staff, then spoke using the standard script by Xiao Xiao had taught him. Secret Service on official business. This individual is now under your custody until our personnel arrive for handover. Other witnesses will receive confidentiality briefings from our team, so no further intervention is needed from you. The conductor agreed without hesitation. Only when being dragged away did the suited man finally realize what was happening, crawling and begging for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Give Little Feng a chance, boss. I'll pay you. I'll get you female fans, or even male fans if that's what you want, boss. The drama ended, and Su Ming calmly returned to his seat to rest. The cleanup and follow-up interviews would be handled by the support team. For the first time, he truly experienced the intoxicating feeling of privilege. Lin Xiaoran leaned over and whispered teasingly. So, how does it feel to wield power? Su Ming paused thoughtfully. Hard to say. Life feels somewhat unreal, like I belong to another world, and this is just the surface. I feel out of place with ordinary people. When the high-speed train arrived in Jiangcheng, all business-class passengers were routinely interviewed by security. Only Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran were respectfully escorted to a black SUV that sped toward the outskirts of the city. Under the moonlight, blue tiles gleamed like scales. 700 stilt houses cascaded down the mountainside in layers, with wind chimes painted with fierce beast patterns hanging from their upturned eaves. Before the village gate stood an acacia tree whose roots twisted like dragon claws and whose branches spread like stars, with silver chains wrapped around its trunk as if countless lives clung to it. By the time they arrived at the ancient village with their luggage, it was already midnight. Just as Su Ming was about to step forward, Lin Xiaoran's cold fingers grabbed his wrist. What's wrong? He asked, turning back in confusion. I heard the ancient village doesn't allow outsiders in after midnight, Lin Xiaoran said with unusual seriousness, her eyes showing she wasn't joking. Huh? Is that really a thing? But if we can't go in, where are we supposed to sleep? Out in the wilderness. Su Ming scratched the back of his head. I don't mind, but don't you want to shower after sitting on a train all day? Should we call by Qingxiu and have her come out to get us? He dialed beep, beep, beep. The number you have dialed is turned off. Su Ming hung up in frustration. Should we just go in? The village is quiet and no one's around to stop us. I know where by Qingxiu and the others are staying. We can just go straight there and check in. If you hadn't mentioned the rumor, I would have gone in anyway. She didn't warn us about this either, so she couldn't have forgotten, right? Lin Xiaoran hesitated for a moment. Then considering that by Qingxiu indeed hadn't mentioned it, nodded. Let's go. Since she didn't say anything, it's probably just a rumor. She added, though maybe she didn't know someone would get motion sickness and we'd have to take an 11-hour train ride. With that, the two stepped into the silent ancient village. Under the bright moon and sparse stars, the ancient village streets were completely deserted in the late hours of the night. Thin wisps of fog drifted along the stone-paved roads as Su Ming held up his dim phone flashlight, leading Lin Xiaoran through the empty alleyways, following this secret route that by Qingxiu had given them over the phone to find their accommodation. Hey, Su Ming, are you sure we're going the right way? It feels like we've been walking in circles, Lin Xiaoran said, looking around in confusion. Generally speaking, why does it seem like after all this walking, we're heading deeper into the village instead? No, this is right, Su Ming said, patting his chest confidently. Bai Qingxiu was crystal clear on the phone. After entering the ancient village, walk straight for 300 meters, then turn right. Walk another 500 meters, then turn left. Finally, walk 1,000 meters and turn at the next corner. No problem at all. As soon as he finished speaking, they rounded the last blue brick wall, only to find themselves facing a solitary public restroom. The walls were weathered and mottled, with the male and female signs gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Are you telling me this restroom is where Bai Qingxiu and the others are staying? Lin Xiaoran said, covering her face in exasperation. She had suspected Su Ming might be unreliable, but she never imagined he could mess up something as simple as remembering directions. Su Ming scratched the back of his head, looking completely baffled. But I'm 98 sure I didn't get it wrong. Besides, in my 19 years of life, I've never been directionally challenged. Then what's going on? Should we go in and take a look? Maybe they're hiding in there. Su Ming blinked, ready to investigate. Wait, sometimes familiar places are where you miss the obvious. How about this? I'll check the women's restroom, and you scout the men's. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already heading toward the women's restroom. Lin Xiaoran quickly grabbed him by the back of his collar. You're actually going to do it. Stop wasting time. Give me the map, tell me the route again, and I'll see where we went wrong. She snatched the map from Su Ming's hands and measured the distances on paper according to his description, marking the spots. Soon, she looked up at him suspiciously. Huh? Are you sure you didn't get the route wrong? According to what you said, this really does lead to this restroom. See, I told you this was the place, Su Ming said, instantly excited. Come on, let's go in and check. He had actually been curious about the differences between men's and women's public restrooms in ancient villages. Just as they were about to take action, a series of crisp bell chimes suddenly pierced the silence. What was that? Is someone coming? Su Ming instinctively stepped back, looking in the direction of the sound. The fog had somehow grown thicker, and with no streetlights in sight, they could only vaguely make out several figures swaying as they approached from the distance. Who would be wandering the streets at this hour? Night watchman. Su Ming muttered. He wondered to himself, if they were really on night patrol, wouldn't banging a gong be more practical than jingling bells? I don't know, Lin Xiaoran said, already turning around. Let's go ask them for directions. If we keep searching like this, we'll end up sleeping in the restroom tonight. Su Ming reluctantly suppressed his urge to explore the restroom and obediently followed behind Lin Xiaoran, pondering the purpose of the bells as they walked. The fog was getting heavier, and the bell sounds were brief with limited range, so by the time they could make out the silhouettes of those people, the two groups were actually less than 10 meters apart. After just a few more steps, Lin Xiaoran could clearly see what the approaching figures looked like. A procession of travelers wearing bamboo hats approached, walking in a peculiar single-file formation. Each person followed precisely in the footsteps of the one ahead, never breaking rank. The leader at the front carried a copper bell at his waist that jingled softly as they moved, seemingly signaling to those behind. Excuse me. Could you? Lin Xiaoran had barely opened her mouth when Su Ming suddenly clamped his hand over it, pulling her back 2 steps. MMPH. What are you doing? Let go. Shoo. Su Ming raised his index finger, lowering his voice. I'll let go, but don't make a sound. Something's not right about these people and talk to them. He quietly wiped his saliva-dampened hand on his pants. Lin Xiaoran grimaced as she wiped her mouth. Ugh. If you thought something was wrong, you could have just said so. Why cover my mouth? Did you even wash your hands after using the bathroom? Yes, I washed them, Su Ming replied hastily, his voice dropping even lower. Keep it down, I think they've noticed us. He unconsciously scratched his backside, trying to mask his embarrassment. Sure enough, the line of hat-wearing figures slowly adjusted their direction, moving toward the restroom area. Lin Xiaoran tensed up but couldn't help whispering. Why do they keep walking in formation like that? Isn't it tiring? Su Ming stroked his chin, recalling by Xiao Xiao's intelligence briefing. There are 2 related tribes in the ancient village. One of them specializes in corpse herding, also called spirit moving. A single corpse herder can lead over a dozen bodies on night journeys. They must travel at night, ringing bells to warn the living to stay away. Legend says if living people stumble upon the procession, it might cause the corpses to reanimate. Lin Xiaoran's eyes lit up with excitement, as if she wanted to grab some sunflower seeds and watch the show. So we've stumbled upon them? Will they really reanimate? Should we ask if they need help? Reanimated corpses are part of Special Unit 5's jurisdiction, right? Su Ming paused, then felt his heart race with possibility they were investigators who specialized in supernatural incidents, and this could be a chance to pick up a case assignment. All right. The two exchanged glances and steeled themselves to approach the procession. Drawing closer, Su Ming pulled out his credentials and called out. Excuse me, I'm a government official conducting routine inquiries. The figures showed no response, continuing their synchronized march forward, with 17 people following in lockstep behind them. Only then did Su Ming get an accurate count. 18 total including the leader, with 17 corpses. The spirit-moving technique truly lived up to its reputation. He pressed on nervously. We mean no harm. Just wanted to ask for directions. What kind of work do you do? Why aren't you home this late? The question slipped out of Lin Xiaoran's mouth, making Su Ming's heart skip a beat. Can't she tell what they were dealing with? Yet when he tried to respond, all he could manage was a sarcastic comment. Is corpse herding considered legitimate work? Do they get health insurance and benefits? Just as the two were about to bicker, the hat-wearing figures ahead suddenly began to tremble. He slowly raised his head, and beneath the shadow of his bamboo hat's brim, 2 crimson eyes glowed like lanterns hanging in the darkness, so unsettling that Su Ming felt a chill run down his spine. Don't mind her, friend. My colleague here isn't quite right in the head, Su Ming said with a forced laugh, stepping forward. What she meant to ask was, what kind of work do you do? Before he could finish speaking, he was already cursing inwardly as the lights came on. He could clearly see what this group really looked like. Leading them was a skeletal old man with bloodshot eyes and a slack jaw, holding a thread as thin as hair between his fingers. Behind him, 17 corpses stood shoulder to shoulder in perfect formation, arms outstretched like zombies. Most bizarre of all, each corpse faced Su Ming with the back of its head, completely opposite to the direction their arms pointed. Their necks had been brutally twisted, heads rotated a full 180 degrees, forcing them to see only with the backs of their skulls. Corpse herding requires breaking their necks? That's a bit too horrifying, Su Ming muttered dryly, though he understood they had stumbled upon something supernatural. He also realized this understanding had come far too late. The old man in the bamboo hat gave his fingertip a slight twitch, pulling the red thread. Crack, crack, crack. 17 twisted necks simultaneously rotated back, revealing swollen, blackened faces, bulging eyeballs, and lolling tongues, all staring fixedly at Su Ming and his companion. Buzz. Golden energy hummed as Lin Xiaoran struck first, her sword light aimed directly at the old man's thread-holding hand. Squelch! The withered hand fell to the ground like rotting wood, yet not a drop of blood spilled. The old man seemed to feel no pain, and his severed hand continued twitching on the ground as the red thread still controlled the 17 corpses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 17 corpses launched forward like cannonballs. Su Ming didn't dare underestimate them. The Qiyu demon mask activated instantly as he charged to meet them. Heaton. Bang! His fist connected with the nearest corpse, producing a deep, resonating impact. Su Ming's brow furrowed. The punch hadn't shattered his opponent as expected, instead leaving his own bones tingling. As a fifth-tier martial artist with the Qiyu mask's bronze iron body, passive ability to resist most physical damage, this level of durability was absurd. Watch out, Lin Xiaoran cried. Su Ming turned to see a fist the size of a sandbag hurtling toward his face. Damn, so it's a gang fight. Boom. The tremendous force struck him square in the face, sending Su Ming flying through the wall and crashing into the women's restroom. Lin Xiaoran unleashed her full golden energy, golden sword light blooming like a lotus. Sharp yet yielding, golden light revealed. Flowing sword shadows surged wildly, forcing the 17 corpses to retreat repeatedly. Despite their thick hides, they dared not face this cutting radiance directly. Bang! The restroom roof exploded as Su Ming, soaked to the bone, leaped onto the wall. During his flight, he had managed to stop himself from falling into the cesspit, though a burst water pipe had drenched him thoroughly. Nearly made me eat shit's grudge is settled. You old bastard, prepare to die. Su Ming spoke with murderous intent written all over his face, while the old man stood motionless in place, as calm as if he had frozen completely. Raising his right hand high, Su Ming let out a low roar and activated the warlord's blade-forging power of the Qiyu mask. The metal-controlling force of the Jiuli tribe awakened instantly. Crack, crack, crack. Metal benches along the roadside, broken pipes, bicycles in corners, and even steel reinforcement bars buried underground tore through concrete, transforming into streams of dark torrents that converged toward his palm. Forge, he bellowed. Countless pieces of metal spun and interlaced in the air, finally forming a massive bronze axe. Creating matter from thin air, forging weapons with bare hands. As the giant axe settled on his shoulder, its weight was so immense that spiderweb cracks spread across the wall beneath his feet. Think you're tough? Hard to break? Come on, let me give you a chop and see. Lin Xiaoran stood to one side, her sharp metallic aura forcing its way out. Those corpses, which seemed to retain some residual instincts, couldn't resist, but would instinctively avoid the path of her energy. She took advantage of this to create an opening, releasing the corpses one by one. Perfect timing. Su Ming's eyebrows arched with wild arrogance, the mask's patterns resembling blade marks and sword cuts. He leaped into action, his arm muscles instantly swelling with blood, the giant axe raised high. Old man chopping wood. Boom. The axe blade fell, splitting the first corpse's head in half, but it got stuck tight in the chest cavity. Su Ming was slightly shocked. This was one of the 18 techniques he had developed from Shang Jingwu's martial arts experience, the old man's 18 moves. Even combined with Chiyou's divine power, he still couldn't completely sever the corpse, showing just how tough the opponent's flesh was. Crisis struck suddenly. The split corpse didn't stop. Its head remained cleaved, but its arms suddenly detached from the body, clawing straight for Su Ming's face. Damn, this body is just a decoy. He jerked backward, but the withered claws still struck the Qiyu mask. Smack! The divine artifact remained undamaged, instead igniting Chiyou's wrathful will. Jiuli blood, rage activate. Demon god domination activate. Skill notifications exploded in his mind. Burn life essence. 10 seconds of demon god domination, attack 80. Can extend to 15 seconds if severely injured. Su Ming reached out and grabbed those two severed skeletal arms, twisted them with a cracking sound, forcibly knotted them together, and flung them away. Then he charged forward, flying kick sending the corpse tumbling, his feet stomping repeatedly on the axe handle. Squelch! The bronze giant axe finally completely severed the corpse into 2 sections. Still unsatisfied, Su Ming added 2 more chops, hacking it into 7 or 8 pieces. Only then did he look up to discover he was completely surrounded by the remaining dozen or so corpses. What now? They're too tough. Can't kill them, he asked in frustration. Lin Xiaoran casually sent a sword energy piercing through another corpse's chest. Watching as it didn't even flinch, she could only shake her head. No good. Unless we completely shred them, they're very hard to kill. The two gradually found themselves in a predicament as the dozen corpses slowly but steadily closed in around them. Dark clouds gradually obscured the moon, and on the ancient village streets in the dead of night, sticky mud water slowly flowed along the stone cracks. More than a dozen walking corpses silently closed in, trapping 2 teenagers firmly in the center. These living dead had rotting flesh yet emitted no stench, exposed bones yet moved with agility excellent in speed, strength, and defense. Su Ming immediately thought of the phrase humanoid weapons. If truly controlled, this group of monsters would become the sharpest and most tireless blade in the hands of those in power. Su Ming lowered his gaze, weighing his options and pondering how to escape with Lin Xiaoran. BZ, the earpiece suddenly crackled with static, followed by Xiao Xiao's urgent reminder. Sorry, I just want to contact my sister. She's on her way. The current situation has been classified as a level mission. Don't fight them heathen. The word sister instantly lit up Su Ming's memory. The one who could arrive in time to rescue them was most likely the terrifyingly powerful Bai Qingqiu. So Bai Xiaoxiao was indeed related to Bai Qingqiu, which explained why she recognized him. Knowing there was backup support, Su Ming came up with a bold plan. Xiaoran, dare to take a gamble? Capture the king first. Tell me, how do we coordinate? Lin Xiaoran readily agreed without a moment's hesitation. Before the words had finished, the Qiyu mask on Su Ming's face suddenly switched, and the Boqi mask with leopard nose, tiger ears, protruding eyes, and dog-like hair appeared. He just remembered this was Boqi's second appearance. Trap them, kill the old man first. Boqi, dream-weaving prison. The skill activated, and an ethereal mirage-like aura exploded from beneath Su Ming's feet, spreading across a 50-meter radius in the blink of an eye. Explanatory text flashed through Su Ming's mind. Using dreams as warp and nightmares as weft, weaving a net of heaven and earth, capable of using existing scenery to create mirages and confuse enemies. The next second, the blood-red pupils of the living corpses lost focus one after another. The wide walkway transformed into a green lawn in their vision. The foul-smelling toilet became fresh brains, while Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran turned into nut walls and cattails, blocking the path to the delicacy. Hey, buddy, I'm Crazy Dave, come eat my brains. This taunting voice penetrated the corpses' eardrums, causing them to turn around in unison and stumble toward the toilet. A woo, gurgle gurgle. The monsters growled as they buried their heads to feast on excrement. The opportunity was fleeting. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran leaped simultaneously, targeting the bamboo-hatted elder behind the crowd. Old man, take this woodcutter's chop. Su Ming raised his bronze giant axe high, accompanied by whistling wind as he struck fiercely at the bamboo hat. The elder calmly removed his woven bamboo hat and flung it back with a reverse motion. The whistling sound was like an arrow leaving its bow. Clang! The axe blade collided violently with the bamboo hat. Although the axe knocked the hat away, Su Ming's arm fell into temporary exhaustion from the recoil. But in this split second, he sidestepped, making way for his companion who had silently approached from behind. Brilliant golden light suddenly blazed. Lin Xiaoran condensed her energy into a sword, its sharp gleam blooming inch by inch as she thrust forward. The sharpness of gold can cut through all things without dulling. A hint of surprise flickered in the elder's crimson eyes, as if he hadn't expected Su Ming and his companion to coordinate so effectively. In the next instant, Lin Xiaoran's golden sword pierced through the air, its blade penetrating the elder's chest without resistance. Thud! A beam of golden light exploded from his back in a spray of blood, leaving a fist-sized hole. Beautiful, great teamwork. Su Ming was about to celebrate with flattery when his gaze swept over the scene, and he felt as though an invisible hand had suddenly gripped his throat. Beneath the torn clothing, the elder's chest prominently displayed two round, full curves that were even more exaggerated than Lin Xiaoran's. An elderly man's head mounted on a young woman's body created a grotesquely disturbing image that made one's scalp crawl. Lin Xiaoran was also distracted by this horrifying sight, and in that moment of distraction, danger struck. The elder's head suddenly detached from his neck. The clean cut showed not a single drop of blood, with red thread-like blood vessels swaying in the wind. Lin Xiaoran tried to retreat, but it was too late. The elder's mouth suddenly gaped open, yellowed teeth lunging straight for her pale neck. Crunch! The dull sound of shattering bone exploded in their ears. Lin Xiaoran's pupils dilated instantly, horror frozen on her face. A foul stench filled the air as fresh blood stained the elder's yellow teeth. At the critical moment, a slender arm reached out from the side, blocking between them. You old bastard, quite the vicious bite. Damn it, smash. Su Ming seized the opportunity and slammed the head, biting his arm against the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The concrete floor instantly cratered with 7 or 8 dents, but the head seemed forged from steel, biting down relentlessly and even deeper. Sharp fangs drilled into the arm bone, and the excruciating pain made even the iron-willed Su Ming break out in cold sweat. Su Ming, look, something's burrowing into your arm. Lin Xiaoran cried out in alarm. She clearly saw a red worm crawling through the tooth marks into Su Ming's flesh. Oh no, it's a parasitic worm. This old guy is a sorcerer. Bai Xiaoxiao's voice crackled urgently through the earpiece. Su Ming instantly understood the opponent's intention to control him with the parasite. Want to control me? Dream on. Xiaoran, cut off my arm. Su Ming ordered without hesitation. This time, The usually decisive Lin Xiaoran hesitated unusually. Her thoughts racing, golden sword light whistled out, but instead of striking Su Ming's arm, it slashed toward the head, still biting his arm. Won't let go? Then I'll split open your skull and see how many worms are hiding inside. Killing intent surged in her heart as her sword energy was so sharp it left bloody scratches on Su Ming's arm. Whoosh! Sensing danger, the elder's head suddenly sprang away, shooting like a blood droplet and instantly returning to the headless female body. Then he glared viciously at the two, pinching his fingertips as the red threads in his hands suddenly tightened. Snap, snap. The living corpses squatting in the toilets, gnawing on filth, had red threads around their necks that suddenly constricted. Their heads spun 180 degrees like tops, tearing violently and directly breaking through Su Ming's dream-weaving environment. Ding, ding, ding. The soul-capturing bell shook rapidly, and all the corpses formed orderly ranks under the bell's guidance, surrounding the elder before vanishing into the street shadows in the blink of an eye, leaving only the stench of blood and decay rolling through the air. Su Ming, how are you? Lin Xiaoran grabbed Su Ming's arm. The bite wound had turned bluish-black, swollen and hard, with the red parasite nowhere to be seen. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Lin Xiaoran's forehead. This seemed like serious trouble. White lightning crashed down into the street. As the pristine thunderbolt faded, a tall woman stepped forth from the lightning. She wore a crisp white short hanfu jacket, its sleeves swaying gently in the evening breeze. When her gaze fell upon the diagonal gash on Su Ming's arm, her brows furrowed deeply as she knelt down and pressed her palm firmly against the wound. Hey, you're Bai Qingqiu, right? Nice lightning. I'm your sister's good friend. Before Su Ming could finish his sentence, a brilliant white light burst from her palm. Holy shit. Searing pain exploded from within his flesh as he screamed, the air instantly filling with the smell of burning meat. Pale lightning coursed along his arm with crackling sounds. Lin Xiaoran gasped. Pale lightning. You're Bai Qingqiu of the White Emperor's Thunder Decree. Legend had it that the White Emperor's Thunder Decree contained imperial authority, with lightning descending like heavenly edicts, truly the pinnacle of thunder elements. Now, the legendary wielder stood before them. Bai Qingqiu nodded in acknowledgement, while keeping her eyes fixed on the wound. The blackened, rotting flesh turned to ash under the white lightning's burn, and the bleeding had stopped, yet at a microscopic level, the wound stubbornly refused to heal. Sister Bai, Lin Xiaoran whispered, I think I saw some kind of parasitic worm burrow into Su Ming's body. Do you know what that was? Bai Qingqiu's expression shifted with surprise as she immediately channeled a thread of white lightning, sending it coursing through Su Ming's entire body like electric silk. The current's passage brought such tingling pleasure that Su Ming nearly lost control. He quickly clamped his legs together and scratched his head, muttering, Hey sis, stop zapping me. I'm not a light bulb. That weird head just bit me once, and let go quickly. I feel fine. No, this is serious. Bai Qingqiu shook her head and withdrew her lightning. Dark energy is surging through your body, and something similar to the living dead is swimming in your bloodstream, yet it's completely immune to my white lightning. I have every reason to suspect you've been infected. Su Ming chuckled nervously. Actually, I feel okay, just a bit tired. He understood that while the Nuo God System couldn't display data directly, as long as he wore the Qiyu Nuo mask, Battle Blood Fury Bone would forcibly accelerate recovery when near death. The lower his health, the faster the recovery, even potentially triggering unyielding 3 seconds of death immunity. If it was just dark energy invasion, he was confident he could endure it. But Bai Qingqiu had already turned to call out. Come with me to my place first. I was careless. I didn't expect you two to enter the ancient village so late. There's a rule here. No wandering the streets after midnight. Didn't you do your homework? Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran exchanged glances and shrugged awkwardly. The rumors weren't just empty warnings after all. With Bai Qingqiu leading the way, the ruined street remained calm. The three conversed in low voices as they navigated the ancient alleys, reaching a brightly lit guest house within moments. We've been staking out that monster from here these past few days, Bai Qingqiu said, pushing open the door. It fears my white lightning and has been reluctant to show itself. I never expected you two to encounter it tonight. The door swung wide, and the bright fluorescent lights in the hall illuminated Su Ming's face clearly. Over a dozen figures moved busily throughout the room, creating an atmosphere completely opposite to the desolation outside. The moment Bai Qingqiu appeared, everyone's movements ceased in unison, their gazes snapping to her graceful figure. Team leader, you're back. Sister Bai, are you hurt? Senior, did you manage to kill that monster? Qingqiu, who are these two? 4 young men and women hurried out to greet them, the 4 teammates of Bai Qingqiu. Su Ming was being supported on Lin Xiaoran's shoulder, his breathing somewhat weak, yet he couldn't help but quickly categorize the 4 in his mind. Slacker, nice guy, fanboy, simp. Just like in online games, fixed teams always produce the most drama. The undead leader had been cunning and treacherous, injuring 2 of their colleagues before escaping under cover of darkness. Bai Qingqiu quickly introduced her companions. These 2 are Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran. the champion and runner-up of this year's exchange competition. Their strength speaks for itself. They fought the undead leader Unknown and only sustained minor injuries. After the introductions, Su Ming had a clear impression of this team's composition. 1. The slacker Yunk, a female brank investigator, about 5 feet 3 inches, with slouched shoulders and always half a beat behind when greeting teammates. 2. The nice guy Jun Lebao, a crank investigator and the team's support dad. Rumored to have amazing healing abilities, he immediately came over upon seeing Su Ming's mangled arm, releasing warm healing energy. 3. The fanboy Little Hao, as everyone called him, a brank investigator with thick bandages wrapped around his hands. Upon hearing Bai Qingxiu praise Su Ming, his eyes practically overflowed with fighting spirit. 4. The Simjiang Jinan, wearing white-framed glasses and calling himself the strategist, a well-known pursuer of Bai Qingxiu. However, Su Ming had been counting and discovered that since Lin Xiaoran entered the room, Jiang Jinan had stolen 71 glances at her versus only 68 at Bai Qingxiu. Su Ming's precise count was entirely due to Jun Lebao being too rough while treating his wounds, leaving him with nowhere else to focus his attention. This 5-person squad consisted of 1 rank, 3 branks, and 1 crank support. No wonder they were the Ace Action Group at Special Unit 5, specializing in high-difficulty missions. Hiss bro, could you be a bit gentler? Maybe just forget it. I'll probably heal naturally after a good night's sleep. Su Ming winced. Jun Lebao awkwardly eased up. Sorry, there's some residual dark energy in your wound that I can't dispel. Yunk curiously poked the blackish-purple rotting flesh with her finger. You're incredibly lucky your arms practically rotted into a sieve and you're still bouncing around. Why not just cut it off? With your constitution, it'll grow back quickly. Behind his mask, Su Ming rolled his eyes. The arm he'd just fought desperately to save, and now they wanted to cut it off. How unfair. At that moment, Little Hao approached. With Bai Qingxiu and Jiang Jinan off to the side exchanging intelligence about tonight's mission, he seized the opportunity to provoke. Dude, why keep wearing that mask? Is it your ability? Take it off and let us see. I'm curious how this year's runner-up managed to let an item-type Awakener steal the spotlight. Let's see just how amazing this thing really is. Clearly another idiot who looked down on certain ability types, Su Ming sighed inwardly. Considering he still needed to ask Bai Qingxiu for a favor later, he decided to deflect with a smile. I'm actually this year's runner-up. If you want to take a look, how about checking out my ability first? You? Xiao Hao's gaze shifted to Lin Xiaoran, looking her up and down before shrugging with undisguised contempt. I'm only interested in first place. There's no point in beating someone weaker than him. Is that so? Lin Xiaoran raised an eyebrow slightly, fighting spirit surging in her eyes. Sharp, golden energy flickered like tiny blades at her fingertips, making the skin of everyone nearby sting from its cutting aura. Hey, if you're going to fight, take it outside. Don't tear down our host's house, Yunk said with a grin, arms crossed as she fanned the flames, her eyes gleaming with the excitement of watching a show. Lin Xiaoran didn't bother to respond, merely glancing sideways at Xiao Hao before coldly dropping a line. What's so impressive about bullying an injured person? If you've got guts, come at me instead. If you can't even beat second place, what gives you the right to challenge Su Ming? Before she finished speaking, she had already pushed through the door and stepped outside. Faced with such blatant provocation, how could Xiao Hao stand it? He quickly tore off his jacket, tossed it by the door, and followed Lin Xiaoran outside. Seeing this, Su Ming tried to raise his hand to stop them. After all, starting a fight right after joining Qingqiu's team would hardly save face for Bai Qingqiu. But Lin Xiaoran swatted his wrist away, her tone confident. Why are you stopping me? I won't lose. With that, she turned and left, decisive and efficient. Su Ming stood there stunned, rubbing his chin and muttering. Does this count as being protected by a domineering CEO? Being a kept man doesn't seem so bad. Beside him, Jun Lebao tugged at his sleeve, signaling they should go outside to watch. Don't worry, Xiao Hao knows his limits. He won't really hurt your friend, Jun Lebao said with a reassuring smile. Oh no, I'm mainly worried about Lin Xiaoran beating up Xiao Hao. That would be hard to explain to Bai Qingqiu, Su Ming whispered back. After all, he had witnessed that golden sharp energy firsthand. The living corpse that even a bronze giant axe couldn't cut through had been pierced with a gaping hole by this woman's casual sword strike. Inside the house, hearing the commotion outside, Bai Qingqiu was about to get up and stop them when Jiang Jinan stepped forward first, extending his hand to block her. Qingqiu, if they want to cooperate with our team, we need to see their strength. You don't need to go out there. Bai Qingqiu's expression remained calm, though she felt somewhat displeased. Su Ming was her sister's friend after all, and this wasn't very polite. But before she could speak, a deafening roar came from outside the courtyard, and everyone rushed toward the main gate without another thought. Boom. In the clearing outside the courtyard, a tree over 10 meters tall had been cut in half by a single sword strike, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. Xiao Hao glanced back at the fallen trunk, his Adam's apple bobbing as his expression turned serious for the first time. Such powerful golden sword energy, worthy of this year's second place. Across from him, Lin Xiaoran stood with one hand behind her back, golden sharp energy swirling in her palm. What's wrong? Don't want to see more of my ability? I have plenty more moves I haven't used yet. Humph. So you can't say I'm taking advantage. I'll only use the strength of a six-stage martial artist. Xiaohao took a deep breath, his shoulders shifting slightly as he assumed a fighting stance. Visible ripples of air pulsed around him in rhythm like a heartbeat. My ability is Wave Fist, superhuman class careful. Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward and threw what seemed like a punch at empty air in Lin Xiaoran's direction. Though it looked like he was punching air, the force shot out silently. Xiaohao unleashed a series of combination punches, his fist shadows dense as raindrops. Lin Xiaoran had been preparing to mock him, but her expression froze instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The force traveled along the ground like serpents, sending debris flying with continuous explosive sounds. The spot where she had been standing was pummeled into shallow craters, stone fragments shooting out with scorching residual force that struck her waist. The scattered stone chips hit her waist, and Lin Xiaoran was instantly sent flying backward. Crash! The frail body slammed against the courtyard wall, leaving behind a spiderweb-cracked crater. Lin Xiaoran silently leaped down from the wall, dust sliding off her clothes as her slightly disheveled coat settled back into place with a simple shake, showing no trace of injury whatsoever. Xiaohao stood with his arms crossed, a smirk playing at his lips. Not bad. Taking a direct hit from my Wave Fist, and still managing to deflect the impact midair. This year's exchange meeting has some quality newcomers. His tone shifted as he continued in a condescending manner. But you're still too careless. You didn't even dodge when you saw my feint coming. If this were a real mission, are you done talking? If this is all you've got, you'd better use your full strength. Lin Xiaoran's calm words cut into Xiaohao's pride like a blade, instantly shattering his carefully maintained mature facade. Fine, fine, fine. Don't want to show respect, huh? Today I'll send you both crawling back to Jiangxing. As his words fell, an invisible yet heavy wave spread across the ground, causing the air to tremble faintly. Su Ming felt his feet go numb, finally realizing the terrifying nature of this power. Jun Lebao gasped. Oh no, that's the opening stance for Second Awakening. Xiaohao's getting serious. He had only wanted to watch the show, never expecting such extreme measures against newcomers. Second Awakening? Awakening twice. Su Ming immediately pressed for clarification upon hearing the unfamiliar term. Jun Lebao considered for a moment before explaining. You weren't supposed to learn this until reaching rank from a senior, but since you're the champion with abilities already exceeding standards, knowing early won't hurt. Second Awakening is veteran investigators' slang for the secondary development of awakened abilities. Natural-type users can develop superhuman combat techniques, while superhuman types can achieve natural-type wide-area destruction. High threshold, greater power. Here it comes. Watch Xiaohao's ultimate move. Yunks suddenly interrupted, drawing their attention back to the battlefield. At that moment, the waves around Xiaohao's body reached their peak as he slammed both fists into the ground. The dark earth rippled like water struck by a massive stone, sending wave after wave of soil surging toward Lin Xiaoran. Wave Fist Second Awakening 9 dragons defending Earth. His arms bulged with veins as if 9 dragons coiled around them. The semicircular spreading ripples were forcibly shattered, the broken earth waves colliding with each other, creating pure physical devastation. Amid the tremors, Lin Xiaoran's figure swayed slightly. Without aerial abilities and unable to even jump for leverage on the unstable ground, she could only endure this churning earth heat. Her brow furrowed, yet instead of retreating, she seemed to be contemplating something. Damn, why is she spacing out? We need to save her. Su Ming could no longer sit still and tensed to leap forward, only to be firmly held back by a pale hand. He grabbed the person's wrist, about to exert force, when Bai Qingqiu's gentle voice reached his ears. Su Ming, don't worry. Lin Xiaoran is perfectly safe. This is actually her opportunity. Hearing this, Su Ming's grip relaxed as he immediately switched to a fawning smile. Ah, right, of course. Just colleagues sparring, what danger could there be? Unity between heaven and humanity. This state that Su Ming could effortlessly achieve during his daily cultivation was something others could only dream of encountering. At this moment, Lin Xiaoran was completely immersed in this condition, her mind synchronized with the universe, forgetting both self and surroundings. So abilities can be used this way? What other developments are possible with my golden sharp force? The thought flashed through her mind as Lin Xiaoran rapidly analyzed various possibilities. The sharpness of gold, unstoppable in its advance, capable of piercing through anything without dulling it, had always been considered the ultimate offensive power. But could it really only be used for attacks? Her thoughts gradually became clearer as she recalled the scene where Su Ming had blocked that skull for her. If she had possessed defensive capabilities then, Su Ming wouldn't have been bitten, and they might have even turned the tables. What's missing is defense, but how can golden sharp energy defend? She quickly questioned and answered herself. 1. Arm herself with spikes all over like a hedgehog. 2. Ugly. Rejected. 2. Use golden sharp energy to wrap herself into a giant sword? Movement would be restricted, too cumbersome. 3. Concentrate the golden sharp energy within her body. Spread it along her skin like armor, dividing it into countless microscopic golden swords as fine as cells. This might work. With this inspiration, she immediately put it into practice. Golden patterns flowed beneath her fair skin as countless hair-thin light swords attached to her surface cells, dyeing her skin a brilliant golden yellow, like wearing a golden jade garment. As her intention extended, the small golden swords continued to spread, gradually weaving into a form-fitting bodysuit, even attempting to assemble symmetrical, lightweight golden wings at her shoulders and back. Enough, stop experimenting. Push any deeper and your brain will collapse. Bai Qingqiu's voice penetrated her consciousness, and Lin Xiaoran's eyes regained clarity as she emerged from the state of unity with heaven and earth. Thud. Her legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground. Su Ming alertly jumped into the newly formed crater at their feet and helped her up. Only then did everyone see that a pit more than a person's height deep had appeared in the street outside, with the surrounding ground compressed into crisscrossing ravines. Yet Lin Xiaoran, who had been the target of the attack, was completely unharmed, having instead carved this massive hole into the earth. Impressive. I admit defeat this time. Xiao Hao grudgingly conceded, his words submissive but his heart deeply shaken. To comprehend the mysteries of Second Awakening from just one observation and dare to develop it extensively on the spot, she was indeed qualified for the Special Operations team. But she was only second place? He couldn't help but glance at Su Ming, a terrifying speculation forming in his mind. Though this guy had an item-based ability, could his strength be even more abnormal than Yin Shisan's? Just how many monsters had emerged in this year's exchange meeting? Even more outrageous than previous year's prodigies. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Su Ming lifted Lin Xiaoran out of the deep crater. Jun Lebao approached with a smile, placing both hands on Lin Xiaoran's shoulders to carefully examine her condition. She's fine, just overtired. Second Awakening development can't be rushed, especially when the brain domain isn't fully opened yet. Forcibly maintaining an ideal state can easily lead to mental exhaustion. Be more careful in the future. Having a healer in the team was truly reassuring. Lin Xiaoran obediently nodded, restraining all her sharpness as she awaited the next moment to unleash her power. All right, enough with all the probing. Everyone needs to get serious now, Bai Qingqiu said, frowning deeply. This mission is extremely suspicious, and I'm requesting headquarters to upgrade it to a level status with additional personnel support. But for some reason, headquarters hasn't been responding to me. Her voice carried an inexplicable sense of irritation. Sister Bai, I need to speak with you privately about something. Could you spare me a few minutes? Su Ming suddenly remembered the real purpose of his visit and timidly raised his hand. Bai Qingqiu's gaze swept back and forth between Lin Xiaoran and Su Ming, and she immediately understood that Su Ming probably hadn't come here for her sister at all. Fine, come with me. She then turned and barked orders at the others. You guys cooperate with the support team to restore the street to its original condition. I'll be back to inspect your work. Xiao Hao and the others immediately got to work cleaning up the street, methodically putting the overturned stone slabs and barriers back in their proper places. Jiang Jinan had intended to follow as deputy captain, but after taking just one step, Bai Qingqiu's sharp glare froze him in place, forcing him to slink back to work. Hee, brother Jiang, you're really clever, always using Xiao Hao as your pawn, Yunk whispered with a cold laugh, her tone cutting. What's it to you? Don't you love watching drama? If there's entertainment, just watch. Jiang Jinan's face darkened. He despised this type of woman who acted so clever. If he could replace anyone, Yunk would be the first to go. Yunk shrugged. I think the biggest entertainment is right in front of us. With that, she casually tossed her tools aside, dusted off her hands, and headed toward the guest house. I'm going to use the bathroom. Good luck, you three gentlemen. Inside the guest house, the innermost room was extremely sparse, a single bed, a desk and chair set, with a jacket hanging on the chair back and thick stacks of documents piled on the desk. There were no traces of feminine living whatsoever. Bai Qingqiu led the two of them into the room. Lin Xiaoran was still very weak, but she insisted on coming, so Su Ming had to support her. Sit anywhere you like. I basically don't sleep on the bed. This is just my office, Bai Qingqiu said, pulling out the chair to sit down, her gaze fixed on Su Ming. Su Ming scratched the back of his head and carefully helped Lin Xiaoran to the bedside. Lin Xiaoran was clearly not used to being assisted, and as she turned to sit down, their feet got tangled, causing them both to fall backward onto the bed. Thud, two muffled sounds as they lay side by side on the bed in perfect alignment, as if they were sharing a bed. Well, if you lovebirds want to get intimate, that's fine, but doing it on my bed seems inappropriate. Bai Qingqiu teased with amusement, wearing what could only be described as an anti-smile. Lin Xiaoran rolled over to sit at the foot of the bed, patted down her disheveled hair, and said calmly, Sister Bai, you've misunderstood. We were just testing how soft the bed is. Su Ming didn't mind lying down to chat, But considering how serious what he was about to say would be, he forced himself to sit up straight. Sister Bai, what I'm about to tell you is currently classified as S-level confidential information, known only to a select few. By telling you this, you're automatically bound by secrecy protocols. Please turn off all electronic devices now. As he spoke, he removed his tactical eyewear, pressed the power button, and completely shut it down, entering shielding mode. Upon hearing S-level, Bai Qingqiu immediately straightened up and nodded solemnly. Understood. This room has no surveillance or recording equipment, so please speak freely. What I need to tell you is that the Director General died during this exchange conference. The teacher, he's dead? Bai Qingqiu's eyes couldn't hide her sorrow. Was it Yi Weiyue and his people? Her voice was low but carried certainty. Now it was Su Ming's turn to be speechless. He exchanged glances with Lin Xiaoran, both showing identical surprise. Neither had expected Bai Qingqiu to pinpoint the culprit so quickly. Yes. Su Ming took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone steady. The evil god cult attacked the Special 5th Division headquarters. The director was ambushed in a trap and died in battle. Though his words were restrained, the confusion in his chest grew stronger. How exactly had Sister Bai deduced it was Yi Weiyue? Bai Qingqiu lowered her eyes, suppressing her emotions. Yi Weiyue and I were in the same class and participated in an exchange conference together. Initially, it was just internal sparring among students, but it received such positive response that it continues to this day. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran listened quietly as her voice carried traces of memory. Elemental Judge Yi Weiyue dominated our entire generation back then. Unfortunately, his pursuits ran completely counter to ours. If not for that incident, he might still be with the Special 5th Division, but he ultimately became the teacher's bitter enemy. She stopped abruptly there. Su Ming was ready for the juicy details, but was left hanging. Come on, leaving gossip half-finished is just cruel, he complained internally, though he didn't dare press for more since they had other business to attend to. Sister Bai, Su Ming chose his words carefully. I'm here carrying out the director's final wishes. Hoped he would take over as director of the Special 5th Division. His gaze held hope. If only Bai Qingqiu would agree, he could complete his mission and fulfill Shang Jing's dying wish. However, things didn't go as hoped. There was clearly a reason why Shang Jing had been so concerned about this on his deathbed. The director's position isn't suitable for me. Bai Qingqiu's tone was calm, as if discussing someone else. The teacher brought this up years ago, and I refused then too. What others would consider a plum position was merely a burden in her eyes. My dream is to become the strongest rank investigator. Anything that hinders my growth and power is just a hindrance. She looked at Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran. You two are the same type of people as me. If it were you, would you play a role you dislike just because of someone else's wishes? Su Ming opened his mouth, but his words of comfort stuck in his throat. She was right. If he were asked to be this patriarch figure, he would likely refuse as well. But this is a dying wish. Lin Xiaoran hesitantly interjected. If it were me, I might agree. Really? Bai Qingqiu gazed at her quietly, her eyes profound. Lin Xiaoran tried to maintain eye contact, but eventually looked away when it came down to herself. She couldn't be certain either. The two fell silent. A faint smile of victory appeared at the corner of Bai Qingqiu's mouth. She stood up and smoothed her hair. You've delivered the message. If there's nothing else, you should head back. When I complete my mission, I'll return to headquarters to pay my respects to the teacher. Her gaze was cold as a blade. As for Yi Weiyue, I'll settle both the teacher's debt and my own with him. In an instant, Bai Qingqiu exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, radiating the imperial presence of one who rules the world with unquestionable authority. The 4 words, White Emperor's Thunder Decree, truly suited her at this moment. Her dress swayed gently as her practical short boots struck the wooden floor with steady, powerful steps. Reaching the door, she grasped the handle, her wrist turning slightly as she prepared to pull it open and leave. I would. A furious roar suddenly shattered the silence. If it were me, I would agree. The door swung open in response. Su Ming's voice cut through the entire hall like a blade, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison, their gazes locking onto the bedroom doorway where a newcomer, a young man, dared to speak out at such a moment. Bai Qingqiu's tall figure froze abruptly. She turned back, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she shook her head gently. Su Ming, speaking against your conscience is pointless. Why would you agree? You don't seem like someone who enjoys looking for trouble. The challenge was thrown down before everyone's watchful eyes, making the air instantly heavy. Yet Su Ming didn't retreat. He straightened his back, his voice ringing clear. I'm not speaking against my conscience. I made this decision after careful consideration. Behind his mask, he curved his eyes as if something had clicked, starlight gleaming in his expression. With great power comes great responsibility. I'm not demanding this of others, I am holding myself accountable. The world is in such chaos now. Those of us fortunate enough to become awakeners have 2 choices. Do nothing and remain ordinary bystanders, or shoulder our responsibilities to save the world and protect people's lives and property. He stepped forward, his voice growing even clearer. I believe this aligns perfectly with the Special 5th Bureau's recruitment philosophy. When you eat someone's food, You serve their cause faithfully. If I have the ability to lead awakeners towards something better, then I'll do it. I don't want to wait for others to mess things up and then stand behind them cursing their incompetence. The rise and fall of the nation is every citizen's responsibility. So yes, I would agree. Boom. Those few sentences rolled through everyone's hearts like thunder, making even the most numb and hardened hearts beat with sudden intensity. Bai Qingqiu was stunned these words came from a 19-year-old. The rise and fall of the nation is every citizen's responsibility. How resounding. She suddenly felt her face grow warm, secretly ashamed that she, a special Fifth Bureau investigator, had been thinking of passing the responsibility to others. Strengthening one person cannot save the country. Only strengthening the people can save it. She recited silently, momentarily speechless. Silence spread quickly. Perhaps Su Ming's logic had flaws. Perhaps his words were merely high-sounding rhetoric. But who could criticize a young man whose heart held concern for all people and whose eyes shone with starlight? He was only 19. Such awareness was beyond reproach. Bang! The bedroom door closed again, leaving only bewildered faces in the hall. Yunk bit her lip, murmuring softly. What are they talking about? It sounds so noble. After speaking, she licked her red lips, suddenly developing intense interest in Su Ming. Jun Lebao rubbed his eyes, forcing a smile. I don't know, and I don't want to know. The starlight is too blinding. I'm going to the restroom to recover. He hurried away with his face covered, as Su Ming's words had stirred buried memories of old friends. Xiao Hao looked excited, nearly rushing over to give Su Ming a thumbs up. Jiang Jinan's expression was gloomy as he kept his head down in silence. Having worked as an investigator for too long, whose memories didn't contain indelible bloodstains. The path they'd walked was paved with their predecessors' blood. How could they remain unmoved? Inside the room, Su Ming removed his mask and exhaled softly. Enough preaching. What will it actually take for you to agree? His tone was casual, yet he had already taken control of the conversation. Since Bai Qingqiu had closed the door and returned, it proved there was still room for persuasion. She stared at Su Ming, her eyes burning with intensity. If you want me to agree, let's make a bet. If you win, I'll consent. Bai Qingqiu spoke with blazing determination in her gaze. What's the bet? Speak up. Deal. Su Ming thought to himself. That phrase, with great power comes great responsibility, created Spider-Man and once inspired 400 million compatriots armed with the cultural heritage of an entire blue planet from his previous life. He was confident he could drive these words into Bai Qingqiu's heart. Can you handle it? The bet was simple. Bai Qingqiu narrowed her eyes with a light smile. Didn't you say with great power comes great responsibility? For this mission, you two are currently the only ones who have directly confronted the living corpse. As long as you complete it, I'll agree to your request. She was confident she had Su Ming figured out after all. Their first encounter nearly cost him his life. After such a close brush with death, who would willingly face that living corpse again? Especially when there were now stronger allies to rely on. He won't hold a grudge against me for this, will he? Humph. If he does, then he shouldn't team up with my sister Bai Xiao anymore. She mused silently, waiting for Su Ming's response. I've recovered. Let's go. By the bed, Lin Xiaoran stood up, rubbed her wrists, and headed straight for the door. Su Ming shook his head with a smile. Quite eager, aren't we? Ready for the early shift already. He adjusted his waistband and walked up to Bai Qingqiu, raising his right hand. It's a deal. Huh. Bai Qingqiu was stunned, not expecting him to agree without any discussion. There were actually people in this world more decisive than herself. Two palms struck together in the air with a crisp sound, sealing the bet. Creak's door was pushed open, and all eyes in the hall instantly converged. Lin Xiaoran fearlessly met everyone's gaze and walked out with determined steps. Su Ming followed behind properly since it was Lin Xiaoran's turn to show off as the boss. He wouldn't steal her thunder. Team leader, are they leaving? Yunk approached Bai Qingqiu, linking arms with her and asking quietly. No. Bai Qingqiu's voice was calm. This mission is temporarily assigned to Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran's team. Our group will provide support and emergency backup. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Hand over the mission? They can't even handle level tasks, and you're giving them an A-level. Jun Lebao gaped in disbelief. Yes, I'll explain the details later. This is a small bet between Su Ming and me. Bai Qingqiu added. Don't worry, the investigation is theirs, but if there's any danger, we must provide immediate support. Hats the basic protocol of Special Unit 5. Understood. Yes. Everyone responded, though they muttered to themselves, so they're preparing to clean up after them. While also curious about what exactly Bai and Su had bet on. Outside, dawn was breaking. Su Ming stood at the doorway and stretched with a big yawn. A sleepless night followed by a fight. If not for his superhuman constitution, he would have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. How's your injury? Should we return to Jiangxing for treatment first? Lin Xiaoran grabbed his right arm with concern. The wound, seared by white lightning and then treated by Jun Lebao, had formed a purplish red thick scab that looked like a menacing centipede coiled around his arm. Well, I might need to get treatment first. Investigation is fine, but for combat, I'm probably not at full strength right now. After assessing his physical condition, Su Ming found his injuries were healing extremely slowly. Junlebo's treatment had provided some relief, and combined with the passive effects of Chio's Nuo mask, given enough time, he might indeed recover completely. Su Ming flexed his fingers and let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness for the Yunshi Nine Heavens breathing technique that continuously restored his mana. Otherwise, by now he would have been stone-cold dead. Confirming he was temporarily out of danger, he and his teammate began packing their equipment, preparing to head to Jiangxing first. However, a sudden commotion erupted from the end of the street. Hurried footsteps mixed with panicked shouts as a crowd surrounded an elderly man with a walking stick, rushing toward the guest house in great haste. Their rough hemp clothing, colorful cloth bags, and lacquered wooden talismans immediately identified them as residents of the ancient village. No wonder Su Ming had found no one the previous night. They had all been hiding indoors until dawn. He shrugged. Looks like there's more work to be done. The moment the crowd reached the guest house entrance, they completely blocked the doorway. The elderly man with the walking stick stood on his tiptoes, craning his neck, his voice trembling yet urgent. Young man, where's your team leader? Another night has passed. Did you catch that living corpse? Well, sir, this mission has been transferred to us too now. Don't worry, we'll catch that living corpse and deal with it immediately, Su Ming answered truthfully, trying to slow his speech to provide reassurance. But the moment he finished speaking, the villagers behind the elder erupted in chaos. What? They changed people? Are you even reliable? Last night, over a dozen more villagers were infected with Blackwater syndrome. If you don't solve this, are you going to let our entire village perish? Exactly. You've been eating our food for 7 or 8 days, caught nothing, yet more and more people keep coming. What special operations bureau? It's all bullshit. A bunch of good for nothings. I suspect they didn't even go out to catch the living corpse at night. They were probably hiding in their rooms sleeping. Get lost. If you can't do the job, then get lost. The curses grew louder and more intense, pointing directly at Su Ming's nose as they berated him. Su Ming's face alternated between pale and flushed, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked. He really wanted to throw a punch. All right, everyone quiet down. The village chief finally stepped forward, leaning on his walking stick, his voice hoarse yet authoritative. Young leader, our village really can't afford to wait any longer. More and more people are getting Blackwater syndrome, and some have already died from it. If you truly have no solution, then please leave. We'll solve the problem our own way and won't trouble you leaders anymore. After speaking, he actually bent down as if to bow. Su Ming's heart jumped, and he quickly reached out to support the old man. Letting him bow was one thing. But what did those villagers behind him mean by holding up their phones and pointing cameras at them? If this video got out, wouldn't it look like extortion? Sir, why not rely on us? What method do you have to deal with that living corpse? Su Ming lowered his voice. A complex look flashed in the village chief's downcast eyes. He swallowed and spoke in an even more hoarse voice. The village naturally has ways to solve this. The ancient village has 300 years of history. What storms haven't we weathered? Yet we've still survived. Young leader, please go back. I appreciate your good intentions, but we really don't need your help. Just pretend I never reported this incident. The old man's barely concealed urgency stood like a wall before Su Ming, as if there were some unspeakable secrets, wanting only for the Special Operations Bureau people to leave immediately. But could Su Ming leave? Setting aside the bet he'd made with his superiors, this village full of ordinary people didn't even have a single awakened individual. What could they possibly use to deal with that living corpse? Something was wrong, very wrong. At the crack of dawn, a large crowd of villagers from the ancient settlement had already gathered outside the Special Unit 5's lodging, forcibly demanding that the investigators who had come to help abandon their mission and leave the village. The second-floor windows of the guest house were half open, and Bai Qingxiu, Jiang Jinan, Junlebao, and others looked down from their vantage point, taking in the bustling scene of heads crowding the courtyard below. Team leader, aren't you going to help them? If they really get kicked out, we won't be able to take over later either. Junlebao gripped the windowsill, muttering quietly. As the only warm-hearted guy on the team, he always hoped his colleagues could part on good terms. The bet has already begun. Why should we help them? If they can't even handle a bunch of villagers, what else can they accomplish? Jiang Jinan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, snorting coldly. Initially, he had only wanted to put Su Ming in his place, but now his hostility was written all over his face. Bai Qingxiu's gaze was profound as he squinted, scrutinizing the increasingly agitated crowd below. Jiang Jinan has a point. Unless they actively ask for help, we won't interfere for now. I'm also curious to see how these first and second place winners from the exchange conference plan to handle relations with ordinary people. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Su Ming and Lin Xiran, who were being pressured by the crowd. The situation in the courtyard quickly spiraled out of control. After the village chief declared his intention to drive away the investigators, the villagers' emotions soared as they slowly closed in on Su Ming and his companion. One bold young man even reached out to push Lin Xiran. Smack! Su Ming's expression darkened as he backhanded the arm away. What? Special task force people dare to hit someone? Call the police. Get out of our village. Someone started shouting, and voices echoed around them. That's right, get out. A bunch of freeloaders who don't do any work. Amid the shoving, the villagers were already charging toward the guest house entrance, and a violent confrontation was about to erupt. Suddenly, Su Ming raised his arm and shouted loudly, Holy crap! How did I get infected with Blackwater syndrome too? This thing isn't contagious, is it? I'm screwed, I'm dead. As his words hit the ground, the crowd's movements came to an abrupt halt. All eyes immediately focused on the wound on his arm, and fear spread like exploding fireworks. Run quick, he's infected. He just touched my hand. Quick, help me chop it off. Where's the village chief? Grab the village chief and run. Even the special task force is infected. Help us. The villagers who had arrived with such arrogance fled just as pathetically. One young man simply hoisted the old village chief over his shoulder, leaving even his walking stick behind. You must leave the village or face the consequences. The village chief, draped over someone's shoulder and gasping for breath, still didn't forget to issue his threatening warning. Once the chaotic footsteps had completely faded away, the courtyard fell silent except for the chirping of cicadas. Su Ming stuck his hands in his pockets and tilted his chin up, grinning roguishly. TCH, and I thought they had such big guts. They dared to get physical with us, but one little scare, and they all ran off. Though his methods were shameless, they were immediately effective. Lin Xiaoran rubbed her forehead and sighed. Scaring them like that probably made the villagers even less confident that we can solve the living corpse problem. I was thinking of using either force as intimidation or money as incentive, but neither would have been as quick as your approach. Doesn't matter. Looking at them, they probably lost trust in Special Unit 5 long ago. Su Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. But what I'm more concerned about is why they gave me this feeling of having something to fall back on. What exactly do these villagers rely on that makes them think they can solve the living corpse problem themselves? This mission is getting interesting. As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Ming noticed a little boy who had been timidly watching them from a corner across the street. He smiled slightly and waved. The child was quite bold, wearing blue flip-flops that slapped against the pavement. With only a lollipop stick left in his mouth, he shook his head and trotted over. Hey there, little guy. I noticed you've been watching us. Is there something you need? Su Ming smiled warmly as he crouched down, lifting the mask from his face to the top of his head to appear more approachable. Psychology has long established that when adults look down at children, the height difference creates a sense of intimidation. The same applies to animals. But by crouching down to meet their eye level, you not only avoid appearing threatening, but naturally close the distance between you. The little boy indeed showed no fear, reaching out to poke his cheek with utmost seriousness. Oh, you're not ugly at all. Sister Nuo said you wear a mask because you're too ugly and feel insecure about it. These words hit like a thunderbolt, leaving Su Ming completely stunned. He could tolerate insults to his character, but insulting his appearance was absolutely unforgivable. Who is she? Where does she live? I need to have a serious talk with her. The little boy chuckled mischievously, suddenly turned around, and bolted. Then come chase me. I'll take you to meet Sister Nuo. Lin Xiaoran frowned and asked in a low voice. Su Ming, should we really go? It seems like he came looking for us on purpose. Yes, Su Ming replied softly. We're completely in the dark anyway. Maybe this person who actively invited us can provide some clues. The two followed the little boy as he darted through the streets and alleys, disappearing in the blink of an eye at the end of the bustling main street. Though called a stronghold, the ancient village was quite large, with 700 registered households already qualifying as a major settlement. The little boy led them through twists and turns to a dilapidated, stilted building. The building had weathered many storms. Its wooden walls had turned from brown to gray, with fine wood grain covered in moss. Spider webs hung in sheets under the eaves, shaking loose dust with the slightest movement. On the half-open entrance door hung a small leather drum. Su Ming tilted his head to stare at the drumhead, feeling it looked somehow familiar. You two guests outside, please come in and sit. Came a silvery laugh from inside the stilted building, the voice crisp and clear, sounding about Su Ming's age. Since the host had extended an invitation, the two didn't decline and stepped inside. As soon as they entered, a mixed medicinal smell hit them in the face, nearly bringing them to tears. It could hardly be called medicinal fragrance, as it was quite pungent. Apparently, the homeowner didn't understand the complementary nature of medicinal properties, having mixed various herbs together, creating a complex and indistinguishable blend of odors. Sorry, the place is a bit messy. Please have a seat, you two. I need to repay a favor first. The speaker was a 17 or 18-year-old girl. She wore a dark blue embroidered long dress with silver ornaments in her hair and an carved silver belt around her waist. Her lips were bright red, and her eyes naturally carried a hint of charm. At the moment, she was slowly stirring something in a clay pot with her delicate hands, while the little boy stood on his tiptoes beside her, watching with anticipation. Let me introduce myself. My name is Inuo, though I prefer you call me by my outside name Chime. A pale arm emerged from the clay jar, two slender fingers delicately holding a thin wooden stick. Here, this is your payment. Remember not to just eat candy, make sure you have proper meals too. Chime handed the lollipop to the little boy at the door. The candy was bright yellow, clinging to the wooden stick like amber. The boy squinted with delight as he popped the treat into his mouth. Got it, Sister Nuo. I'm going home for dinner now. Remember to call me if you need help again. He waved his hand and skipped away from the stilted house. Su Ming watched the child disappear into the distance and couldn't help asking, what exactly did you give him? Why is it so tempting? Seeing the boy's blissful expression, he felt a bit curious himself. Chime revealed a peculiar smile and reached back into the clay jar, pulling out a plump, golden grub. This little guy, the nectar secreted by honeygold worms. Want to try some? As she spoke, she lifted a wooden spoon and gently stroked the swollen belly of the grub. Instantly, pale yellow fluid oozed from tiny pores, slowly gathering into a small pool along the spoon handle. Holy crap, you actually fed that to a kid? Does he know what it is? Keep that thing away from me, I'm not eating it. Su Ming's scalp tingled. The culinary horizons of this world had expanded way too far. Of course he knows. Chime smiled. This stuff is also called insect honey. It's an extremely precious medicinal food. Sure you won't try a taste? It's an authentic local delicacy. She pushed the spoon toward them both, clearly trying to sell them on it. I'll pass, let him have the nutrition. Lin Xiaoran shook her head vigorously, immediately pushing Su Ming forward. Su Ming's face darkened as he quickly refused. I'm not interested in anyone else's bodily fluids. The two women exchanged knowing glances. Chime shrugged. Fair enough, it's normal for outsiders not to accept it. With that, she brought the wooden spoon to her own mouth. As the insect honey touched her lips, her cheeks instantly flushed pink, making her appear even more alluring. Seeing this, Su Ming quickly steered the conversation back to business. Miss, you went through all this trouble to bring us here, just to perform an insect honey tasting? Oh right, I almost forgot the main business. Chime slapped her forehead. I need your help with something. Let me give you the payment first. Your arm is injured, isn't it? Let me take a look. You can treat it. Su Ming rolled up his sleeve skeptically, revealing the hideous Blackwater syndrome wound that looked like a centipede coiled around his arm. Just a minor injury. Chime smiled dismissively as she examined his arm. TSK, your constitution is truly terrifying. It's actually healing continuously. Give it a few months, and this Blackwater syndrome could actually heal itself. Too bad I can't use it for testing medicine. She appraised Su Ming's arm like she was admiring fine jade. Miss Chime, are you saying Su Ming's injury isn't serious? Lin Xiaoran asked with some joy upon hearing Chime's assessment. Chime immediately rolled her eyes and waved her hands dismissively. What are you thinking? He's about to die. What? Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran exclaimed in unison, their breathing catching for a moment. Su Ming instinctively hugged his arm, speaking rapidly. Doctor, please don't joke around. I feel fine, don't I? It looks like it's about to heal on its own. Where does this talk of dying come from? Yet deep down, he was already suspicious. Could this be some charlatan trying to trick him into paying for treatment? Chime snorted softly and tapped her fingertips on the table. What you see is merely the surface. Blackwater syndrome is essentially a mixture of yin energy and corpse poison. Treating it isn't difficult, from even leaving it to heal naturally would work. The real problem is something else entirely. Have you forgotten? Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran exchanged glances and said almost in unison, the parasitic worm? Exactly. Chime crossed her arms and nodded, a hint of smugness playing at her lips. Smart patients make things so much easier. Su Ming's mind flashed back to that red shadow from that day, and his heart sank. So that red parasitic worm really did burrow into my body? But I haven't noticed any abnormalities at all. He immediately activated the 1,000 transformations formless technique, examining his meridians internally. As his energy flowed to his heart meridian, he suddenly felt his pulse was half a beat slower than usual. It's actually hiding in the heart meridian. After confirming the creature's existence, his wariness toward Chime diminished somewhat. Chime explained, this is a parasitic worm that's extremely well hidden. It burrows into the heart meridian. Once it truly takes root, you'll be under its control, no different from a dead person. Before she finished speaking, Lin Xiaoran's face turned deathly pale. She turned and grabbed Chime's sleeve. Miss Chime, please save Su Ming. Chime waved her small hand in disgust, as if smelling something sour. Oh my, I haven't done anything wrong. Why are you showing off your romance like this? Lin Xiaoran lowered her voice, speaking earnestly. Su Ming was injured because he saved me. I can't watch him die. Chime glanced at the two of them, then put away her playful demeanor. All right, I happen to have something I'd like you to help me with. Consider it a fair trade. Su Ming, right? Sit over there and put your arm on the table. Su Ming still hugged his arm, frowning deeply. Owing you such a huge favor is what you want us to do, really that simple? Lin Xiaoran nodded at him with determination. Su Ming, we have no choice. Chime smiled sweetly and assured him. Don't worry, it's very simple for you too. With his life at stake, Su Ming weighed his options for a moment, then obediently sat down, placed his arm flat on the table, held his breath, and waited to see what tricks Chi-Mei would pull. Chi-Mei turned back to Lin Xiaoran with an innocent smile. Little sister, the treatment process is a bit special. Don't get jealous, okay? Before her words had fully faded, she leaned down and lowered her head, her soft lips gently covering the wound on Su Ming's arm. Her delicate tongue traced along the scab on the wound, licking it, as if she were savoring some tempting delicacy. Tingling, numbing, soft. Su Ming felt an electric surge of pleasure shoot from his arm wound straight to the crown of his head. Dark, blue-black wisps of mist were drawn through the torn flesh into Chi-Mei's lips, and the rotting wound healed at a visible rate. At the same time, a piercing pain suddenly exploded deep in his chest, and beads of sweat instantly covered his forehead. Don't move. Hold on, it's almost out. Chi-Mei pressed her left hand firmly against his upper arm, while keeping her lips sealed tight against the wound. Beneath Su Ming's skin, a dark red line gradually appeared, slowly moving toward the wound under the pull of suction. In just a moment, a pink, earthworm-like parasitic insect broke through the skin and poked its head out. There really is a parasitic insect. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran exclaimed in unison, their previous doubts about Chi-Mei being a fraud instantly crumbling. Don't move. Chi-Mei's gaze locked onto the parasite as she parted her red lips slightly, and a glossy black centipede with a red head and crimson segments silently crawled out. Crunch. The centipede bit down on the parasite's head like crunching on candy, the crisp sound piercing. The parasite convulsed wildly, churning the wound into a bloody mess, but its struggles quickly weakened. Following its command, the centipede coiled its body and swept the entire prey into its mouth. Gulp Chi-Mei's throat moved as she swallowed it whole, casually wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth before releasing Su Ming's arm. There, the root of the problem is gone. The rest is up to you to recover. Wait here for a moment while I go wash my face. With that, she turned and went up to the second floor of the stilted house, leaving Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran staring at each other in stunned silence. After a long while, Lin Xiaoran gently shook him. Su Ming, how do you feel? Are you better? Su Ming moved his right arm and threw a few practice punches. Thanks to the powerful recovery ability of the Qi Yu Nuo mask, the wound quickly scabbed over and healed. I think I'm completely fine now. God, this Chi-Mei is incredible. She can actually spit centipedes from her mouth. Such a bizarre treatment method left him with no doubt Chi-Mei was undoubtedly a witch doctor. Oh my, you recovered so quickly. Truly worthy of an awakened one. Light footsteps came from the stairway as Chi-Mei descended leisurely, now wearing loose pajamas, having discarded her sweat-soaked outer clothes upstairs. My clothes were soaked through, so I had to change into pajamas. I hope you don't mind. How could we mind? We should be thanking you. Lin Xiaoran hurriedly expressed her gratitude with sincere eyes. Chi-Mei smiled faintly, her gaze lingering on Su Ming's face with slight surprise. I didn't expect you to be quite handsome. I thought people who love wearing masks were all insecure about their looks. Su Ming scratched the back of his head, feeling embarrassed and at a loss, unsure whether to be happy about the compliment on his appearance or worried about being teased for wearing a mask. But let's get back to business. Don't be too quick to thank me. Chi-Mei's expression grew serious and solemn. I haven't told you about what I need your help with yet. As long as it's something we can do, we'll definitely give it our all. Su Ming made his promise with rare solemnity. Haha, the favor I'm asking is quite simple. Give up searching for any living corpses. Leave this ancient village, and don't worry about whether these villagers live or die. Su Ming was stunned at first. A doctor should have a compassionate heart. Yet this woman who claimed to be a witch doctor was telling them to disregard the villagers' lives. Such words were truly incomprehensible. In fact, he had already been puzzled. The black water disease that the villagers feared most could clearly be alleviated by Chi-Mei's methods. Though her means weren't exactly honorable, they were indeed effective. Yet the villagers claimed that black water disease had never been cured. I don't quite understand. Su Ming looked directly into her eyes, lowering his voice. Why are you also advising us to leave? Could what the village chief said be true, that you possess a real solution? This mission was of great significance to him, second only to his life itself. If she wanted him to give up, she'd need to provide sufficient reason. Otherwise, even if the person before him was his savior, he couldn't agree. Moreover, this matter involved a wager, and that wager determined the entire future of Special Unit 5. He might want to back out, but he already owed her a debt of gratitude. Since he owed it, he could repay it slowly, but he would never make promises he couldn't keep. Very well. Chi-Mei sighed softly, casually pulling over a wooden chair to sit down. From her wide sleeves, she produced a slender lady's pipe. The flint sparked, and wisps of smoke began to fill the small room with a thin haze. Su Ming patted his pockets and winked at Xiao Ran standing nearby. Tisk, did you bring any sunflower seeds? She's already lit her pipe without some seeds to crack. Where's the atmosphere for listening to stories? Before the sunflower seeds could be passed over, the story had already begun. This ancient village wasn't always called Ancient Villagite, used to be called Gu Village. As Chi-Mei spoke, she dipped her finger in tea and wrote the character for Gu on the table surface. Gu Village. Su Ming's pupils contracted sharply, already forming suspicions. The women of Gu Village made their living by raising Gu. Chi Mei spoke unhurriedly. When they encountered men they fancied, they would cast love Gu on them, making them unable to betray love for their entire lives, forever obedient to the Gu master. As her words trailed off, she glanced sideways at Su Ming. His heart skipped a beat, wondering if he had already fallen victim. Hee, don't be afraid, little brother. Chi Mei covered her mouth and laughed softly. Planting love Gu requires intimate relations between man and woman. We too are completely innocent. With one sentence, she had laid bare Su Ming's little worries. The village continued this way for several hundred years. But 17 years ago, a calamity suddenly struck black water disease. Black water disease? You mean it appeared 17 years ago? Su Ming was surprised. Logically, Special Unit 5's past records shouldn't be blank. Of course it appeared before. Chi Mei raised an eyebrow. Otherwise, how would I know how to treat it? Her gaze grew distant. Little brother, don't keep interrupting when others are speaking. From now on I'm a little mute. Su Ming quickly covered his mouth, making his promise. Chi Mei tapped her pipe and continued speaking. Since the black water disease appeared, the Gu village had invited countless renowned physicians. But not only was the disease left uncured, many doctors also contracted the black water disease and died in the Gu village. Over time, no outsiders dared to set foot in this valley again. Chi Mei paused here, waiting for Su Ming to ask questions. Looking up, she saw Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran both covering their mouths, their eyes full of curiosity, yet neither said a word. You should at least say something at a time like this. She was somewhat annoyed, discovering for the first time that telling stories was more exhausting than navigating through corpse formations. Lin Xiaoran cleared her throat softly and spoke at the right moment. What happened next? Did the black water disease just cure itself? Of course not. Chi Mei's voice grew somber. This disease wasn't that easy to end. With no medical treatment available, corpses piled higher and higher. Some tried using the blood of grazing women to save lives, which seemed to actually suppress the black water disease. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran's pupils contracted, sensing more brutal developments ahead. Indeed, a massacre erupted in the Gu village. The black water disease could also suppress love Gu, and the men who had been bound by love Gu for so long raised their blades against their bedfellows to save their own lives. Su Ming felt a chill down his spine. Women used love Gu to imprison men, and when men got the chance, they retaliated against women. Twisted and tragic. But those men hadn't anticipated that after their masters died, the Gu insects would turn against them. The Gu insects burrowed into rivers, soil, and livestock, then infiltrated the men's bodies through drinking and eating, gnawed at their brain matter, seized control of their limbs, and continued spreading. Before long, the entire Gu village fell. By all logic, this should have been the end of the story, but since the ancient village still exists today, there must have been a turning point. Heaven seemed to show favor at this moment. A passing corpse herder entered the Gu village carrying 2 statues. On the day the statues were installed, all strange phenomena vanished simultaneously. The black water disease was cured. The Gu insect riots ceased. The corpse herder became the Gu village's benefactor, winning the love of the last woman who knew Gu arts, and they even had a daughter. Su Ming couldn't help but interject. Don't tell me the woman then put a Gu on him too. She wasn't that foolish. Chi Mei shot him a look. She would never repeat past mistakes. Originally, the family of 3 should have been happy, but ordinary people fear those who are different. The villagers believed Gu arts had killed their relatives and friends. They blamed all misfortunes on the corpse herder's family. Finally, they raised their blades against them. Chi Mei spoke these words through gritted teeth, as if this corpse herder had some connection to her. The poison master and corpse herder were poisoned by their own close friend, and before dying, they sent their daughter away from the Gu village. When their bodies were discovered, the villagers remained uneasy, fearing the 2 might use secret arts to return from the dead. They summoned 7 or 8 strong men to dismember the corpses. Bloodstains lingered on the bluestone slabs at the village entrance for a long time, and the brutal scene left everyone terrified. To prevent vengeful spirits, they hid the scattered remains beneath 2 stone statues that the corpse herder had carried with him, sealing them with earth barriers under cover of night. From then on, the Gu village was renamed Ancient Village and enjoyed 17 years of apparent peace. As the story ended, the pipe in Chi Mei's fingers had gone out, leaving only a faint herbal fragrance. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran were absorbed in the tale, remaining silent for a long while. Ahem, Su Ming was the first to break the silence. You mean you won't let us eliminate the living corpses because you think the people of Ancient Village deserve their fate for being ungrateful and treacherous? He cut straight to the point, seeing through Chi Mei's thoughts. So, he pressed further, you're the corpse herder's daughter from the story? Chi Mei smiled bitterly and nodded in acknowledgement. That's right, it's me. Then will you help us? The room fell into deeper silence. Emotionally, Su Ming felt he should agree and then leave with a flourish, letting Ancient Village meet its doom. Rationally, however, He couldn't ignore the entire village. What about the children? The children who weren't even born 17 years ago, and the little boy who had just asked them for candy, should they also perish? These words struck Chi Mei's weak spot. For the first time, she lost her composure, only lowering her eyes with a sigh. Every story must end with someone's sacrifice, mustn't it? Big brother, tell me your decision now. The question was thrown back to Su Ming, and he exchanged glances with the silent Lin Xiaoran. Sure enough, sympathy flickered in the girl's eyes again. Lin Xiaoran acted like a chivalrous hero, believing in swift justice and even endorsing fighting violence with violence. But the more such a personality, the easier it was to be deceived by stories. At least Su Ming hadn't been swayed by Chi Mei. I'm sorry, we have a mission we cannot abandon, Su Ming said steadily. If we can identify who killed your parents back then, I'll make sure they pay the price. What a pity. Chi Mei shook her head regretfully, though her expression gradually turned sinister. I actually quite liked you. Su Ming's alarm bells rang. What are you? There's a type of goo insect called the sea moon mirage goo. When its wings are ground into powder, they can create intoxicating smoke with an herbal fragrance that puts anyone who inhales it into deep unconsciousness. Chi Mei's voice sounded like she was reciting lecture notes. Interestingly, the only antidote comes from a completely unrelated creature, the secretions of the honey gold bug. She looked up with a cold smile. Sorry, investigators, but I'll have to ask you to spend the night at my humble abode. When you wake up, ancient village will have some surprising changes. As her words fell, she snapped her fingers lightly. Pale blue smoke instantly spread, entering their nostrils as Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran's vision rapidly blurred. Goo Technique 108 forms Sea Moon Mirage Blossom. Thud thud. Two figures collapsed helplessly to the ground as Chi Mei's lips curved into an enchanting smile. Yeah, the people from Special Unit 5 never listen to reason. They always force me to show my hand. She chuckled softly, as if suddenly struck by a more amusing idea. Bending down, she lifted Lin Xiaoran and placed her in Su Ming's arms. Fine, I'll help you two one more time. I hope you blockheads sleep a little longer and don't interfere with my plans. With that, the smile faded from Chi Mei's face. Her hands grabbed at her collar and tore the loose nightgown dropped to her feet with a snap, instantly revealing the crimson battle robe with interlacing stripes underneath. Dark red patterns crawled across her body like blood vessels, the tight-fitting robe accentuating every lethal line. No wonder she had worn the nightgown as a cover, been fully armed all along. I need to hurry. That woman won't be easy to deal with, and I can't let her discover I've subdued these two. Muttering to herself, she turned and walked out of the stilted house, carefully shutting the door behind her. Half an hour later, the door was suddenly pushed open just a crack. Chi Mei's gaze, cold as a blade, swept around the room. Su Ming and Lin Xiaoran were still unconscious, breathing steadily. Good, they're really out. She nodded and finally left, closing the door. Chi Mei's caution bordered on paranoia. Even though she had personally drugged Su Ming, she couldn't resist returning to confirm her victory. Another half hour passed. The room was so quiet only the wind could be heard. Su Ming's eyelids finally twitched and cracked open with difficulty. Damn, she's finally gone. That sneaky fox even pulled a feint, forcing me to stay still for half an hour. He cursed under his breath. Carefully pushing Lin Xiaoran out of his arms, he worked his stiff neck and blew hard through his nose. Pop, pop. Two bean-sized pills coated in unknown liquid fell to the floor, glinting faintly in the dim light. Su Ming smirked. Just a precaution I kept for secondhand smoke. Never thought it would save my life. He helped Lin Xiaoran into a proper sitting position in a chair, then pulled out tactical goggles and strapped them on. Crackle. The voice channel connected, and he whispered into the mic. Xiao Xiao, can you hear me? I need a full map of the ancient village. Find where people are gathering. By Xiao Xiao at her computer responded almost instantly. Copy that, stand by. Su Ming, there's an ancestral hall in the center of the village. All major village affairs are discussed there. You should check it out first. Got it. The backup team, never mind. Notify your sister to extract Xiaoran. We'll coordinate on the rest of the mission. Understood. In the center of the ancient village, a century-old stone ancestral hall stood out prominently among the rows of wooden stilted houses. The villagers who had been scattered and fleeing earlier were now mostly gathered here. Aside from women and children, all the family elders with any authority were present, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Soon, the sound of a walking stick tapping against the ground echoed from outside the courtyard. Village chief, you're finally here. A young villager rushed to greet him. Hey, what's this village chief nonsense? In the village, you call me chieftain. Don't pick up those outside customs, or I'll knock some sense into your head. An older elder nearby kicked the young man over, still grumbling. Enough, we're all family here. The chieftain tapped his walking stick once on the ground, and the room fell silent instantly. The old man's gaze swept over everyone as he spoke gravely. You all know what's been happening lately. The corpse miasma of the tortured dead is raging again, but the two guardian statues that have always protected us have been destroyed. Now that so many days have passed, Can anyone tell me whether the person who destroyed the statue has been found? The ancestral hall fell into instant silence. About 20 villagers froze in place, everyone lowering their heads, even their breathing suppressed into thread-like gasps. The village chief struck his cane against the ground and scolded harshly. A bunch of useless fools. Our lifeline is gone, and you still haven't caught the culprit. Damn it. Before he could finish, he suddenly bent over, clutching his chest and coughing violently, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Chief, don't get agitated. You must take care of your health. Several villagers rushed forward to support him. He pushed everyone away and snorted coldly. Cut the fake concern. If you didn't still need something from me, would you care this much? As soon as he finished speaking, the people around exchanged glances, their faces flushed red, and they could only quietly step back. The chief scanned the area and lowered his voice. Fine, I won't argue with you. The statue is broken, the living corpses have appeared again, and those children who haven't had their heads replaced are already infected with the Blackwater disease. We have no choice but to use the last resort replace their heads. A cold wind swept through, causing the flickering flames to stretch the chief's shadow long and lift his clothing, revealing two pairs of strange protrusions on his chest. Wonderful, Chief. My son is saved. Thank you, Chief. Thank goodness you know the immortality technique. Yes, we should have done this long ago. Those special task force people are truly useless. Everyone chattered excitedly, and the scene became noisy. The chief raised his hand for silence, his eyes flashing with naked desire. Don't celebrate too early. You need to prepare the matching girls yourselves. Also, this body of mine is almost due for replacement. Find me one too. Ah, this. The villagers looked troubled. Someone reluctantly explained. Chief, I only have one daughter left, and I was planning to use her for my son's replacement. You know, my dead Wi-Fi already used her head for myself. I really don't have any extras. Another chimed in. Yes, Chief. In our village, whenever someone gets seriously ill, we replace heads. Girls from other villages don't dare marry into ours. The one I prepared for my son cost me 188,000 yuan, and after the head replacement, I'll have no money left. Excuses arose one after another, and the chief's expression grew colder. I don't care. If you don't find me a new body, I won't replace heads for you. Figure it out yourselves. With that, he stood up with his cane and turned to leave. Wait, Chief. A shrill voice called out. I remember someone who would be perfect for you. The sound of the cane stopped, and the chief turned back, squinting at the speaker. The person licked his lips and whispered. Do you remember Chang Xian's daughter? Counting the years, she should be 17 or 18 now. Perfect for you, Chief. As the words fell, the entire hall seemed to have its throat seized, becoming terrifyingly quiet. Are you insane? That's our benefactor's daughter. How dare you target her? Do you want to die? A burly man roared and charged forward, throwing a punch at the one who made the suggestion. Crack! With a crisp sound, the man's head was actually knocked clean off, rolling several times across the ground. Ouch, ouch. I was just speaking casually. You can't think of a solution and you blame me. The rolling head cursed angrily while the headless body stumbled after it, scooped up the head, and pressed it back onto the neck bones with a click, without spilling a single drop of blood. The ancestral hall filled with the smell of decay and cold sweat, and everyone fell silent as cicadas. The chief raised his hand to stop all arguments, his voice low and cold. Enough, stop arguing. Since we can't find a suitable woman for my head replacement, then let's choose Chang Xian's daughter. What was her name again? Inuo, right? An agile figure darted across the eaves of the stilted houses, moving up and down with fluid grace like a monkey swinging through the jungle. Bzz. Static suddenly crackled through the earpiece, followed by Xiao Xiao's urgent voice drilling into Su Ming's ear. So, Su Ming, how did you figure out that Chi Mei was trouble? Her story sounded so real. I was ready to abandon the mission and let those villagers fend for themselves. She had just finished listening to Su Ming's account and was now feeling sympathy for Chi Mei. Su Ming's toe touched the roof tiles as he leaped toward the next section of eaves, his tone calm, yet tinged with amusement. Let me be clear, I don't think those villagers are good people, but I also don't believe Chi Mei doesn't have ulterior motives. He continued explaining. There's this rather irresponsible theory, I call this stagnant ditch theory, something I came up with myself. The gray eaves of the ancestral hall were now within reach. Su Ming slowed his pace, adjusting his breathing while adding for by Xiao Xiao on the other end. A stagnant ditch can only get so filthy. But if it suddenly becomes more putrid or unexpectedly clean, that means someone's interfering, either cleaning it or fishing in it. Chi Mei said the village hadn't seen Blackwater disease for 17 years, yet now it's suddenly returned. Why? Who's pulling the strings? What's their purpose? What do they want? Without understanding these things, you want me to give up? It's not that simple. Don't forget, there's also our wager. Bai Xiao Xiao found this reasoning somewhat twisted, but couldn't immediately argue against it. She huffed. Then why don't you just let that stagnant ditch stay dirty? You won't handle it yourself, and you won't let others handle it either. How irresponsible. And here you were talking about, with great power comes great responsibility. Clearly, Her sister Bai Qingqiu had relayed Su Ming's original words verbatim. Su Ming shook his head in denial. My current abilities only allow me to solve problems I can see. If I smell a ditch stinking and have the power to clean it, of course I will. But if someone else rushes to do it before I act, I have to wonder what they're after. On the other end of the computer screen, Bai Xiaoxiao tugged at her hair, eyes full of confusion. I don't understand. I'm done with this nonsense. You've reached the ancestral hall, be careful. Su Ming responded softly. As his words faded, his fingers moved, and a dark blue-black yiksha mask, ghostly and menacing, instantly covered his face. With a swift movement, he slipped like a shadow into the night across the rooftops. Inside the ancestral hall, candles flickered and shadows writhed along the walls. As time passed, many villagers arrived one after another, bringing the women they had prepared in advance. Burlap sacks were carefully carried into the main hall not because they feared hurting the women inside, but because they worried about damaging their future bodies. The village chief Half reclined in his ornate chair, aged and frail, yet trying to appear composed, his eyes half closed as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Village chief, we've brought the people you wanted. The long-awaited bodies had finally arrived. The village chief's murky eyes snapped open, unable to hide his excitement as he looked toward the entrance. Chi Mei entered the ancestral hall alone, wearing a flowing red dress, her steps graceful and light. She was the only woman who hadn't been brought in a sack, and the only one who could still smile. The village chief's expression darkened as he demanded hoarsely, "What's going on? Why didn't you knock her unconscious? Don't tell me you couldn't handle one woman." His voice was shrill, like an aging lapdog in impotent rage. Village chief. This woman said she wanted to come willingly." Upon hearing this, the village chief's gaze turned eerily toward Chi Mei, her graceful figure making his heart tremble slightly, though his body remained powerless against feminine allure. "You came here willingly? It seems your father told you everything." He raised his hand to stroke his withered arm, his tone ice cold. "That's fine then. Go wash your neck clean and wait." Chi Mei smiled like a blooming flower, her snow-white fingertips covering her crimson lips, showing not a trace of fear. "Uncle, you're quite impatient. The reason I dare come here so boldly might be because he prepared new bodies for you to replace mine." "New bodies?" The village chief's eyes sharpened. "You mean you have access to women?" "Impossible. I know exactly which women have entered this village. There couldn't be any that slipped through." Chi Mei waved her hand dismissively. "Of course there are. Should I call them over for you to see?" "Don't be so hasty, everyone. There are plenty of them, enough to give each of you one." Her words hooked every villager like bait. Their eager steps came to a halt in unison, greed gleaming in their eyes. The village chief stared at the crowd, forcing himself to be patient. "If that's the case, bring them here. Are they in Jiang City? We can send a bus to pick them up." "No need. They're already at the door." Chi Mei surveyed the ancestral hall, clapping her palms together. "Clap, clap, clap." In the crisp applause, she called out sweetly, "Come in, sisters. Come see." Bronze bells suddenly rang out, jingling and jangling as a cool breeze swept into the ancestral hall from outside, causing the candle flames to flicker into a row of blue-white tongues. "What's that eerie sound? Where are those bells coming from? Look, so many people are coming. Wow, are they really all women? Wonderful. I can switch bodies again." The villagers crowded to the doorway and saw a procession of figures in red wedding gowns filing in. Only the village chief felt his chest tighten with unease. "How can there be so many? Where did you find these women?" Chi Mei couldn't be bothered to answer, merely waving her sleeve. "Come, sisters, stand in a row and let them choose." One by one, the brides stood shoulder to shoulder, their veils hanging down uniformly, red silk like blood. The villagers gathered around like shoppers at a market, their gazes roaming over the figures. "This one's frame is too big. I don't like it. Liernio, you like big ones, this one's for you. Why are this one's feet so big? She must be good at manual labor. Perfect for May, want this one. This one's so thin, like a bamboo pole. Bamboo pole. You should switch to this one, matches your nickname perfectly, huh?" "Wait, matches perfectly." Doubt spread through the air as someone finally reached out to lift a veil. Seeing someone take the lead, others began pulling away the red gauze with their hands. The veils fell to the ground, revealing the backs of heads with long, disheveled hair on their necks, shocking red marks. Crack, crack, crack. The teeth-grinding sound of grinding bones filled the air as, under everyone's gaze, the bride's head slowly rotated 180 degrees, revealing faces with brilliant smiles. "Ah, wife. Why is it my wife's head? Daughter, didn't I bury you? You've come back from the dead. Don't come closer, Shaoli, don't come closer. It was my fault, I shouldn't have coveted your body. Please spare me. Retribution. This must be retribution." In the next moment, the female corpses shrieked and lunged at the villagers, tearing their flesh with claws and teeth, just as they had once torn apart their own bodies. "Who exactly are you? How do you know the corpse-driving arts?" the village chief exclaimed in horror, his eyes no longer holding any joy of newfound life. "Me? Don't you recognize me? If we're counting generations, I suppose I'm your grand disciple. Chi Mei said with a radiant smile, appearing exceptionally pleased. The village chief's face stiffened as he firmly denied, impossible. The corpse-driving arts have always been passed down from man to man only, and my disciple died long ago. How could you possibly have learned it? Ha ha ha. What's so hard to learn? It's always been this way in the ancient village. The old arts are passed to women, but not men, while corpse driving is passed to men, but not women. Today's outcome is inseparable from all these rigid rules of yours. Chi Mei sneered coldly, her expression full of disdain. As the villagers were torn apart one by the living corpses, heavy ominous energy filled the entire ancestral hall. Dismembered bodies were carelessly scattered on the ground, and severed heads still opened their eyes, letting out groans. It hurts so much, mother, I was wrong. Daughter, please spare me, I've wronged you. Chi Mei calmly watched everything unfold before her and clapped her hands lightly. Gu Lao, come out and claim your spoils of war. As her words fell, a figure wearing a bamboo hat slowly walked into the ancestral hall from outside. He had a tall frame with a full, rounded chest and a graceful figure that stirred the imagination. When he woodenly removed the hat from his head, what came into view was the aged face of a man. You are, ha, little girl, so that's how it is. Going after him, you're seeking your own death. The village chief seemed to recognize this hat-wearing man and suddenly burst into maniacal laughter. Humph, whether I die or not remains to be seen. But today, you're definitely dead. Chi Mei snorted coldly and formed a hand seal. Gu Arts 108 forms parasitic manipulation. Turn them all into execution ghosts and make them your fighting force. Gu Lao's eyes flashed red as countless crimson threads emerged from his limbs and body, reaching toward the corpse fragments on the ground. The red threads stitched the body parts together, not caring whose body belonged to whom, simply piecing them together haphazardly. In a short while, a group of horrifying stitched monsters appeared in the ancestral hall. They emanated heavy, ominous energy, and their immense resentment made them powerful plague spirits from the moment of their birth. Execution death, also known as dismemberment punishment, was originally an extreme penalty inflicted on criminals. They would first use horses to tear off the criminal's limbs, then cut their throat, remove their head, and display the corpse for 3 or 4 days as humiliation and to dispel the ominous energy generated by the brutal killing. But over time, execution death became a type of plague spirit born from the bodies of those who died by dismemberment, bringing disaster and disease. Now no one can stop me, old man. I will avenge all the women of the ancient village. Chi Mei commanded the corpse horde to attack, and a group of fierce living corpses marched toward the village chief in great numbers. I never expected there to be a Gu master of your caliber in the ancient village. I was careless. I should have nipped you in the bud long ago. But don't think I'm easy to mess with. The village chief roared and crashed toward the memorial tablets behind him in the ancestral hall. Crash! The wall behind the tablets shattered on impact, and the village chief's figure disappeared from sight. Behind that wall was a winding passage leading underground. Tui, that old bastard sure can run. Chase after him. Chi Mei got a face full of dust and spat several times before leading her horde of corpses in pursuit. On the other side of the entrance, Ming cautiously poked his head out and looked around. Why is it so quiet? Is no one here? Bai Xiao connected to a satellite through her superbrain and provided data on personnel movement from the past half hour. According to the satellite map, people from the ancient village are indeed gathering here. Should we blend in and take a look? All right, this is the place then. Ming removed the Nuo mask from his face and casually strolled toward the ancestral hall. The moment he stepped inside, a thick smell of blood hit him in the face, and Ming's heart tightened. Damn, we're too late. The floor tiles of the ancestral hall were soaked through with dark red blood in alarming amount, yet no body parts were visible, only dozens of woven sacks scattered about. MMPH. Faint whimpering came from inside the bags. Ming immediately tore open one of them to find a young woman with a cloth stuffed in her mouth, tears streaming down her face as she trembled all over. Who put you all in these bags? Where is everyone else? The girl was too frightened to speak coherently and just cowered in fear. More bags began to move. MMPH, help. Ming decided to open them all. Every single bag contained a bound young woman. What happened here? Where are the people who captured you? With their companions freed, the girls found courage and began talking all at once. It was terrifying. A woman came with living corpses and killed everyone. Sob. Even my father was scary. He wanted to cut off my head and use my body for himself. So that's what happened. Such twisted methods. Ming's expression darkened. All right, I understand. You all need to go find the special task force theory at the guest house where my colleague is staying. Have them protect you. I'm going after Chi Mei. He settled the group and had Bai Xiao notified by Qingqiu to come handle the victims, then leaped into a hidden passage behind the ancestral hall. At the other end of the passage, Chi Mei had followed the trail and cornered the village chief in an underground space. The tunnel descended from the surface, and after more than 10 meters, it opened into a spacious area with flat ground and ample room. Cornered, the village chief turned and said gravely, "Girl, don't force us into mutual destruction." Chime casually brushed off her sleeves. "Mutual destruction? Right now, I'm clearly the one hunting you. Gu Lao, have all the corpses attack together and tear him apart." She activated the mother parasite within her body and commanded the corpse called Gu Lao. The corpse's eyes flashed red, the red rope in its hand trembled, and a large group of living corpses rushed toward the village chief. "You forced me into this. Did you really think I was some pushover you could squeeze at will?" The stronghold leader roared in fury, his hands suddenly gripping his own skull. Crack, his neck bones snapped brutally as his head drooped limply against his chest. At that very moment, a series of piercing bronze bell chimes suddenly rang out. No one had seen when he'd produced that ancient, dark gold soul-summoning bell. But there it was in his hand, wrist swaying gently as the clapper struck the sides, its ding-ding-ding echoing through the cold, shadowy hall. The bell's toll seemed like a death knell as countless hair-thin white threads emerged from the stronghold leader's 7 orifices, carrying an icy dampness as they burrowed into the muddy ground beneath his feet. This ancient stronghold was nothing more than a massive tomb buried deep within the mountain. The ground instantly cracked with spiderweb fissures as the earth bulged in various spots. Suddenly, a withered hand caked in black mud burst through the soil, its nails pitch black and joints grotesquely prominent. It pushed aside the covering dirt and hauled up half a torso-tattered cloth hung heavy with wet mud, bone-white ribs exposed, limbs pierced through with thick steel spikes that both secured the body and sent chills down one's spine. Pop, pop, pop. The sounds of breaking earth erupted in succession as more figures emerged like pre-plant seedlings sprouting from the ground. In mere moments, the dim hall was half filled with the walking dead. These people are... Chime's pupils contracted sharply. She never could have imagined that such a massive horde of corpses lay hidden beneath the ancient stronghold. The stronghold leader snorted coldly, reaching up to grasp his crooked, dangling head, his tone arrogant. "After living this long, did you really think I'd come unprepared? Since ancient times, women in this stronghold have cultivated venomous insects while men have commanded corpses. Insects age and die, but bodies only multiply. Want to regret this now? Too late." He flicked his finger with a half-smile. "Let me introduce someone to you, Xiansheng. Come out and meet your daughter." As his fingertip fell, the first corpse that had crawled out lifted its head and moved to the front of the group. Half a face, still relatively intact, was revealed in the firelight, streaked with mud and dried blood. "You are my father?" Chime stood frozen in place. Since her earliest memories, she had never seen her father, yet now they met for the first time in this condition. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reconcile this damaged corpse, broken like an old puppet, with the man in the photographs at home. The stronghold leader clicked his tongue in mock sympathy. "Don't doubt it, little girl. This is your father's flesh and blood. Such a good man. In life, he helped me suppress the corpse's energy, restrain the rioting insects, and even retrieve those 2 stone statues for me. I cultivated him with such care, but unfortunately, a vicious gleam flashed in his eyes. He insisted on joining the special 5th Division. Those awakened ones scrambled his brains, blocked the stronghold's path to immortality, and this is how he ended up." With that, he bent down to stroke Xiansheng's head, and with just a gentle pull, tore away an entire piece of scalp. He laughed coldly. "Even in death, he can still serve his master faithfully. He should be happy, shouldn't he? Little girl, haha." Chime's eyes quickly filled with blood as she stared at Xiansheng, broken like a damaged doll, her silver teeth grinding audibly. "You old poison master." In the next breath, the corpses in the corner roared in unison, their iron frames gleaming with blue-gray cold light as they lunged madly toward the stronghold leader, moving so fast they left afterimages, their collisions deafeningly loud. The stronghold leader shouted coldly, "Xiansheng, lead them forward." The soul-summoning bell immediately rang chaotically, its waves lashing like whips into the depths of the corpse horde's consciousness. Xiansheng suddenly arched his back, his legs exploding with power as he transformed into a black shadow shooting forward. Xiansheng, former Grade B investigator of the Special 5th Division, mysteriously disappeared 18 years ago, vanished without a trace after leaving the Jiangxing branch office during vacation. Despite multiple searches by the division, they could only regretfully report his sacrifice. Who would have thought he had died in the very ancient stronghold where he was born? A Grade B investigator's martial arts realm was roughly equivalent to the 7th tier, and even without supernatural abilities, his physical body alone could clash head-on with the walking dead. At this moment, Xiansheng's corpse shot through like a steel fork piercing formation, crashing into the tide of bodies. Boom. A thunderous crash of flesh echoed as Xiansheng pinned a living corpse against the wall, his fists raining down on its head like hailstones. Meanwhile, the other corpses in the square weren't so fortunate. The chieftain's puppets were mostly bodies of ordinary villagers, and even the few who had practiced martial arts proved as fragile as melons before a cleaver against the living dead raised through the ritual of torturous death. Bang, 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 one mangled corpse after another was torn apart, only to be reanimated by the Gu Elder through the same gruesome method and thrown back into the slaughter. Within mere moments, half the square was awash with blood and gore, while behind Chi Mei, an army of the living dead began to gather. Her throat moved as an inexplicable unease rose in her heart. Too many corpses had been transformed. The mother Gu, divided through layers of offspring parasites, had seen its power surge tenfold. But what was she to do with this monstrous army? Perhaps she could use them to negotiate with the Special Fifth Bureau? Before she could think it through, another crisis erupted. Boom. Xiansheng Zhenjun's corpse flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily at the chieftain's feet. One arm was grotesquely twisted, his abdomen hollowed out wounds that would have killed any living person instantly, but for a corpse, they were merely flesh wounds. Father, stop. Your real enemy is him. Chi Mei shrieked, trying to awaken the consciousness of the dead, but received no response. Xiansheng Zhenjun simply snapped his broken arm back into place, allowing the chieftain to stitch the wounds with white thread. Don't waste your energy, little girl. The chieftain sneered. He's under my control. As long as I live, he must protect me. Come now, let's see if you have the heart to tear apart your own father with your bare hands. You'd better hurry if you're too slow. I'll do it myself. With victory assured, he grew increasingly arrogant. Bastard. Gu Elder, attack. Kill the chieftain, but don't harm my father's body. Chi Mei cursed, but the Gu Elder stood frozen in place, as if he hadn't heard her. Her brow furrowed as she formed hand seals and shouted. Gu Technique 108 forms offspring parasite manipulation. The Gu Elder's body trembled slightly, seeming to want to move, but remaining rigid. The explosive increase in living corpses appeared to have overwhelmed the control chain of offspring parasites. Chi Mei rushed to the Gu Elder's side, her fingertip reaching toward his forehead. To guard against the failure of the head-switching technique, she had deliberately planted the most important offspring parasite nest in his brain rather than his heart. While the conventional method targeted the heart for faster nutrient absorption, she had done the opposite. If Su Ming had seen this, he would probably call her number 6 again. Give him the strongest offspring parasite. Too many living corpses. We need corpse-driving techniques for stable control, she muttered to herself, extracting the offspring parasite from the Gu Elder's forehead with her fingertip, just about to insert a new one. Sudden change. The Gu Elder's eyes blazed with blood-red light as his hand shot out like lightning, seizing Chi Mei by the throat. Suffocation blanked her mind instantly, and though she tried to mobilize other living corpses, it was too late. Splurt. Blood splattered, staining her vision red. The golden mother Gu was brutally ripped from between her brows, then pressed into the Gu Elder's own forehead. Senior brother, congratulations on your successful resurrection and further advancement in power. The chieftain's laughter echoed through the blood-soaked air as Chi Mei's consciousness slowly faded away. Red. The entire world was bathed in crimson. Chi Mei's vision was saturated with blood, her ears ringing as she felt herself being dragged into icy depths. She couldn't understand how a corpse that was clearly dead had suddenly come back to life at the crucial moment and broken free from her control over the parasitic insects. She had failed. Everything had failed. In her heart, she whispered apologies to her parents. The next instant, with a dull thud, her body collapsed onto the damp, dark stone slabs as blood spread rapidly across the uneven ground. On the other side, the village chief threw back his head in wild laughter, the sound echoing through the stone cavern. Senior brother, I never imagined you'd actually succeed. The head transplant technique from 18 years ago, and now this resurrection from the deities are all lost arts from the secret manual of corpse driving that you've somehow restored. With you leading the corpse driving clan, we'll eventually rule the world. He laughed breathlessly, as if all the credit should fall to him. The old sorcerer didn't respond. He simply raised his hand and pressed a fingernail-sized mother parasite into his forehead. The thread-like insect legs instantly burrowed into his flesh, and those crimson eyes immediately locked onto the village chief. Push, crack, snap. The sound of breaking bones exploded through the air. The village chief discovered in horror that he had completely lost sensation below his neck. In the blink of an eye, the old sorcerer had twisted off his head and now held it by the hair, staring coldly. Don't kill me. Xiansheng Zhenjun, save me. The suspended head swayed frantically, screaming as if it had seen a ghost. However, Xiansheng Zhenjun was already pinned to the ground by a group of living corpses, being devoured as fresh meat was torn away and bones were crushed. Ever since the mother parasite had merged with the parasitic insects, those living corpses had grown more robust chests and thicker arm bones. The process of devouring and strengthening was visible to the naked eye. The old sorcerer brought the village chief's head close to his face, his voice hoarse as a broken gong. Junior brother, you didn't really think I'd forgotten everything from before my death, did you? You and your precious disciple never intended for me to return alive. This was the first time anyone had heard the old sorcerer speak. Yet the horde of corpses fell silent except for the sound of chewing. The village chief trembled all over. Senior brother. Senior brother, please forgive me. It was all Chung Xin. He destroyed your corpse-driving techniques and erected those two divine statues to suppress you. I was a victim too. I knew nothing about many of the details. He spoke at breakneck speed, as if trying to squeeze out every possible defense in his final moments, though even he didn't believe his own words. You knew nothing? Huh. Then how have you managed to survive until now? The old sorcerer's expression darkened. I kindly taught you the art of longevity, wanting to help men break free from the shackles of female supremacy in the parasite village, yet you conspired with outsiders to harm me. Today I cannot let you live. You'll become my living corpse and stay by my side forever. Before he finished speaking, the blood-red lines spreading across his arm suddenly leaped forward, wrapping around the village chief's head. Senior brother, let me explain. I truly never expected Chung Xian would dare kill you. After your death, I avenged you too. For our master's sake, please spare. The pleading stopped abruptly. Red threads drilled in through his 7 orifices, writhing like living earthworms in the fat shell of his body, rapidly corroding his brain. Moments later, the village chief dropped his walking stick, his eyes vacant, and stumbled into the horde feasting on Chung Xian. The stench of blood grew ever thicker, and the living corpses in the depths of the stone cavern multiplied exponentially. The old sorcerer looked up, gazing at that endless tide of corpses, his chest surging with irrepressible ambition. From today forward, I am the lord of 10,000 corpses, the king of 100 parasites. With his furious roar, the undead raised their heads and howled at the sky, their deafening cries making the entire underground space tremble. Not enough. These few zombies aren't nearly enough for me to become king. The Gu Elder's voice was hoarse, yet filled with madness. I need more corpses. Don't have any? Then we'll go make some. He slowly lifted his head, his cloudy gaze seeming to pierce through the thick layers of earth, locking onto the brilliantly lit Jiangxing in the Distancia, massive city home to 10 million residents. Yes, that's our next target. Let's move, my children. We're about to become the rulers of this world. Rower, the horde of corpses let out earth-shaking howls, surging like an army into the deep underground tunnels, a black tide advancing toward Jiangxing. Beneath the surface, dust trembled, leaving behind only a cold corpse and bones picked clean and white. Whoosh. Damn, looks like I'm too late. Su Ming climbed over the ruins and crouched beside the familiar corpse, his expression grave. Seems the final battle is over, and Chi Mei lost. He frowned as he surveyed the surroundings. The ground was charred black, goo insect shells scattered everywhere, and the air reeked of decay and blood. That zombie was pretty strong. Chi Mei planned for so long only to fail. What the hell went wrong? He rubbed his chin, his mind racing with questions. Ding. The system's long-absent notification sound exploded in his mind. Plague ghost aura detected near host. Analysis complete. Just see. Formed from the powerful resentment of those who died by dismemberment. Extremely in nature, parasitic in form, requires human or animal hosts to survive and spread disease, can command the undead. Its breath, and even its farts are toxic to humans. Su Ming's eyes lit up. System bro, you're finally back. Other people's systems chatter all day, but you? Not a peep most of the time. The system remained coldly silent after delivering its message. Damn, heartless system. He shrugged self-mockingly, but the information helped clarify his thoughts. No wonder the zombies were so tough and contagious. It's the Jisi causing trouble. And Chi Mei turning those goo insects into parasites was pretty insane too. Suddenly, crack, a faint shattering sound reached his ears. Su Ming turned his head, his heart skipping a beat. Chi Mei, who had just died, was now wrapped in a golden cocoon. Cracks spread across its surface, fragments falling away as milky white fluid pooled on the ground. Goo Technique 108 forms. 0 form rebirth from cocoon. A pale arm emerged from the cocoon, followed by Chi Mei struggling to sit up, gasping heavily. Viscous liquid slid down her naked upper body like amniotic fluid, as if she were an infant being born again. She patted her chest, about to celebrate her narrow escape from death, when her gaze met Su Ming's. He was crouched nearby, watching with an amused expression. Doctor, your medical skills are truly heaven-defying. Resurrection from the dead? That's quite the trump card. Now I'm even more curious about the village chief's actual strength, to have killed you like that. It wasn't the village chief, it was the Gu Elder, that most ancient zombie. Chi Mei's face darkened as she tried to stand using the broken cocoon for support, but her lower body hadn't regained sensation yet, causing her to collapse back down. Su Ming raised an eyebrow. I see. Faced with his questioning, Chi Mei didn't hide anything. She had maintained consciousness during her feigned death, so she recounted the entire sequence of events to Su Ming: the Gu Elder's awakening, the zombie uprising, and her own defeat word for word. So you're telling me there's a horde of several thousand living corpses heading straight for Jiangxing? And this Gu Lao character plans to turn every single person in the city into one of those things. Su Ming's expression was so dark it seemed water could drip from his face. each word carrying crushing weight. That's right, absolutely certain. Qi Mei nodded, her expression cold and serious, without a trace of jest. Su Ming narrowed his eyes, his gaze like twin blades pinning Qi Mei in place. You'd better not be saying this just to use me for revenge. If you're giving false intelligence, you won't be able to handle the consequences. I swear it's true, I'll stake my life goo on it. Qi Mei raised 2 fingers, swearing before the writhing natal goo worm at her chest, her tone resolute as steel. This oath convinced Su Ming about 80%. However, without solid proof, a mere investigator like him couldn't possibly get Special Division 5 to activate the defenses of a major city with 10 million residents. At this thought, his expression hardened, and a stern, cold judge's Nuo mask suddenly materialized on his face. Qi Mei's heart lurched at this sudden transformation, thinking Su Ming was about to attack her immediately. But Su Ming paid her no attention, instead turning toward the center of the underground plaza. He had never used the judge's Nuo mask ability before, now was the perfect time. Judge's National Nuo Eye of Truth active, can trace back time, deduce and restore the course of events. Beneath the mask, those fierce, glaring pupils suddenly dilated, and ghostly energy swept across the entire area like a tide. In an instant, scenes flashed before his eyes as if he were experiencing them firsthand. 2 corpse hordes clashing, Qi Mei being killed, the chieftain's fall, and the undead army marching south toward Jiangxing. Damn, it's all true. Su Ming exhaled heavily. He quickly pressed his earpiece. By Xiao Xiao, contact by Qingqiu. Forget about any bets, get reinforcements to Jiangxing immediately. All the branch directors are at headquarters for meetings right now. Who the hell is watching Jiangxing? Never mind. I'll contact Wei Qing and Tang Hongxiao directly. Have them issue a warning for Jiangxing. Danger level on OS. The earpiece crackled with rapid keyboard sounds, by Xiao Xiao's voice already tearful. Okay, Su Ming, don't panic. I'll contact my sister right away. But even rushing there will take an hour. What should we do? Su Ming fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up sharply, grabbing Qi Mei's shoulder with such force his knuckles turned white. Xiangliang. Zooming. Yes, those 2 statues that could suppress Jixi and Jixing back then are definitely no ordinary sculptures. Xiangliang devoured Jixi, Zooming consumed Jixing, and there's my family's Nuo mask, that's it. It has to be them. His words came rapid fire. Qi Mei, did you smash those statues? Go help me find them, bring me every single fragment. I have a way to save Jiangxing. Su Ming's iron grip hands caused Qi Mei's shoulders to ache. She groaned but saw the rare anxiety and kindling hope in his eyes, forcing herself to endure. Fine. I'll help you find them. Let go first. If you keep gripping me like this, I really will die. Realizing he'd lost his composure, Su Ming quickly released her. Qi Mei collapsed back into the insect cocoon, gasping for breath. Please, this is about an entire city's population. Su Ming stepped back 2 paces and bowed deeply. You saved me once, I can only trust you now. Don't say that. I had a grudge against them too. How dare they tear apart my father's corpse? Even if he was a fool, he was still my father. I'll help you with this. After speaking, Qi Mei flashed her signature seductive smile once more. Her bare shoulders and slender arms flickered in and out of view in the dancing firelight, the scattered flames outlining her graceful curves in an especially alluring way. Thank you. Su Ming bowed respectfully with cupped hands. He knew clearly that this woman before him might be the only hope for rescuing Jiang City. As he finished speaking, he stood up and traced his fingertip through the air. The Yiksha mask materialized from the void, its black surface bristling with fangs that gleamed with an eerie cold light. Su Ming pressed the mask to his face, his voice dropping to a low tone. Time is running short. Qi Mei froze for a moment and quickly reached out to stop him. Wait, what are you planning to do? Those are hordes of living corpses. You're not some leader from Special Unit 5, are you? You're not even as capable as that woman in white from earlier. She hasn't even made a move, so what are you going to accomplish? Su Ming shook his head and replied in a deep voice. Special Unit 5's duty is to protect the lives and property of the people. I'm the fastest person who can reach Jiang City right now. Every corpse I can stop means fewer people will die. You? Qi Mei opened her mouth, but couldn't find words for a long time. Since the ancient stronghold was built, she had witnessed countless tribes slaughtering each other for survival and immortality, but she had never seen anyone willing to die for strangers. She stared at Su Ming in a daze, her eyes gradually losing focus. Were all people from Special Unit 5 like this? When her mother fell in love with her father years ago, she hadn't even used a love charm on him. Was it perhaps because her father held the same beliefs? Qi Mei turned to look at the white bones in the corner, suddenly feeling curious about her father's past. Su Ming strode to the cave entrance and turned back with solemn instructions. I'm leaving everything to you. If all goes well, we'll meet in Jiang City. Before his words had finished, his figure burst forth like thunder, racing toward Jiang City. By Xiao Xiao, give me the satellite map. I need the shortest route. He barked into his communicator. At the main bridge, entering Jiang City, night wind swirled as dark clouds obscured the moon. The Gu Elder leaned on his walking stick, secretly channeling corpse energy through his palm as the army of living corpses surged like a black tide at his feet. Suddenly, a black void opened in the air and then closed. From the void emerged a young man wearing a yellow rune-inscribed windbreaker, a casual smile playing at his lips. Space manipulation? The Gu Elder's eyebrows twitched as wariness flashed in his eyes. If this person could teleport him away, his army would instantly lose control. The young man waved his hand dismissively. Relax, friend. I'm Huang Ziheng, just a small-time errand boy for the evil god cult. I'm not here with ill intent, just to give you a heads up. He leaned lazily against the bridge railing, golden runes reflecting cold light as he moved. Notify me of what? To stop attacking Jiang City? Sorry, that's impossible. The Gu Elder flicked his sleeve, and several bone-armored corpses silently surrounded Huang Ziheng in a circle, ready to tear him to shreds at the first sign of hostility. Whoosh! Huang Ziheng's figure vanished and reappeared beside the Gu Elder as if taking a leisurely stroll. Don't be so tense. We're called the evil god cult. Why would we stop you? The Gu Elder felt a chill in his heart, but kept his expression neutral. I've never heard of your organization. Speak quickly. What do you want with me? Tisk, TSK. You old folks really don't like to chat. Huang Ziheng shrugged. Fine then. I'm here to deliver a message. Your actions have greatly pleased the evil god. He hopes your artistry will be even more magnificent. This is a reward, and if you succeed this time, you're welcome to join the evil god cult. As he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a purple-black lotus flower shot forth. The petals wreathed in black mist pierced through space in an instant and merged into the Gu Elder's forehead. The Gu Elder's whole body shuddered as he felt a cold power explode in his mind. Fall together into the filthy abyss, bathe in bones, and rejoice. Remember our motto, don't forget it. With these words, Huang Ziheng vanished from the bridge. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.